Chapter 676 Imaginary Number Code. The orange supply box was opened, and a lot of stuff rolled out. These are all production materials. And Zhang Tuohai, who has opened orange supply boxes several times, already has experience with them. Without even looking at the materials, he directly picked up the top drawing. Plasma Sniper Cannon Manufacturing Drawings. Launch plasma beams to kill enemies. The attack range is 1,000 meters. It has excellent penetration performance and can penetrate 1,000 millimeters depleted uranium armor. Puff. Looking at this picture, Takumi almost spat out a mouthful of water. This thing looks pretty good, and it can actually penetrate 1,000 millimeters of depleted uranium armor. In other words, none of the currently known combat vehicles can withstand a blow from this guy. Not even the most heavily armored battleship. However, the range of this thing is too close. Only 1,000 meters. In the past, Zhang Takumi would have installed it immediately without hesitation. Now, Zhang Tuohai's main combat method is beyond visual range combat. Using Zircon hypersonic missiles and MQ-9 Reaper drones can basically solve all problems. As for the range of 1,000 meters, the self-propelled electromagnetic gun array can be used to teach people. Don't need this thing. The most important thing is that this thing is not a car accessory and cannot meet the promotion conditions. Zhang Tuohai cannot afford to waste a weapon slot to install this thing. After much deliberation, Zhang Tuohai decided to throw this thing to Lilith. Perhaps she could make this worthless thing rejuvenate. Putting the drawing aside, Zhang Tuohai opened the green supply box again. He had never seen a supply box of this color before, and he was very curious. After the supply box was opened, a lot of things also rolled out of it. 7 days of self-heating rations for individual soldiers, a box of canned fruit, a medical kit, 20 RPG-7, 20 Phoenix rockets, 20 anti-tank grenades, and 3 individual cloud explosive bombs. Looking at these gadgets, Zhang Tuohai became even more convinced that the intensity of the upcoming confrontation with the world was definitely not small. Otherwise, the game system would never issue these gadgets. Since it has been distributed here, will the players over there also get similar things? If both sides get it, the intensity of the war will further expand. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai felt a little headache. A sense of insecurity arose in his heart, and he wanted to immediately increase his trump card. At this time, the game system popped up a prompt. Note that there will be a competition in 2 hours. You will meet players from other worlds. Your only goal is to kill all enemies. After the game, everyone will be evaluated for points. The higher the points, the more points you will get. The rewards are better. The countdown begins. After the game prompt popped up, it immediately caused an uproar among the players. Is what I saw real? A competition? Players from other worlds? What on earth is this going to do? I said. Why are you so generous this time? Firing guns and cannons? It turns out that we are risking our lives. Can I not go? I haven't lived enough yet. And I don't want to play in a competitive match. I just converted my car into a super camper suitable for survival. And you told me that I want to compete in a competition? Are you kidding me? I just want to know if players in other worlds are also human beings. Isn't Avatar better? It's exciting just thinking about it. Why can't it be Namekian? Why didn't you say you were a Cylon? If you are really a Cylon, stop fighting and just go to sleep. The regional channels are still the same. As long as someone messes with the color, they will quickly go awry. Zhang Tuohai watched for a while and found that there was nothing of value. So he withdrew. He was the first to find classmate Xiaoyai. How is the analysis of the space-based electronic warfare system going? The progress is going very smoothly. However, it will take some time to find the optimal algorithm and upgrade to the spiritual realm system. It will probably take a few hours. Classmate Xiaoyai said helplessly. That's it. Let me know when the upgrade is complete. Zhang Tuohai nodded. He turned back to Lilith. Are there any results? Zhang Tuohai asked, rubbing his hands. You think I'm a god? Lilith rolled her eyes. Tell me, how much work have you added to me recently? Let me count for you. Genetic medicine. 3rd generation electromagnetic armor. Research on ball lightning. Research on plasma technology. Upgrade and optimization of in-car devices. Quantum crystallization research on radioactive meteorites. The synthetic attack problem of the Fakian gasoline-powered saw. And the production of Away and Aya's mechas. Do you think? How much time do I have in a day? Can I produce results so quickly? The more Lilith talked, the more irritable she became, and she was about to kill someone with a knife. Calm down. Calm down. It's my fault. Wakai. Come over and make a cup of milk tea. Zhang Tuohai turned around and ran away. Go on. Lilith's voice sounded from behind. Zhang Tuohai looked back and saw a big black umbrella falling into his hand. This is exactly the trophy obtained from Kai. An umbrella made of quantum crystals. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's confused look, Lilith sighed and said, Because I thought this thing was a bit interesting. I researched it more intensively yesterday and discovered something interesting. What is it? Zhang Tuohai asked. The energy level of this thing is very high. Higher than the energy level of any item I have ever seen. Except for the Source Stone. However, if you just use it like yesterday, it can only exert about 1/10 of its power at most. Effect. Do you have a solution? Zhang Tuohai asked quickly after hearing this. Actually, there was none originally. However, when I was discussing with classmate Xiao AI yesterday, I suddenly came up with an idea. Since this thing is made of quantum crystals and is produced in the imaginary number space, is it the relevant code? Following this idea, I asked classmate Xiao AI to help collect codes related to quantum crystallization. Guess what? There are probably hundreds of them. More than 90% of the codes here are incomprehensible. However, after a lot of comparisons, I finally successfully translated one. What is it? Zhang Tuohai's heart jumped loudly. He felt that Lilith must have made some big discovery. Eternal Barrier, Lilith said. Eternal Barrier? Zhang Tuohai subconsciously followed. The black umbrella in his hand opened automatically in an instant and stood above his head. At the same time, it cast a black light film to cover him. Lilith drew out Moriarty's plasma sword and slashed at Zhang Tuohai. However, the plasma lightsaber only touched the light film and could no longer penetrate even 1 centimeter. Lilith waved her hand again, and 8 self-propelled machines activated their electromagnetic guns at Zhang Tuohai. Bang bang bang. Several alloy projectiles hit the black light film. The black light film did not move at all, and the indestructible electromagnetic gun returned in vain. What's this? Zhang Tuohai looked at the black light film in front of him in astonishment. He touched it with his hand. It was as smooth and thin as silk stockings, but it could block his strongest attack except laser. This is my new discovery. Quantum crystals have special properties. Using codes can stimulate some of its properties. For example, this Eternal Barrier is the only code that has been cracked. Originally, the umbrella could only block part of the body, but after using the code, this shelter range can be expanded to tens of square meters. The effect will be doubled. In other words, as long as enough codes can be cracked, the ability of this umbrella will be doubled. Zhang Tuohai is not an idiot. He can tell the truth. Lilith, no time. Go find classmate Xiao AI. Lilith didn't give Zhang Tuohai a chance to speak and directly pushed Zhang Tuohai out of the door. Chapter 677 Dax's Around City. Zhang Tuohai also knew that it was a bit embarrassing for Lilith, who was burdened with heavy responsibilities, to study the imaginary number code of the quantum black umbrella. It can only be left to classmate Xiao AI to decipher slowly. Moreover, the matter itself cannot be rushed. After all, it takes a long time to decipher such a complex code. He is lucky enough to get a code. Moreover, this code is also very possessive. As long as the operation is timely, this black umbrella is enough to protect his safety. As long as the enemy does not have quantum weapons, he is invincible. Later, Zhang Tuohai directly made an umbrella cover and carried the quantum black umbrella behind his back. If he wasn't wearing an electromagnetic armor, he would have looked like an ancient weirdo. Zhang Tuohai just became familiar with the use of the quantum black umbrella for a while, and 2 hours passed. The transmission is about to begin. Please be prepared. Following the prompt from the game system, white light once again enveloped everyone. After the white light dissipated, Zhang Tuohai found himself on a road paved with large bluestones. This road is extremely wide, with a width of 1,000 meters, a full kilometer. On the right side of the road is the endless ocean, and on the left side of the road is a canal, about 1,000 meters wide. On the left side of the canal, there is also a wide road, which is narrower than Zhang Tuohai's. From a wide perspective, this area seemed to be just such a road, with a canal lining up all the way to the inside. There seemed to be some buildings at the end, but they were vaguely visible. Zhang Tuohai looked around and found that the road was not straight, but had a slight curvature. But it was too small to see. Zhang Tuohai felt a little weird, and immediately flew an RQ-180 unmanned stealth reconnaissance aircraft to check the situation. After hovering in the sky for a while, Zhang Tuohai roughly understood their situation. He seems to be on an island. This island is very huge, and has an unusually special structure. The outermost edge of the island is a circle of land, followed by a circle of rivers, then land, and then rivers. It's like a circle of land and a circle of canals, covering as many as 9 levels. There should be a small island in the lake in the center. However, the island is shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult to see clearly. You can only vaguely see what appears to be a building. Roads and canals are not isolated from each other. There are bridges, tunnels, and docks connecting highways. There are also waterways connecting canals. The entire island is a divided but connected whole. A large number of cars and boats are scattered throughout this vast area. Which genius designer designed this? Looking at the 3D map that had just been built based on the intelligence sent back by the reconnaissance plane, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but rub his chin and complain. However, he had seen similar shootings before. He remembered that the lost continent Atlantis described by Aristotle in The Republic had such a strange shape. But it still looks like mosquito coils. Zhang Tuohai looked at the 3D map and shook his head. At this moment, the game system also popped up a prompt. Welcome all players to enter the world of confrontation, the circular city of Daxazu. This world will last for 7 days. The player camp is 5,000 players under Lioli Crown versus 5,000 players under Feiyue Crown. Game in conditions. All players on one side die. 2 one side admits defeat. 3 time is over. After the time is up, the party with the most survivors wins. The outermost roads and canals will collapse every day. Please try to move toward the center of the island. A small number of supply boxes will be placed on the island immediately, containing precious supplies. Please try to get them. Wish you all a happy time. After the game system prompted, Zhang Tuohai found that the original regional channel was split into 2. The left side is still the original regional channel, and the list still has 5,000 players from his own camp. The right side has become a regional public channel, with a total of 10,000 players in the list. However, no one on the regional public channel has spoken yet. The regional channel of this camp is very lively. It's serious. Do you have any companions? Let's go together and have someone take care of us. Let me sign up first. I'm in the 6th ring. Do you want to walk with me to the center of the island? Ha! I'm in the 5th ring, next to the river crossing bridge leading to the 4th ring. I have a question. How do you distinguish between friend and foe? What if you make a mistake? Don't worry. You are right. Our enemies this time are all sailors. Just pay attention to the river. As long as they are floating on the water, they are all enemies. No need to ask. Just open fire, and it will be over. They're all boats? Then wouldn't we suffer a big loss? Some players panicked. It seems that the firepower to attack the enemy is obviously insufficient. Although many players didn't say it, they were still thinking about it. They had been dealing with all kinds of vehicles and all kinds of land creatures. They suddenly turned into boats in the river, and they suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Just keep your own lives and find a place to live in peace. Don't hold us back. Leave the killing to us. Several players were obviously confident, and their sentences were full of heroism. Zhang Tuohai took a look at the names of these people, and found that they were all unfamiliar names. He had never seen them before. They should be newly added. At this time, Zhang Tuohai felt a heat in his heart. He looked down, and saw that it was the family badge that prompted him. Detected entering the battlefield. Open the points mall. Double points mode is enabled for this battlefield. You can get 2 points for each player killed. The points can be used to increase the level of the dependent badge, or can be used to exchange for points in the points mall. Supplies. After the battle, the player with the highest points can get a free coupon from the points mall. Family badge. Level, LV1. Level privilege, open points mall. Upgrade points, 0/100. Zhang Tuohai tried to open the points mall. There are many kinds of materials in the points mall, from basic gasoline and rifles to level 1 to 5 manufacturing drawings, and even some finished products of special machinery. But they are expensive. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that a drawing of the most common level 5 auto parts actually cost 1,000 points. You need to kill at least 500 hostile players. It's really a flesh and blood mill. I don't know how many players will die here. Zhang Tuohai looked at the points mall inside. This points mall is like a bait, tempting him to continuously kill enemy players and enhance his own strength. Zhang Tuohai, who learned more about the inside story from Alice, also knew that these things in the points mall were just petty profits, and the majority of the real profits were taken away by those demigods, and they are just a group of pawns on a chessboard. A sense of resentment arose in Zhang Tuohai's heart. He didn't want to be a chess piece at the mercy of others, but a real chess player who jumped out of the chessboard and took control of his life. Chapter 678 The First Drop of Blood. Just when Zhang Tuohai was looking at the points mall and lost his mind, classmate Xiao Ai's voice rang out. Commander, a gunboat is trying to approach us from behind and is preparing to attack us. Is there an enemy? A cold light flashed in Zhang Tuohai's eyes. Before he could cause trouble for others, a player took the initiative to cause trouble for him. Since someone is seeking death, I will take the first blood. Zhang Tuohai immediately stood up and looked at the 3D map. At this time, on the river not far behind him, a gunboat of about 500 tons was quietly approaching Zhang Tuohai. The 500-ton gunboat sounds very inconspicuous. It is at the bottom of the naval hierarchy. Even because the tonnage is too small, it cannot be called a ship, but can only be called a boat. However, if it can be despised because of this, then it is how wrong. The 500-ton gunboat is considered the younger brother in the Navy, but it is also a behemoth for ordinary vehicles. Take the gunboat behind Zhang Tuohai as an example. It is 60 meters long, 10 meters wide, and has a draft of 2 meters. If converted, it is comparable to 7 or 8 large RVs. Because of its large size, sufficient buoyancy, and abundant weapons, the gunboat is equipped with a 100mm high-level dual-purpose gun on the front end, a 12.5mm heavy machine gun on the left and right, and a Hail anti-ship missile launcher on the back. It can be said that he is full of martial virtue. In the eyes of the gunboat, Zhang Tuohai's car was just a Hummer appearance, with only a Gatling gun installed. Today is really my lucky day. I haven't seen such a rubbish opponent for a long time. I can finally recover my blood. I've decided on the first blood. Kill this guy, the captain of the gunboat said, holding a telescope. The ship's 100mm high-and-fly dual-purpose cannon slowly aimed at Zhang Tuohai. In his opinion, it was just a Humvee and could be solved with one cannonball. Usually, Hikaru was bullied by those huge warships. Now, it was finally his turn to bully other players with his huge size. However, just as his artillery was aiming, suddenly, there was a rattling sound on the Humvee. Then the dense metal storm fired by the two 1130 close-in defense guns swept across the entire deck. Although a gun shield is also installed on the gunboat, the gun shield with a thickness of more than 10mm obviously cannot block the shells of the 1130 close-in defense gun. The entire deck was swept across by close-in defense guns and turned into a huge honeycomb. The cab was completely beaten to pieces. Player Zhang Tuohai kills player Horton and gets the first blood. Kill a player and get 4 points. The first blood is doubled. The previous tip is from the regional channel. The latter tip is the tip of the family badge. The first tip crossed the regional channel. Most of the players on Zhang Tuohai's side didn't react at all. Especially the old players, who were familiar with Zhang Tuohai. They knew that Zhang Tuohai was very powerful. He could resist the pursuit of 5,000 players by himself, and even killed many of them. Therefore, whatever Zhang Tuohai does will not be surprising to them. The players in the Feiyue camp were not so calm. What happened to Holden? The gunboat and the car were all killed. Is he a pig-brained person? Illuminati. This Holden is a member of your command. Please come out and explain. How do I know what happened to Holden? I will investigate it myself. The boss of the Illuminati said helplessly. Holden was just a non-staff member of their fleet. If he died, he would die and no one would care. But it doesn't work now. It's time for a regional battle. This first blood gift has directly ruined the reputation of the entire fleet. If he can't regain his position, his fleet will not be able to survive in the future. Charles, the boss of the Illuminati, said to the helmsman beside him. Turn the ship around and target the area where Horton died. Find the guy who killed Horton and wash away the shame of our fleet. Yes. The helmsman turned the rudder, and a 100-meter-long pre-dreadnought battleship quickly turned and headed towards the sea area where the accident occurred. Zhang Tuohai didn't know much about these things. He was excitedly boarding the gunboat with his self-propelled machine. Zhang Tuohai had selfish motives for using close-range defense artillery instead of missiles. Although the missile is easy to deal with, once the missile is fired, the gunboat will be broken into pieces. Then, he wouldn't be able to dismantle the hull. These ships are all players under other demigods. Zhang Tuohai is very concerned about whether their skills will be different and whether they can learn from each other's strengths. Therefore, close-in defense guns were used, which caused the least damage to the hull. However, when he boarded the gunboat and started dismantling the self-propelled machine, he discovered a problem. That is, these hulls are protected by rules and cannot be dismantled. Even if sparks from a chainsaw come out, they cannot damage a piece of wood. This is the prompt given by the prompt system. Is there no reward for beating the enemy to death with exhaustion? Zhang Tuohai thought angrily while wandering around the gunboat. When he came to the command room, he saw a player wearing a frogman diving suit. His head was broken into pieces by close-range defense cannons, and a bronze treasure box was suspended above his body. The reward method has also changed. Zhang Tuohai reached out and touched the bronze treasure box. The moment his fingers touched the bronze treasure chest, a string of information entered his mind. In the battlefield, after killing an enemy or your own player, you will get a treasure box. The treasure box will then open various items owned by the deceased during his lifetime: food, weapons, blueprints, information, subordinates, etc. As for what exactly will be opened, completely depends on luck. I hate the rules of this world. Zhang Tuohai was very angry. This rule cut off his opportunity to make extra money. However, under the low eaves, he could only accept this rule. We must find opportunities to get out of this chessboard. Zhang Tuohai made up his mind and opened the bronze treasure box in his hand. Congratulations on getting a fleet communicator. A walkie-talkie-like gadget fell into Zhang Tuohai's hands. After the walkie-talkie fell into Zhang Tuohai's hands, the treasure box disappeared. In addition to the treasure chests, the players' corpses, and even the gunboat he controlled also disappeared. All of this turned into large swaths of fluorescent particles that dissipated in the air. Zhang Tuohai also lost his support and fell downwards. Fortunately, Zhang Tuohai started the plasma jet in time, so he didn't fall into the river and become a drowned rat. This damn world is full of insidious settings. If you let me know who designed the rules, I will definitely slap his butt. Zhang Tuohai flew back to the shore angrily. Chapter 679, How to Gather Wool. Back in the car, Zhang Tuohai threw the walkie-talkie to classmate Xiao Ai. Study the channel signal and try to decipher it. Understood. Xiao Ai controlled the robotic arm and took over the fleet communicator. Although he got off to a good start and got the first blood, Zhang Tuohai couldn't be happy at all. In the past, killing a person always yielded a huge harvest, including the players' supplies and the corpses of players who had taken various potions. Even if there was nothing, at worst there would be a car for dismantling. But in this battle, most of the loot was locked directly. Supplies, corpses, and vehicles were all locked. There was only a bronze treasure chest, and what was opened was a junk communicator, which was of no use. All the profits put together are only 4 points. By the way, if the fleet communicator is no longer needed, it can be sold to the points mall for 1 point. How come these demigods are worse than me? Zhang Tuohai thought angrily. He originally thought that he was a profiteer, but when he met these demigods, he realized what it meant to look ugly, making people work hard without giving them enough rewards. I have to think of a way to get more points, since everything that can be obtained in this world will eventually be converted into points. Zhang Tuohai set his sights on these points and thought about how to earn more. You can't get nothing, right? Zhang Tuohai sat on the command chair, holding his chin with one hand and thinking about how to get points. Now, there are 2 known ways to obtain points. One is to kill hostile players. The second is to exchange the items captured by the other party into points. The first one is that there is no room for maneuver. You can't let the other party tie up their own hands and feet. Just let yourself kill them. As for the second one, compared to the first one, there is still a little room for maneuver. It would be much more convenient if the 2 parties could trade. He could discuss bartering with the other party and complete the great cause of brushing points for each other. What's a pity is that I don't know if it was taken advantage of. Except for a public chat channel, there is no trading system between the 2 parties. Let Zhang Tuohai's plan fail at the first step. Perhaps we can think of a roundabout way, such as cultivating an agent similar to Song Xiaokong on the opposite side. Just as Zhang Tuohai was thinking about it, classmate Xiao Ai made a notification sound. Commander, there is a ship coming towards our direction. It is visually estimated to be a pre-dreadnought battleship. Are the enemies here again? Zhang Tuohai quickly looked at the 3D map. A huge battleship slowly appeared on the map. Unlike the small hull of the gunboat, this ship is truly a giant. The whole body is made of metal. There are 2 twin main turrets with a caliber of 300 millimeters. In addition to the main guns, there are many small turrets on both sides of the ship, loaded with secondary guns of different calibers. Under the water, the torpedo tubes are vaguely visible. The multiple turrets, the thick armored belt above the water, and the towering black smoke chimneys on the hull all represent that this thing is a pre-dreadnought battleship. The tonnage is at least 10,000 to 20,000 tons. It was coming slowly like a hill, and it was very oppressive. Facing this kind of mountain-like ship, Many people would be frightened just by looking at it. Zhang Tuohai felt that Liulifa's supply package was probably a joke when faced with a ship of this level. This kind of ship can compete with ships of the same level for a whole day without falling behind. If the 100mm artillery does not hit the vital part at very close range, it may be difficult to cause effective damage to it. However, for Zhang Tuohai, this kind of ship is just like that. All ships without a complete air defense system are living targets in front of Zircon hypersonic missiles. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to use the hanging hair system to let the opponent know how powerful the modern strike system was, he suddenly came up with an idea. Aren't you looking for a spokesperson? Isn't that what it is? Unleash 50 flying gasoline-powered saws, Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Yai. As commanded, a handful of flying gasoline-powered saws were ejected, because the drone's navigation and formation system is installed inside. These flying gasoline-powered saws are hovering on the roof of the car before receiving an attack order. Stun everyone on the boat! Don't kill anyone! Zhang Tuohai issued an order to the Fakian gasoline-powered saw. Buzz! 50 flying gasoline-powered saws were like locusts, overwhelmingly rushing towards the former dreadnought sword. Captain Charles! It's bad! A player wearing a body armor ran into the cab in a panic. What happened? Are you in a panic? Charles looked at the panicked player dissatisfied and pushed away the disheveled female secretary. There are flying gasoline saws everywhere in the sky. Please see how to deal with them, the player said in a panic. Can a gasoline saw fly in the sky? Have you been secretly drinking rum again? Charles looked at the players who rushed in with disdain, thinking that next time he must hide the wine in a place where they can't find it. No, there is really a gasoline-powered saw flying in the sky. If you don't believe it, look behind you. The player looked panicked and pointed behind Charles. Charles, who was doubtful, turned around and was stunned. 3 gasoline-powered saws were hovering outside the cockpit. Oh, the cake buyer! When Charles saw this, he couldn't help but took a few steps back in panic. His battleships are very powerful, with numerous artillery pieces of various calibers. In terms of firepower, even a self-propelled artillery regiment may not be able to match it. However, because the pre-dreadnought was completed relatively early, when aircraft were just big toys, there was no anti-aircraft firepower installed on the ship at all. Not even the most basic anti-aircraft machine guns, let alone various close and defense guns. Facing such a small aircraft, there is almost no way to fight back. The only thing that can be used to fight back is the various light weapons in their hands. Fark! Where did these things come from? Charles cursed as he took out the Glock from his waist, preparing to fight back. However, just then, 3 gasoline-powered saws struck the cockpit glass. Clang! There was a crisp sound, and the cockpit glass shattered. 3 gasoline-powered saws rushed in. Bang, bang, bang. Charles desperately pulled the triggers on 3 gasoline-powered saws, trying to knock these things off. However, these were all modified by Lilith. Lilith's modified items all have one characteristic, and that is sturdiness. Although it is only a consumable drone, Lilith still uses advanced alloys. It is impossible to resist artillery, but it is still no problem to use it to defend against small caliber weapons such as pistols and submachine guns. Before Charles even had time to empty the magazine, he saw a blue arc flashing in front of his eyes. And then he knew nothing. Chapter 680, Rolling Out the Spiritual Realm System. When Charles woke up, he found that he was tied tightly by his belt. His fingers were strangled by his shoelaces, and even his pants were pulled down to his knees to prevent escape, revealing Patrick Starr. Shorts. In front of him stood a man wearing armor. The overall streamlined shape of the armor has a very modern industrial aesthetic. The whole body is shimmering with metallic luster, and electric arcs are jumping on the fingertips. It is unusual at first glance. Behind him, there were 2 8-legged self-propelled machines standing, each holding a gasoline-powered saw in their hands, looking eagerly. Yo! You finally woke up! Zhang Tuohai looked at Charles with a smile. You? Who are you? Charles tried to struggle a few times, but the binding on his body was too strong. Instead of breaking free, the bound fingers were squeezed several times, making him feel sore, numb, and extremely uncomfortable. I'm just a businessman. I want to sell something through you, Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. I don't believe it. Charles looked like you were kidding me. They used those weird flying gasoline-powered saws to capture his ship and said they just wanted to sell some things through him. Who would believe it? No, you have to believe it. Zhang Tuohai squatted in front of Charles with a smile. Now, you only have 2 choices. 1. Cooperate with me and do whatever I ask you to do. What about the second one? Kill me? Charles asked. Why am I so cheap? Zhang Tuohai looked disdainful. I definitely won't kill you. I'll just smear honey on the soles of your feet and let him lick you a few times. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he pointed at the Malay sheep that was eating grass nearby. Perhaps sensing the gaze, the dark-faced Malay sheep raised his head from the hay bag and looked around in confusion, chewing hay in his mouth. How about it? Do you want to try it? Zhang Tuohai asked, holding a jar of honey. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's question, Charles couldn't help but trembled. Having your feet licked by a goat? What kind of evil spirit came up with this idea? He remembered that in the books he had read, it seemed that some unlucky people really died from such horrific punishments. The most frightening thing is that this kind of punishment is not as pleasurable as hanging. The worst unlucky guy laughed for 2 days before dying due to internal rupture and massive bleeding. I laughed for 2 days. It's too scary just thinking about it. Right? Thinking of this, Charles couldn't help but tremble. At this time, he felt that there must be a demon hidden behind the secondary armor. Moreover, looking at the honey and brush in the other person's hand, he was clearly ready to take action at any time. Whatever business you want to do, you can do whatever you ask me to do, and I will cooperate with you in whatever you do. Charles has given up resistance. As long as Zhang Tuohai doesn't use tricks on him, it doesn't matter what he does, even if it means tricking other players to death. Anyway, no one is familiar with it. It is basically put together temporarily, and there is no pressure at all when it comes to the trick. Sell this thing. Zhang Tuohai took out a stack of mobile hard drives and placed them in front of Charles. What? What is this? Learning resources? Charles looked at the mobile hard drive that was as tall as a person in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. The comprehensive control system is a good thing that simplifies manual operations. I plan to sell some goods in your area. However, since I don't have trading authority, I can only trouble you. Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. Are you really here to sell things? Charles was shocked. Are you crazy? Why do you have any objection? Zhang Tuohai looked at Charles with a smile and weighed the honey jar in his hand. Very much like King Li Tianwan of Toda. No. It's just a comprehensive control system. It's easy to talk about. Let alone this thing. I can sell even a piece of shit. Charles wanted to clap his chest to enhance his persuasiveness. But he had no choice. His hands were tied, so he could only stand up and speak. But you have to use your hands to sell things. Look at this, Charles said, squirming. 001. Help him get it out of the way. Zhang Tuohai tilted his head and said to a self-propelled machine. When 001, who had been standing next to Zhang Tuohai, heard this, he immediately raised the gasoline-powered saw in his hand and chopped down. Ruined! Charles closed his eyes in shock. However, the expected severe pain did not come. Instead, he felt a sudden lightness on his body. The belt that had been restraining him and the shoelaces on his hands had been cut. Are there any questions? If not, just get to work. Zhang Tuohai's cold voice came to his ears. Oh, good, Charles said quickly. Well, can you tell me what the characteristics of this system are? I have to know what I am selling. Otherwise, I won't be able to boast about it, Charles said with some embarrassment. There are hints on it. You can read it yourself. Zhang Tuohai casually threw a hard drive into Charles's hand. A line of game prompts appeared in front of Charles. Lingjing System version 0.8. It can comprehensively integrate various electronic systems and equipment such as search radars, fire control radars, command controllers, electronic warfare systems, automatic loading systems, and automatic driving systems in the vehicle to form an integrated interconnection. Automatic the driving function comprehensively improves the player's ability to control the vehicle. Note, this version is the extended deluxe version, which comes with 30 popular standalone games. This is a good thing. Charles's eyes gleamed when he saw this system. He can upgrade a small raft to a pre-dreadnought, so he certainly has some knowledge. No one understands the importance of this system to players better than him. Although the huge pre-dreadnought looks majestic, it also requires a lot of manpower. Under normal circumstances, a dreadnought requires between hundreds and thousands of manpower. Even if the game system simplifies most operations and provides a rudimentary operating system, players can complete most tasks in the command room. Part of the operation, however, requires at least 5 players to work together to make a pre-dreadnought work properly. And if there is a spiritual realm system, then it is very likely that only one person can start a pre-dreadnought ship. Even smoother than before. However, Charles suddenly thought of a question. With such a good system, Why would the person in front of me sell it? Doesn't he know how much this system will improve their district once it is rolled out? Doesn't he know that there is a regional battle going on now? How could you dig your own grave? Charles felt a little confused. Chapter 681 Bug. However, although Charles could not understand Zhang Tuohai's thoughts, he could understand the honey in Zhang Tuohai's hand and the expected look in Ba Liang's eyes. He knew that the man in front of him was more than just talking. He actually dared to do it. I'll sell it now! Charles opened the regional channel and began contacting some of his former acquaintances. As the leader of the Illuminati, he is also a well-known person, and he has some acquaintances in the original area, selling an advanced operating system that can connect all information systems on the ship. One-click query of the ship's status can allow the ship to enter full automation and greatly reduce manpower requirements. Anyone interested can chat privately. Charles greeted loudly. Significantly reduce manpower requirements? For players who use ships as their main vehicle, nothing else is important. Only this one can catch their attention the most. The ship looks mighty and majestic, but in fact, it requires a huge number of manpower. Moreover, the larger the ship, the more manpower it requires. Before full automation was achieved, it reached its peak. A real warship. There are at least several hundred to several thousand operators. Even though the operating systems of these ships have been greatly simplified, dozens of people are still needed. Therefore, for those players who use ships, in addition to upgrading the ships, another task is to recruit indigenous people and players who have lost their vehicles to assist in controlling the ships. In this case, two questions arise. First, the consumption of various materials has increased rapidly, and players have to spend a lot of time collecting various materials to provide food, clothing, housing and transportation for dozens or hundreds of people. This virtually slows down players' upgrade speed. The second is that when there are more people, various little ideas will appear. The indigenous people may form gangs, and dissatisfied players may even try to overthrow the captain and replace them themselves. All kinds of contradictions abound. Every player is thinking about how to reduce the number of natives and players in their hands. But it is not possible due to hardware conditions. Instead, due to ship upgrades, more and more manpower is needed. As a result, we have fallen into a vicious cycle where the more it develops, the greater the contradictions become. These captain players worry about rebellion every day, and their hair falls out in handfuls. Especially after 3 successful rebellions, the player captains became even more anxious. What was most difficult for them to accept was that in one case, the Aborigines rebelled, overthrew the players, took control, and successfully obtained the player's identity. This immediately hit the sensitive points of those players. These players raised their vigilance to the highest level. All kinds of weapons never left their bodies, and they even kept one eye open when sleeping, for fear that some of their subordinates would rebel. You can imagine how important it is for them that Charles launches this spiritual system that can integrate various operating systems and manage ships with one click at this time. For those players, as long as 10% of the manpower can be eliminated, it is a great thing. Not to mention this kind of system that can almost realize one person to control the entire ship. In an instant, Charles's private message exploded. Is this stuff real? It's not April Fool's Day. You better make sure everything you say is true. Otherwise, I will bring my fleet and bulldoze your Illuminati. Big bosses from all walks of life sent cordial greetings. Seeing the greetings from these big guys, Charles didn't dare to neglect and immediately sent a group of screenshots of the game system's prompts. With the testimony of the game system, the big guys suddenly lost their composure and asked Charles to sell this thing to them. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everyone has a share. I have a lot here. Enough for everyone, Charles said quickly. Seeing what Charles said, many bigwigs suddenly became suspicious. How did you get so many systems? What's your purpose in doing this? Give me a reason to believe in you. Otherwise, in this world, I will hunt you and your Illuminati to the end. Those big guys are not fools. If Charles obtained 1 or 2 copies of the system, they might not think much about it. But if he obtained hundreds of copies at once, this number would make people suspicious. This was not the first time for many of them to participate in this kind of regional confrontation. They knew the rules very well, but they were also basically familiar with them. Only 1 treasure box can be obtained for every player killed, and an item is randomly opened. This is an iron rule that no one can break. Why did Charles acquire so many systems without killing anyone? Seeing those murderous gangsters, Charles wanted to slap himself in the face to make you talk too much and expose your secrets. Right? Charles turned his attention to Zhang Tuohai for help. Zhang Tuohai just stared at Charles with cold eyes and gently shook the honey jar in his hand. As long as Charles could not solve this matter, the outcome was foreseeable. Looking at the jar of honey, Charles's legs trembled. Suddenly, he came up with an idea and immediately explained it on the channel. What's the use of killing the opponent? It's just 1 item plus 1 point at most. I don't care about this reward. I chose another way and captured the opponent alive. As long as I control the opponent, I can let him. The other party keeps copying the system to me. Isn't this kind of profit 100 times better than killing it directly? Let me tell you, I am using the card bug to get rewards. If you want to buy something, buy it as soon as possible. Maybe this bug will be blocked when. By then, you won't be able to buy it even if you want to, Charles said. After hearing what Charles said, the big guys were silent. Charles's casual nonsense stirred up a storm in their hearts. A thought arose in the minds of many big bosses. Is this okay? They didn't expect that there would be such a way to earn rewards in this kind of regional confrontation battlefield. No wonder they didn't expect it. In fact, in this kind of regional confrontation battlefield, both sides racked their brains to kill the other side. As long as they had the chance to kill the other side, they would never stop. Even if a prisoner is caught accidentally, most of them are tortured for information. And no one has ever thought about using the card bug to get rewards. After all, there is a demigod watching above. Only someone like Charles, who was forced into a hurry, would come up with such an argument in a hurry. Charles's words not only shocked the group of big players in the channel, but also Zhang Tuohai, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but feel moved in his heart. This is a good idea. It seems you can give it a try. Moreover, the Charles in front of him is an excellent experimental subject. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai looked at Charles with excitement in his eyes. This is a treasure. Chapter 682 Great White Fleet. After receiving Charles's explanation, the big guys seemed to agree with his statement, and they all gave their own prices and exchanged for a copy of the system. However, they did not install it themselves. Instead, they gave it to trusted members of the team and asked them to experiment to see if it worked as well as Charles said. The results of the experiment are obvious. The software that was merged from Shuquan's epic-making comprehensive control system, carefully integrated by Xiao AI, and tested by 3,000 to 4,000 players, is still of good quality. Moreover, part of the software in the Spirit Realm system, such as the Aegis system, was developed based on sea-based ships. After being loaded onto the ship, there is no acclimatization at all. The various test results are all of an excellent level. Not only did it perfectly solve the basic goals of the big guys, but it was also more perfect than they imagined. According to the reactions of his subordinates, if all weapons are equipped with fire control systems, it will really be possible for one person to control the entire ship. The idea they had been striving for was actually realized in this way. This discovery made the big guys ecstatic, and they immediately found Charles and asked to order another batch. Among the many private messages, the most eye-catching one is a highlighted red private message from. Is this a private message from Mr. Carter? When Charles saw the red private letter, he couldn't help but be stunned. This Carter is a well-known big shot in their area. He single-handedly formed a double 12 fleet consisting of 12 dreadnoughts as the backbone and 12 ironclads as the branches. Since all the ships in his fleet are painted in white, they are also called the Great White Fleet by players. Mr. Carter, who commanded the fleet, was even more popular. Not only was he personally guided by the great demigod Scarlet Moon Crown to become a dependent, but he also raised the level of his dependent to level 20. He is the person in the entire region who has upgraded his family badge the fastest. It can be said that Mr. Carter is almost the leading figure in the entire district. Compared with Mr. Carter's Great White Fleet, Charles's Illuminati is just a small organization with less than 5 ships, and it is not even worthy of carrying the other party's shoes. Seeing that it was Mr. Carter's private message, Charles didn't dare to neglect it and quickly opened it. The content of Carter's private message was very simple. That is, he asked Charles to package all the systems and sell them to him and not to anyone else. Otherwise, he would lead a team to promote him. That's right. It's a request, not a hope or a request. It's just so unabashed. And Charles can obtain the status of a peripheral member of the Great White Fleet. Normally, Charles would have happily agreed. That was the Great White Fleet that dominated the entire region. Although they are only peripheral members, they are not accepted by everyone. Once you successfully sneak in, you can move sideways throughout the area. Maybe we can ride on Mr. Carter's East Wind and become the goddess's dependents together. However, when he looked at Zhang Tuohai, who had been standing beside him, he immediately took this idea into his heart. He knew that if he dared to do this, Zhang Tuohai standing next to him would definitely be the first to knock him out. There was no other way. Charles could only bite the bullet and said, "Sorry. I still hope to sell this system to everyone in the entire region, comprehensively improve the strength of all players in the world, and contribute to the victory of the war." Carter frowned when he saw Charles's reply. He never expected that this guy named Charles would dare to refuse him. How long has it been since anyone dared to reject him so directly? How dare you refuse me? Very good. I hope you can say the same thing next time we meet. Carter sneered and said to the people around him, "Notify him, and let the person closest to Charles teach him a lesson. Let this guy know what respect and obedience mean." Yes. The order was immediately conveyed along the fleet channel. Soon, a dreadnought ship with 2 ironclads began to turning from the 8th channel to the 9th channel and attacking. "Sir, look." Charles looked at Zhang Tuohai in a flattering manner. "What he means is, look, I have offended the boss of this district because of you. Shouldn't you give me some benefits? At least the salary has been improved a bit." However, all he did was wink at the blind man. Zhang Tuohai didn't know how strong Carter was. He was not from the opponent's zone and had no idea about the strength of the players in the opponent's zone. Work hard and sell all these systems. If you do well, I might consider letting you go. Zhang Tuohai said calmly. "Can you really let me go?" Charles didn't believe it. "Why not? I'm just a small businessman who wants to make some money. Is it necessary to fight to the death for others? Whether I win or not has nothing to do with me. If you want to fight yourself, just fight. Don't associate it with me," Zhang Tuohai said disdainfully. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Charles immediately understood that Zhang Tuohai was a rookie participating in a regional competition for the first time. You must know that a regional confrontation must determine the outcome, and no player can stay out of it. Either win or die. There is almost no third way, even if some special circumstances occur that allow the player to escape under the condition of failure. It is almost like having several layers of skin peeled off. You don't know what kind of punishment you will face when you go back. But sometimes, it may be better to die happily. If he is really a rookie, he may be able to use this information to survive. You can even let this guy deal with Carter. A dragon and tiger want to fight. After they kill each other, I will run out to reap the benefits and swallow up the supplies of these 2 guys. If it really succeeds, these will all be my property. A new hope rose in Charles's heart. Originally, he just followed Zhang Tuohai's instructions step by step to avoid punishment. Now, with hope and motivation, Charles regained his motivation and began to trade seriously, bargaining with players one by one, striving for maximum profits. It's like working hard for yourself. Did this guy eat something he couldn't digest? Zhang Tuohai looked at Charles with a puzzled look on his face. This guy seemed to have been given a shot of blood. He was bargaining with the players excitedly, asking you to send me more than a dozen emails for a little profit. Moreover, this guy can operate multiple lines and trade with 7 or 8 players at the same time. He can also be organized and not messy at all. I have to say that in a certain way, this guy is also a business wizard. If he hadn't entered this in the world of survival, one might really be able to make a name for himself in the original world. However, Zhang Tuohai was not prepared to let Charles continue to perform like this. His goal was to roll out the spiritual realm system. As for how much money he made, that was secondary. It would be bad if big things were delayed because of petty gains. Don't compete for these petty profits and sell all the spiritual realm systems as soon as possible, Zhang Tuohai said impatiently. Okay. After receiving Zhang Tuohai's instructions, Charles reluctantly gave up the tug-of-war and sold a copy of the spiritual realm system. At the same time, his heart was bleeding. This was all his money, and he had lost a lot of money in vain. At the same time, Zhang Tuohai's eyes almost narrowed because there were more than 1,000 new data numbers on his background. Chapter 683 Rune Cannon. Classmate Xiai, please debug the performance of these systems, Zhang Tuohai said. This is the first time that the spiritual realm system has been installed on a vehicle belonging to other demigods. There are still doubts about whether it can be installed without any obstacles and whether it can achieve the expected goals. If the two cannot be interconnected, then what he has done before will basically be in vain. In addition to earning a sum of supplies, nothing was gained. Xiao immediately started running. Zhang Tuohai, on the other hand, was circling nervously. This test was related to his strategic plan for the future in this world, so he couldn't help but ignore it. And Charles seemed to be aware of the seriousness of the matter, and huddled aside nervously, not daring to make a sound. The arrogance I had when bargaining with people online is completely gone. Although their moods were different. The two people present realized what it meant to live like a year. Half an hour later. Classmate Xiao Ai smiled. Commander, after comprehensive testing, the frequency of the spirit realm system is between 82 to 100%, and it can basically operate without any obstacles. There is no problem with data collection, and it has fully met the predetermined standards. After hearing classmate Xiao Ai's report, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. Since it can operate without any obstacles, this means that his supporting plan can also be implemented. However, he immediately noticed a problem. Some systems have only 82% of the same frequency? Have you analyzed the reason? Zhang Tuohai asked. Now there is 82% of the same frequency. If the reason is not found out, next time it may be 72%, 62% or even lower. This will greatly reduce the efficiency of his spiritual realm system. It is also a hidden danger that cannot be solved if it is not solved. He had trouble sleeping and eating. It has been verified that a new type of equipment was found on the vehicle. The system and modules of this equipment are incompatible with our system. The energy source is not known: steam, electricity, or magnetism, but a kind of a completely new and untouched energy source that cannot be completely matched because it is completely unknown. Classmate Xiao Ai said. Brand new equipment? Unknown energy? Can the data be extracted? Zhang Tuohai became energetic. His car was clearly experiencing a bottleneck. It's not that it can't be improved, but that the direction of improvement has become narrower. In addition to being faster and stronger in defense, it seems to be stuck in a bottleneck with no way to break through. If a brand new system can be introduced, maybe it will give his car a comprehensive improvement. A lot of photos and data have been taken. Please take a look, classmate Xiao Ai said, showing a group of photos. Thanks to the suspicious captain, in order to control the dynamics of the whole ship, high-definition cameras were installed in every corner of the ship, even the bathroom, so that Xiao Ai could take such a complete picture. What appears on the screen is a cannon. This artillery looks like an ordinary bronze front-loading smoothbore artillery, with a thick barrel and an iron base that can adjust the angle of the artillery. But it does not even have a basic gun mantlet. You can even see a trace of rust on the gun. Obviously, the artillery users don't pay much attention to the maintenance of the artillery. If that's all, forget it. The most eye-catching thing is that there are strange patterns painted on the body of the artillery. These patterns are a bit like hieroglyphics and a bit like stick figures. They look weird, but each one is shining. Golden light. At the end of the picture is a short video. Zhang Tuohai clicked on the video. In the video, a T-62 tank is driving at high speed in the distance, shooting in the direction of the artillery while driving. The rumbling sound of cannons was heard from the video. However, judging from the video, the effect does not seem to be very great. The T-62's artillery was not able to penetrate the armored belt of the ship. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Without human control, the ancient front-mounted smoothbore cannon turned on its own. And as it aimed at the moving T-62, the golden pattern on the cannon shone brighter and brighter. Then, there was a muffled roar. A burst of white smoke rose from the muzzle of the front muzzle, and a round shell the size of a volleyball hit the T-62. Boom! The T-62 tank exploded instantly, and turned into a ball of fire. Wait a minute! Replay the scene just now! Frame by frame. Zhang Tuohai suddenly stopped the video. He remembered that although the T-62 was a tank from the Cold War, it was still considered a main battle tank. It had 2 layers of armor, rolled steel and homogeneous steel plates. Moreover, it seemed that reactive armor was added to it. A main battle tank with 3 layers of protection. Being blown up by an ancient muzzle-loading cannon is a bit incredible no matter how you think about it. The video starts playing back when the muzzleloader is fired. In the picture, the pattern on the front-loaded cannon kept flashing, reaching the maximum value 1 second before it was fired. Then, a black cannonball shot out from the muzzle. From the outside, this black cannonball seems to be no different from the shells used in ordinary muzzleloaders. However, after analyzing frame by frame, Zhang Tuohai discovered that there was actually a row of small patterns on the cannon shell. The pattern was different from the one on the cannon body, but it still shone with golden light. The moment the shell hit the T-62, the reactive armor detonated, and the reverse shock wave rushed towards the black shell. However, the golden pattern on the bomb shone, isolating the shock wave from the outside. Then, the bomb smashed through the 2 layers of armor, detonated inside the T-62, and directly blew the T-62 into pieces. Hiss! Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but take a breath of air. Originally, he felt that his armor had become very strong after being strengthened many times. The titanium alloy chromium-plated composite armor and the plasma shield were enough to block the face-to-face attack of a 300mm class naval gun. However, this muzzleloader painted with strange patterns taught him a solid lesson. An old muzzleloader gun can blast through the armor of a T-62. What if a 300mm naval gun is equipped with this pattern? Wouldn't it be possible to easily blast through his armor? Moreover, all of this is just an estimate, because he has no idea what the upper limit of the increased attack of this pattern is. You must find someone who knows the inside information to find out. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Charles next to him. First, "Sir!" Charles saw Zhang Tuohai turn his head and instinctively felt that something troublesome was going to happen. "Do you know what this thing is?" Zhang Tuohai showed the photo of the muzzleloader in front of Charles. "Isn't this a rune cannon?" Seeing the artillery in the picture, Charles blurted out. Chapter 684, Bull Ring. "You do know its origin. Tell me about it." Zhang Tuohai squatted in front of Charles and said, "This is the unique ability of our district goddess Feiyue Crown. The power of runes. The power of this rune is very powerful and can increase the effects of various items. The destructive power of artillery blessed with the power of runes will be doubled, and the blessed armor will be harder. If used to strengthen the machine, the efficiency of the machine will be doubled. Even if used to bless bread, the bread will become more delicious. Looking at the number of runes on the cannon, it should be strengthened more than once," Charles said. He actually didn't want to say it, but when he saw the honey jar in Zhang Tuohai's hand, his legs went weak. What's more, this is not his own secret, so why risk his own life to protect other people's secrets? "Can it be strengthened more than once? Please explain in detail." Zhang Tuohai became interested. "Well, I heard that too. After all, I don't have a rune weapon in my hand. Just listen. I don't know if it's true or not." Charles thought for a while and said, "Rune weapons can be strengthened multiple times. A player once strengthened a shield 6 times, and then it could directly block the direct fire of anti-tank missiles. In addition to repeated strengthening, you can also strengthen multiple attributes of an item. Just like this artillery, it has obviously been strengthened with range, power, and automatic aiming. There may be more, but that is not what I can do." "Got it," Charles said. "So that's it." After hearing Charles's description, Zhang Tuohai roughly understood the function of runes. This thing should have similar effects to the forging, enchanting, and strengthening in the game. Strengthen the attributes of the equipment, add entries, and improve the effect of the equipment. Moreover, it can be done repeatedly, but there is no risk of failure and the need for backup. "Is it rare to get an opportunity to strengthen according to your wishes?" Zhang Tuohai asked quietly. "That's not true." Charles slapped his thigh and said, "Some people say that there is a chance of opening the salvage supply boxes, but I have salvaged at least tens of thousands of supply boxes, but I haven't opened them once. Some people also say that there are special ways to get strengthening opportunities. However, every time I asked someone to ask, I was stopped. I was defrauded of money several times. After a long time, I was too lazy to look for it. Let's wait until we actually meet him." Speaking of this, Charles showed a hint of melancholy on his face. "That's right." Zhang Tuohai nodded. This is similar to his understanding. This kind of high-level stuff will definitely be monopolized by a small number of high-level players. Otherwise, if it becomes popular among all players, those high-level players will definitely be challenged. Therefore, those high-level players will definitely try their best to monopolize these routes to prevent latecomers from dividing their rights and materials. "By the way, have you sold all those systems?" Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked. "They're all sold, and the supplies are all here," Charles said, pointing to the pile of supplies next to him. As soon as Charles said this, he suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head, and then fainted. A self-propelled machine appeared behind Charles, holding a baseball bat. "Keep an eye on him, and whenever he wants to wake up, apply a sap to make sure he stays asleep," Zhang Tuohai said to the self-propelled machine. The reason why he wanted to knock Charles out was because he thought that Charles died just after the system was sold, which might arouse the vigilance of other players. So he knocked Charles out for a while. Wait a day or two, when the timing is no longer so sensitive, and then consider how to deal with this guy. After all, they are hostile players. They are worth 1 point anyway, so it is impossible to let them go. After waiting for the self-propelled machine to drag Charles away, Zhang Tuohai began to sort out the supplies that Charles had obtained. It must be said that the trading items obtained by Charles are very regional. Half of the items traded were all kinds of torpedoes. Big, small, long, short, thick, and thin. However, these are of little use to Zhang Tuohai. It can only be exchanged for points. And a set of torpedoes can be exchanged for 1 point. Continuing to scroll down, there are boxes of cans and fresh water, as well as a large amount of high-strength rum. It seems that the price of food in this area is quite high. Zhang Tuohai looked through the transaction items and had a pretty good idea. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. The food consumed by a team of 1 or 2 people and a team of dozens or hundreds of people is naturally not of the same order of magnitude. Take Zhang Tuohai as an example. He could eat the ham in his warehouse until he died. But if it were an entire fleet, it might not be able to sustain it for a week. No wonder food prices hold their value so well. However, these gadgets are completely useless to Zhang Tuohai. Their only function is to come from areas ruled by other demigods. Each portion can be exchanged for 1 point. Isn't there anything valuable? Zhang Tuohai rummaged around in disbelief. Finally, he found a small box at the bottom of the pile of supplies. When he opened it, he found a bronze ring inside. A line of game prompts popped up. The bull ring, a special item. After wearing it, the length of the phantom limb is increased by 20%. The durability is increased by 50%. And the physical strength is increased by 100%, allowing you to regain your male prowess. Additional skills: Savage Crash, Power of the Bull, and Phase Rush. A stick that can turn rivers and seas over. A hand that can turn clouds and rain. Looking at this ring, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. Isn't this a must-have for the protagonists of early fantasy novels to make a fortune? Why did you appear in this world? Moreover, some people use it to trade. Sure enough, LSP is the driving force. However, what Zhang Tuohai didn't expect was that this thing was actually worth 10 points. Why is this thing so valuable? Does it have any hidden functions? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be curious, and immediately looked at the ring carefully, trying to find out what was strange about it. After carefully examining it for a while, Zhang Tuohai finally discovered that the ring turned out to be a ring strengthened by runes. On the inside of the ring, a line of runes exuded little bits of fluorescence from time to time, looking extremely gorgeous. It would be great if I could also have the ability to enchant. Such an idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Tuohai's mind. If he could help people enchant. Let's not talk about how much the overall performance of the vehicle could be improved. Just by earning points, the improvement would be much faster. Others can only get 1 point by handing in an ordinary material. But he can enchant it first, and then hand it in, which will directly increase the points by 10 times. Perhaps, he will soon be able to raise the level of the dependent badge to the full level. According to the prompt system, he can raise it to after reaching the full level. There will be very useful special effects. And I don't know what they are. Chapter 685: The Nature of Runes. After thinking wildly for a while, Zhang Tuohai converted the pile of things into points. His point total soared to 1,003 points. There is also a plus sign after the level of the dependent badge, which can be used to inject points to increase the level. Upgrading from LV1 to LV2 only requires 100 points. Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment and decided to keep his points for the time being and wait for an opportunity before deciding whether to use them to upgrade his level or buy things in the points mall. Subsequently, Zhang Tuohai sent a self-propelled machine to try to dismantle the pre-dreadnought battleship left by Charles. However, the battleship was still like the gunboat it encountered at the beginning, unable to be dismantled at all. Even the supplies inside cannot be moved. These guys are really amazing at what they do. Zhang Tuohai sighed, shook his head, and asked classmate Xiao Ai to sink the ship. Whizzing. 2 Zircon hypersonic missiles hit the battleship's subwaterline compartment, one of which directly broke the keel. The huge pre-dreadnought battleship broke into 2 pieces, and then thousands of particles in the painting disappeared. The river became empty. Not even a board was left. It seems that only by killing players can you get the treasure chest. Seeing the disappearing ship, Zhang Tuohai understood another rule. Strolling back to the car, Zhang Tuohai threw the mania ring to classmate Xiao Ai. Archive this photo, especially the runes on it, and then send it to Lilith to see if it cannot be cracked. But if we can figure out the secret of the runes, we will make a lot of money. Commander, I have seen these runes before, classmate Xiao Ai said, while recording the runes on the Manyo ring. What? Have you seen it? Where have you seen it? When Zhang Tuohai heard this, he immediately became excited. He originally just had such an expectation. But unexpectedly, classmate Xiao Ai has discovered the clue now. Wait a moment, said classmate Xiao Ai. using a holographic projection to present a long list of records in front of Zhang Tuohai. At this time, looking at the codes floating in front of his eyes, Zhang Tuohai felt that this scene was unusually familiar. I have seen all these so-called runes in the imaginary core. In addition, I have also seen the same codes on the back side of the world. It is not yet possible to prove whether the functions are consistent, but based on the existing information, it can be inferred that these so-called runes, the runes, are most likely the underlying code of the imaginary core. So that's it. After hearing classmate Xiao Ai's conclusion, Zhang Tuohai's eyes suddenly lit up. I have to say that Xiao Ai's conclusion is indeed very reasonable. Whether it is science or almost magical runes, they are just external manifestations of the underlying logic. How it works depends on what kind of underlying logic is given to it. The expression given is a rune or an imaginary code. If a piece of paper is endowed with an indestructible underlying logic, then even an intercontinental ballistic missile cannot harm it in the slightest. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai thought of the black umbrella made of quantum crystals. The eternal barrier of the ability released by the black umbrella is also a manifestation of the underlying logic, but it has changed from runes to imaginary codes. It seems that these underlying codes are really powerful. If you master the means of compilation, you could almost be said to be invincible. And it seems that this Crimson Goddess has embarked on such a path. And it seems that she has succeeded and can already produce some runes in a targeted manner. I just don't know what the cost is. It seems that I have to speed up my actions, not only to crack the code, but also to find ways to apply it to reality. Zhang Tuohai figured this out, and then immediately entered Lilith's laboratory with the bull ring. As soon as he opened the door, there was a dull bang, and a flying gasoline-powered saw grazed his head and hit the door frame. What are you doing here again? When Lilith saw it was Zhang Tuohai, her face suddenly fell. I'm already very busy. Don't come over and make trouble for me again. Lilith was lying on the table, looking like a dead dog. This time is different. This time there is a major discovery, Zhang Tuohai said, and handed the ring to Lilith. Sure enough, you haven't given up on this idea. Pervert! Lilith tightened her white coat and stared at Zhang Tuohai with dead fish eyes. Why are you so perverted? Take a good look at the runes on it. Zhang Tuohai was speechless. It wasn't like he wanted to be like this. In fact, this ring had this ability. What could he do? This is the imaginary number code. They are engraved on the items. And then the items contain the ability represented by the imaginary number code? Lilith was indeed an academic elite. She played with the ring in her hand twice before she figured it out. That's right. So I want to find out how the imaginary code, or rune as it is called, manifests itself into reality. Is it an ordinary inscription? Or does it require special materials? These are what we need to know. If we can implement the code into reality, then everything will no longer be a problem. Zhang Tuohai said excitedly. Well, this is indeed a big deal. Let me give it a try. However, the cycle may be longer, so you have to be mentally prepared. Lilith tossed the bull ring in her hand and said, Yes, I know. Zhang Tuohai nodded. He knew that if this thing was so easy to crack, it would have been cracked long ago. Otherwise, it would not have been whitewashed as the special ability of the Crimson Goddess. Although this thing has a long cycle, it must be researched. Once successful, all the benefits will be unimaginable. And even he himself is expected to become a demigod. When the time comes, you won't have to fight for your life. Wouldn't it be nice to just sit on the Diaoyu Islands and be the mastermind behind the scenes? Just when Zhang Tuohai was having a sweet dream, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly sounded the alarm. Low-altitude artillery shells were discovered and autonomous interception has begun. Whizzing. Along with a whistling sound, 2 Zircon hypersonic anti-ship missiles shot out. What happened? Zhang Tuohai ignored his dreams and hurriedly ran to the command room. 2 artillery shells were discovered and intercepted by missiles. Classmate Xiao Ai played back the video. 100 kilometers away, 3 huge battleships were sailing slowly on the map, led by a huge dreadnought. The visual displacement is at least 20,000 tons. The huge 300 mm caliber main gun is emitting plumes of smoke. The most eye-catching thing is that the golden runes on the muzzle of the main gun are shining brightly. Because the other party was outside the map monitoring range, it was not discovered. When the other party entered the map range, it had already started shelling, so there was no early warning. Classmate Xiao Ai said reproachfully. This is all a trivial matter. Is there any way to kill this guy? Zhang Tuohai asked as he looked at the huge battleship. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could extract this main gun. If he could, he would have another research sample. which would be of great significance for cracking the imaginary number code. Chapter 686 Battle Against Rune Weapons. Try the first set of strikes, classmate Xiao Yai said, starting the 41 Malawang Quach's vertical launch system. 2 Zircon hypersonic missiles were fired at the huge dreadnought. In the blink of an eye, the Zircon hypersonic missile shot in front of the dreadnought and was about to hit it. At this moment, a bow statue on the bow of the dreadnought emitted a silver light. The bow of the ship looks like a mermaid. The whole body is made of silver metal, holding a shield in the left hand, a trident in the right hand, wearing a flower crown on the head, looking majestic. The silver light emanates from the mermaid's body. The silver light instantly enveloped the entire ship. As soon as the Zircon hypersonic missile hit the silver light area, it exploded and turned into 2 huge fireballs. However, the dreadnought, shrouded in silver light, was safe and sound. Not even a piece of debris fell onto the ship. The huge battleship showed no signs of abnormality and continued to sail towards Zhang Tuohai's direction at a constant speed. At the same time, the golden runes on the huge main gun shone again, as if it was about to carry out a second strike. The first strike was blocked. Should we carry out a second strike? Classmate Xiao Yai asked. No. Change the target and kill the 2 guys next to you first. Zhang Tuohai rejected Xiao Yai's plan to continue testing the attack. When it exploded just now, he had already seen clearly through the 3D map that there was a line of fine runes carved on the base of the ship's bow statue. Zhang Tuohai, who already had a preliminary understanding of runes, knew that this level of protection was almost law level in this world. Unless the upper limit of its defense was understood, missiles would be wasted in vain. It would be more cost-effective to kill the 2 followers at the back first. Clear. Xiao Yai immediately changed the target and launched 4 Zircon hypersonic missiles towards the 2 armored ships following behind. Both ironclads were in the style of the early Industrial Revolution, with huge chimneys emitting black smoke. There were actually 3 sails juxtaposed with the chimneys to supplement power. A huge ram was installed on the bow, and various main and secondary guns were mounted. There are multiple doors, but the largest one doesn't seem to be more than 200 millimeters, so it doesn't look very strong. It should be okay this time. Right. Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. However, one of the 2 ironclad ships suddenly sprinted forward 10 kilometers. It was more like teleportation than sprinting. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 kilometers away. If it weren't for a huge white track line between the 2, Zhang Tuohai would have thought it was teleportation. Although another ironclad ship was hit, 2 large holes with a diameter of 5 meters were broken. However, something like granulation seemed to have grown on the edge of the big hole, which was constantly spreading towards the gap. The big hole was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. He actually rescued an armored ship from sinking. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly enlarged the 2 armored ships. The sails of the first ironclad ship and the hull of the second ironclad ship were engraved with golden runes. However, the runes were a bit small for the huge hull, which was why Zhang Tuohai did not notice it immediately. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but gasp when he saw this. Unexpectedly, the 3 incoming ships actually had rune equipment, especially the dreadnought ship, which actually had 2 pieces of rune equipment on display. It seemed that its strength was not low. At this time, the original dreadnought had locked onto Zhang Tuohai again, and the brightness of the golden runes on the main gun reached its highest level. Boom! There was a muffled sound. A cannonball crossed a distance of nearly 100 kilometers and hit Zhang Tuohai. Whoosh! A Zircon missile hit the artillery shell, and a brilliant firework exploded in the sky. I can't fight hard, so I'll try to avoid it for now. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately backed up the car a certain distance, turned into a corner, and after making sure to avoid the sight of the 3 ships, he drove into the river. His car has long been equipped with a diving function, and it has been upgraded during the period. It can stay for a period of time even at the bottom of a shallow sea, let alone such a freshwater river. After diving the car into the river, Zhang Tuohai began to approach the front armored ship at submarine speed. Since the missile can't hit it, let's try a side-to-side battle and jump directly onto it, which will negate its speed advantage, and see what other tricks it has. As for the air, RQ-180 is left to monitor the situation at any time. At the same time, a player wearing a white cloak on the dreadnought held his hands on the railing and stared into the distance. Captain, according to the lookout report, the target has been lost. What should we do? The first mate said cautiously. Our mission is to kill that damn Charles, a hostile player, and ignore it for now. Let the Lightning continue to explore forward and find traces of Charles, said the captain in a white cloak. Understood. The first mate immediately conveyed the order. The ironclad ship that teleported forward 10 kilometers raised its sails and accelerated forward. Seeing the armored ship getting closer and closer to him, Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes slightly. His chance has come. Seeing the armored ship speeding towards this side, Zhang Tuohai had an idea in his mind. He took out a few mines that had been used as aerial bombs, set a certain depth in the water according to the opponent's water line, and placed them on the opponent's only channel. And he himself was quietly suspended in the water, waiting quietly. After 2 hours, the armored ship finally arrived near Zhang Tuohai's ambush point. Zhang Tuohai almost fell asleep while waiting. He found that he had discovered a weakness of the opponent. That is, the overall speed was relatively slow, except for some high-speed battleships with specific purposes. The approximate speed of most modern battleships is around 30 knots, which is equivalent to 55 kilometers per hour when converted, which is roughly the speed of a family car in the city. Those old battleships are even faster, usually between 10 and 25 knots. The era of sailing battleships was even worse. At 10 knots, you could kneel on the deck and thank Poseidon. This is an advantage for cars like Zhang Tuohai. But how to turn it into a victory is a headache. Perhaps we can rely on our advantageous speed to gather vehicles together and form a local battle in which more people fight against smaller forces. That might be a way. Zhang Tuohai recorded this method for future verification. But now he needs to deal with this armored ship with all his strength. The ironclad ship never expected that someone would dare to stay here to attack it, and even place mines on its channel. The most annoying thing is that next to the mines, there is a self-propelled machine that tracks the direction of the ironclad ship, adjusts the location of mines. Without any precautions, the armored ship Lightning had a close contact with a mine. Chapter 687, When the First City. Boom! A white wave arose. The bow of the unsuspecting ironclad ship was raised high, and then it crashed down hard, causing waves to rise more than 10 meters high. The huge hull shook violently. If it were an ordinary warship, the keel would have been broken by that blow just now. However, this ironclad ship only had a big hole in its bow, and a large amount of seawater entered the watertight compartment. But there was no risk of sinking for a while. When the enemy attacks, activate the phantom sail immediately and escape from this area. At the same time, inform Mr. Simon of the situation here and ask him to provide reinforcements as soon as possible. The captain of the Lightning issued orders loudly. Yes! Order after order was passed on. The dispatcher began to send a message. The golden runes on the ship's sails flashed, and the Lightning sped towards 10 kilometers away at a speed that was almost teleporting. As long as you escape from this area, there will be no problem, the captain of the Lightning thought secretly. However, the Lightning had just traveled less than 3 kilometers at a rapid speed when a violent explosion sounded again, interrupting the Lightning's rapid progress. If the previous mine only damaged the surface of the Lightning, this mine was directly pushed into the watertight compartment and exploded. It directly blew the watertight compartment, which was not very strong, to pieces. A large amount of water poured into the cabin, and the Lightning sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Upon seeing this, many sailors jumped off the boat and swam towards the shore in an attempt to escape. Zhang Tuohai, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. He never expected that this Lightning would be so resistant to being beaten. And it was solved with just 2 mines. I thought I had to jump into a gang and fight at close range. Looking at the sinking battleship, Zhang Tuohai no longer had the idea of taking action personally, but let the self-propelled machines take care of it. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. Many self-propelled machines used Gatling to shoot at the sailors, who ran out of the boat. Countless people sank into the river, and their blood dyed the nearby waters red. After taking care of the fleeing enemies, the self-propelled machines began to form a team to attack those still on the ship. As soon as a self-propelled machine climbed onto the bow of the ship, it was hit by a storm. Bullets of various types came like raindrops. If the self-propelled machine hadn't just been modified with a titanium alloy body, it would have been immediately scrapped. After the attack was thwarted, a large number of self-propelled machines immediately surrounded them, and a round of plasma grenades were thrown up, followed by flying gasoline-powered saws for aerial reconnaissance. At this time, the people who were originally blocking the cabin door had been burned to cokes by the plasma grenade. A bronze treasure chest appeared in the cabin. A self-propelled machine immediately went over and picked up the bronze treasure chest. After the treasure chest was picked up, the bodies of the ship and the sailors turned into light and disappeared. Seeing the Lightning disappear, Zhang Tuohai glanced at his watch, and the time was fixed at 5:19. The entire operation took no more than 6 minutes, which is not bad. Zhang Tuohai turned off the timer on his bracelet. At the same time, he glanced at the attributes on the family badge. The points had risen to 1012, indicating that there were at least 8 players on the ship. Are there only 8 players? Zhang Tuohai recalled a scene when the river was dyed red. It was obvious that there were definitely more than 8 people who died. Could it be said that the remaining ones are all recruited indigenous people? It seems that in the fleet, the ratio of those indigenous people is very high. I just don't know if there is a chance to instigate those indigenous people. If they can be allowed to live in their own nests, it'll be better on the contrary. Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. At this time, 001 had delivered the bronze treasure box to Zhang Tuohai. Goddess of Dice bless you. And something good will come out. Zhang Tuohai clasped his hands together and muttered something. After bowing to the box 3 times, Zhang Tuohai carefully opened the bronze box. A retro revolver appeared in Zhang Tuohai's hand. The pistol seemed to be made of brass, with the same overall tone, and the grip was walnut, with fine runes carved on the outside of the magazine. Plague Spreader, Rune Firearms. Each bullet contains a large number of deadly viruses, including typhoid, plague, Ebola, malaria, smallpox, and dengue fever. After being hit, people will quickly become sick and fall into various. This complication can be life-threatening if not treated in time. This thing isn't of much use. Zhang Tuohai scratched his head. The biggest highlight of this gun is that it can quickly cause infectious diseases, but it must be hit to be effective. But the question is, if it can hit, how much better to kill it directly with another shot? Why bother? Moreover, the ultimate shooting range of a pistol is usually about 50 meters, and the actual combat distance is usually between 10 and 20 meters. Within this combat range, Zhang Tuohai can use better high-voltage current instead of a pistol. However, this is still a rune weapon, and the runes on it are still very useful for Lilith in deciphering the imaginary number code. Send this to Lilith. Zhang Tuohai handed the pistol to 001. He himself did not dare to go to Lilith's room today for fear of being hacked. At this time, classmate Xiao Yi said, Commander, at the end of the battle, someone in the Lightning sent a radio message. Because it was too brief and lacked comparison, it could not be deciphered for the time being. However, I intercepted it. They actually still use telegrams to communicate with each other? Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. However, the person is dead. This news cannot be hidden. They can know it by just looking at the regional channel. Before they leave, kill these guys first. Zhang Tuohai said. Good. A large number of self-propelled machines immediately returned to the car. And then the car moved towards the remaining 2 ships in the distance in a submarine form. At this time, Si Ming on the Victory was looking into the distance with a gloomy expression. He had already learned about the death of all members of the Lightning through the obituary on the regional channel. His face was as gloomy as the bottom of a pot. The Lightning was his previous vehicle. He put a lot of effort into it, and even sent his cronies to control the overall situation. However, it just sank. Is there any news back? Simon turned to look at the first mate and asked. No, there's no news. The first mate glanced at the dispatcher and shook his head. Captain, the sinking of the Lightning is so strange. I suspect there is an ambush ahead. Why don't we retreat temporarily? Call for support. Wait until the main force of the fleet gathers, and then dispatch together. We will definitely eliminate the ambush ahead. Simon stared at the first mate with cold eyes. Do you think those damn guys will wait for us to slowly assemble the army? By the time the main force arrives, they will have already escaped. Pass my order, and the whole ship will speed up. I don't believe that with the protection of the statue of the goddess of the sea. How can he move me forward? Chapter 688, Gang Jumping. Si Ming relied on his Victory's strong ship and cannons, and was fearless. He rushed towards the area where Zhang Tuohai was at full speed. In fact, even if he turned on full power, he could only reach a speed of 30 knots, and it would take more than an hour to reach the accident site. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was thinking about how to get rid of the remaining 2 ships. The Dreadnought at the top of the list has 2 known pieces of rune equipment. One is a bow that can provide full ship protection, and the other is a large caliber main gun that greatly increases the range. The most powerful thing here is the bow image, which can actually intercept even hypersonic missiles. So mines and the like are probably useless. I don't know whether to use laser or not, but it's probably very risky. Even if it is effective, the laser damage area is still too small. Compared to a dreadnought with a displacement of more than 20,000 tons, it is almost like being bitten by a mosquito. Unless the blow hits the vital point, it will basically not hurt the muscles and bones. As for the other ironclad ship, judging from its appearance, it should have a hull self-healing function, and the speed seems to be not slow. The damage from 2 Zircon missiles was repaired in less than 2 minutes. It seems that it needs enough power to carry out a devastating blow. Otherwise, even if there is a little left, it can be repaired slowly. If there was only such a ship, Zhang Tuohai would definitely let the other party try what is called a saturation strike, and see whether the other party could repair it faster or he could fight it faster. However, this cannot be done when there is a ship nearby. The most important thing is that this ship is stronger. There are too many variables here. There is no need to take risks. You have to think of another way. The Victory cut through the waves and drove at high speed on the waterway, leaving a long trail behind. The remaining ironclad ship followed closely, guarding it at any time. The sailors in the cabin also put on body armor one by one, stood on the deck with various firearms, and nervously scanned the surroundings, acting as humanoid detectors. Shi Zi La. There was a harsh sound. Did you hear anything? A sailor asked, nudging the man next to him with his elbow. It sounds like a gasoline saw to me. My dad is a lumberjack. I hear this sound every day, and I'm very familiar with it. The crew member said, gasoline saw? Did you hear it wrong? This is on the river. And if you look at both sides, there are weeds. Not even a bush. Where did the gasoline saw come from? Damn it. As the sailor spoke, he accidentally raised his head, and was shocked to find that a gasoline-powered saw actually flew over his head. Is there really a gasoline-powered saw? Is it still flying? Am I not dreaming? The sailor rubbed his eyes with some suspicion. Gasoline-powered saws are really flying in the sky. Not only were they flying, they were also dropping some strange things. Bang bang. Grunt. Round cans fell to the deck one after another, and then bursts of thick smoke came out from inside. Enemy attack. Smoke bomb. Someone immediately shouted. Someone immediately grabbed the smoke bomb on the ground and threw it into the water next to it. However, a large group of gasoline-powered saws fell from the sky and threw a large number of smoke bombs onto the deck. Soon, the deck was enveloped in thick smoke. Normal smoke bombs contain yellow phosphorus and sulfur trioxide, which have a pungent smell. However, if you can hold it back, it won't be a big problem. You can resist it through willpower. However, these smoke bombs were specially made by Zhang Tuohai, and a large amount of dried chili powder was added to them. These dried chili powders exploded into the air. Those sailors were only equipped with simple bulletproof equipment. They never expected that anyone would use this trick. They were all choked with dried chili powder and burst into tears, and their throats were burning. Several sailors subconsciously wiped their eyes with their hands. Good guy. Their eyes were covered with tears, and they couldn't see anything clearly, while the sailors on the deck were running around. 8-legged self-propelled machines crawled out of the water and climbed along the side of the ship to the deck. The self-propelled machine is equipped with a full set of infrared imagers. Even in thick smoke, it can clearly distinguish the target. It raises the Gatling in its hand to shoot at the players on the ship. Da-da-da. A series of metal storms swept through, and sailors on the deck fell in batches. A few of the more elite ones closed their eyes, hid behind the bunker, and fought back in the direction from which the gunfire came. Upon seeing this, 001 immediately switched the weapon to high-voltage current. Stabbing. Stabbing. A series of arcs flashed, and the bunkers that helped them block the bullets all turned into death charms. The players hiding behind the bunkers were all twitching from the electricity. At this time, the command room also discovered the situation on the deck, and someone immediately set up an anti-material rifle and started to fight back. The marksmanship of these people was really good. They killed 3 or 4 self-propelled machines in 2 rounds of shooting. 001 immediately commanded the remaining self-propelled machines to counterattack with electromagnetic guns. Bang bang bang. The 2 sides began to snipe wildly. Although the people in the command room have used all their strength, anti-material rifles and micro-electromagnetic guns are really not on the same level. Only by hitting key positions with anti-material rifles can self-propelled machines lose their ability to move. And as long as they were hit by the micro-electromagnetic gun, half of their bodies would be gone. There is simply no comparison between the 2 parties. The situation at the scene also proved this. After 2 rounds of volley fire, not to mention these people with anti-material rifles, even the entire command room was beaten to ashes. Half of the command room collapsed. 001 waved his hand, and 7 or 8 self-propelled machines rushed forward and occupied the command room. In the command room, a bronze box was quietly suspended in midair. 001 picked up the bronze box. The huge ironclad ship began to turn into particles that filled the sky and disappeared without a trace. The self-propelled machines also had experience, and they jumped into the water and rushed towards the Victory. At this time, the battle on the Victory also entered a fierce state. While 001 led the team to attack the ironclad, Zhang Tuohai also personally directed the attack on the Victory. Just when Faking Gasoline saw through the smoke bomb onto the deck of the Victory, Zhang Tuohai jumped out of the water and was the first to rush onto the deck. However, the Victory was not slow to respond and immediately activated the bow image. A silver curtain of light enveloped the entire ship. A large number of self-propelled machines rushed up and hit the silver light curtain. The remaining self-propelled machines saw this and immediately looked for other entrances. They walked around the Victory and were shocked to find that the entire Victory seemed to be wrapped in egg shells, without leaving any gaps. No matter it is in the air or underwater, there is no gap left. Chapter 689 Si Ming. Zhang Tuohai's gang-hopping war can be said to be a success or a failure. Success was because he successfully jumped onto the deck of the Victory. It failed because he was the only one who successfully jumped up. The self-propelled machinery and the Faking Gasoline saw were isolated by silver light curtains. That's sloppy. Looking at the enemies on the deck, Zhang Tuohai had a lot of MMP to talk about. Fortunately, however, when he jumped up, Faking Gasoline saw had already thrown the smoke bomb mixed with chili powder onto the deck. The crew of the Victory were caught off guard and lost most of their combat effectiveness due to the smoke bombs. The situation still has some advantages for Zhang Tuohai. Look at the thunder in my palm! Zhang Tuohai waved one hand and pointed 2 fingers at a nearby sailor lying on the ground rubbing his eyes. Stab! An electric arc emerged from the fingertips and rushed to the sailor's body. The strong high-voltage electricity emitted a dazzling blue light. Flashed twice, and the sailor fell to the ground motionless, exuding a burnt smell. Superior! Zhang Tuohai waved his hand. The 6 electromagnetic floating cannons that had been hovering behind him spread out in a battle formation and targeted everyone around them one by one. Dazzling electric lights flashed in the thick smoke. The moans on the deck gradually decreased, and the burnt smell became stronger and stronger. However, a flagship is a flagship after all, and the quality of sailors is not the same. Several people took out protective masks from their satchels and even brought infrared imagers. They used others around them as cover to fight back with assault rifles. However, the assault rifles in their hands could not penetrate the electromagnetic armor on Zhang Tuohai. They were discovered by the electromagnetic floating cannon and eliminated one by one. The entire battle took less than a minute to kill 109 sailors and more than 80 gunners on the deck one by one. There was even a player among them, which increased Zhang Tuohai's points a little and got a bronze treasure box by the way. After seeing that the deck was cleared, Zhang Tuohai immediately flew towards the cabin. Just halfway through the flight, there was a burst of machine gun fire from ahead. The bullet hit the surface of the armor and made a crackling sound. Zhang Tuohai immediately stepped aside, and then took off the individual cloud explosive bomb that he had been carrying on his back. This was specially brought to attack ships. There are many lanes in the ship, which are easy to defend and difficult to attack. Several people can hide in any place. If you are not careful, you can easily be attacked by a sneak attack. But with this thing, the offensive and defensive advantage can be easily reversed. I opened the seal barrel, took a brief look in the direction, and pulled the trigger directly. Whoosh! The individual soldier's cloudburst projectile shot into the cabin and then exploded. The original function of individual soldier cloud bombs is to ablate the oxygen in the air, causing people to suffocate to death. It can still work normally in the wilderness, and it is even more powerful in a cabin that is already small and has turbid air. The effect is several times better than in the wilderness. The action area has also been greatly increased. Plop! Plop! There were falling sounds one after another in the cabin. Go and find out the situation. Zhang Tuohai did not dare to act rashly, but directly sent the electromagnetic floating cannon in. Narrow lanes are the best battlefield for this kind of floating cannon. With its small body, powerful attack, solid body, and silent flight, even if there are still remaining players in the lane, it is not certain who will attack by surprise. The floating gun entered the tunnel for reconnaissance, while Zhang Tuohai used the floating gun's perspective to view the situation in the tunnel. You don't know this by looking at it, but you'll be shocked when you see it. At first glance, the various lanes in the cabin have been specially modified. There are bunkers and machine guns everywhere, as well as some push-and-pull bulletproof shields. At first glance, they are specially designed to defend against boarding and jumping gangs. Even if a large number of people rushed to the victory, they could not completely seize control for a while, and could only fight for it repeatedly in the flesh and blood mill of the alley. The captain of the victory also took great pains. However, when he met Zhang Tuohai, a master with no martial ethics, he directly attacked with cloud explosion bombs, making his plan useless. In fact, if self-propelled machinery could be brought up, Zhang Tuohai would not even send the floating cannon in, but directly throw napalm bombs in, turning the cabin into a barbecue box. Just as Zhang Tuohai was watching the images from the floating cannon at the door of the cabin, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Attention! Captain Si Ming of the Victory is preparing to attack from above. And the weapons used are also quantum crystal weapons. So please be careful. Huh? Someone wants to attack me! Zhang Tuohai stepped forward with his feet. Plasma flames appeared under his feet, and he quickly retreated. In front of him, a dark figure fell from the sky and landed on the deck. This man was dressed in a black military uniform, with a black cloak behind him, and a long sword in his hand, which was inserted directly into the deck. If Zhang Tuohai hadn't been able to hide quickly just now, he would have been nailed to the deck by now. The person who came had a gloomy look, with half long hair hanging loose, and half a faceless mask hanging on his face. This look made him look like a villain. Are you the main messenger of the attack? Si Ming looked at Zhang Tuohai and asked coldly. Cut the nonsense! The direction of the plasma jet at Zhang Tuohai's feet changed and flew into the air. Then he aimed the electromagnetic gun in his hand at the guy and directly pressed the start button. Whoosh! An alloy projectile was fired at the opponent with lightning speed. Normal people would never be able to react in such a short period of time. By the time they discovered it, their bodies had already been pierced. However, what shocked Zhang Tuohai was that the man in black in front of him waved his cloak with one hand. When the metal projectile was about to hit the cloak, it seemed as if magic had been cast, and the speed of the alloy projectile changed rapidly. Slowly, it finally stopped in front of the cloak, and finally exhausted its kinetic energy and fell to the ground. Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he saw this. He had an extra coin in his hand and flicked it towards Si Ming. After Lilith's transformation, he can also use the electromagnetic gun, but the power and accuracy are not as powerful as the real electromagnetic gun. However, it is good as a substitute attack method. However, after the coin got close to the cloak, like the previous alloy projectiles, it slowly stopped and fell to the ground. There's something wrong with this cloak! Zhang Tuohai frowned. The tactical helmet began to quickly scan the opponent's cloak. After some inspection, I saw a row of fine golden runes on the edge of the cloak. However, there was a layer of fluff on the outside of the cloak, which covered the runes. It was not easy to find it without looking carefully. You actually have rune equipment? Isn't this guy's equipment too good? Zhang Tuohai was secretly shocked. At this moment, a sneer appeared on Si Ming's lips. These are the only methods? If these are the only methods, then go to hell. After saying that, Si Ming jumped up suddenly. Obviously, he didn't have any jet equipment on him. But with just one jump, he came directly in front of Zhang Tuohai and slashed at Zhang Tuohai with the long sword in his hand. Chapter 690 Weird Mask. How can this guy jump so high? Is it modified or equipped? Seeing Si Ming jumping up, Zhang Tuohai almost didn't react, but he reached back and pulled out the black umbrella he had been carrying on his back and placed it above his head. The prompt system has warned that the opponent has weapons made of quantum crystals. Zhang Tuohai had already seen the secret of quantum crystals from Alice. Only quantum crystal weapons can fight against quantum crystal weapons. Otherwise, they will be beaten into nothingness. Seeing Zhang Tuohai pick up the black umbrella to resist, a hint of imperceptible ridicule flashed in Si Ming's eyes. He has tricked countless players with this trick. Many players thought that the long sword in his hand was just a sharp long sword with runes attached, and wanted to use rune weapons to block it. However, only he knew that the long sword in his hands was not a rune weapon at all, but a rune weapon. A quantum crystal weapon. Needless to say, the outcome of using ordinary rune weapons to resist quantum crystal weapons is that they are beaten into nothingness in an instant. And this also established his reputation as an invincible player in the area. He felt as if he had already seen the scene where the damn guy in front of him was chopped into nothingness. However, what he saw in the next second made him stunned, because that inconspicuous black umbrella actually blocked the long sword in his hand. The long sword struck the black umbrella, not to mention cutting the opponent into nothingness. Even the umbrella cloth was not cut. What's going on? Why did it malfunction? Why didn't this guy disappear? Is the method used wrong? Simon suddenly increased his strength and tried to press down. However, the force of the plasma jet at Zhang Tuohai's feet also increased sharply. Simon was caught off guard and lost his balance as he rolled backwards. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai seized the opportunity, and a burst of electricity shot out from his hand. This time, Zhang Tuohai learned the lesson well, and the electric current did not shoot towards the larger body, but directly towards the unprotected half of the face. High voltage current is directly injected into the body. In an instant, half of Simon's face turned into burnt black coal. While Simon was screaming, Zhang Tuohai also had a look of horror in his eyes. Because a normal person would definitely be dead after suffering such a blow. My brain was burned to ashes. But the Si Ming in front of him seemed to be just injured. Not even seriously injured. How dare you? Simon held the sword in one hand and covered the injured half of his face with the other hand, floating in the air. The remaining eye glowed fiercely. How dare you hurt me? I will never. Before he could finish speaking, the electricity in Zhang Tuohai's hand struck him again. This time, Simon didn't dare to make any excuses. He raised his cloak with one hand and blocked it in front of him. The blue current hit the black cloak, and the golden runes on the cloak flickered. Although the high voltage current was extremely powerful, it was unable to penetrate the cloak's defense. And eventually the energy was exhausted and dissipated without a trace. Feeling the current disappear, a smile appeared on Simon's lips. It seemed that the guy in front of him was nothing more than that. If he hadn't been careless just now, he would never have been injured like this. As long as you are careful, this guy can't hurt you. Just when Simon put down the cloak in his hand and prepared to fight back, suddenly he saw a black umbrella hit his head hard. Shameless guy! Simon cursed angrily and raised his cloak to resist, while the long sword in his other hand stabbed Zhang Tuohai in the lower abdomen. He had full confidence in the defensive power of his cloak and was prepared to take a beating and kill Zhang Tuohai. However, just after the long sword in his hand was thrust out, he was shocked to find that Zhang Tuohai's body was floating sideways, hanging upside down above his head. The black umbrella also bypassed the cloak in his hand and hit his unprotected back of the head. Simon felt that his body was dissipating rapidly, including the combat suit and black cloak that he had spent a lot of money to build, all turning into nothingness. This is no different from the players he killed. It turns out to be a quantum weapon. No wonder. But how did he obtain it? Could it be? Simon felt that his brain could no longer function because his body completely dissipated into nothingness. Not even a speck of ashes was left, except for one treasure chest. Bang! Two things fell from the sky and landed on the deck. Is there anything left? Zhang Tuohai also looked shocked. He hurriedly picked up the treasure box, then landed on the deck and picked up the two fallen items. At this time, the huge victory began to turn into particles all over the sky and dissipated without a trace. The silver light film that had been blocking it also dissipated. Many self-propelled machines and flying gasoline saws also rushed in. Withdraw! Withdraw everyone! Zhang Tuohai stepped on a flying gasoline saw and directed many self-propelled machines to retreat rapidly. Classmate Xiao Ai also rose from the water and assisted everyone in evacuating. Zhang Tuohai returned to the car with the self-propelled machine, and then had time to check the seized materials. Except for the treasure chests left by several players when they died. All that was left was a long sword and a half-face mask. The long sword and the half mask were both items worn by Simon. Zhang Tuohai picked up the sword first and looked at it carefully. It has the shape of an ordinary half-hand sword, and there are no decorative patterns on the sword. It looks like an ordinary long sword. But who would have thought that this is actually a quantum crystal item? The most terrifying thing about it is not the sharp blade, but the dimension-reducing strike effect caused by the higher level. Not to mention the shape of a long sword. Even if it is shaped like a toilet pusher, it can easily destroy heavy tanks without leaving a trace. Zhang Tuohai carefully looked back and forth, preparing to send it back to Lilith for study. He already has a better black umbrella for the same weapon, and it is useless to leave it here. It is better to send it to Lilith, and maybe he can make some new discoveries. Putting down the long sword, Zhang Tuohai curiously picked up the half of the mask. He didn't expect that this thing could actually survive the blow. He originally thought that this thing was just an ordinary mask used to show off, or at most a piece of rune equipment. But even though the big cloak was beaten to ashes, this mask remained unscathed. This is enough to prove its extraordinary quality. Could it be that this thing is also an item made of quantum crystals? Zhang Tuohai was curious and picked up the mask and looked at it carefully. The mask is very ordinary, with very smooth overall lines. apart from the protruding nose bridge and eye holes. It can be seen that it is human-shaped, and there are no other markings. For some reason, Zhang Tuohai felt a strange feeling rising in his heart. That is, putting this strange mask on his face. As long as he puts on this mask, he will have everything. Chapter 691 Valkyrie's Guardian. Put it on! Put it on! And you'll get everything. Zhang Tuohai felt a voice whispering in his heart, and his hands became involuntarily trying to put the mask on his face. Zhang Tuohai's heart suddenly went cold, and big beads of sweat dripped down, desperately trying to throw the mask in his hand. However, his hand seemed to be disobedient, holding on to the half of the mask and unable to throw it out, and even tried to put it on his face. Zhang Tuohai felt as if another force was born within his body, frantically fighting for control of his body. What's going on? What is this? Zhang Tuohai struggled desperately, but the areas of his body that did not obey orders were getting bigger and bigger, gradually spreading from his fingers to the entire arm, and was spreading in depth. Am I going to die here? Zhang Tuohai was terrified. The hand holding the mask kept getting closer to Zhang Tuohai's face. Zhang Tuohai leaned back desperately, but he couldn't stop the mask from getting closer to his face. As the mask came closer, Zhang Tuohai seemed to hear crazy laughter. And it was not just one person, but a group of people. A large group of people, laughing wildly in his ears. The laughter was sharp, hissing and crazy, making people go crazy, numb. There were even traces of black energy seeping out of the mask. There were countless ferocious faces in the black energy, desperately crawling outwards, as if they wanted to break out of the black energy. At this moment, a delicate hand suddenly pulled away the half mask. Zhang Tuohai instantly felt clear in his mind, and his body instantly regained control. Zhang Tuohai was caught off guard by his body's sudden recovery, and he fell to the ground involuntarily. Call! Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath, then looked up and saw a young lady wearing a maid costume standing in front of him, holding the half mask in her hand. He also knew this maid. She was the one who gave him the family badge last time. I've seen it, little sister. He got up from the ground and said respectfully, You are very good. You can actually persist under the whisper of the evil god for so long. The maid lady nodded with satisfaction. The whisper of the evil god? Is it the name of this thing? Or does it come from the evil god? Zhang Tuohai asked. Anything is fine, the maid said with a chuckle. You are very keen. This thing does come from the evil god. It is specially used to confuse players who instigate rebellion. Moreover, this kind of thing comes in various shapes. Be careful when you encounter it in the future. Give me the badge of favor. The maid held out her hand. Here you go. Zhang Tuohai didn't dare to neglect after hearing this, and quickly handed the beloved badge to the maid. I actually got more than 1,000 points. It was so fast. The maid glanced at the points above and looked at Zhang Tuohai in surprise. It's just a fluke, Zhang Tuohai said humbly. Don't just think about saving points to buy things in the mall. It's better to raise your level. There are many benefits, the maid said as she touched the badge with her finger. There is an additional mark of lightning on the badge. Afterwards, the maid's sister threw the badge to Zhang Tuohai. I've added the mark of the goddess's crown to you, so you won't be bewitched by the evil god in the future. I took this mask away, and I will exchange it with you to make up for your loss, the maid said, and threw a ring to Zhang Tuohai. Also, my name is Lin. After the maid's sister finished speaking, she stepped into the light door and disappeared. Zhang Tuohai stood there without saying a word at all. He still had many questions that he had not asked. For example, what is the evil god? What is the purpose of the evil god's appearance? Is there any way to fight it? Is there any reward if I kill or report him? As a result, Miss Lin didn't give him a chance to ask questions at all. She just finished the transaction and left. Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and glanced at the favored badge. There is an extra line of prompts above. The lucky ones favored by the goddess will never be bewitched by the evil god. Is this a buff against confusion? Zhang Tuohai looked at the badge over and over again, and then carefully put it away. Then, he picked up the ring and took a look, and the expression on his face suddenly became wonderful. The bull ring, a special item. After wearing it, the length of the phantom limb is increased by 20%. The durability is increased by 50%, and the physical strength is increased by 100%, allowing you to regain your male prowess. Additional skills, Savage Crash, Power of the Bull, and Phase Rush. A stick that can turn rivers and seas over. A hand that can turn clouds and rain. I already have one of these things. What do you mean by giving me one back? Zhang Tuohai looked at the ring and scratched his head. Moreover, What does Miss Lin mean by giving me this? Is it just a random thing? Or is there some metaphor behind it? Zhang Tuohai held the ring and looked around for a long time. But he didn't find any difference between this ring and the original one. Forget it. Keep taking it back for research. Just treat it as one more test sample. Zhang Tuohai had no choice but to put it away. Afterwards, Zhang Tuohai came to the bronze treasure boxes and opened them one by one. The contents of the treasure chest are all random. It can be as small as a piece of moldy bread and as large as a 300mm caliber main gun. However, most of these gadgets are of no use to Zhang Tuohai and can only be exchanged for points. Just when Zhang Tuohai thought he would find nothing again when he opened the treasure chest, suddenly, a statue as tall as a person appeared in front of him. The statue is all silver, with the main body being a mermaid holding a trident in one hand, a tower shield in the other, and a Roman helmet on her head. Astonishingly, it was the Bao statue of the victory. Valkyrie's Guardian, level 6 statue. Root equipment. Can be used as a level 6 special accessory. After activation, you can obtain Valkyrie's Guardian, which can withstand any damage for 1 minute. Cooling time, 1 hour. Did it last only 1 minute? Zhang Tuohai stamped his feet and beat his chest when he saw the specific data of the ship's Bao image. If he had known that the duration of this thing was only 1 minute, he would have killed the opponent during the cooldown period, and he would not have caused all the trouble later. He felt that when he saw various rune equipment in the future, he must try more. Maybe he could kill the opponent within the cooldown time. Classmate Xiaoyai, come ashore and continue on your way. Zhang Tuohai shook his head and said to classmate Xiaoyai, Commander, it's getting late. Do you want to cross the river now and go directly to the next lap of the track? Classmate Xiaoyai asked. Hearing what classmate Xiaoyai said, Zhang Tuohai looked up and was shocked to find that the sun was already setting in the west. It looked like it would be dark in a few hours. The drug circle will be narrowed tomorrow, so it's better to leave early. Other players have to find bridges or rivers to enter the inner circle, but Zhang Tuohai doesn't need to at all. He can just find a flat place to cross. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai drove towards the other side of the river. Chapter 692 Super Extension. Zhang Tuohai drove his car towards the canal. At this moment, there were bursts of motor sounds coming from the opposite side. Zhang Tuohai turned around and saw that a hovercraft had just climbed onto the shore from the opposite river channel, and happened to collide with Zhang Tuohai. Which one on both sides didn't make a move? Zhang Tuohai didn't take action because he wasn't sure which side he was facing. Although it seems that the other party is driving a hovercraft. What if it is also a modified model like him? In this kind of confrontation battlefield, one's own side has no advantage. If the guns are pointed at people on one side again, it may attract the intervention of the goddess, and the gain outweighs the loss. The other party looked confused as Zhang Tuohai's Hummer appearance rushed out of the water. When will the Hummer be able to wade in water? Brothers, kill this guy! Several people on the hovercraft took the lead to put aside their worries, manned the machine guns on the hovercraft, and started shooting at Zhang Tuohai's car. Boom boom boom. Many bullets hit Zhang Tuohai's outer armor, making a clanging sound. You did it yourself. Don't blame me. Zhang Tuohai immediately became happy when he saw these people taking action. This time, he had a reason to take action. No matter who the other party was, he had no worries. It's easy to deal with these unprotected guys. Just sweep them with close and defense cannons. However, Zhang Tuohai didn't want to kill them so quickly. He planned to use them as waste and test the effect of the newly acquired ship's Bao statue on them. Activate Valkyrie's Guard, Zhang Tuohai said. A silver light instantly enveloped Zhang Tuohai's car. This light not only enveloped the surroundings of the car, but even the top and bottom of the car. It looks like a silver egg from the outside. And those bullets were bounced away by the silver light. What is this? Several players stared blankly at the silver light curtain that suddenly appeared, completely unaware of what was happening. Just when they were confused, suddenly behind them, a huge water splash splashed. Zhang Tuohai looked over intently, and a huge anglerfish poked its head out of the water. This anglerfish is extremely huge. Its mouth alone is at least 20 meters wide. The anglerfish rushed to the shore with its big mouth open and swallowed the hovercraft and Zhang Tuohai's car together. Then, he submerged into the water again. Zhang Tuohai felt like the world was spinning. He spun around in the car several times before barely holding on to the armrest to steady his body. How is it going? Zhang Tuohai asked. The car body is in good condition. The silver light curtain still lasts for 42 seconds. Wang Kai is slightly injured. Lilith is very angry because of a sudden change, and the experiment failed. She is in the irritable stage. It is recommended not to approach easily. A Wei hit his head, the sharp object died, and is being resurrected. Classmate Xiao Ai reported the situation in the car. Poor Ah Wei. Zhang Tuohai sighed, and then said, immediately analyze the possibility of getting out of trouble and list out ways. The optimal solution is to use a laser launcher to attack. However, there is acid outside the light curtain. I am worried that the acid will damage the laser launcher. This is our only level 8 weapon. Before we find a replacement, it should be preserved as much as possible. That's true. Is there any alternative? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the acid outside the screen and nodded. At this time, outside the light curtain, half of the corroded and broken bones were floating by. It was the player who just fired at Zhang Tuohai with the machine gun. However, just a few seconds after entering, it was corroded like this. It can be seen that the corrosiveness of this acid is not generally strong. If possible, Zhang Tuohai really does not want to take the risk of losing a level 8 weapon. We can try to use infrasound waves to disturb the anglers and make them vomit us. However, the probability of success is unknown. Then let's try it first. Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. I have a solution. A cold voice sounded. Zhang Tuohai turned around and saw Lilith pushing open the door and walking in. At this time, there was a lot of black ash on Lilith's face, some burnt marks on her hair, and a few holes in her white coat, making her look a little embarrassed. What can we do? Tell us quickly. Zhang Tuohai said quickly. This. Lilith took out a pink square vacuum-sealed bag with a raised ring in the middle. What's the use of this thing? Zhang Tuohai was confused. This is a super extensible and versatile TT that I recently developed. No matter what the size, it can automatically adjust to the best size to achieve the best comfort. This is a pioneering work in materials science. Lilith said seriously. But what does this have to do with our current situation? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. In order to satisfy your various strange XP and avoid hurting your body in the wrong place, I specially increased the corrosion resistance of this thing. Even if it is the extremely corrosive acid outside. Lilith said seriously. So what? Zhang Tuohai wiped his sweat and determined to hide those notebooks in the future. Put this thing on the car. Puff. Zhang Tuohai almost spat on Lilith's face. I'm not done laughing. Lilith said seriously. Then try it. Zhang Tuohai was helpless. Lilith handed the TT in her hand to classmate Xiao Ai. Classmate Xiao Ai controlled the robot to open the package, and then held it up. The TT with a diameter of up to 2 centimeters was stretched at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Tuohai watched carefully, fearing that it would burst in the next second. However, that didn't happen. Although a TT with a diameter of less than 2 centimeters was stretched by 4 robotic arms into a ring with a diameter of at least 4 meters, there was still no intention of breaking or exploding. The ductility is so strong. Zhang Tuohai was amazed. That's right. This is an invention I designed myself. Lilith raised her head. As if I am awesome. Come and praise me. Guard the remaining time for 10 seconds. Start trying to enter. Xiao Ai glanced at the time, then controlled the car and drove towards the TT. Going in! Going in! Wang Kai didn't know when he appeared next to him, clenching his fists and saying at the side. This. Zhang Tuohai looked at this scene and always felt that something was strange. But he couldn't tell where it was. He felt that this scene was tense and absurd. The car slowly drove inside. When the Guardian time was up, the silver light film shattered, and the billowing acid flowed towards Zhang Tuohai's car. Snapped. The 4 robotic arms let go at the same time, and the light pink film stuck tightly to the car body, covering most of the car body inside. The only thing left outside was a plasma jet. Ignition! Lilith gave the order. Call. The plasma thrower sprayed out blazing flames. Chapter 693 Hypnosis System and Magnetic Levitation. On the wide channel, a dead angler floated on the water. There was a big hole in its belly, and there was a slight burnt smell coming out of the hole. Zhang Tuohai's car was parked on top of the body of Anju. Zhang Tuohai was wearing an electromagnetic armor and was pulling down the pink film. Why did you design this thing to be so strong? Zhang Tuohai said as he pulled it down hard. Who makes your XP so weird? There are all kinds of exotic animals. If you don't build strong points, what if it breaks halfway? Lilith said while holding her shoulders. Besides, just now you were afraid that this thing wouldn't be explained, but now you're complaining that it's too strong. Sure enough, men are all big pigs, Lilith said while hugging her shoulders. Call. Zhang Tuohai tried his best and finally pulled the pink film off the car. For this reason, he used up most of the reserve power in the electromagnetic armor. There is something wrong with your battery. It is fine for normal use. But when it is overloaded, the power consumption increases sharply. As soon as I turn on the plasma jet, the energy meter goes down, making me afraid to use it easily, Zhang Tuohai said. Yours was originally a test product, and some technical problems are normal. However, I have solved the problem, Lilith said. Really? Is there a real electromagnetic armor? Zhang Tuohai jumped up excitedly, and suddenly felt full of strength again. Well, although it is also an experimental model, it is at least much better than the one you have. Lilith pressed the bracelet, and immediately, a brand new electromagnetic armor flew from a distance and was put on Lilith's body. The new electromagnetic armor is still mainly white in appearance, with a small amount of regular blue color blocks on the chest and limbs, which looks very neat. The only thing that is more eye-catching is that the surface gloss of the new armor seems to be higher than that of the old armor. Something feels wrong. What's new? Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. There are many new features, but of course, the most outstanding one is this one. Following Lilith's words, the electromagnetic armor instantly burst out with intense light, almost blinding Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai quickly pulled off his mask and covered it with his hands. Through the gap between his fingers, Zhang Tuohai could see that the electromagnetic armor on Lilith's body had turned into a huge laser lamp, emitting various dazzling lights. As if he was in a disco. People are almost blinded by the various dazzling lights. Great Sage, please collect your magical powers quickly, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Lilith was busy controlling it. All kinds of glare disappeared. But instead, streaks of glimmering light flowed on the surface of the armor. These glimmering lights are like flowing water, flowing on the surface of the armor. They clearly look like ordinary projections, but upon closer inspection, there seems to be some kind of charm in them, making people unable to help but be immersed in them. What color are your underwear? Lilith's voice seemed to be far away, but also seemed to be right in front of her. Squidward Memorial. Why do you ask? The favored badge on Zhang Tuohai's chest emitted a golden light, making Zhang Tuohai's mind wake up instantly. Don't you want to know what the new function is? It's this. Hypnotic induction, which uses sound, light and smell to hypnotize people unconsciously, and then conducts various inducing questions to obtain information. And even targeted implants enter certain information. And the specific effect fluctuates according to the opponent's physique, because it is only a preliminary version. If you want to upgrade, you need to collect more samples and data and carry out targeted optimization. Therefore, use this function more in the future to check the database, Lilith said. Hypnosis? So it's this thing. Zhang Tuohai remembered that when he was fighting Moriarty, he almost fell into his trap. Unexpectedly, Lilith actually optimized this function. With this function, honey will no longer be used to induce confessions in the future, and the credibility will be greatly improved. Any other new features? Zhang Tuohai asked unsatisfied. There are also some data system optimizations, such as data operations, digital maps, new sensor links, etc. You can experience these yourself. Of course, the most important thing is to remove the plasma injection device, Lilith said. What? Remove the plasma jet device? How can I fly without this thing? Zhang Tuohai asked loudly. Listen to me. I'm so anxious every time. Lilith rolled her eyes and continued. The main reason for removing the plasma thruster is because the price/performance ratio of this thing is not suitable. A major breakthrough. The magnetic levitation system has been developed. Now it is put on you for testing. If the test is successful, it can be installed on the car. By then, you will no longer have to worry about which wheel to use. It will no longer be limited to roads, but suspended directly above the road. All terrains will no longer be an obstacle, Lilith said as she slowly flew into the air, dancing in the air like a fish. This is awesome. Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened when he looked at Lilith in the air. The plasma jet allows him to fly in the sky and hover, but the pushback feeling is too strong, and it's not easy to turn when accelerating. With this magnetic levitation device, it will be much more convenient to move in the air. Moreover, if it is installed on the car, then you really don't have to worry about various road conditions in the future. No matter what the road conditions are, we will fly over without any discussion. If you like it, practice more and collect more experimental data. The more data you have, the faster the experiment will progress. And this day will come earlier, Lilith said. I have a way to get data faster. Zhang Tuohai suddenly had an idea after hearing this. What can I do? Lilith's eyes lit up when she heard this. If I install this system on Fakian gasoline saws and self-propelled machinery, the data I can collect by myself will definitely be limited. Moreover, I can't always be on the front line. They have more opportunities to be used in daily life. They can be retrofitted to collect more data. This is a solution. Lilith nodded. Although this increased her workload, it was indeed of great benefit to data collection. And it was understandable that she had to put in more work for this purpose. Also, help me convert the floating cannon into a flying gasoline saw, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Oh, I remember that before. You refused to die for the sake of face. Why have you changed your mind now? Lilith blinked and asked jokingly. Chapter 694 Fakian Gasoline Saw version 1 Jian returns to the sect. Well, actually, after I thought about it carefully, the appearance of the Fakian gasoline saw is not unacceptable. However, it would be better if it could be optimized, Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. In fact, during the battle in the corridor of the cabin of the Victory, Zhang Tuohai discovered the disadvantages of the floating cannon. That is, the attack method is too single. Only high voltage current. If you encounter enemies from multiple directions, or a battlefield situation that is too complex, problems will arise. Because of this reason, 2 of his floating cannons were lost in the complicated tunnel. If it hadn't been for Lilith's use of solid materials, she would have suffered even more losses. In addition to the attack capabilities of the floating cannon, the Fakian gasoline saw also has a variety of attack methods, including melee combat, long-distance combat, throwing, self-destruction, and all-round detection. There are no shortcomings except that it looks a little ugly. For cost-effective reasons, Zhang Tuohai also wanted to upgrade to a Fakian gasoline saw. Of course, it would be better if the appearance could be optimized. Don't worry. The control system of the Fakian gasoline saw has been built into the electromagnetic armor. In addition, the formation system has also been optimized, and the return of the 10,000 swords to the clan has been initially realized. Lilith waved her hand as she spoke, and hundreds of flying gasoline saws gathered in the air to form the shape of a giant sword. It was suspended above everyone's heads, accompanied by a terrifying buzzing reputation, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Moreover, these flying gasoline saws were still releasing electric current. For a moment, electric current surged on the giant sword, and strong winds blew around it. It really gave people the feeling that the giant sword would chop down at any time. You call this the return of 10,000 swords to the sect? However, the momentum is enough, and it can be used to show off. Zhang Tuohai held his chin and commented below. Perhaps because he was used to it, Zhang Tuohai somehow felt that he wasn't that ugly anymore. By the way, one more thing. The runes on the 2 bull rings you sent are inconsistent, Lilith said from the side. What's the inconsistency? Aren't they the same? Zhang Tuohai was stunned, turned around and asked in disbelief. Yes, although their final effect is the same. The runes of the 2 are different. At least not exactly the same. I discussed it with Xiao Ai and thought it might be a problem with the compilation method. This difference chemicals are very useful for us to crack codes. Collect this kind of stuff as soon as possible. The more the better, Lilith said with her hands in her pockets. Do you think this thing is cabbage? The more the better. It took me a day's effort to get just this little. You can use it, if necessary. You can also use the Bao statue. Don't break it. That's fine. As for the new products, let's wait until we come across them. Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said. In fact, if Ximing wasn't too difficult to deal with, he still had hope of getting the black cloak. It's a pity that it was broken up by the black umbrella. But the runes were recorded, which is a blessing in the misfortune. There is one last thing. Lilith suddenly straightened her face and said to Zhang Tuohai. What's up? Zhang Tuohai rarely saw Lilith with such a formal expression, and he couldn't help but become solemn. I want to ask you for something on behalf of classmate Xiao Ai, Lilith said. What do you need to ask for her personally? Can't she tell me directly? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Her subjective idea is to consider everything for you and provide you with help as much as possible instead of asking for help. Even if there are problems, she will handle them herself. That's why she didn't take the initiative to ask for it from you. However, if you can give her something, the research progress will be greatly accelerated. I can't stand it. So I just said this, Lilith said. What on earth is it? Do I still have something like this on me? Zhang Tuohai was puzzled. Dream gem. Dream gem? Zhang Tuohai obviously forgot something. Here, Lilith said, and took out a red gem from Zhang Tuohai's pocket. Looking at this red gem, Zhang Tuohai's memory slowly revived. This is an item he obtained in the Spiral Mountain world and the Border Village instance. The specific effect is to drag the opponent into a dream world woven by him. If he can kill the enemy in the dream world, the enemy will also be brain dead in reality. However, the triggering effect of this thing is a bit useless, and it needs to be touched. In addition, since then, he has gradually changed the way he fights, and began to use exoskeletons to fight, and later turned into electromagnetic armor, almost without the need for close combat. I gradually forgot about this thing. If Lilith hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten that he still had such a gadget on him.
You should have told me earlier. It's useless to leave it here anyway. You can take it if you need it.
Zhang Tuohai put the dream gem in Lilith's hand, and then called out classmate Xiao Ai.
From now on, if you have any needs, just tell me immediately. As long as I have it, I will fully support you. If you don't have it, I will try my best to get it. If there is anything, don't just settle it yourself. Do you understand?
Yeah. Classmate Xiao Ai lowered his head and poked his finger.
If you have any other needs, let's talk about it together, and I'll try to solve it for you at once. Tell me, your research has made progress, and it will be of great benefit to him. There is no need to hide it.
Lilith also encouraged him.
I need to apply for a Source Stone and a Quantum Crystal for research. Just use the smaller one for the Source Stone, and the dagger for the Quantum Crystal.
Classmate Xiao Ai raised her head and said, with hope in her eyes,
I can decide to give you that dagger, but that small piece of Origin Stone belongs to Lilith. Are you willing?
Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Lilith. That small piece of Source Stone was originally an item for Lilith to store her soul. If it is used, Lilith's opinion needs to be considered.
I don't care. I've been reincarnated, so I don't need to store my soul, even if I need it. I still have a big one as a backup. It's enough,
Lilith said.
Okay, then I'll make the decision and allocate these supplies to you.
Zhang Tuohai made a decision with a wave of his hand.
Thank you, Commander. I will produce results as soon as possible.
Classmate Xiao Ai's eyes were full of excitement.
Is there anything else you need?
Zhang Tuohai continued to ask.
No. I'll go back to work.
The projection of Xiao Ai's entire department disappeared.
By the way,
Zhang Tuohai turned around and wanted to ask Lilith something, but found that Lilith had already left.
This guy.
Zhang Tuohai still wanted to ask about the other party's plasma lightsaber, but now that he had a better black umbrella, he didn't bother to ask anymore. He would wait until the next opportunity. Zhang Tuohai looked at the sinking sun and stretched for a long time. Today was really extremely busy, and it made him very tired. He raised his head and looked at the scene around him. He was startled and immediately squatted down. Chapter 695 Discovery of the Harbor. Zhang Tuohai discovered that there seemed to be a group of huge buildings not far away, but it was foggy and couldn't be seen clearly. However, among the buildings, a huge pyramid stood there, with a huge metal piece on the top of the pyramid. The spire exudes twinkling light. This light even penetrated the fog, like a lighthouse guiding everyone to move forward like it. Zhang Tuohai counted forward. It seemed that he was only about 3 rivers away from the huge pyramid.
Shouldn't I be in the 9th or 8th river? Why did I end up in the 4th river? Could it be that the angler brought me here?
Zhang Tuohai looked down at the body of the angler and shook his head. This guy was restless when he was alive. He also caused trouble for him when he died. He actually took him directly to the 4th river. However, he originally wanted to go to the inner circle, and Anjio's move saved him a lot of energy. However, you can no longer kill the warships of players in hostile areas along the way. After all, this is a world of regional confrontation. The goal is to kill the opponent's players, not to compete with who can reach the core area first.
Should I go around this channel a few times and kill some hostile players to collect a wave of points? Or should I go directly to the central area? There seem to be some strange buildings there, and there should be some opportunities.
Zhang Tuohai pondered secretly.
However, the central area is generally extremely dangerous. Do you want to find someone to explore the way first?
Just as Zhang Tuohai was pondering his next move, a roar suddenly sounded from the shore. Zhang Tuohai turned around and saw 5 or 6 huge steel trains approaching from a distance. These steel trains were emitting black smoke, and their bodies were covered with various armor plates. The gun doors on the bodies were all opened, and each cannon was stretched out from inside.
Is this Hagrid's armored train? Why is he here?
Zhang Tuohai remembered that Hagrid was taken away by other demigods last night, and everyone on the list disappeared at that time. But now it's here again.
Classmate Xiao Ai, Check whether the cars on the opposite side are equipped with spiritual realm systems, and see who the number is.
Zhang Tuohai said with gloomy eyes.
Commander, according to the spiritual realm system number, these are Mr. Hagrid's car and his fleet of wrenches and gears. It's really them.
Zhang Tuohai nodded. Judging from the current situation, Hagrid has obviously joined the camp of the Scarlet Moon Goddess. The two sides have become unrelenting enemies, and one of them must die. But not long ago, he and Hagrid were comrades in arms, and the relationship between the two parties was relatively harmonious. Now they were suddenly hostile, which made Zhang Tuohai feel hesitant.
Should we take action?
Zhang Tuohai felt a little hesitant in his heart. At this moment, Hagrid also spotted Zhang Tuohai floating in the water. He immediately picked up the loudspeaker and shouted,
"Brothers on the river, don't shoot. We are also subordinates of the goddess of the Crimson Moon and have just joined. There is a river patrol going on. You can find my name on the regional channel. Hagrid, you can check it. We can chat privately to verify it." Huh? What's going on?
Hearing Hagrid's words, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be stunned.
They thought the commander was sailing a strange ship and thought it was one of their own,
Xiaoyai said at the side.
At this time, we analyzed the conversations monitored by the Spirit Realm system and came to the conclusion,
classmate Xiaoyai said from the side.
Is that so? You actually treat me as your companion.
Zhang Tuohai lowered his head and looked at the huge angler carcass at his feet, and then looked at the setting sun and dim light. If you weren't paying attention, you could easily mistake it for a strangely shaped ship.
Since you didn't recognize it, let's do this for now and drive forward for a while before talking about it.
Zhang Tuohai made up his mind and just mixed it up first. At the same time, he called RQ-180 back to explore the road ahead first. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai didn't speak, Hagrid and others didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were new to Feiyue, and their cars were different from others. Along the way, they were often looked down upon and almost beaten several times. Stand up. Now, seeing that Zhang Tuohai didn't answer, he thought he was being looked down upon again, and he was a little used to it, so he simply stopped talking. In this way, both parties kept their own thoughts and remained silent, continuing to move forward. After a while, RQ-180 crossed several rivers and returned to the top of Zhang Tuohai, and began to search for traces of the enemy ahead along the rivers. About 10 minutes later, RQ-180 sent back a message that there was a large dock 100 kilometers ahead, and a large number of ships gathered there. I don't know what they were doing.
There are a lot of ships?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly became energetic. He immediately got up and looked at the photos sent back by RQ-180. In the photo, ships of all sizes are docked in a huge harbor. These ships are not only different in size, but also in different styles. From the photos, Zhang Tuohai saw river patrol gunboats, fast landing ships, ironclads, dreadnoughts, super dreadnoughts, cruisers, as well as a large number of sail warships, Galen ships, clipper ships, treasure ships, and various ships interspersed among them, like a giant boat expo. Of course, among the many ships, the most eye-catching one is a battleship that looks like Bismarck. The huge body is like a big mountain in the harbor, giving people a sense of oppression.
Why are so many warships parked here?
Zhang Tuohai thought curiously.
But no matter what your intentions are, it doesn't matter anymore.
Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands excitedly. If all these ships were sunk, the harvest would be huge. At least 1,000 points would be indispensable. Zhang Tuohai estimated the number, and then said to classmate Xiaoyai,
"Be prepared. Switch to hypersonic missiles. Fire a salvo. And try to defeat them all in the harbor. Especially the battleship. We must not let it go,"
Zhang Tuohai said.
"Clear."
Xiaoyai quickly replaced most of the missiles in the 41 Malawang Quach's vertical launch system with Zircon hypersonic missiles. However, for the sake of stability, 4 Asterik anti-submarine missiles were retained. After everything was ready, a large number of Feiqian gasoline-powered saws were ejected. After forming a formation in the air, a large number of Feiqian gasoline-powered saws flew towards the harbor. They are the follow-up attack formations, specifically responsible for dealing with those fish that slipped through the net.
What happened?
Seeing the densely packed gasoline-powered saws in the sky, Hagrid and others were stunned and had no idea what was happening.
Their direction is towards the harbor. They must have bad intentions when flying like this. They are not friends. They are enemies.
One player reacted immediately.
Quickly, report to the port area. The enemy is players sailing ships. We must strengthen our vigilance and organize our air defense forces.
another player said while trying to shout into the fleet communicator. However, the communicator was full of noise, and there was no signal at all. Chapter 696, Opportunity to Change Destiny.
What to do?
One player asked.
Since we can't stop it, let's kill them. At least we have prevented the base's losses from expanding. In this way, we have an explanation to the superiors.
Hagrid thought for a moment and said, since losses are unavoidable, try to control losses within a certain level.
However, this guy is obviously difficult to deal with. There are so many vertically launched missiles. If we don't kill him and let him aim at us, it will be all over.
A player said with some worry.
If we can't kill that guy, it's really over.
Hagrid shook his head and said, he knew very well that for these new converts, any decision that was not handled well could bring disaster. If other players are here and feel that they can't be beaten, there is no problem in turning around and running away. But the bad thing is that Hagrid and the others are new converts. Who knows if they are within the testing period? If there was really a pair of eyes watching from the side, and they just watched their base being destroyed, but turned around and ran away, they might be treated as traitors. The best outcome may be that people will have a bad impression, and they will be slowly squeezed out, marginalized, and eventually reduced to cannon fodder. Therefore, in this situation, anyone can run away, but they can't run away. Not only can't you run away, but you also need to attack and prove yourself. This is the helplessness and sorrow of the converts.
Boss!
Another player wanted to persuade him, but Hagrid interrupted him.
We can only move forward and not retreat. Moreover, we have so many armor trains beside us, and more than 300 artillery pieces of various sizes lined up in a linear formation. The advantage is mine, so get ready to take action.
Seeing that Hagrid had made up his mind, the player opened his mouth, and finally gave up persuading and passed on the order. The situation was indeed as Hagrid said. They had no choice but to execute.
Prepare the battle formation.
The steel trains were lined up in a long snake formation according to the battle formation, and the artillery was pushed out from the muzzle, aiming at John Tuahai's car not far away, in order to maximize the firepower. Even machine guns of various calibers were pulled out. Some players even came to combat positions in person carrying assault rifles and RPGs.
Report on combat readiness,
Hagrid said while sitting in the command center.
All combat positions are in place. The artillery is ready. The radar is locked. The rockets are loaded. The communication links are connected. And the battle is fully prepared.
The gentle female voice that comes with the Spirit Realm system broadcasts the current status. Hearing the mature and gentle reminder, Hagrid's originally worried heart became much more stable.
With the assistance of the Spiritual Realm system, plus 300 artillery pieces of various calibers, if you calculate mentally or not accidentally, you have a great chance of winning. Let's do it. Fire!
Hagrid lit a fine cigar, picked up a steam machine gun, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. A series of tracer bullets swept across, drawing shining arcs in the dark night. However, after more than 10 seconds, Hagrid felt something was not right. Except for the individual weapons in the hands of a few of their players, not a single artillery fire was fired.
What happened?
Hagrid didn't know why and asked quickly. However, the Spirit Realm system, which always answered questions, had no response at all. Not only the Spiritual Realm system, but also all communication equipment were disconnected. There was no sound except noise from the intercom. The operation screens are all covered with snowflakes, and there is no useful information at all.
What's wrong with the system? It's always fine. So why did it break at the critical moment?
Hagrid gritted his teeth. But fortunately, he saved a hand. Higra cut off the branch gate, disconnected the system link, and prepared to use primitive means to control the artillery. However, when he started to take action, he was shocked to find that all the artillery had been returned to the initial position. The parameters were reset to 0, and even the shells had exited the barrel, and they were all locked in the ammunition magazine. Hagrid didn't know what to say anymore. He hurried to the ammunition depot to get ammunition. However, before he could reach the ammunition depot, he felt his body fly up violently, and then he completely lost consciousness, looking at the armored trains blown to pieces next to him. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but sigh.
I originally planned to let you go out of favor in the past. But who told you to insist on committing suicide on your own?
Zhang Tuohai also hesitated to kill Hagrid. If Hagrid hadn't pointed the cannon at him, he would have let him go. After all, the other party was one of the few people he was familiar with since he came to this world. And in the end, he was killed by himself. Suddenly, Zhang Tuohai thought of Sharon Base. Xiao Wanhuan. Li Feiyu, Su Masuki and others, who were also recruited by other demigods. If you see them again, will you be as stubborn as you were when you saw Hagrid today? Zhang Tuohai became even more disgusted with this identity that was unable to control his own destiny. He was eager to find a way to completely get rid of this identity. At least you can no longer face this situation of killing each other with acquaintances.
What else can we do?
Zhang Tuohai held his chin and thought. Something struck him.
What the hell?
Zhang Tuohai fumbled around and took out a mobile phone from his pocket. When he saw the phone, his eyes lit up. This is the mobile phone Alice left for him before leaving. It is said that messages can be sent through this thing. You can even send messages across the world. However, he has never tried it, so he doesn't know if it is really as magical as Alice said.
Try it.
Zhang Tuohai turned on his phone. The layout of a classic smartphone, with a towering Tower of Babel in the background, and a series of inconspicuous numbers below, which should be the phone number. There is only one app on the page, which is a letter icon. Zhang Tuohai clicked on it, and found that it was a communication software that could text, voice, and even had some built-in emoticons. Alice is the only one on the communication list.
Miss Alice, can I ask a question? Is there any way to escape from the confrontation between demigods?
Zhang Tuohai edited a message and sent it. Dee. A message alert sounded. Then a message came into the phone.
2 ways. Is there really a way?
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up when he saw Alice's reply. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that there was actually a way.
Can you tell me more specifically?
Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly.
The first method is very simple. Do you remember what I told you? Work hard to participate in the battle. Increase your points, and raise your dependent level to level 100, and you will have a chance to change your destiny.
Alice wrote back. Chapter 697 Submarine.
Work hard to participate in the battle, and also upgrade to level 100?
Zhang Tuohai almost vomited blood when he saw Alice's reply. His goal was to get out of the battle, and get rid of the possibility of fighting against acquaintances. As a result, the way to achieve it was to work hard to participate in the battle. This is hostile to his original goal.
What about the second method?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The second method is not practical. To put it simply, first of all, you must be a native of the imaginary world. Secondly, you must awaken without the guidance of a demigod. Finally, you must not be recruited by a demigod and join an organization composed of awakened people. So naturally you don't have to participate in the battle between demigods. Just like me. What if I was reincarnated into the indigenous world? For example, what if I was reincarnated into the indigenous world and then escaped from it?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a way to reincarnate Lilith. If this method was possible, then he could escape this fate. No more struggling to survive every day.
Think too much. The necessary condition here is that you have not been recruited by a demigod. If you have been recruited, your soul will be marked with the mark of the demigod. Even if you die, it cannot be changed. This mark can only be found at the demigod level. It can only be erased if it exists. Do you think we haven't tried all kinds of reincarnation and cloning methods? They are all useless.
Even if you change the body, it will be useless. Moreover, do you think the natives living in the imaginary world are safe? Those imaginary worlds in the hands of demigods must be restarted every cycle to collect quantum crystals. In this kind of world, you have no development at all. It's possible to get up, only to be knocked back to the starting point again and again. As for those imaginary number worlds that are not controlled by demigods, although the natural restart period is very long and can have development time, they will also be coveted by those demigods. They will send their own men to conquer these worlds and seize the imaginary number core. And those natives will be treated as NPCs and killed and destroyed at will. This is also one of the original intentions of us organizing to overthrow those demigods.
Alice said.
It turns out there is another layer of the story.
Zhang Tuohai nodded, and he also analyzed a piece of news from it. That is, Alice was once an aboriginal, and the world she was in must have been occupied by some demigods. So she joined the group to resist the demigods, the Tower of Babel with God as the goal. However, this is still of no use to him, and cannot solve his current problem at all.
Do you still remember when I told you to work hard to participate in the battle, and try to improve your level? In fact, this is the best way to get rid of your current predicament. Only after you reach level 100 can you be qualified to change your destiny. Before that, you are just a leaf drifting with the tide. As long as you don't reach level 100 and don't get that opportunity, you will eventually be knocked over by the waves one day and never be able to stand up. What exactly is that opportunity?
Zhang Tuohai was tickled by Alice.
I'm sorry. I can't say it yet, because I haven't reached that stage yet, and knowing it will be harmful to you. However, there is one thing I can tell you in advance. That is, whatever you want to do now, just do it until you get there. Opportunities to change your destiny. Everything will be changed. The wrong things you have done before can be erased and revised, and all the unsatisfactory intentions will be rewritten. So, before that, don't be afraid of making mistakes, and don't worry about leaving troubles and regrets, because by that time, all problems will no longer be a problem.
Looking at Alice's message, Zhang Tuohai nodded. He temporarily understood what Alice meant. That is, when he reaches level 100, he will have a chance to change his destiny and even erase all the mistakes he has made before. These words made him feel itchy inside.
If this is really the case, then I really have to work hard to improve my level. I want to see what the opportunity is to change my destiny after reaching level 100.
Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to ask something, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly sounded an alarm.
Commander, we found an enemy preparing for a sneak attack. Sneak attack?
Zhang Tuohai was stunned, quickly put away his phone, and threw himself in front of the 3D map.
Where is the attacker? Did he come out of that harbor?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
The attacker approached from behind, not from the direction of the military port. The opponent was a submarine and was underwater.
As Xiao Ai said, he zoomed in on the 3D map. About 50 kilometers behind, a submarine was sailing underwater at high speed. This submarine is drop-shaped, extremely fast underwater, and is rapidly approaching Zhang Tuohai's location.
Can we tell that they have discovered us and are preparing to attack?
Zhang Tuohai didn't know much about submarines and asked curiously.
The opponent's fire control radar has been detected, and the torpedo tube has been opened. It is expected to launch an attack in 10 seconds. Attack in 10 seconds?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the submarine that had opened its torpedo chamber. The river water was pouring into the torpedo chamber. The torpedoes had floated and were ready to be fired.
Get ready for anti-torpedoes immediately. Then counterattack.
Zhang Tuohai said quickly, before his words hit the ground. Whoosh! The huge torpedo with a shark head painted on it was launched. The speed of the torpedo was extremely fast, reaching more than 100 knots. And it was still increasing. The rocket engine nozzle at the tail also operated to the limit.
And countless bubbles emerged, drawing a white tail line. Looking at the huge torpedo, which was more than 8 meters long, Zhang Tuohai's heart was in his throat. At first glance, this thing is specially designed to deal with large warships. Although my car has been modified many times, and various armors have been upgraded many times, it now has a plasma shield plus reactive armor and chrome-plated armor. But facing this plant torpedoes, but still dare not make too big a mistake. Zhang Tuohai took out the black umbrella, just in case Xiao Ai didn't intercept him. So he used the black umbrella's absolute defense to resist. Fortunately, classmate Xiao Ai lived up to his expectations, and all 4 Aslak anti-submarine missiles were fired. 2 torpedoes rushed towards each other, one behind the other. The remaining 2 went straight towards the water drop-shaped submarine in the distance. Boom! An Aslak anti-submarine missile hit the torpedo and caused a violent explosion in the water, with water splashing more than 10 meters high. The remaining 3 also approached the submarine. The submarine also spotted the incoming anti-submarine missile. However, as a submarine, stealth is the greatest protection. If you lose your stealth ability, you are like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Facing the anti-submarine missiles, they had no means of defense at all. They could only watch the anti-submarine missiles hit their shells and explode.
Phew! It's solved.
Zhang Tuohai was about to let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he discovered that among a large piece of submarine debris, a strange-looking boat appeared in sight. Chapter 698 Mecha.
What kind of ship is this?
Zhang Tuohai quickly enlarged the 3D map and observed it carefully. On the 3D map, a smaller submarine broke away from the original submarine wreckage, and then rushed towards Zhang Tuohai at extremely fast speed. On the parameters next to the map, the speed of the small submarine soared to 100 knots, which was comparable to the torpedo it launched before, and the speed was still increasing rapidly.
Knock it off!
Zhang Tuohai shouted.
Clear!
Xiao Ai immediately launched 2 newly loaded Aslak anti-submarine missiles. However, the small submarine ran faster and faster, and a large amount of air came out of the head. This air formed a layer of air bubbles outside the submarine, which invisibly greatly reduced the resistance of the submarine. Mentioned speed. In an instant, the speed of the submarine increased to more than 200 knots. It was no longer sailing underwater, but almost flying underwater, except for a few 1 or 2 cavitation torpedoes. Almost no underwater vehicle can reach this speed. The Aslak anti-submarine missile is just a general-purpose anti-submarine missile. When it was developed, it was not expected to deal with such a difficult opponent. Therefore, after the opponent increased the speed to 200 knots, it failed unexpectedly. Land ashore and prepare to fight. Seeing that the opponent was so fast, Zhang Tuohai knew that he would definitely be no match for the opponent in the water. It would be better to return to land. At least, that was his main battlefield. As commanded, Xiao Ai immediately controlled the car and returned to the land, and had all the close-range anti-cannons and laser weapons ready to attack the opponent head-on on land. Zhang Tuohai, on the other hand, sent out a lot of self-propelled machines, hiding in relatively dark places, waiting to make cold shots on the opponent. As soon as Zhang Tuohai made arrangements, the small submarine arrived at Zhang Tuohai's location. Come up if you can. Zhang Tuohai looked at the small submarine on the 3D map and thought to himself. However, the next moment, Zhang Tuohai was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. The small submarine actually jumped out of the water and rushed into the air, like a big fish jumping out of the water. If that's all, the most shocking thing is that this small submarine actually started to transform in the air. The original water drop-shaped shell cracked in the blink of an eye, and within 5 seconds, the small submarine transformed into a mecha more than 6 meters tall. This mecha has a silver-gray body, 2 legs and 2 arms, and is roughly human-shaped. However, its limbs are unusually thick and look very uncoordinated. The mecha was so flexible that it even flipped in the air and stepped down towards Zhang Tuohai's car. Zhang Tuohai didn't need to remind him. The 4 close-in defense guns opened fire at the same time. The metal barrage blocked the entire area, leaving the opponent with no way to escape. The dense metal barrage even broke many joints, causing electric sparks to burst out. Zhang Tuohai took the opportunity to exit the car more than 200 meters away. Boom! The silver-gray mecha landed on the ground, leaving a huge depression in the ground. A huge tower shield stood in front of it, blocking the dense metal storm. This tower shield is extremely strong. Even if the close-range defense cannon hits it, it will only cause a little spark or leave a little dent. It will take a long time to penetrate it. Roar! The mecha roared angrily, holding up the huge tower shield as a shield, and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. The wait is now! Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes slightly and pressed the laser emission button. The huge tower shield not only blocked the bullets of the close-range anti-cannon, but also blocked the side of the mecha. Zhang Tuohai could take the opportunity to use a laser sneak attack without worrying about being discovered by the opponent. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Zhang Tuohai. Swish! A laser as thick as a fist shot out. The indestructible beam of light shot directly through the tower shield, and also shot through the left chest of the mecha. Shila. On the left chest, electric sparks flickered. Although this did not directly kill the opponent, the mecha's speed slowed down significantly, and its movements became uncoordinated. At this time, the speed of the mecha has slowed down greatly, and it has become a wishful thinking to catch up with Zhang Tuohai by virtue of its speed advantage. The mecha also understood its current state. It suddenly raised its right arm. The palm on the arm fell off, and a black muzzle protruded from it. Boom! A black cannonball shot towards Zhang Tuohai rapidly. A series of golden runes flashed on the cannonball. Big dog owner! Zhang Tuohai cursed secretly, not daring to neglect, and quickly let the close-range defense artillery intercept it. For close-in defense guns immediately fired out barrages, trying to intercept the pitch-black shell. However, the golden runes on the cannonball kept flashing, and a golden coat was wrapped around the cannonball, blocking all the bullets. The shell still flew towards Zhang Tuohai unimpeded. It's so difficult! Zhang Tuohai cursed angrily, took out his black umbrella, and prepared to use Eternal Guard to resist the shell, just relying on the car's own protection. Zhang Tuohai really didn't have the confidence to withstand it. However, just when he was about to use it, suddenly, a ball of white light emerged from the same position as his chest. This white light expanded rapidly and directly included the car. The pitch-black cannonball hit the white light. Boom! The black cannonball exploded. Zhang Tuohai felt a burst of darkness before his eyes, and a small black hole with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in front of him. Everything around him was quickly swept away, as if someone had cut off a piece with a knife. However, the area shrouded in white light showed no damage at all. Not even dust rising. The small black hole shook twice, lost its support, and collapsed. However, the items that had been sucked into it did not know where they went. After the black hole collapsed, the white light shook for a moment and disappeared. A line of game prompts popped up. The great goddess Mion felt that you were in danger of your life and protected you.
It turns out that this skill was triggered.
After seeing the prompt, Zhang Tuohai understood the origin of the white light just now. His family badge has the skill of the goddess protection, which has a chance to be triggered when encountering danger. After being triggered, he will be in an invincible state. The time is determined by his favorability. Because of the reminder system and his strong strength, Zhang Tuohai rarely encounters danger. In addition, the trigger probability is so impressive that Zhang Tuohai almost forgot about this skill. Unexpectedly, it was triggered today. The appearance of the goddess's protection not only stunned Zhang Tuohai, but also shocked the silver-gray mecha. Seeing that the attack he was aiming for failed to succeed, the mecha knew that there was no benefit in staying here, and immediately rolled to the side and prepared to jump into the water. However, just as it rolled off the roadbed and was about to fall into the water, it floated involuntarily. Chapter 699 Heavy Fog. The mecha looked confused. It obviously didn't use any power system. So why did it suddenly float on its own? Moreover, he went right back to the middle of the road? Not only that, the mecha also heard a harsh friction sound coming from underneath it. It lowered its head and saw dozens of gasoline saws flying slowly on it. These gasoline saws seemed to be organized and lifted up neatly. Even just lifting it, these gasoline saws also cunningly jammed several large joints on its body, making it unable to move. There is also a part of the gasoline saw that is trying to cut through its body.
Shit!
The mecha cursed angrily, and 8 mechanical tentacles suddenly popped out from behind, with sharp grappling hooks at the ends. 8 mechanical tentacles grabbed the gasoline saws, trying to tear them off from the body. However, before its plan could be implemented, a series of muffled sounds sounded. Metal projectiles were shot out from the darkness, directly breaking the metal tentacles into 2 pieces. Seeing this scene, the mecha pilot knew that the situation was lost and reluctantly pressed the red button in a corner. Boom! The mecha's head detached itself from the body and flew up, and the plasma flames took him high into the sky.
Just wait for me. I will come back sooner or later for revenge.
The mecha pilot looked at Zhang Tuohai, who was getting smaller and smaller, and his eyes were almost on fire. All his accumulation in more than a dozen worlds was destroyed, and he left with only the head of a mecha. This was an unbearable loss for him.
It's not over between us. When I return to the organization and replenish my equipment, I will definitely take revenge.
The mecha pilot thought fiercely. However, the next second, a scene that horrified him appeared. Zhang Tuohai and the car on the ground were getting bigger and bigger.
Catching up?
The mecha pilot quickly pressed the thruster, trying to speed up. However, at this time, classmate Xiao Ai had invaded his control system and secretly controlled the thruster to change direction. The more the mecha pilot accelerates, the closer he gets to the ground. By the time the mecha pilot discovered it, the mecha was already in a stalled state and completely out of control. Boom! The mecha's head fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. Then, the mecha painting disappeared, leaving only a bronze treasure box in place.
Did you fall to death?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the treasure box on the ground in astonishment.
Is this guy here just to make fun of you?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help scratching his head. This guy was full of black humor from the time he attacked him until he fell to his death. However, this guy is indeed very strong. If Zhang Tuohai from 1 or 2 worlds ago really wouldn't be able to do this with such ease, he might even suffer a big loss.
It seems that I am making rapid progress.
Zhang Tuohai picked up the treasure box and opened it casually while thinking about it. A drawing fell out. Zhang Tuohai slowly unfolded it. Mecha transformation drawings. Let the submarine have the function of mecha transformation. After transformation, for weapons can be selectively retained as mecha weapon plugins. The volume of the retained weapons cannot exceed 15% of the mecha's volume. Seeing this drawing, Zhang Tuohai sighed with regret. It's a pity that this thing can only be used on submarines, not cars. Moreover, the limitation of weapon slots lowered Zhang Tuohai's rating. If the modification is forced, the 41 Malawang Quach's vertical launcher must be removed. This is not worth the gain for Zhang Tuohai, so he can only reluctantly give up. He can't sell it to those on the opposite side to increase the opponent's strength. Fortunately, this thing is quite valuable. It can be sold for 50 points, which is equivalent to 50 lives, and it is not a loss. Zhang Tuohai plans to give Lilith a reference for designing the next generation of mechas, and then sell points to get 2 fishes out of it. As soon as he rolled up the drawing, the virtual image of classmate Xiao Ai appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai.
Commander, because the attack just now was interrupted, the plan to attack the harbor was not fully completed. A large number of sail battleships relied on their flexible bodies and low heat sources to avoid the missile attack and sailed away from the harbor.
Only then did Zhang Tuohai remember that he had been attacking a harbor where a large number of ships had gathered, but was interrupted by Hagrid and the submarine one after another. As a result, the expected results were greatly reduced, and many small and medium-sized ships were allowed to escape. Only the large and medium-sized ships that were targeted in the first round suffered devastating blows and were completely sunk by the gasoline saws that rushed over. Various bronze treasure chests filled the harbor, and those small gunboats, sail battleships, and small destroyers have long disappeared. Those remaining gasoline saws are cleaning the battlefield and picking up treasure chests. Zhang Tuohai looked at his points and found that they had risen to 3,121. If you think about it, he had just attacked the harbor and killed 1,000 hostile players. It can be said that he had made great achievements in battle. If you include those bronze treasure chests, it is estimated to be worth 4,000 points.
In this world, I guess no one can surpass my record. Right,
Zhang Tuohai thought to himself. At the same time, he was amazed at what his heart was capable of. Even though he had just killed more than 1,000 people, he felt no discomfort at all. After much deliberation, Zhang Tuohai attributed it to the consequences of beyond visual range combat. Because everything was done outside the line of sight. This also resulted in the lack of realism of flesh and blood flying on the battlefield, making him feel like he was playing a game, and human life seemed to have become a number, can be added or subtracted at will. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a question. He could now regard other players as numbers. So in a higher level existence, would he also be just a number? This discovery made Zhang Tuohai feel annoyed. He took a deep breath and prepared to go out and relax. At this moment, he suddenly noticed mist floating on the river. The fog became thicker and thicker, and the visual distance was rapidly compressed. Unconsciously, the fog enveloped everything around it. The visual distance was compressed to less than 2 meters. And further away, there was just mist that was so thick that it could not be dissolved.
Something's wrong.
Zhang Tuohai stared at the surroundings warily. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the thick fog around him.
Student Xiao Ai, immediately detect the composition of the surrounding fog. Check for toxins. Check the changes in the surrounding heat source. Check if there are any attackers. And also find the evacuation path.
Zhang Tuohai said.
The mist does not contain known toxins, but contains a small amount of unknown components that cannot be identified. The automatic purification system has been activated, and no changes in the heat source have been found.
Classmate Xiao Ai reported the data. At this moment, Zhang Tuohai suddenly heard the sound of wooden boards squeezing in his ears. Chapter 700, The Difficult Skeleton Soldier.
What sound?
Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt something was wrong and activated his weapon system. Crunch. The weird sound became stronger and stronger, like someone pushing a broken wooden door that had been in disrepair, making harsh friction sounds. During this period, there were some messy sounds of things falling to the ground.
In the end, what happened?
Zhang Tuohai scanned the surroundings cautiously, not daring to act rashly. In this kind of environment, the most important thing is to be careful and careful. Running around is the most likely to cause problems. Just when Zhang Tuohai was on full alert, suddenly, a skeleton emerged from the fog and appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. This skeleton is about the same height as a normal person. The bones have turned yellow and have a lot of mold spots. There are a lot of algae wrapped around the bones. There are tattered cloth strips hanging on the body. On the head is a rusty horn helmet. The helmet there are also many barnacles living on it, making it look like a dead skeleton that has been soaked in seawater for a long time. The skeleton was holding a scimitar in his hand. The scimitar was almost covered with rust, and it looked like it was filled with tetanus buff. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is that there are 2 green flames coming out of the skull's eye sockets.
I'll blanch it!
Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he saw this skeleton. He originally thought this was a world dominated by science. But the appearance of more and more strange creatures was constantly shaking his understanding. He originally thought that all kinds of black technology mechas and genetically mutated creatures were outrageous enough. But he didn't expect that creatures, like skeleton soldiers, that only existed in games and novels would actually stand in front of him. After the skeleton soldier saw Zhang Tuohai, the soul fire in his eyes jumped twice, and his mouth made a clicking sound. He seemed very excited. The tetanus plus 12 scimitar in his hand slashed towards Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai quickly floated to the side and distanced himself from the skeleton soldiers. At this time, the close-range defense artillery was also aimed at the skeleton soldiers. The dense metal barrage swept towards the skeleton soldiers. Because most of the skeleton soldiers' bodies are hollow, most of the barrages passed through the gaps in the bones. Only a small part of the barrage hit the skeleton soldier's body, breaking the bones into pieces. However, barrage is barrage. Even if the skeleton soldiers have their own dodge buff, they still cannot escape the fate of being smashed into pieces in the face of an absolutely dense barrage. Soon, the skeleton soldier turned into broken bones on the ground.
It doesn't seem very scary.
Seeing that the skeleton soldier was dead, Zhang Tuohai felt a little calmer. However, before he could finish being happy, the skeleton soldier actually started to slowly get up again. The broken bones were put back together in their original positions, and even the cracks between the bones began to come together. Even the broken tetnosimeter returned to its original appearance. If it weren't for the warhead scattered on the ground, Zhang Tuohai would have thought he had just been pushed back. Click, click, click. The skeleton soldier raised the scimitar in his hand again and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai.
Physical attacks don't work. Then try this magic attack.
Zhang Tuohai floated to the side, raised his hand and pointed it at the skeleton soldier, shooting a blue high-voltage current at the skeleton soldier. Stab. Sting. The blue electric current hit the skeleton soldier's body. If it were a mammal, it would have been burned to a crisp by such high-voltage current. However, the skeleton soldiers continued to charge forward like nothing happened, and even the soul fire showed no change.
Resist the electricity element? Then try the fire element.
Zhang Tuohai quickly grabbed a flamethrower and started burning it at the skeleton soldiers. The blazing flames continued to lick the skeleton soldier's body, not only burning the rags and water plants on his body to ashes, but also burning away the mold spots attached to the surface of the body. However, the skeleton was still he chased after Zhang Tuohai and slashed with long strides. No intention of being hurt at all.
Son! What's going on?
Zhang Tuohai frowned when he saw the skeleton soldier looking helpless. At the same time, bursts of gunfire and the explosion of plasma grenades also sounded in the fog. Obviously, the surrounding self-propelled machines have also encountered these skeleton soldiers and are now engaged in a firefight. The situation is not optimistic.
Classmate Shiai, do you think we have any other means of attack?
Zhang Tuohai asked while dealing with the skeleton soldiers. He's been trying to find conventional ways to eliminate the skeletons. This will allow him to accumulate experience for the next time he encounters similar monsters, instead of having to crush them with his black umbrella every time. This efficiency is too low. Of course, if he had to, he could only use the high level of black umbrella to crush these skeleton soldiers.
The only attack method left now is Miss Aya.
Classmate Xiaoyai said.
Aya?
Zhang Tuohai remembered that the opponent's ability type was a superpower, and its effect was freezing. It could freeze items into ice cubes and then shatter them.
Okay, let her come out and try,
Zhang Tuohai said. Good. After 30 seconds, the car door opens. All Wei, wearing a combat uniform and carrying a Gatling gun, rushed out first.
Ada!
All Wei shouted and pulled the trigger on the skeleton soldier. Duh. Puff. The skeleton soldier stabbed All Wei in the chest with his knife despite Gatling strafing. Poof. All Wei fell to the ground and began to wait for resurrection.
Idiot brother!
Aya, who was late, saw All Wei lying on the ground and couldn't help but cover her forehead. She discovered that since her brother discovered that he had immortality, he had embarked on the road of seeking death in various ways, and ran all the way without any intention of looking back. If you don't commit suicide once or twice a day, it's like there's something wrong with it. After the skeleton soldier killed All Wei, he rushed towards Aya with a scimitar. At this time, Aya was right on top of the fire, and the skeleton soldier suddenly hit the muzzle of the gun.
Ice!
Aya stretched out her left hand towards the skeleton soldier. The menacing skeleton soldier was instantly sealed inside by a thick layer of ice, like a huge ice sculpture.
Burst!
Aya squeezed with one hand. With a muffled bang, the huge ice sculpture turned into fragments all over the sky. The skeleton soldiers also turned into broken bones and dregs everywhere. However, the broken bones began to gather towards the center again, and a brand new skeleton soldier was about to stand up again.
Hiss!
Seeing the resurrecting skeleton soldiers, Zhang Tuohai also felt a little headache. Since entering the world of survival, he has experienced a lot of battles, from beasts to viruses, from mutated creatures to silicon-based life. He thinks he has a lot of experience. However, He still has a lot of experience with a guy as difficult as a skeleton soldier. First time seeing it. Is there really no way to solve it with conventional means? Zhang Tuohai frowned. Chapter 701 Galen Ship. Just when Zhang Tuohai was at a loss, and was about to use the black umbrella to drop the dimension, Lilith suddenly opened the car door and walked out.
Stop fighting these skeleton soldiers. As long as there is enough energy, no matter how many times you kill them, they will continue to resurrect. If you want to kill them, you must kill the energy source. Energy source?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Yes. After my observation, I found that every time these skeleton soldiers recover, a large amount of special energy will gather to allow them to revive. And the surrounding fog is the source of energy. In other words, these skeletons are associated with these mists. What's even more interesting is that the energy concentration in the fog is uneven. The closer you go to the edges, the less energy is distributed, while in the central area, the energy is more abundant. So, I guess that there must be a core in the central area of the fog that controls everything. In other words, as long as the core is solved, these things can be killed?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
According to speculation, this is indeed the case.
Lilith pushed up her glasses and said. Only then did Zhang Tuohai realize that a pair of rimless plain glasses had appeared on the bridge of Lilith's nose.
Where is the core area?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
According to my observation, the distance over there is about 200 meters to 300 meters.
Lilith pointed to the location ahead and said,
Go over and take a look.
Zhang Tuohai immediately got into the car and drove towards the location 300 meters away. Normally, the distance of 300 meters is nothing to Zhang Tuohai. Even without a car. Even flying with a magnetic levitation backpack only takes a few seconds. If it is an attack, there is no need to go over. Almost none of his weapons have an attack distance less than 300 meters. However, in this thick fog invisibility of less than 2 meters, everything is a different matter. Zhang Tuohai was afraid that he would get lost in the thick fog if he took just 2 steps. So it was better to stay in the car. In addition, having armor to resist could also prevent these skeleton soldiers from sneak attacks. Classmate Xiao Ai controlled the car and drove forward. The skeleton soldier, who was beaten to pieces by Aya, had just recovered to half of his strength when he was crushed into pieces again by the huge wheel. Xiao Ai controlled the car and walked about 100 meters when Lilith suddenly said,
Correct the direction and move towards the 11 o'clock direction. The core has moved. Can that core move?
Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened.
Yes. Although it is very slow, it is indeed moving,
Lilith said.
If the perception is correct, correct the direction. I want to see what this core is.
Zhang Tuohai gritted his teeth and said. Fortunately, he was cautious and took Lilith on the road. Otherwise, if he had flown directly there, he might have really gotten lost in the fog. Classmate Xiao Ai corrected her direction and continued to move forward. Zhang Tuohai discovered that the core in the fog was indeed constantly moving. And the closer it got to the opponent, the faster the opponent moved. From the very beginning until it was about 20 meters away from the opponent, the angle of root deflection actually reached it was 45 degrees. If Lilith hadn't had a natural perception of these special energies, he wouldn't have been able to find the other party even if he was exhausted.
There's still a little distance left, so rush over and see what's on the other side.
Zhang Tuohai was gearing up and getting ready. Classmate Xiao Ai controlled the car and rushed forward. The front suddenly became clear and the dense fog cleared. Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw that he had reached the edge of the river ahead. On the river, a sail warship was sailing slowly on the river. This sailing battleship looks like a Galen ship, with 4 masts, a tall poop behind it, and many gun windows on both sides. A rough count shows that there are at least more than 20, which can only be regarded as an armed merchant ship or a 5th-level cruiser. However, the ship looked shabby. The white sails were dirty, and the original color could hardly be seen. And there were big holes everywhere. The ship's plates were extremely rusty. And there was even a big hole on the side of the ship. 2A skeleton is holding a basin and pouring water out. Seaweed and barnacles were everywhere on the ship's side. And the entire warship looked like it had just been fished out of the sea. Like a rotten version of the Black Pearl. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's car, the 2 skeletons who were pouring water were stunned for a moment, and then roared angrily, carrying the wash basin in their hands, and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai. Boom! As soon as the 2 skeletons jumped out of the hole and landed in front of the car, they were crushed directly under the wheels and turned into pieces. In order to prevent the 2 guys from resurrecting and causing trouble, classmate Xiao Ai was crushing them back and forth.
If my perception is correct, this ship is the source of energy.
Lilith pointed to the huge sailboat and said,
"Send the Fakian gasoline saw up there and dismantle this thing for me."
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said, at his order, a large number of flying gasoline saws rose into the air and rushed towards Galen's ship. Call. Seeing a large number of gasoline saws flying towards them, the entire Galen ship seemed to come alive. A large number of ropes moved and rolled towards the gasoline saws like tentacles. However, the gasoline saw moved extremely flexibly. Instead of getting entangled in the rope, it actually got the ropes that were struggling to work together and became a big knot from which they could not break free. Subsequently, a large number of gasoline saws fell on the ship's plank and began to saw the wood frantically. At this time, a skeleton wearing a captain's uniform walked out of the captain's cabin. He drew out the thin sword from his waist, swiped it fiercely, and cut a gasoline saw into 2 pieces. Then he jumped off the boat and rushed towards Zhang Tuohai's direction.
"Hey! The rightful owner is out!"
Seeing this skeleton in captain's uniform, Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up, and he guessed that this guy should be the leader of this ship. Moreover, the most important thing is that judging from the appearance of this guy, it is most likely not a player. Zhang Tuohai can't dismantle the player's ship, but it's hard to say if it's the indigenous ship. If you can catch it, you might get some unexpected gains.
"Aya, can you freeze part of its body so that only its head can speak?"
Zhang Tuohai turned to Aya and asked. Currently, only Aya and his team has this strong control skill.
"Let me try."
Aya stretched out her hand towards Captain Skeleton.
"Freeze!"
A streak of ice appeared at the skeleton captain's feet, and then spread rapidly upward along its legs. Upon seeing this, the skeleton captain wanted to break free, but the ice spread too fast. Before it could make any move, the ice froze most of its body, leaving only a lonely skull. Chapter 702 Imaginary Number Core.
"Well done!"
Zhang Tuohai waved his fist excitedly. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but unexpectedly, he actually succeeded.
"Let's go see this guy."
Zhang Tuohai opened the car door and walked towards Captain Skeleton.
"Let me out, you despicable human being,"
Captain Skeleton said as he shook his body, trying to break free from the shackles of the ice. However, the ice created by Aya was stronger than steel, and Captain Skeleton couldn't move even one finger despite all his strength.
"I ask, you answer. Do you have any questions?"
Zhang Tuohai came to Captain Skeleton and asked calmly.
"Bah! Don't expect to get even a single word of information from me."
To Zhang Tuohai's expectation, Captain Skeleton was very tough, holding his neck high and said,
"Kill me if you have the ability." "Huh? So tough? I hope you can still maintain this toughness after a while."
As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he took out the black umbrella behind his back. He slowly came to the side of the 2 skeleton soldiers, who were repeatedly run over by wheels. Classmate Xiao Ai drove aside and stepped aside. When the 2 skeleton soldiers saw this, they immediately recovered. However, before the skeleton soldier could gain a firm foothold, Zhang Tuohai drew his black umbrella. The body of the skeleton soldier, who had just revived, completely turned into nothingness. Its body seems to have been cut directly from the canvas. The original position of the body turned into darkness. The surrounding space slowly flowed past, filling in the missing area, but the skeleton soldier disappeared forever. When the skeleton soldier next to him saw this, he immediately tore his half-recovered body into pieces and collapsed into a pile of bone fragments, huddled on the ground without daring to make a sound. And the skeleton captain's soul fire was beating wildly. These skeleton soldiers are his crew members, and they are cursed with a mysterious curse along with it. If the curse is not lifted, they will live forever, even if they are burned by fire, submerged in water, shot from a cannon, or thrown into hot lava. They will not be able to kill them completely. In a sense, they are invincible existences in this world, and no one can kill them. However, just now, it clearly felt that the thread of the skeleton soldier's fate was cut off. The thread of fate has been cut off. This means that the skeleton soldier has been completely killed. No more recovery. This discovery was no less than a bolt from the blue for Captain Skeleton. Infinite resuscitation and inability to kill are their biggest reliance. Now, their biggest trump card has been destroyed. And in such an understatement, this frightens Captain Skeleton. If the guy in front of me gives him a blow, wouldn't he die too? Once you have it, you will be afraid of losing it. The longer people live, the more afraid they are of death. When Captain Skeleton noticed Zhang Tuohai turning his head to look at him, he was frightened.
"What did you just say?"
Zhang Tuohai walked up to Captain Skeleton and took out his ears.
"I said, if you have any questions, just ask me, and I will tell you everything I know."
Captain Skeleton smiled flatteringly. But it was impossible to smile with a skull face.
Oh, then call your men back first and put away the thick fog,
John Tuohai said.
This needs to be controlled in the cabin,
Captain Skeleton said.
Then go there.
John Tuohai called 2 self-propelled machines, moved Captain Skeleton up, and walked into the control building at the stern of the ship. At the very top of the poop is the captain's cabin. In the captain's cabin, in addition to the huge square table, spread out with charts, pencils, sextants, compasses, hourglasses, voyage diaries, and other necessities, there is also a huge crystal ball on top, with a ruby base carved into A, with its sharp claws, and a crystal ball the size of a volleyball in its hand. It looked out of place in the room.
This is the core control device of the Revenge Princess. Can you let go of my hand? Otherwise, I can't control it.
Captain Skeleton looked at Zhang Tuohai.
Let go of its arms,
Zhang Tuohai said to Aya. Aya stretched out her fingers towards the skeleton captain, and the ice that bound the skeleton captain's arms quietly melted away. The skeleton captain moved his arms. Fortunately, his arms were no longer made of flesh and blood. Otherwise, after being frozen for such a long time, amputation might be necessary. Captain Skeleton pressed his hands on the crystal ball, and lines of various characters appeared in the crystal ball. Cuneiform, Oracle, Phoenician letters, and various early hieroglyphics appeared in the crystal like a waterfall. Ball surface. Zhang Tuohai felt that this scene seemed familiar. By the way, isn't the core of imaginary numbers also like this? Could it be? A line of prompts popped up. Discover the core, part, of imaginary numbers in this world.
It's true. It is indeed the core of imaginary numbers.
Zhang Tuohai's heart beat excitedly. He already knew the meaning of the core of imaginary numbers. This thing was priceless to those demigods, let alone him. With this thing, he has the control of this world. And all the power of life and death in this world will be in his hands. All the resources in this world are under his control. As long as he has this thing, the whole world will become his back garden.
Gotta get it.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes shone with light. At this time, Captain Skeleton didn't know what was happening and was still controlling. After entering a few commands, the thick fog began to gather towards the Revenge Princess and submerged into the hull. The skeleton soldiers also gave up their opponents and followed the thick fog back to the Revenge Princess. Although they can survive, it will be extremely uncomfortable to leave an area covered by dense fog. If possible, they will never leave an area covered by dense fog.
My lord, I have done as you asked,
Captain Skeleton said.
Oh, I see that the way your ship is controlled is different from other ships. What is this crystal ball? A witchcraft object?
Zhang Tuohai asked, pretending to be curious.
Well, I don't know. When I succeeded as captain, this crystal ball was placed here. I don't know where it came from. The method of using it was told to me by the previous captain,
Captain Skeleton said vaguely. In fact, Captain Skeleton only told half of the story. This ship was actually a ship he and his crew members murdered and robbed together with the previous captain. As for how to use it, I also got it from the captain's notes. Chapter 703, Dismantling the Undead Ship. Zhang Tuohai didn't care how Captain Skeleton obtained this imaginary number core. He was thinking about how to get this imaginary number core into his own hands. Even if it's only part of it, it's still priceless.
Where's the captain's diary?
Zhang Tuohai asked smoothly. He wanted to see if there were any other rune codes in it. If he could find a few, it would be of great help to his deciphering work. After hearing his words, Captain Skeleton said in a somewhat unnatural voice,
Diary. After I recorded all the contents in it, I burned them all.
Seeing Captain Skeleton's appearance, Zhang Tuohai knew that it must not be telling the truth.
Burned? Very good. I'm very interested in this ship. Please tell me how to control it.
Zhang Tuohai walked to Captain Skeleton and said,
It's easy to talk about,
Captain Skeleton said with a smile on his face.
This is very simple. Come over and take a look. Click here, and a lot of strange symbols will appear. You can choose to input them here. As long as you write these symbols, it will.
Speaking of this, Captain Skeleton deliberately made a long note.
What will happen?
Zhang Tuohai came to the side and asked.
It will go to hell.
Captain Skeleton made a sharp move, and hundreds of thick pipes suddenly appeared from the surrounding walls. Call. Green flame spurted out from the tube, directly covering everything in the room without leaving even a single blind spot. The flame sprayed for a full minute before gradually stopping. The originally well-equipped core control room was burned to ashes. All the equipment inside will be incinerated. Even the brass sextant and the base of the imaginary number core were completely ablated. Only the imaginary number core that looked like a crystal ball fell to the ground and rolled next to a pile of white ash. After a while, the pile of white ash gradually swelled, then recovered into pieces of bones. And finally, it was reassembled into the skeleton captain. Captain Skeleton laughed loudly after recovering his body.
Ha ha! No matter how powerful your powers are, you will still be burned to death in front of the fire of the abyss?
Captain Skeleton was very proud, since he knew that he would not die. He set up this mechanism in the core control room. As long as it is activated, the fire of the abyss will erupt from all directions and burn everything. This was originally the last line of insurance, and it has never been used since the production was completed. Originally, it thought that it would never have the opportunity to use it in its lifetime. But unexpectedly, it actually used it today. It really wanted to praise its own wit. If it hadn't been prepared in advance, today would probably be over. However, just when it was about to turn around and leave, the whole person suddenly froze. Behind it is a ball composed of black halo. Although the ball is completely black, it is not deep. Instead, it creates a sense of color. It is obviously just pure black, but it gives people a colorful feeling. A feeling of. Just when Captain Skeleton was about to take a closer look, the black ball of light suddenly shattered, and the black light dissipated, revealing the scene inside. Zhang Tuohai wore an electromagnetic armor, and stood there holding a black umbrella. Next to him was Aya, who was wearing a white special combat uniform.
You? How did you survive?
The skeleton captain turned around with the imaginary core in his arms, and wanted to run away. However, before it even took a step, it felt something hit its back. Then, it felt like it had lost contact with its body, and even its consciousness began to dissipate. In a daze, it seemed as if he had returned to that afternoon many years ago, when he thrust the dagger into the chest of the former captain, and the other captain's mouth moved slightly. That sentence means, "I am waiting for you in the abyss."
Sure enough, he was right.
Captain Skeleton thought to himself. What it doesn't know is that people annihilated by quantum weapons are not even qualified to go to the abyss, and will only turn into nothingness. Zhang Tuohai glanced at the disappearing prompt, casually put away the black umbrella, and put it back behind his back. He never expected that this would be the first time he used imaginary number codes to activate Black Umbrella's skill Eternal Barrier. The effect is pretty good. He lowered his head and picked up the fallen imaginary core apart. The appearance of the crystal ball does not appear to be damaged at all. Lines of code inside are constantly passing by. It seems to be no different from a normal imaginary number core.
Did you record the codes it entered before?
Zhang Tuohai picked up the bracelet and asked classmate Xiao Yai.
Commander, everything has been recorded. In addition, the disassembly of the hull went smoothly. Several pieces of rune equipment have been disassembled and are being compared and analyzed with other rune equipment. This will be very helpful in cracking the code. Miss Lilith, very satisfied with the harvest.
Classmate Xiao Yai said.
Huh? Did you really dismantle something?
Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he heard this. Since coming to this world, his various abilities have been targeted to varying degrees, especially his car dismantling skills, which have greatly restricted his ability to collect resources. After encountering this ship, he just tried it with the mentality of giving it a try. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. Listening to classmate Xiao Yai, he gained a lot.
Go and have a look.
Zhang Tuohai came outside the cabin excitedly. At this time, 001 was carrying self-propelled machinery on the ship to dismantle it, and the entire ship had been dismantled into an empty shell.
By the way, your dismantling of the ship was not hindered by those skeleton soldiers. Right.
Zhang Tuohai suddenly remembered that there were not only self-propelled machines in the ship, but also a large group of skeleton soldiers. 001 pointed to the cabin. Zhang Tuohai looked in the direction of 001's finger, and saw a large group of skeletons gathered in layers on top of each other, piled up at the bottom of the cabin like a pile of bones. As long as they don't get close, they will pile up there motionless, like a mountain of bones. Even if the self-propelled machinery walks back and forth in front of them, it will not cause any abnormality in them. However, once a self-propelled machine tries to pull them apart, they will become restless, like a swarm of bees, and may attack at any time.
There must be something in there,
Zhang Tuohai thought.
Do you want me to freeze them?
I asked from the side.
No, just watch from the side. If they get restless, let's talk.
Zhang Tuohai himself raised his black umbrella and walked towards the group of skeleton soldiers. Seeing Zhang Tuohai approaching, the skeleton soldiers became restless, but they still did not leave their positions. Their behavior made Zhang Tuohai even more convinced that they must be guarding something. Chapter 704 Elemental Furnace. Seeing Zhang Tuohai getting closer and closer, the skeleton soldiers became more and more restless. When Zhang Tuohai was less than 2 meters away from the skeleton soldiers finally couldn't hold back and took action. The 3 or 4 skeleton soldiers closest to Zhang Tuohai rushed towards Zhang Tuohai and attacked Zhang Tuohai with various weapons in their hands. Zhang Tuohai, on the other hand, waved the black umbrella in his hand to chop left and block right. Although the weapons in the hands of those skeleton soldiers were fully enchanted with tetanus, they were no match against Zhang Tuohai's alloy electromagnetic armor and quantum-level weapons. They hit Zhang Tuohai and couldn't break through the defense at all. But when Zhang Tuohai hit them, they were directly beaten into nothingness. Not even ashes were left. And even a curse could not revive them. After Zhang Tuohai killed several skeleton soldiers one after another, these skeleton soldiers understood that Zhang Tuohai was definitely not something they could fight against. But what they were guarding was not something they could give up. Many skeleton soldiers looked at each other. And then the hill, made of many bones, collapsed. Zhang Tuohai couldn't understand what these guys were doing. But he instinctively felt that there must be something wrong here, and they must be stopped. He ran over in a hurry. But when he arrived nearby, the hill made of bones had completely collapsed, revealing what was underneath. It was a pond made of black stones, only 2 meters in diameter. There was a clear spring in it. Even if just standing next to it, you could feel the slightest bit of coldness inside. Just as Zhang Tuohai was observing carefully, suddenly the water splashed and a huge white skull emerged from the pool. The skull was huge, at least 1.8 meters in diameter, and its 2 huge eye sockets were larger than Zhang Tuohai's computer screen. The soul flame inside shone brightly, like a high-beam headlight. Roar! The skull roared angrily and wanted to continue climbing out. If you dare to scare me, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Tuohai was startled by the huge skull and hit the opponent's head with a black umbrella backhand. A second later, a black outline in the shape of a skull appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai. It's like the file is not loading. The surrounding space began to slowly flow into this area, filling in the missing parts. I was shocked. Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath and looked down at the cold pool. Elemental Furnace, a special device that can be used to redeem level 7 special accessories. Function: absorb free energy in the air, work in the form of elemental tides, and provide energy for various rune equipment. Its energy can be used as life force by elemental creatures. As long as the energy is not exhausted, elemental creatures will not be destroyed. This thing is pretty good. No wonder those guys stick to this thing. Zhang Tuohai finally understood why those skeleton soldiers couldn't be killed and why they stayed here. It turns out that this is the source of their life. If they lose this place, they will all die. This thing is also a good thing for Zhang Tuohai. Not only has a new type of energy source been developed, but it can also be used as a level 7 special accessory, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, if there is a new elemental life in the future, it can be raised here. Zhang Tuohai immediately asked classmate Xiao Ai to drive over and load this thing into the car, because it is a trophy obtained from defeating by force. It can be loaded directly regardless of the level requirement. A white light enveloped the car, and a moment later, the elemental furnace disappeared from the place and appeared next to Zhang Tuohai's small nuclear reactor. One is cold, and the other is hot. The 2 devices complement each other. Quickly! Dismantle this ship completely. Don't leave anything behind. Zhang Tuohai greeted everyone to continue working. After finally getting a dismantling vehicle, Zhang Tuohai refused to let it go at all, and had to squeeze out all the value. After another half hour, the huge Galen ship was completely torn into pieces by the self-propelled machinery. A lot of things were placed in front of Zhang Tuohai. In addition to the elemental furnace, the self-propelled machines also dismantled 42 rune-loaded cannons, 2 rune sails, a bow statue that allowed the ship to dive, a mist-creating ocean statue, and a ship full of runes. Board. These were dismantled from the ship. It can be said to be a fruitful harvest. Zhang Tuohai hasn't seen so much harvest for a long time. This time he saw so much, and he was very happy. However, although there are many of these things, Zhang Tuohai has similar products besides the elemental furnace, and there is no need to replace them for the time being. These things will be temporarily stored in the warehouse, and used as reference materials for Xiao Ai and Lilith to study runes and codes. I believe that with so many samples, the cracking progress should be much faster. After receiving the supplies in the warehouse, Zhang Tuohai continued to drive on the highway. While driving, He was wondering whether he should continue wandering on the road and attack hostile players, or sneak into the core area first to see if there were any supplies to be harvested. According to Zhang Tuohai's experience, in the core area, there are usually some hidden benefits. It's first come, first served. If you go late, there may only be some soup left. After some calculation, Zhang Tuohai decided to go to the central area to have a look. First of all, he just beat up the players on the opposite side nearby. Those players on the opposite side must have become frightened birds. If they continue to stay nearby, they probably won't encounter 3 or 2 big cats and kittens, which is a waste of time. Secondly, the imaginary number core in his hand is still incomplete, and the most likely place to complete it is precisely in the core area. Overall, it seems that heading to the central district now is the best plan. If you really use too much force and kill all the players in the enemy camp, then the oil and water in the core area will not be harvested. However, before heading to the core area, Zhang Tuohai still wanted to visit the harbor area. The previous round of attacks killed many players, but their treasure chests were still in place. Although the probability of getting something good is not high, it is still a point gain, so you have to go. After making a plan, Zhang Tuohai drove towards the harbor area. By the time they arrived at the harbor area, it was already midnight, but Zhang Tuohai was not sleepy at all. At this time, the harbor area had lost its original splendor. Houses collapsed, docks were damaged, and the pier and Jian Bridge suffered devastating blows. Although the ships turned into streamers and disappeared due to the players' special characteristics, the flames caused by their explosions and damage were still there. Some fires burned to the shore, burning most of the port area. At this time, there were ruins everywhere. Thick smoke billows. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to launch his self-propelled machine into the water to find the bronze treasure chests dropped by players, he suddenly heard bursts of misty singing. Chapter 705 Mermaid.
Where did the singing come from?
Zhang Tuohai immediately became alert. Experience in so many worlds tells him that he must be careful and vigilant about any abnormal situation, because it may mean trouble. And it is big trouble.
Can Xiao Ai search for the source of the singing?
Zhang Tuohai asked. The port area is really too big, and the lighting is not good, and there are flames everywhere, so it is quite difficult to find the source of the sound.
At 2 o'clock, the straight line distance is 1,205 meters.
Classmate Xiao Ai said. Zhang Tuohai looked over. His helmet has a night vision system, so even under such complex light sources, he can still see clearly in the distance. Gradually zooming in on the scenery in that area, Zhang Tuohai finally saw a figure sitting on a floating beacon, gently humming a song. Zhang Tuohai couldn't understand the lyrics, but he could feel it. The tune is ethereal and ethereal, with a trace of sad sigh in the middle.
Go over and take a look.
Zhang Tuohai guessed that the other party was most likely an aborigine. The player would have run away long ago. Who would stay here to sing? If you can communicate, you might be able to receive some side quests or something. And even if it doesn't work, you can still inquire about the situation. After making up his mind, Zhang Tuohai flew towards the target. However, before leaving, he arranged in advance for 10 self-propelled machines to use electromagnetic guns to wait for opportunities in the distance to provide fire support. And the flying gasoline saw was also launched into the air to stand by. After everything was prepared, he flew over slowly. From a distance, the figure sitting on the beacon light was thin and petite, looking like a woman. When he flew near the navigation light, Zhang Tuohai realized that he was wrong. It was not a woman, but a mermaid. It is the normal version of a human body with an upper body and a fish-tailed lower body, rather than the evil way of having a fish-headed human body. His skin is wheat-colored, and his long chestnut hair covers most of his thin back, making him look slender and weak. However, Zhang Tuohai did not relax his vigilance because of this. He carefully stepped forward.
Who are you?
The mermaid first saw Zhang Tuohai suspended in midair, with a look of astonishment on his face. He immediately grasped a shining pearl on the necklace on his chest with one hand. The pearl shone with glaze, and could be vaguely seen to the fine golden runes. At first glance, it looks like it's not ordinary, but I don't know if it's a weapon or armor.
I'm a traveler. I happened to pass by here and heard someone singing, so I came over to take a look. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm.
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands so that the other party could see that there were no weapons in his hands. At the same time, he also activated the sound and light hypnosis system on the electromagnetic armor, in order to prevent the other party from having any special awareness methods. Zhang Tuohai deliberately lowered the frequency and reduced the effect. Although it cannot completely hypnotize him, it can greatly increase the credibility of the words and make it easier for the other party to subconsciously believe and get close to him.
Are you a traveler? Then you must have seen a lot of scenery in other places. Can you share it with me? I am willing to exchange my singing with you. By the way, my name is Jins. What is your name?
As Jins spoke, he moved to the side, trying to get Zhang Tuohai to sit over. However, she forgot that she was sitting on a beacon light. This thing was originally floating, but when her body's center of gravity shifted, the beacon flipped over. Plop! Jins fell into the water. Zhang Tuohai. Wow! Jins emerged from the water.
Sorry, I forgot. This is not a reef.
His dash. Jins' expression tightened, and she seemed a little uncomfortable.
What's wrong? Are you injured?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I was injured a little by that old witch. I'm a little bit injured. It'll be fine after a while,
Jins said, brushing away the long chestnut hair that was scattered on her back. On her smooth back, there was a scar that was more than a foot long and deeply visible to the bone. The wound was simply wrapped with water plants a few times, and many parts were still exposed. The edges of the water plants were stained red with blood.
This won't work. If you don't take care of it properly, it will be easy to get infected. I have treatment equipment there. Do you want to come over and try it?
Zhang Tuohai tried to make an invitation.
Well, thank you very much.
Jins lowered his head and said, according to her normal personality, she would not leave her familiar area easily. However, she felt from the bottom of her heart that the person in front of her was worthy of trust, and she agreed without realizing it.
Follow me.
Zhang Tuohai led the way and guided Jins to the shore. Looking at the fine gravel on the roadbed on the shore, Jins hesitated. She had no legs, so she had to rely on the fish's tail to jump ashore. However, there were too many gravels on the shore, and it was easy to cut her scales. Just as she hesitated, a self-propelled machine came out pushing a trolley. There is also a huge bathtub on the trolley, which is filled with water.
Please!
Zhang Tuohai helped Jins jump into the bathtub. The self-propelled machine changed direction and pushed the cart into the car.
Why does it feel weird?
Jins grabbed both sides of the bathtub with both hands. This novel experience made her a little at a loss. However, she soon became dazzled by the strange facilities around her. She looked left and right, like a curious baby.
What is this?
Jins asked, pointing to a strange metal box, from which a familiar smell wafted.
Children, don't ask so many questions. The most important thing now is to heal first.
Zhang Tuohai pushed the cart and accelerated towards the treatment room. He couldn't tell Jins that this box was used for smoked fish. Right? Moreover, there are many smoked finished products hanging inside. God knows what Jins will look like when he sees this scene. He would not take such a risk before confirming the relationship between Jins and fish.
Okay, go in and lie down.
Zhang Tuohai pushed him to the medical cabin.
I've seen this before. It's a human coffin. Those on the shore would put the body in it and push it into the sea. I thought it was some good thing at first. It took me a long time to open it, and I almost didn't open it. I'm sick to death.
Jin seemed to have recalled something bad, and his expression turned ugly.
This is really a medical bay. It just looks a little weird,
Zhang Tuohai explained helplessly. In the end, Zhang Tuohai relied on the sound and light persuasion skills that came with the armor to successfully get Jins to lie inside.
This function is really easy to use. If you can take it back to the original world, it will be very effective in selling goods. Maybe you can become a sales champion,
Zhang Tuohai thought while pressing the switch. Ding. A microwave beep sounded. Chapter 706 The Whereabouts of the Other Half of the Imaginary Number Core.
What sound?
Jins, who was already extremely nervous, suddenly heard a strange noise and became even more panicked. His face turned pale, and he looked around, trying to find the source of the sound.
Nothing. Normal startup sound. Don't worry.
Zhang Tuohai casually pressed the automatic check button. A white light enveloped Jins, and then several mechanical arms stretched out from inside, holding things like needles and threads, scissors, and syringes. Seeing so many strange things slowly approaching him, Jins fainted with force. Zhang Tuohai? He was curious. How did this guy grow so big? Could it be the European emperor? Treatment in the medical bay continues. Although the wound on Jins' back looked scary, fortunately, it did not damage the internal organs or bones. In addition, the injury was not long enough and did not cause a large area of infection, so it was relatively easy to treat. Just cut out the damaged tissue and suture it. Also, although Jins looks thin and frail from the outside, His physical fitness is really not that strong. Many data, such as bone strength, scale hardness, cardiopulmonary function, etc. are better than Zhang Tuohai. This also led to her strong recovery ability. After the wound was sutured, there were already faint signs of healing. Ding. There was another soft sound, and the medical cabin slowly opened. Jins climbed out of it in a daze.
Why did I fall asleep? You just fainted,
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly. Jins, ?
Okay. Those are not important. You can feel how your body is doing. If there are any problems, go for the second treatment,
Zhang Tuohai said. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Jins realized the effect of the treatment. She tried to twist her body, with a look of surprise on her face.
Hey, it really doesn't hurt anymore. Put this coat on.
Zhang Tuohai took out a black coat and handed it to Jins.
I don't need this.
Jins waved his hand quickly when he saw this. She also tried human clothes, but they always felt weird when worn on her body. And if she wore them in the water, it would be uncomfortable to wear them because of the water immersion. She stopped wearing them after trying them a few times.
This is to prevent the wound on your back from getting infected.
Zhang Tuohai threw the clothes over. He asked Aya to modify this dress from a diving suit. It fits the body perfectly, and there is no need to worry about water seepage. Hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Jins obediently took the clothes over. Because he almost never wore clothes, Jins always felt something was strange about the tight-fitting diving suit on the boat. He was tugging here and there, and it always felt like something was not right.
How are you? Do you feel any discomfort?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I can still get used to it. But what are these things for?
Jins looked at the raised ceramic patches on her chest with curiosity.
That one is for defense.
Zhang Tuohai covered his face and said, Originally, I got an ordinary diving suit. But when she delivered it, she happened to pass by Lilith. After Lilith found out about it, she went to work and installed 2 sets of bulletproof ceramic patches on the diving suit. According to her calculations, they could at least block the shark's teeth.
Why block the shark's teeth?
Jins looked confused.
Aren't you afraid of being chased and bitten by sharks?
Zhang Tuohai was curious.
Of course I'm not afraid anymore. If a shark dares to bite me, I just need to hold up the bubble, and it won't be able to bite me,
Jins said and drew a circle with one hand. And a huge bubble enveloped her. The bubble was about 2 meters in diameter and crystal clear. Zhang Tuohai poked it with his hand. The surface was soft and cool, a bit like jelly. When he tried to penetrate deeply, the bubble suddenly hardened, as if it were steel. Even if Zhang Tuohai used part of the armor's auxiliary system to increase the power to half a ton, he could not burst the bubble.
It's awesome.
Zhang Tuohai took his hand back. It seems that Jin's ability to grow so big is not just due to luck, but because he is really capable.
Really? Not really.
Jins felt a little embarrassed after hearing Zhang Tuohai's compliment.
By the way, you said before that you were hurt by someone. Who is the person who could hurt you? He must be very powerful to hurt you. Right?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
It's very powerful.
Jins put a finger in his mouth and bit it lightly before saying,
No one knows its real name, but we are all used to calling it Mrs. Ghost. Mrs. Ghost? Can you tell us in detail?
Zhang Tuohai became excited. He felt as if he had touched the edge of a side mission. He had laid so much groundwork before. Wasn't it just for this moment?
Well, let me check it out.
Jins pondered for a moment and said slowly.
The ghost lady was not here originally. It only came here last year. However, it is very difficult to get along with, and no one knows about it. What is it called? Just because it has the face of a female ghost. That's why everyone calls it Mrs. Ghost.
Jins said.
Then why did you provoke it?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I don't know what's going on,
Jins said with a troubled expression.
I just heard that it has a crystal ball that can understand the past and predict the future. I want to know what my future will be like. So I ran over and asked for a crystal ball to see what my future would look like. But who knew? As soon as I mentioned the crystal ball, it suddenly turned its back and said that I was also here to pry into its secrets. And then it took action directly. If I hadn't run so fast, I would have almost been killed by it.
After saying that, Jins blinked his big eyes, looking aggrieved.
Crystal ball.
Hearing this term, Zhang Tuohai's heart moved, and he quickly took out the half of the imaginary number core.
Is it this? You have one too?
Jin's eyes lit up when she saw the crystal ball in Zhang Tuohai's hand.
Can you help me see what my future is like? Are you sure that the one in my hand is the same as that in that ghost lady's hand?
Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly.
Well, although I only took a glance at it, I will never admit it wrong. I swear on the cod I had for lunch. It's exactly the same.
Jinx nodded repeatedly.
So, can you help me look at my future? Sorry. This thing can't see the future of others. At least the part in my hand can't. Can you help me find where the ghost lady is? Maybe. If the two crystal balls are fused together, maybe your wish will be it can come true.
Zhang Tuohai was encouraging on the side. Chapter 707 The Building Ship and the Ghost Lady.
Okay. I'll take you there. But if it really succeeds, you must tell me what my future looks like.
Jinx thought for a while, and finally agreed to Zhang Tuohai's request.
Of course. But why are you so persistent about your future? Aren't you afraid of being changed after spoilers?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I'm just worried that something bad will happen. So I need to change.
Jinx said matter-of-factly.
Look, if I had known that I would get hurt if I went to Madame Ghost's place, I could have avoided it in advance. So you don't have to endure the pain of being injured.
Hearing Jin's answer, Zhang Tuohai felt that he was speechless. Well-founded and logically consistent.
Okay, now let's lead the way. Can you understand this map?
Zhang Tuohai brought Jinx to the command room.
Wow, it's so amazing. It seems like it's real. This is what this area looks like.
Jinx swung his big tail and looked at the huge 3D map in wonder.
This is our position. Can you tell the direction? Do you want to switch to the underwater perspective?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No.
No. This perspective is quite interesting. Let me take a look. Go this way and pass through this waterway. You need to pay attention here. But since you can travel on the road, you can go directly through here. Just come here.
Jinx pointed out the route on the map.
Is it near the second channel?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the map and nodded.
Go over and take a look.
Zhang Tuohai greeted, and classmate Xiao Ai turned around and drove in the direction pointed by Jinx. Along the way, Jinx lay on the roof of the car and looked at the surrounding scenery with interest. This perspective was something she had never experienced before. And everything seemed so novel. Because this place is close to the core area, and most of the players are still staying in the peripheral area. And it is already early in the morning. There are almost no players seen along the way. Not even an aborigine. Just as they were approaching that area, suddenly, a ball of orange fireworks erupted in the distant sky, followed by a violent explosion, and patches of red light flashed, almost lighting up the sky.
Is there a fight?
Zhang Tuohai frowned as he looked at the situation in the distance. The direction of the explosion was exactly where he was going.
Did something unexpected happen and someone got there first?
He quickly sent out the RQ-180 drone to check the situation. At the same time, the car immediately accelerated and drove over there. Soon, the drone sent back intelligence. On a water surface, a huge building boat was moored on the water. The building ship is extremely huge, about 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. It is comparable in size to a dreadnought, but its entire body is indeed made of wood. The buildings are decorated with carved beams and painted buildings. And buildings with exquisite structures are scattered on the buildings. The lights on the building are brightly lit, and the sound of silk and bamboo can be heard faintly, as if it is a large cruise ship full of tourists. The bow of the building ship is a huge dragon head. The dragon head is lifelike, with all the details, and it also contains a certain charm. Even if Zhang Tuohai just watched it through the broadcast image, he still felt a faint sense of oppression. Opposite the building ship stands a huge ghost face. No, not one ghost face, but 3 ghost faces. The leader's ghost face is about 10 meters tall, with no body visible. It has gray hair and an old face. It is the image of an old woman. The old woman has a fierce appearance, blood-red eyes, and a faint layer of black mist. At first glance, she looks like an extremely difficult character. On her left and right sides, there is a ghost face on each side. These 2 ghost faces are relatively petite, but they are still more than 2 meters long, and their bodies are also missing. Compared with the old woman, these 2 ghost faces look more like ghosts than humans. They both had green faces with fangs, long tongues and eyes, like fierce ghosts in hell. At this time, in the building boat, a man wearing a green shirt flew out of the building, landed lightly on the dragon's head, raised his head, and said to the old woman,
Mrs. Ghost, to be honest, we are here for that it comes from the crystal ball, and we are willing to pay any price as long as it is given to us. As expected, it's you greedy guys. I won't let you succeed.
The ghost lady roared, opened her big mouth, and spit out a large amount of shrimps and crabs. As soon as these shrimps and crabs were exposed to water, they immediately came to life. Not only did they come alive, these shrimps and crabs pressed their hands on the water and a pair of daggers and spears made of ice appeared in their hands. After obtaining the weapons, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushed towards the building ship one after another, shouting to kill. Looking at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals rushing over, the man in green shirt on the leader's face showed a look of disdain. Little tricks. He waved his long sleeves, and huge whirlpools appeared on the water. These vortices rose quickly, forming waterspouts. Go! The man in green shirt pointed forward with one hand. The waterspouts rushed towards the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Those shrimp soldiers and crabs were unable to dodge, and were swept away by the waterspout. Many of them were directly swept up into the sky by huge waterspouts. Six Ding and Liujia. Form an army. The man in green shirt raised one hand, and a large stack of white paper was thrown into the air. The stack of white paper suddenly turned into heavily armored warriors, wearing armor, and holding sharp blades in the air, rushing towards Mrs. Ghostface. Call. Mrs. Ghostface opened her mouth, and a ball of white flame spit out from her mouth. The white flames instantly engulfed the paper figures, who turned into ashes without even making a sound. After devouring the paper man, the white flames did not stop but continued to sweep forward, apparently intending to destroy the building and ship as well. Humph! The man in green snorted coldly when he saw this, and pressed the faucet with one hand. The dragon head at the bow of the ship suddenly opened its mouth, and a stream of crimson flame spurted out from the dragon's mouth. The crimson flame and the white flame collided together, raising a flame more than 10 meters high. Then, the two flames fought against each other, trying to destroy each other. However, the strength of the two was equal, and neither could destroy the other for a while, and they were deadlocked. It's amazing! There are actually such powerful people, but I don't know if they are aborigines or hostile players. Looking at the battle scene transmitted back by the drone, John Tuohai's expression became grim. He turned to look at Jinx. Do you know these two parties? That Ghostface is Mrs. Ghostface. As for that big ship, I don't know or have seen it. Jinx shook his head and said, Is it a player? Seeing Jinx like this, Zhang Tuohai had a thought in his mind. Should we kill them all together? Chapter 708, Scientific Flying Sword. Magical Missile Power. At this time, the man in green shirt on the building boat was secretly regretting it. He originally thought it was just a routine mission, but he borrowed the building boat again, so he must have got it right. But I didn't expect that Madame Ghost's strength far exceeded expectations, and she was on par with him. For a moment, she was helpless and reached a deadlock. If she had known better, she should have brought more helpers. Mrs. Ghost was also secretly angry. She originally thought she had hidden herself in a remote corner, but she didn't expect someone to come to her door. If I had known better, I shouldn't have revealed the crystal ball in the first place, which could lead to death. Fortunately, those enemies didn't know that it had a backhand. The ghost lady sneered and drove the two ghost faces around her, preparing to kill the man in green shirt opposite. However, at this moment, there were waves of strange movements above their heads. Both sides hurriedly looked up. This sight immediately shocked both parties into a cold sweat. Above them, at some point, a huge sword appeared. This long sword is about 10 meters long and 1 meter wide. It is slender and sharp. It is surrounded by electric light. A series of blue electric arcs wrapped the long sword, like a thunder prison coming to the world. A man in white armor stood on a long sword facing the wind, his body also shimmering with lightning, as if the god of thunder had descended. The thunder is overwhelming. Help me get rid of the demon. The man pointed down with a black umbrella in one hand. The thunder sword under his feet instantly changed direction and shot directly at the ghost lady below. Roar! Seeing this, the ghost faces on both sides of Mrs. Ghost quickly opened their big mouths and spit out large balls of black gas. The black gas gathered together to form a giant black python. The giant python opened its mouth and bit into the long sword wrapped in thunder. Suddenly, a large number of small cans the size of cans fell from the thunder sword. All those small jars fell into the surroundings of the giant python, and then exploded. Balls of electric light exploded next to the black python. Large swaths of blue lightning hit the black python. The continuous attacks almost brought the black python's body to the verge of collapse, and its color became dim. When the two ghost faces saw each other, they immediately opened their mouths and spit out more black energy, injecting it into the black python's body in an attempt to stabilize the black python. However, at this moment, the giant thunder sword hanging upside down in the sky suddenly split apart, and with bursts of buzzing sounds, it turned into a series of gasoline saws. Those gasoline saws were wrapped in electric light, divided into two groups, and rushed towards the two ghost faces.
The ghost face realized that he had fallen into the trap and quickly cut off the supply, gathering the black mist around him and condensing it into a black carapace. Even if a gasoline saw attacks with high voltage current, it won't be able to break through it for a while. Seeing that it was difficult to open up the situation, John Tuohai was moved in his heart and controlled the gasoline saws to attack Mrs. Ghost. The ghost lady was in the form of an incorporeal body. After the gasoline saw hit the opponent, it flew directly into the air, as if it had hit a group of phantoms, and rushed out from the opposite side.
Ha! I thought you were so capable. But it turns out it's just that. I'm just standing here. What can you do to me?
The ghost lady burst out laughing when she saw this, looking completely unafraid. John Tuohai was shocked at first when he saw the ghost lady's appearance, but his heart moved when he saw the index on the screen. Because, according to the index, the energy index of the ghost lady dropped significantly after being attacked.
Electricity also has an attack effect on this kind of spirit-like creature?
In order to verify his guess, John Tuohai commanded numerous gasoline saws to once again carry high voltage current through the ghost lady's body. The energy index on the screen indeed dropped a bit. It seems that his previous verification is correct, and the electric current does have an attack effect on this kind of spirit body. However, the voltage is not enough, and the attack effect is not enough. It takes a lot of time to kill the opponent purely by relying on current. There are too many variables in the process, and a simpler and faster method needs to be found. Seeing that John Tuohai still refused to give up, the ghost lady laughed.
I have told you before that your attacks are useless to me. Just wash your neck and wait until I kill this difficult boy. I'll deal with you immediately.
As she spoke, the ghost lady opened her mouth even wider, and the white flames in her mouth became more raging. For a moment, the man in green shirt was so suppressed that he could not lift his head.
Ha ha. It seems that I still underestimate you. Since you are so stubborn, let me show you my true magical power.
As John Tuohai spoke, he raised the flight altitude and called for fire support through the communicator.
Does this guy really have some secret tricks?
While the ghost lady was spitting out white flames, she used part of her energy to stare at John Tuohai cautiously. The two ghost faces next to it were also ready. However, after they stared for a while, they found that John Tuohai had not even been able to hold in his fart, and a trace of doubt arose in their hearts.
Is this guy just blathering and bragging?
Just when they thought it was a false alarm, suddenly, bursts of whistling sounds came from the distance. They turned around and saw dozens of missiles with triangular warheads attacking from a distance. Boom! Boom! The next second, the missiles exploded near them. The fierce flames gathered together to form a huge fire tornado with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which directly enveloped the ghost lady and the two ghost faces beside her. Call! The fire tornado kept licking everything it wrapped. Ah! Both ghost lady and ghost face screamed. The fire tornado gradually dissipated. The two ghost faces had dissipated, and the ghost lady's body had become almost transparent, and her body was crumbling, as if she could not support it at any time. In the center of its body, a crystal ball is suspended in midair, emitting a pale golden light.
It's indeed on it!
John Tuohai's face showed joy. The man in blue shirt on the boat also saw the crystal ball. His eyes lit up, and he jumped forward with his feet, seemingly trying to seize the crystal ball. He had already estimated that he was several times closer than John Tuohai, enough to grab the crystal ball first. No one around here is faster than him. After grabbing it, start the building ship and leave this world. Although the attack power John Tuohai showed just now is extremely powerful, he can leave here at any time. With the attack being powerful, can he still carry out cross-border attacks? The man in the green shirt was extremely proud. Unexpectedly, he finally grabbed the crystal ball. No matter how powerful he was, he still had to drink my foot-washing water. Just when the man in blue shirt was about to touch the crystal ball, a gasoline saw rushed past and snatched the crystal ball away, leaving the man in green shirt in a mess. Chapter 709 The Role of Jinx. The man in green shirt had question marks all over his face. It was only a millimeter away from success. But in the blink of an eye, everything became empty. After all the effort, nothing was caught. While he was stunned, the ghost lady roared. Roar. When the ghost lady realized that her crystal ball was missing, she suddenly seemed to go crazy. She opened her huge mouth and bit the man in blue shirt.
Get out of the way!
At this time, the man in green shirt was in an extremely bad mood. Madam Ghost rushed up and hit the muzzle of the gun. The man in green shirt raised one hand, and a palm-sized gourd popped out of his sleeve. The gourd was sapphire-colored, round and smooth, with golden runes shining with brilliance. The gourd spun around a few times, became several times bigger, and spit out blazing flames towards the ghost lady. In her heyday, Madame Ghost was just as powerful as the man in blue shirt. She had consumed a lot of energy in the previous fights. And then after a series of blows, she was already weak. She could only hold on with her breath. At this time, she faced the man in blue shirt again. Naturally, he was defeated by the attack, and his body was directly enveloped in flames. Ah! With a few screams, the ghost lady completely disappeared. After killing the ghost lady, the depression in the man in blue dissipated a little. He looked up at Zhang Tuohai flying in midair. According to his original character, the normal operation is to kill the opponent and get the crystal ball back. However, Zhang Tuohai had just shown his strength. The man in green shirt waited up and found that he was not completely sure if he wanted to deal with the opponent. If he was not careful, he might suffer a big loss. So he pondered for a moment. Then he said, "My friend, that crystal ball is an heirloom of our family. It was accidentally stolen by this ghost lady. This thing is of great importance to our family. Please give it back. I will thank you deeply." Hearing the words of the man in green shirt, Zhang Tuohai in the sky smiled. "Mingy, we are all from the Tower of Babel. Don't come up with this kind of rhetoric. The imaginary core is the imaginary core. Return the family heirloom. It's so funny," Zhang Tuohai said, while throwing the imaginary number core in his hand. The reason why he didn't attack the man in green shirt just now was entirely because he saw the Tower of Babel logo on the other man's sleeve. Out of caution, Zhang Tuohai took a photo of the other party and sent it to Alice for confirmation. Alice quickly gave a reply. "This guy's name is Minghe. He's a pretentious criminal from the First Action Group. You don't need to give him face. As long as he doesn't die, you can beat him as you like." As for Zhang Tuohai's question about the ownership of the imaginary number core, Alice's reply was more clear. "There is no name written on this thing, so naturally whoever grabs it belongs to whom. Anyway, there is free competition within the organization, as long as they don't fight each other to death. Can." With Alice's endorsement, Zhang Tuohai naturally no longer has to worry. Now that the imaginary number core has fallen into his hands, no one can take it back. Not even demigods. He said, hearing Zhang Tuohai call out his name. Minghe's momentum suddenly stopped, and he almost breathed out of his chest. He never expected that someone within the organization would actually grab it. If the aborigines or players are unaware of the situation, he can also coax them, rob them by force, or exchange them with other items. However, since they are people within the organization, there is nothing they can do. Both parties know what this means, and there is no possibility of exchange at all. If they were robbed by force, it's still unclear who would rob whom. Minghe was choked and couldn't speak for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "Okay, I admit defeat. This half of the imaginary core belongs to you, so I say goodbye." With that said, Minghe started the building boat. A huge light door appeared on the building boat, and the building boat began to slowly sail towards the light door. "Brother Minghe, where are you going?" Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. "The mission failed, so naturally I have to return," Minghe said calmly. "This is only half, and the other half is in the hands of the Crimson Goddess player. If you are so willing to leave, if you stay here, you may have a chance to grab the remaining half," Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. With such a strong helper, Zhang Tuohai didn't want to let him go in vain, but wanted to lend him some help. After hearing Zhang Tuohai's words, Minghe snorted coldly. "You would be so kind to tell me this information? I'm afraid you will pick the peach again, and you will find the remaining half of the imaginary core by yourself. I'm sorry. Stay with me, and we'll see you later." Minghe clasped his fist slightly, stood on the dragon's head, and followed the huge building ship into the light gate. Then, the light gate disappeared, as if it had never appeared. "That's not cute." Looking at the direction where Minghe disappeared, he curled his lips slightly. "Although I didn't get any help, the harvest was still good." Zhang Tuohai looked at the crystal ball in his hand. A line of prompts popped up above. Obtain the imaginary number core, part of this world. Zhang Tuohai returned to the car with many flying gasoline saws. As soon as he entered the command room, Jins jumped in front of Zhang Tuohai with his big tail wagging. "Can you help me see what my future looks like?" Jins asked with hope. "Do you know?" Zhang Tuohai pushed the crystal ball in front of Jins. "How could I? This is the second time I've seen it," Jins said. "What a coincidence. Neither can I." Zhang Tuohai helplessly spread his hands. "Oh!" Jin's little face fell. "Actually,
It's good not to know the future, so you can be full of hope. Right.
This is Aya walking out from behind, wearing a bare pajamas.
Why are you here?
Zhang Tuohai looked at his watch. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. Logically speaking, this was the time when Aya was most asleep.
I couldn't sleep, so I went out and walked around. Let's go. I'll take you to the ecological park. There's a hot spring there. I think you'll like it,
Aya said, taking Jin's hand, pointing her other hand towards the ground. And a foot-wide ice surface instantly appeared in front of everyone. Jin stood on the ice, twisting her body left and right as Aya pulled her forward.
When did the two of them have such a good relationship?
Zhang Tuohai scratched his head and found that it was always easy for girls to establish relationships with each other.
Miss Aya and Miss Jin got along very well with each other in terms of superpowers. The two parties exchanged a lot of experiences. Miss Aya has initially mastered Miss Jin's blistering technique and is in the process of mastering it.
Classmate Xiao Ai said next to him.
Is there such a good thing?
Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that Jin could be teased like this. Since it can improve Aya's strength, there is nothing to say. She must entertain her well and serve her comfortably, so that the wool can be sheared more smoothly.
Send a fruit plate, along with milk tea, juice and red wine. Whatever you like is provided, and we strive to gain the most knowledge in the shortest time,
Zhang Tuohai said. Chapter 710 Unpacking. Classmate Xiao Ai made arrangements according to Zhang Tuohai's instructions. A huge fruit plate over half a meter high made by Wang Kai himself. Freshly prepared pearl milk tea, red bean smoothie, and ice-cold wine. Take a dip in the hot spring pool. Not to mention how comfortable it is. The Little Mermaid Jin had never seen such a battle before, and she fell into the gentle land and couldn't extricate herself. The two of them discussed each other's experience in using their powers in the hot spring. After confirming each other's opinions, they both felt that they had been greatly improved. Aya has mastered the use of some water attributes, and Jin has also begun to be able to convert water into ice for manipulation. Both parties have even begun to study the use and control of fog. The relationship between the two parties heated up rapidly, and it felt like they had met too late. At this time, Zhang Tuohai was holding 2 crystal balls in his hands.
How should these two things be put together? Are they going to melt, then pour together, and then solidify?
Zhang Tuohai dragged 2 crystal balls and gestured. The 2 crystal balls rubbed against each other. Buzz! The 2 crystal balls lit up instantly and buzzed.
Did you react?
Zhang Tuohai became excited and quickly brought the 2 crystal balls together. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound, and the 2 crystal balls emitted a dazzling white light. Zhang Tuohai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the screen on the mask automatically lowered its transparency, blocking out most of the bright light. After the 2 crystal balls came together, they seemed to have melted. The 2 floated slowly, attracting each other and circling. Then a large number of runes emerged from the inside of the ball and wrapped around the outside of the crystal ball, like ribbons. Zhang Tuohai felt that there were some extra fragments in his mind. In shock, Zhang Tuohai hurriedly looked at the fragments. After he looked through them one by one, he found that most of these fragments were messy runes. Although he had never seen most of them, Zhang Tuohai was shocked to find that he could clearly know what these runes represented. What means?
What's going on? Can I understand the meaning of these runes?
Zhang Tuohai did not dare to neglect and quickly started reading it carefully. He found that most of the fragments in his mind were messy code fragments that could not be connected at all. Or they were just fragments of words, and no effective information was obtained. However, when he looked at the last fragment, he was shocked to find that it turned out to be a complete piece of code. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but read out, "The black lotus blooms." When the last syllable ended, the black umbrella behind Zhang Tuohai flew up on its own. The umbrella opened up and stacked on top of each other, like a black lotus in full bloom. Zhang Tuohai quickly stopped the black umbrella, grabbed it in his hand, and put it away. That piece of code already informed Zhang Tuohai about the subsequent development. Each petal on the black lotus will attack the enemy according to its lock. The attack effect is equivalent to using a black umbrella to directly attack. Moreover, the effect of each petal is the same. In other words, Zhang Tuohai's black umbrella is finally no longer limited to close combat. He has both long-range attack and group attack effects. However, the attack range is limited, only about 100 meters. Even this is a huge improvement for Zhang Tuohai.
Am I invincible within 100 meters?
Zhang Tuohai thought secretly while holding a black umbrella. However, when he thought of the demigods above him, he felt weak again. Those demigods have been in business for a long time, and they have who knows how many trump cards in their hands. They may also have many various quantum crystal weapons. My own family background is still too thin. After sorting out the harvest, Zhang Tuohai quickly turned to look at classmate Xiao Ai.
Classmate Xiao Ai, did you gain the knowledge of runes just now? Well, I just discovered that a lot of rune knowledge was suddenly spread around me, and I collected it all. This time I gained a lot, and it will be of great help in deciphering. The results will appear soon,
classmate Xiao Ai said excitedly. At this time, Lilith also opened the door and walked in with a sigh of relief.
What were you doing just now? While I was sleeping, a lot of knowledge suddenly came into my mind. Really? That's great. Is there anything to gain?
Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly.
Do you want to exhaust your lovely daughter to death? Be careful. I will sue you for illegal use of child labor.
Lilith rolled her eyes and said,
I am sorting out the knowledge I have gained, and the specific results will have to wait for some time. Yes, bring it.
Lilith stretched out her hand towards Zhang Tuohai.
What?
Zhang Tuohai didn't understand.
Of course it's the knowledge you gained. Don't tell me. You won't gain anything from being so close. Hand it over quickly,
Lilith said.
All right.
Zhang Tuohai wrote down the rune knowledge in his mind bit by bit. As soon as he finished writing, he was taken away by Lilith. Before leaving, Lilith also took away the newly formed imaginary number core.
You already took one. What are you doing with this?
Zhang Tuohai asked from behind.
Of course, it is a comparative experiment. With a control group, many experiments can be done. Finally, we can let go.
Lilith looked like she was gearing up.
The imaginary number core should be very strong. Right. It shouldn't be damaged. Right.
Seeing Lilith's back, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but sweat for the imaginary core.
Commander, where should we go next?
Classmate Xiao Ai asked from the side.
Go to the central area and try to get more supplies before the big melee starts. By the way, bring me those treasure boxes that I picked up in the port area before. I want to experience the thrill of unpacking them.
Zhang Tuohai rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. In the Battle of the Harbor, he killed nearly 1,000 players. Although some people's treasure boxes were taken away by their companions or other players, there were still hundreds of treasure boxes left behind. These treasure boxes were enough to make Zhang Tuohai fatter again. The self-propelled machines immediately piled the treasure boxes piled in the warehouse, in front of Zhang Tuohai. Seeing the mountain of treasure boxes, Zhang Tuohai rubbed his hands and began the journey of unpacking.
Rum? Exchange points. Toilet paper? Trash. Fairy stick? Why do these guys carry everything with them? Toy handcuffs?
Zhang Tuohai was stunned by the rich variety of items while opening the treasure box. He didn't expect that the things that could be found in these treasure chests were so diverse. Ranging from toilet paper to as large as assault boats. Almost anything could be opened from them. Zhang Tuohai even opened a complete mummy specimen from a treasure box. The most outrageous thing is that the game prompt gives a classification annotation of drugs.
This.
Zhang Tuohai was no longer able to complain. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to give up, a golden light suddenly appeared from the treasure box. Chapter 7:11 The Eternal Scorching Sun.
Golden Legend?
Seeing this golden light, Zhang Tuohai was surprised and happy. When he came to this world, he had opened nearly 1,000 bronze boxes of various kinds. They were always full of garbage, which made him think that he was the reincarnation of an African chieftain. Now, he finally left Asia and joined Europe. Zhang Tuohai squinted his eyes and waited for the golden light to dissipate. However, after he waited there for a long time, the golden light was still so dazzling and did not fade away at all. Zhang Tuohai felt that something was not quite right. So he immediately got closer and took a closer look. Inside the bronze treasure chest is a small ball that has been emitting golden light. Zhang Tuohai squinted his eyes and could barely see the game prompts above. Eternal Scorching Sun, Special Rune Prop. A constant light source that can continuously emit light and heat. Zhang Tuohai. His first reaction, what is this? Second reaction, what's the use of this? Zhang Tuohai slowly stretched out his hand and caught the eternal burning sun in his hand. There is a transparent barrier-like thing on the periphery of the eternal scorching sun. When Zhang Tuohai's fingers touch it, there are circles of ripples. But there is no touch. And there is a warm feeling. Inside the barrier is a core that shines with dazzling light. Zhang Tuohai cannot directly observe it with his naked eyes. However, he can vaguely see the flickering runes.
It seems to be a piece of rune equipment. Not bad.
Zhang Tuohai played with this thing in his hand for a while, and found that he didn't seem to have much use for it. So he handed it to classmate Xiao Ai, recorded the runes inside, and filed it in the warehouse. The car continued towards the core area. The car moved forward for half an hour, and suddenly stopped in front of a bridge.
Why did you stop?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Commander, there are automatic defense facilities ahead. If you approach them rashly, you may be attacked.
Classmate Xiao Ai said and pointed forward. Zhang Tuohai looked forward. And in front of him was a huge iron bridge. This is not surprising. You can often see such bridges between two highways, including all metal bridges, stone bridges, and wooden bridges. It would be fine if it was just a bridge. But on the opposite side of the bridge, there are two huge towers. Below the tower is a huge square base, surrounded by huge metal circles, with a huge metal ball at the top. Electric light flashes on the metal ball, and thick arcs of electricity appear from time to time, and then disappear.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge metal tower, and had a bad feeling in his heart.
Based on available information, the possibility of defensive construction is 78%.
Classmate Xiao Ai said.
Gotta test it.
Zhang Tuohai was thinking about getting something to test. At this moment, a fat rabbit ran from a distance. The rabbit lowered its head, and ran straight towards Zhang Tuohai's wheel.
You are the one!
Zhang Tuohai squatted beside the wheel. When the rabbit jumped in the air and hit the wheel, Zhang Tuohai grabbed the rabbit with quick eyes and hands, then swung it violently, and threw the rabbit directly onto the iron bridge. Rabbit. It was somewhat unresponsive to the sudden change in scenery in front of it. It wandered in place for 2 seconds before slowly reacting, turning around and rushing towards Zhang Tuohai's wheel. However, at this moment, the metal ball on top of the metal tower emitted a dazzling white light, and a thick bolt of lightning shot out from the metal ball and hit the rabbit directly. Stab! An orange-red electric light flashed, and a burnt smell spread. The plump rabbit instantly turned into fly ash.
According to the existing data analysis, the possibility of defensive facilities is 99%.
Xiao Ai said quietly. Hiss. Zhang Tuohai took a breath of air. The defensive capabilities of this metal tower were beyond his imagination. Normal high-voltage electricity will only make the surface of the corpse scorched or natural. However, this high-voltage electricity directly turns the corpse into ashes, indicating that the water in the corpse has been dried out. The most important thing is that all this is completed in an instant. And the power consumption is even more terrifying. This can be proved from the side. The intensity of the current released by this tower. Zhang Tuohai estimated that even if he was wearing a new type of electromagnetic armor, if he tried to pass through it, he might be short-circuited by high-voltage current. The most important thing is that this is only part of it. Behind the two metal defense towers is thick fog. The fog spreads over an extremely wide area, and the edges can't be seen at a glance. No one knows what is in the fog. Zhang Tuohai thought for a while, and sent out the RQ-180 drone, preparing to conduct a high-altitude reconnaissance to see what was inside. He did not dare to act rashly until he understood it clearly. However, RQ-180 had just arrived above the fog, and before it had time to go deep, a brilliant purple light shot out from the fog. The purple light shot straight into the sky and hit the RQ-180 high in the sky. The huge RQ-180 was directly hit and disintegrated in the air. And Zhang Tuohai also lost the control signal.
This is crazy!
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. The RQ-180's cruising altitude is more than 20,000 meters, and it has the latest and stealth aerodynamic layout and coating. The radar reflection area is very small, and few radars can search it. This thing is almost unsolvable in the current technological world. As a result, we didn't even find the basic data here. So we just went to GG. Zhang Tuohai became a little angry. After thinking about it, he sent another Reaper drone and used a low-altitude penetration method to try to force his way in. As a result, the death drone was directly shot down by a purple light as soon as it approached the fog. It also disintegrated in the air, leaving only debris on the ground.
I don't believe it.
Zhang Tuohai frowned and said to classmate Xiao Ai, to carry out saturation blind shooting in the foggy area, let's start with a base number. I want to see how strong the shorting is. In addition, those flying gasoline saws are also used. Self-propelled machines use individual cloud explosive bombs and electromagnetic guns to contain them.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Ai began to make arrangements according to Zhang Tuohai's instructions. A series of flying gasoline saws were ejected into the sky and circled in a formation in the nearby area. Self-propelled machines came out of the car one after another, lined up in a line formation, and prepared their weapons. The MK vertical launch units have all been replaced with Zircon hypersonic missiles. Even those mechanical arms set up Hellfire missiles. This time, Zhang Tuohai became fierce and revealed all his firepower. ready to test how strong the fog's defense was. Chapter 7:12 Super Slingshot. Seeing classmate Xiao Ai's preparations, Zhang Tuohai was also very high-spirited. Although, from the beginning to now, he has been fighting alone. But in terms of firepower intensity, it is already comparable to several striker tactical battalions. No, even worse than the tactical battalion. At least I have never heard of any tactical battalion having electromagnetic guns or hypersonic missiles.
Fire!
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand gently. A large number of Zircon hypersonic missiles broke through the cell, reversed 90 degrees in the air, and shot towards the foggy area. One after another, the Hellfire missiles pulled a nearly straight curve to penetrate into the foggy area. Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh. The supporting firepower of the self-propelled machinery arrived first, and alloy projectiles and individual cloud explosive bombs were fired into the foggy area. The flying gasoline saws in midair rushed towards the foggy area in a battle formation, with the appearance of clearing the foggy area. However, before these attacks could reach the vicinity of the foggy area, brilliant purple light shot out from the fog. These purple lights are rapid and dense. Almost every missile, every drone, and even every metal projectile is responsible for a purple light. After being hit by these purple lights, they either explode in the air, are pierced and crash, or lose kinetic energy, or deflect. In short, none of these attacks can break through the fog's defense. Even entering the foggy area is impossible.
Hiss!
Zhang Tuohai was really shocked this time. He had never seen anything like this before. If it was a missile drone or something, he would have recognized it. Not even a single bullet from the electromagnetic cannon fired by the platoon could be fired into the foggy area, which was a bit scary. I'm afraid it's not even possible to combine Iron Dome and S-600. Right? And? What on earth is that purple light? Laser? Plasma ray? Or something else? Can I get this thing? This thing is much more powerful than the close-range defense cannon. If he can get it, he won't have to worry about other players' missiles and shells. Thinking of this, Zhang Tuohai's eyes did not flinch, but became more eager.
Commander, do you want to conduct a second strike test?
Classmate Xiao Ai asked.
Stop temporarily, collect some of the wreckage, and try to find the complete one. In addition, sort out the video, and I will send it to Lilith personally to see if she can analyze anything.
Zhang Tuohai said, as he pulled out the small car used to push the brocade, loaded it with a lot of wreckage picked up by the self-propelled machinery, and walked towards Lilith's laboratory. Seeing Zhang Tuohai push the door in, Lilith almost went crazy.
Oh, why are you here again, Dash?
Lilith grabbed her hair, looking crazy.
Don't worry. Let's drink some milk tea to calm down.
Zhang Tuohai was already prepared and thrust a cup of red bean milk tea into Lilith's hand.
Snort!
Lilith sat angrily on a small stool drinking milk tea, her feet dangling back and forth. After drinking the milk tea, Lilith's anger subsided a lot, and she walked over to the wreckage to inspect it.
A high-energy ray, which should be a plasma ray, or other ray with similar properties, assists the super defense system. The multiple target capture and locking programs are very strong. If it can be obtained, it will be very helpful to my research.
Lilith inspected it and said,
I know it's powerful, but the problem now is how to break through.
Zhang Tuohai said,
Our opponents have mastered this thing now. We have to break through the defense of this thing first before we can bring you the sample. Here it is. Research. This thing is very powerful. It's useless to fight hard. You have to get a sample to reverse engineer the loopholes and break through the defense.
Lilith said,
If you can't break through the defense, how can I give you a sample? Without samples, there is no way to break through the defense.
The two found that they seemed to be trapped in an infinite loop.
Wait a minute. I'll take care of it.
Zhang Tuohai squatted on the ground and thought for a while.
You mean, we can't break through this level of defense with our current methods? To be precise, judging from the level shown by the other party, it is temporarily impossible to break through conventional methods.
Lilith corrected, holding up a finger.
What's different about this? Wait, the conventional way? Does that mean there's something unconventional? Tell me.
Zhang Tuohai brought a small stool.
There are many unconventional methods. For example, your black umbrella has a skill called Eternal Barrier. Holding the umbrella up, you can directly break through the defense and enter the other end of the bridge.
Lilith said.
But that skill has a time limit. Only 1 minute. If I reach the other side and the time is up, wouldn't I fall directly into the tiger's mouth?
Zhang Tuohai said.
So, we have to think of something extraordinary.
The corners of Lilith's mouth curled up slightly.
What unconventional method?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
A way to pass through the defense and directly reach the core within 1 minute.
Lilith smiled like a fox.
How to do?
Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly.
Dang, dang, dang. This is it.
Lilith unfolded a design drawing.
What is this?
Zhang Tuohai opened the drawing and took a look and found that it was a sprint slide. At the end of the slide was a tilted slope. At the starting point of the slide was a huge erected alloy steel plate. There were springs and rubber bands at both ends of the steel plate. Looks like a giant slingshot.
This is my latest invention of the ejection device. How about it? It's awesome. It can definitely fly over the outer defense zone in 1 minute and rush directly into the core area of the foggy area. When the time comes, you can snatch the sample from behind. How? So, I am awesome.
Lilith looked like she was coming to praise me.
Awesome, big-headed ghost. Isn't this just a super large slingshot? Can it really work? Moreover, even if it can really fly over, what will happen if it lands?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Anyway, with your eternal barrier, I won't get hurt. It doesn't matter where I hit it. If the impact is lost, it will naturally stop.
Lilith said calmly.
Is the strength of the car body strong enough?
Zhang Tuohai asked still worriedly.
Don't worry. The reinforcement of the car body these times is not in vain. The titanium alloy frame plus armor is not a big problem.
Lilith said.
And don't you want a defensive weapon of this level? A defensive weapon that can block hypersonic missiles.
Lilith said seductively from the side.
Okay, let's give it a try.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a long time and finally decided that he wanted to try it. After all, he was still very greedy for weapons of this level. Soon, Zhang Tuohai prepared all the materials and made an oversized slingshot on the road. Chapter 713 Pyramid. Mummy.
Can this thing really work?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the huge slingshot with suspicion. Using this thing to pop the car into it seems unreliable no matter how you look at it.
Don't worry. I've already calculated it. The distance is definitely enough. Moreover, with your eternal barrier, you don't have to worry about the air defense equipment. In short, everything is under control. Leave everything to me,
Lilith said, patting the airport.
Okay, then I'll trust you again.
Zhang Tuohai nodded and drove the car to the launch pad of the slingshot. The cantilevers on both sides have also stretched the slingshot to the maximum. Everyone in the car also grabbed the handles and prepared themselves for collision. Lilith held the microphone and gave orders with high spirits.
Every unit is ready. This vehicle is about to eject and take off. Please hold on and sit tight. Countdown. 3, 2, 1, start.
Boom. Zhang Tuohai felt a huge push on his back from behind, and the car rushed forward quickly. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Tuohai's car rushed to the end of the Huayu platform, and then the whole car flew directly into the air. Several purple rays shot towards the car from the fog. Zhang Tuohai was well prepared, raised his black umbrella, and used the eternal barrier. In an instant, a black light curtain was like an eggshell, tightly surrounding the car. Sheila. The purple rays of light hit the black light curtain, just like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any waves. Zhang Tuohai's car was like a black cannonball, smashing into the gray fog. After passing through a thick wall of fog, my eyes suddenly became clear. This is a huge circular island, with hundreds of mist generators standing on the edge of the island, constantly emitting mist, covering the island with mist, not only around the island, but also in the sky above the island. The entire island was completely shrouded in fog, and there was no blind spot from which to peek. Next to the fog generator, there are tall iron towers standing one after another. These iron towers are similar to the iron towers guarding the bridge, with huge balls on top, with electric lights flashing on them. Behind the tower were densely packed laser transmitter-like objects, which aimed their transmitters at Zhang Tuohai and continued to emit purple light in an attempt to knock Zhang Tuohai down. However, Zhang Tuohai's eternal barrier is a quantum crystal, an existence that transcends levels. Wanting to break through these purple lights is as ridiculous as a two-dimensional person trying to threaten a three-dimensional existence. Looking at the dense defense system inside the island, Zhang Tuohai felt numb in his heart. This level of defense, let alone a basic number of missiles, may not be able to break through even if he uses up all the ammunition and reserves in his hands. Fortunately, I didn't get involved before. Otherwise, the consequences would be really unpredictable. At the very core of the island, a huge pyramid stands in the center of the island. The pyramids are all made of bright yellow basalt. The walls of the pyramid are engraved with dense golden runes, emitting golden light. making the entire pyramid look more mysterious and magical. At the top of the pyramid, there is a huge golden triangle, which is emitting bright light, like a small sun. Zhang Tuohai only had time to take a quick look before the car fell all the way to the foot of the pyramid. Boom! After a muffled sound, Zhang Tuohai's car hit the basalt at the foot of the pyramid. If it were an ordinary stone, Zhang Tuohai could smash it directly into pieces. However, a pale golden light shield appeared on the basalt that was hit. The car hit the light shield and then bounced back. Zhang Tuohai looked over and saw that the armor on the front of the car was slightly dented. His eyes widened. This is a multi-layered alloy plus a variety of armor plates that are suitable for armor synthesis. It can withstand direct fire from a 300mm rifled gun. Facing this kind of stone, it was actually dented by the impact. Is this still a stone? Or is it an ordinary stone? If those things that emitted purple light hadn't started to turn around and aimed at Zhang Tuohai, he would have definitely found a way to pry off a few pieces and study them. But now, Zhang Tuohai knocked twice on the metal door next to him. The door carved with complicated patterns disappeared instantly. Classmate Xiao Ai drove the car and rushed in at the lead. Zhang Tuohai held up an umbrella behind to block a wave of purple light, and then jumped in. Inside the gate is a long corridor. Zhang Tuohai looked around and found that this place was already a blind spot for the purple light emitters outside, so he could breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. At this moment, I suddenly heard a burst of neat footsteps at the end of the corridor.
Is there a situation?
Zhang Tuohai immediately increased his vigilance. At the end of the corridor, a group of mummies wrapped in white cloth and holding spears appeared, walking towards him in neat steps. After seeing Zhang Tuohai at the end of the passage, these mummies seemed to be on stimulants, boiling instantly, holding high the spears in their hands, and running quickly towards Zhang Tuohai.
These guys are definitely not here to treat me to dinner.
Seeing the menacing looks of those guys, Zhang Tuohai immediately made a judgment.
Close and defense artillery. Counterattack,
Zhang Tuohai said loudly. Duh. For close and defense artillery shells came out and fired at the mummies. A series of metal storms swept through, knocking the mummies off their feet. Those with broken hands, broken legs, broken waists, and some even had half of their heads smashed directly. These guys still crawled towards Zhang Tuohai persistently.
Why are all these undead creatures I encounter recently?
Zhang Tuohai muttered as he prepared to summon the self-propelled machines to come out and use intensive firepower to clean up the debris. At this moment, there was another sound of horse hooves coming from the end of the corridor. Zhang Tuohai looked up, and at some point, a two-wheeled carriage pulled by two horses appeared at the end of the corridor. There were two men standing on the carriage, one holding the reins and driving the two horses, and the other holding a large shield and spear.
Are there new troops? Give me a try.
Zhang Tuohai pointed with one hand. The four close and defense guns immediately turned around and fired at the horse-drawn chariot. However, the shield holder on the chariot suddenly raised the large shield in his hand, and golden runes lit up. In an instant, a golden light curtain enveloped the chariot. The 30mm shells from the close and defense gun hit the light curtain as if they were hitting a solid alloy wall. They made a ping-ping-pong-pong sound and could even produce sparks due to friction. But they could not penetrate even a little bit. The shield holder on the carriage jumped directly onto the horse's back, raising the spear in his hand forward, seemingly preparing to pierce Zhang Tuohai in one fell swoop. Chapter 714 Mr. Anubis.
Are you at home? A provocation. Right. Since you are seeking death like this, I will help you.
Seeing the other party's appearance, Zhang Tuohai sneered. He also jumped to the front of the car and said to classmate Xiao Ai,
Speed up, drive up, and kill this pretending turtle grandson.
Boom! The engine roared, and Xiao Ai directly increased the speed to the maximum and crashed into the carriage. Zhang Tuohai also imitated the other party's example and raised the black umbrella in his hand, as if it was a fair duel. When the shield holder on horseback saw this, he showed a look of disdain in his eyes. He was a gladiatorial champion during his lifetime. He was undefeated in 100 games. He once hunted 12 lions, 8 hyenas, and 5 crocodiles by himself, an elephant, and countless enemies of all kinds. No one can defeat him with a spear in his hand. Although the mount of the guy opposite looks very weird, and the impact is very strong. The man on top has obviously not received professional training, and even the posture of holding the sword is not standard. He can kill with one hand with this look. 20.
In just 3 more seconds, I can pick off this person's head in one fell swoop. 3, 2, 1. That's now.
The shield holder thrust out the spear in his hand, preparing to push the black sword away from the opponent's hand, and then stab it into the opponent's throat. However, the moment he thrust out the spear, the strange black umbrella suddenly turned into a huge round shield. The spear in his hand pierced directly into it. This sudden change caught him by surprise. However, this is nothing to him, who has been on the battlefield for a long time. He has seen scenes more dangerous than this countless times. Just when he was about to withdraw his spear and turn around to wait for a side attack, he was shocked to find that the spear in his hand turned into ashes. Not only the spear in his hand, but also himself, the war horse at his feet, the two-wheeled chariot behind him, and the charioteer driving the chariot all began to disintegrate and turn into dust.
How is this going?
The shield bearer looked at his hands in confusion. However, Zhang Tuohai's car roared past, completely blowing away the fly ash, before he was on the verge of completely dissipating. He seemed to hear a word that he didn't understand what it meant.
Pattern.
Stepping on the opponent's body, Zhang Tuohai drove his car and rushed over. He was still secretly proud in his heart.
As expected, he has an elm-headed man. What era has he come from? He still holds a spear stupidly. How many times can I beat such a weakling? Damn it!
Just as the car turned the corner, Zhang Tuohai was stunned. In the corridor ahead, there were densely packed two-wheeled chariots. Each two-wheeled chariot is a shield bearer, and the densely packed spears are shining with light. The scene in front of him made Zhang Tuohai truly experience what it means to have a spear like a forest.
This.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened. Can so many chariots armed with large shields really be fought by humans? Call. At this time, the tanks on the opposite side also discovered Zhang Tuohai. They all raised the spears and shields in their hands. Golden runes lit up, and a thick golden shield appeared in front of them. The carriages started slowly and approached Zhang Tuohai. The giant golden shield that almost filled the corridor was also pushed towards Zhang Tuohai, giving people the feeling of being overwhelmed by a mountain.
Is this really something I can face now?
Seeing the formation of carriages approaching him like a mountain, Zhang Tuohai fell into deep thought.
There is absolutely no way for normal players to solve it. Right. Even if we bring in the 460 caliber equality of all beings cannon, it won't help. Right. This thing is simply a BUG. I want to protest.
In fact, Zhang Tuohai forgot one thing when he complained. Normal players can't come here at all. They are blocked at the entrance of the Iron Bridge.
Fortunately, I have a trump card.
Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella in his hand.
The Black Lotus blooms.
A black lotus blossomed slowly on the top of the black umbrella. The 108 black lotus leaves are like 108 sharp swords. And the cold air is overwhelming. Everything around seemed to be still. Even the approaching horse-drawn carriage soldiers stopped moving and looked up at the blooming black lotus, as if they were looking up to some god. A breeze blew by, and the petals on the lotus fell one after another. The black lotus leaves were floating in the air like willow leaves blown down by the wind. When they hit the wall, the bricks on the wall turn into fly ash. When it touches a horse, it turns into ashes. When it touches people, they turn into flying ash. The whole world seemed to have pressed the stop button, except for the slowly fluttering black lotus leaves. Everything seemed to be still. I don't know how long it took, but the lotus leaves disappeared, and the chariots in the passage also disappeared. Not even a horse was left.
Okay, that's awesome.
This is the first time Zhang Tuohai has seen the effect of black lotus blooming. Unexpectedly, it is really powerful. Even though the attack is powerful, it seems to also have group control, psychedelic and other effects. There seems to be no shortcomings except that the attack range is slightly smaller.
Go! Keep going!
Zhang Tuohai drove forward and set off. Turning around the corner again, another diagonal upward corridor appeared in front. On both sides of the corridor, there are sarcophagi made of basalt. The surfaces of these sarcophagi are carved with the appearances of Egyptian gods such as Horus, Amun, Anubis, Hu, and Sobek.
What kind of drama is this?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the sarcophagi on both sides, guessing what kind of guardians would appear in this corridor.
Is it a corpse that jumped out of the sarcophagus?
Zhang Tuohai guessed. At this moment, a sarcophagus slowly opened, and a monster with a dog's head and human body stuck its head out, looking around. According to Egyptian legend, this is the appearance of Anubis, the god of death.
It's coming! It's coming! My guess was indeed right.
Zhang Tuohai took out his black umbrella and got ready. However, what Zhang Tuohai didn't expect was that when the dog-headed guy saw Zhang Tuohai, he screamed strangely, then slammed the sarcophagus shut, and huddled inside without moving. Zhang Tuohai, what is this scenario? Scared by something? He turned around and looked around. The corridor was empty. There was nothing except himself and the car. Zhang Tuohai walked over curiously, raised his index finger, and tapped the sarcophagus gently.
Hey, Mr. Anubis. Are you at home? Is anyone there? Come out and call me.
However, after knocking for a long time, there was no sound inside. As quiet as a dead body.
What's happening here?
After knocking for a long time, but getting no response, Zhang Tuohai decided to try another coffin. He came to the sarcophagus of Feng Shenxiu. Bang bang bang.
Anyone there? No one. Get out.
Chapter 7:15 Weird. Zhang Tuohai. How dare it scold me? Is it because I can't carry the knife anymore? Or are you drifting away? Zhang Tuohai took out the black umbrella from his back, put it on his shoulder, and banged on the sarcophagus. But the sarcophagus kept silent and kept pretending to be dead.
Something's not right.
Seeing this guy's abnormal behavior, Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that there must be something wrong here. He thought for a moment and spared it first, wanting to see if there was any harvest from the other sarcophagi. However, after knocking on the sarcophagus 7 or 8 times in a row, no one said anything, or told him to get out across the sarcophagus. But no one was willing to come out to see him.
These guys are so rude.
After knocking on the door and finding nothing, Zhang Tuohai returned to the car dejectedly. He didn't understand why the corridor on this level was so strange. The guards in the first 2 floors of the corridor would have stopped him even if they were shattered to pieces. However, when he arrived at this corridor, the guards all suddenly acted like turtles, hiding in their own mouse holes and refusing to come out. They just let him go. He was out there showing off his power.
What exactly is going on?
Zhang Tuohai was fooled by these guys. He would understand if they all rushed up to him. But what was the point of hiding in the coffin after seeing him? Zhang Tuohai has a good habit. That is, if he doesn't understand something, he won't do it well, since these guys don't want to come out to cause trouble for him. It saves him trouble. It would be best for both of them to live in peace and harmony. Zhang Tuohai drove the car slowly forward on the corridor, the heavy tracks making a crunching sound on the basalt road. Looking at the sarcophagi on both sides of the passage, Zhang Tuohai felt as if there were pairs of eyes staring at him inside. But no one or a monster dared to come out. They just watched quietly and let him pass directly.
It's really strange.
Until they reached the end of the corridor, Zhang Tuohai didn't understand what the guys in the sarcophagus were doing. After turning the corner, Zhang Tuohai saw another corridor in front of him. Both sides of this corridor are lined with various stone sculptures. These stone sculptures are also carved from black obsidian, and include common wild animals, lions, leopards, crocodiles and the like. There are also some fantasy monsters such as gargoyles, ameets, crocodile head, lion body, hippopotamus legs, ba, half human and half bird, griffins, griffin head and body, etc. Some are rich in Egyptian style. Some are full of exotic atmosphere, although their shapes are different. Their bodies are all carved with runes.
There are runes!
Seeing the statue covered with runes, Zhang Tuohai was so excited that he couldn't sit still.
Quick! Come closer and take pictures of them all for me.
Zhang Tuohai is now particularly concerned about these runes. Ever since Lilith helped him sort out the codes for using the 2 black umbrellas, he has become more and more concerned about cracking these codes. As long as there is something about code, he wants to get it as much as possible. In fact, if Zhang Tuohai's normal character was to move all these statues after seeing them, he would never just take photos and leave. However, when he first entered the corridor, he seemed to feel that the lion statue closest to him seemed to move slightly. When he turned his gaze over, the statue returned to its normal appearance, as if everything just now was an illusion. Normally, Zhang Tuohai might have felt dazzled, but he suddenly remembered the strange appearance of those guys in the corridor on the 3rd floor.
Could it be that these guys are the same as those on the 3rd floor?
Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed in his heart. In order to verify this guess, Zhang Tuohai took out his black umbrella and used it as a crutch. He slowly came to the lion statue, walked around the lion twice, and then began to stroke the head of the lion statue. It has the unique warm and cool feeling of obsidian. Although it's not true, it still feels good to rub the head of a big cat or dog angrily. Just when Zhang Tuohai was scratching the lion's chin, he suddenly felt a strange feeling behind his back. He turned around sharply, but there was nothing behind him. There is also a row of obsidian statues, and dozens of large oil paintings hanging on the walls. Zhang Tuohai looked over bit by bit, and suddenly felt that an oil painting looked a little strange. He originally remembered that there was nothing unapproved among these oil paintings. But now, The woman's shoulder straps on the oil painting in front of him had slipped, and the northern hemisphere covered with white snow was clearly visible. He can be sure that this scene must not have happened before. Otherwise, he will never forget it. This is LSP's instinct. He took another serious look at the woman in the oil painting. There seemed to be a look of horror on the woman's face. He opened his mouth slightly, looking like he wanted to shout but didn't dare. He looked intently at the oil paintings around him, and found that the faces of the people in these oil paintings seemed to be full of panic, which was slightly different from the pictures he first saw. Interesting. Zhang Tuohai looked around and came to the center of the corridor, tapping the ground gently with his black umbrella. Bang bang bang. Although the sound is not loud, it can make people stop clearly on the quiet young road.
I have no other intention of coming here this time. I just want to collect some runes. I know you may have some concerns, but as long as you don't cause trouble, I definitely have no intention of causing trouble to you. As long as I get what I need, if you have anything, leave immediately. But if someone wants to cause trouble, I'm sorry. I'm afraid there will be some things that no one wants to see happen. Do you understand?
After speaking, Zhang Tuohai looked around. The characters in the paintings all bowed slightly, and the statues all lowered their heads slightly, looking submissive.
It's getting more and more interesting.
Zhang Tuohai touched his chin. He felt that things had become interesting. The guards on the third and fourth floors were no longer mindless monsters, but individuals who knew how to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages, and could think about their own gains and losses. For him, one advantage is that he doesn't need to add layer by layer. Risks are reduced, efficiency is improved, and invisible gains are increased. I just don't know why these guys are like this. Is it because they are afraid of the black umbrella in their hands? Or for some other reason? Zhang Tuohai touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Classmate Xiao Ai was very fast. In a short time, he took down all the runes on the statue. In order to avoid any omissions, Xiao Ai even carefully turned over each statue to see if there were any hidden runes under the base. The huge oil paintings were also turned over one by one for a comprehensive inspection. During the process, those guys remained silent and allowed Xiao Ai's classmates to do whatever they wanted. After confirming that nothing was missing, Xiao Ai sent a reminder to Zhang Tuohai.
Well, thank you for your cooperation. We will see you again when we have the opportunity.
Zhang Tuohai got on the car and headed to the next floor. Chapter 716, An Unexpected Acquaintance. The car drove towards the next floor. After turning the corner, Zhang Tuohai was shocked to find that the corridor in front of him suddenly became wider, and the walls on both sides were no longer basalt, but murals made of huge golden bricks. There are also crystal chandeliers at the top of the passage, which look magnificent and change the previous simplicity of the corridor. At the end of the corridor are two golden doors. The doors are inlaid with various fist-sized gems, which is dazzling. Although Zhang Tuohai has adapted to the new price rules for a long time, he still couldn't help but feel short of breath after seeing so much gold and gems. Even his eyes began to blur, and a voice appeared in his head. Get it. You must get it. Zhang Tuohai slowly stretched out his hand, and at this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Falling into hypnosis. Forced awakening. Zhang Tuohai felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and he suddenly woke up.
What's going on? Why did you fall into hypnosis?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the prompt and felt a little uneasy. What made him fall into hypnosis unknowingly? If he doesn't figure it out, he doesn't know when he will be tricked again.
Commander, a large number of runes were found on the gate. Is this the reason?
Classmate Xiao Ai said, showing the picture of the gate. Zhang Tuohai frowned and looked carefully, and slowly he discovered that there were indeed dozens of golden runes on the gates, because the entire door is made of gold, and the runes are also golden. Against the background, it almost blends into the door. If classmate Xiao Ai hadn't reminded him, he really wouldn't have been able to discover it. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai found that even just looking at the photos, he felt dizzy and restless in his heart.
This rune is so powerful. Just a photo can have such an effect.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head, opened a bottle of water, and poured it on his head. His mind instantly became clearer. Although his mind was clear, his heart was even hotter. Just a photo can have this effect. So how powerful is the full version of the rune?
Classmate Xiao Ai, record the runes on the door and save them. They may be useful in the future. After recording, rush in directly.
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Ai sped up and rushed over. Boom! The golden door was knocked open, and the car rushed into a huge hall. The hall was brightly lit, surrounded by huge bookshelves, with a bright red carpet in the middle extending straight to the front. At the end of the hall, there is a golden throne with 9 steps. On the throne, a petite figure sits on the huge throne, which looks a bit funny. The petite figure was wearing a black hood with 2 cat ears on the hood that twitched and looked a little cute. What he held in his hand was a huge scythe that was twice as tall as himself. The scythe seemed to be made of white bones. The top was decorated with a palm-sized skull, and there were blood-red runes on the long white handle. The flickering light makes people feel a slight chill involuntarily. The first time he saw it, Zhang Tuohai felt an indescribable strange feeling in his heart. It felt like several unrelated painting styles were mixed together, giving people a strange feeling.
Are you the master here?
Zhang Tuohai asked slowly, holding a black umbrella in his hand. At the same time, be careful to prevent the other party from making a surprise attack. After all, judging from the smell alone, the sickle doesn't look like an ordinary thing, and it may have some origins.
Are you the bastard who lied to my sister?
The petite figure stood up, raised the huge sickle in his hand, and pointed it at Zhang Tuohai. Zhang Tuohai couldn't handle what the other party said.
Sister? Who is your sister? When did I lie to your sister?
Zhang Tuohai was confused. He realized that he had not provoked anyone in this world. In addition to killing a ghost ship, he also killed a ghost lady. Oh, by the way, there is also a mermaid in the car who is chatting happily with Aya. Although the guy in front of him was wearing a hood, he was obviously a humanoid creature and had little blood relationship with the mermaid. Could it be that the ghost lady is the other party's sister? It's even more unlikable. Zhang Tuohai was a little confused. Seeing the confused look in Zhang Tuohai's eyes, the petite figure became even more angry. He fiercely pulled off his hood with cat ears that shook from time to time, revealing his face.
Look at my face. Now you know that who is your sister?
Zhang Tuohai looked up and saw a young man's face revealed under his hood. The young man has a delicate face, short hair, soft facial features, and eyes like ancient wells, cold and deep. Zhang Tuohai looked at the other person's face carefully. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that this guy looked very similar to Lilith.
Is he Lilith's brother?
As soon as this idea came up, Zhang Tuohai suppressed it. How can this be? Lilith is a native of another world. She has only one sister. Moreover, the 2 sisters have been reincarnated once, and now the younger sister is still trapped in her older sister's body. How could I have a younger brother in another world? Could it be that their father is a cross-border player, or a powerful person like Alice who can cross the world? But no, aren't these worlds reset every once in a while? How could other people leave traces? Just when Zhang Tuohai was thinking wildly, the hooded boy was already impatient. He said coldly to Zhang Tuohai,
"Get out of my way and find my sister. Otherwise she will be as good looking as you."
If someone had spoken to Zhang Tuohai like this, Zhang Tuohai would have gone over to teach him how to behave. However, the boy in front of him is most likely Lilith's younger brother, so it's better to be cautious. If he is beaten to death, he may not be able to be resurrected even with the imaginary core.
You wait.
Zhang Tuohai turned back to the car, entered Lilith's laboratory, and pulled up Lilith, who was drawing a picture.
What are you doing? My drawing is reaching the key point. If the inspiration is gone, it will be a failure,
Lilith said, dissatisfied.
It's not that I want to interrupt you, but there is someone outside who claims to be your brother and insists on meeting you,
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
Are you awake? I'm just a sister. Where can I have a brother?
Lilith looked at Zhang Tuohai with a look that looked like someone who was mentally ill.
I can't help it. He insists on saying that he is your brother. You go and take a look. If not, I will help you get rid of it, so you don't make the wrong call,
Zhang Tuohai said, while holding a black umbrella. Chapter 717 I am your father.
All right.
Lilith was pulled out by Zhang Tuohai with a look of reluctance. Seeing Lilith step out of the car, the eyes of the boy in the cat-eared hood, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly shone. Holding a giant scythe upside down, he rushed towards Lilith.
Want to take action?
Zhang Tuohai held a black umbrella and stood in front of Lilith. Classmate Xiao Ai also aimed 2 close-range defense cannons at each other.
Get out of the way. Don't block me from seeing my sister,
the boy in the cat-eared hood said with an unkind expression when he saw Zhang Tuohai standing in front of him. However, even though he was extremely anxious, after looking at the black umbrella in Zhang Tuohai's hand, he still did not dare to rush up directly. Instead, he stopped where he was and said anxiously,
Do you know this guy?
Zhang Tuohai asked Lilith, while staring at the boy in the cat-eared hood warily.
I don't know you. Is there anything else? If nothing happens, don't disturb me when I go back to draw.
Lilith glanced at the boy in the tattered hood and said calmly, then turned around and prepared to go back to the car to continue drawing.
You are indeed a liar. Tell me, how do you want to die?
Zhang Tuohai tapped his black umbrella and asked coldly. The boy in the tattered hood ignored Zhang Tuohai and kept shouting at the top of his lungs to Lilith.
Sister, do you really not recognize me? I am Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu who is beaten 20 times a day. Have you forgotten it? I still have the words you wrote on me. If you don't believe it, I'll show it to you.
The boy in the tattered hood said, and began to unbutton his clothes.
Xiao Wu.
After hearing these two words, Lilith seemed to think of something. However, when she wanted to think about it, there were only a few vague memories in her mind. Even if she tried her best to recall, she couldn't see clearly.
What? How dare you take off your clothes? Let's see if I don't beat you to death.
Zhang Tuohai raised the black umbrella in his hand.
Wait a minute.
Lilith grabbed Zhang Tuohai's sleeve. At this time, the boy in the tattered hood took off his clothes and turned around. Behind him, there were densely written words.
You can't even record a mere 180,000 word rune. You're a waste. It actually takes 300 sidereal days to build a rune model. Why don't you extrapolate it to next year? The second to last idiot in the book. Only 210,000 lines of rune codes were corrected today. Are you fishing again today? There's nothing else going on today. It's just that I don't like it. Slightly.
Who is writing a composition on your back? Looking at the words on the back of the boy in the tattered hood, black lines appeared on Zhang Tuohai's head. He looked carefully and found that the boy with the tattered hood had it not only on his back, but also on his chest, arms, and even his neck. Except for his face, almost every part of his body is covered with various words.
Are you a performance artist?
Zhang Tuohai stared at the boy in the tattered hood with confusion.
It seems familiar.
Lilith looked at the words infatuatedly, seeming to be caught in memories. However, the memories were full of misty scenes, with many faces, but they could not be seen clearly at all. Seeing Lilith's appearance, Zhang Tuohai also made a judgment in his heart. He felt that even if the two were not siblings, they probably had a close relationship.
Come on! Since we are all acquaintances, let's sit down and chat slowly.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand, and several self-propelled machines moved out several tables and chairs and placed them in the center of the venue. The three people sat around the round table.
Sister, can you really not remember me?
The boy in the tattered hood asked anxiously.
I have some impression, but it's still a bit vague.
Lilith rubbed her head. The long memory made her a little tired. Seeing Lilith's appearance, Zhang Tuohai immediately shouted into the car.
Wankai, bring me some refreshing espresso and strong tea. By the way, if you tell me, it might help restore your memory.
Zhang Tuohai said from the side.
You have been calling Lilith your sister before. So who is your sister's true identity? Of course, it is the core of the Heavenly Library, the ultimate incarnation of all knowledge and wisdom.
The Book of All Dharmas. The boy in the tattered hood said proudly.
You mean, your sister is a book?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the boy in the tattered hood in astonishment, and then at Lilith, who was deep in thought. He really couldn't connect Lilith with a book.
To be precise, it was the cover of the Book of All Laws before reincarnation, because she was the most powerful and the first to be born. She is called the eldest sister by us.
The boy in the tattered hood said.
What about her twin sister Lilina?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of the sister who was still in Lilith's body.
Of course, it's the back cover. They were originally one, but they were separated due to reincarnation. After reincarnation, they will naturally merge into one again.
The boy with the tattered hood said calmly. At this time, Wankai came over with a tray. Seeing Wankai, the tattered hooded boy's eyes lit up.
Hey, isn't this Lord Linya? You are here too. It seems that you didn't choose a good carrier when you were reincarnated, and you turned into a desert fox. Come on, give me a quick jerk-off.
The boy in the tattered hood said, and stretched out his hand to rub Wankai. Snapped. Wankai threw down his tail, and swept the boy in the tattered hood aside.
You are the only one who wants to hack me. Only sweet-smelling and soft beautiful girls are qualified. Really?
Zhang Tuohai heard this, and put a hand on Wankai's head.
Of course. Great boss. You will always be in the first rank, and Wankai will always be your most loyal subordinate.
Wankai said, rubbing his head on Zhang Tuohai's hand, with a loyal and insincere face.
TCH, it's really embarrassing for us.
The boy in the tattered hood looked at Wankai with a look of disgust.
The back page of the dignified
Book of All Laws.
actually gave an ordinary carbon-based creature as a pet. What if this spreads out? Still not laughed out loud? From now on, never say that you are a part of our
Book of all Dermas.
dot.
After hearing what the boy in the tattered hood said, Wonkai quit. Just as he was about to fight back, Zhang Tuohai stopped him.
Wait a minute. You said Lilith is your sister, right?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly asked.
Then it's still wrong? I can't kiss my biological sister anymore.
The boy in the tattered hood raised his neck and said,
From a genetic point of view, Lilith is my biological daughter. So what should you call me?
Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Lilith.
Of course it's Dad.
Right. Dad? Lilith said with a smile.
Her eyes like crescent moons.
This?
The boy in the tattered hood froze.
Quick. Come here and call Dad. Do you think Lilith is not your sister at all?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a smile. Chapter 718, My Son. Please serve me first. Zhang Tuohai felt that if the boy in the tattered hood was telling lies, he should be able to find out at this time. It can be inferred from the conversation just now that the boy in the tattered hood is a proud and arrogant person, and there is a high probability that he will not call him Dad because of a certain plan. If the other person refuses, then everything he says must be treated with caution.
What's wrong? Come quickly and call Daddy. This is your sister's biological daddy. Don't you think Lilith is your sister from the bottom of your heart?
Wonkai fanned the flames. The boy in the tattered hood turned blue and white in turns, and he looked at Lilith stiffly. Lilith didn't even look at him. She turned around, picked up a cup of tea, and handed it to Zhang Tuohai. She said with a smile, Dad, drink tea. Zhang Tuohai took the teacup and took a sip, keeping his eyes on the boy with the tattered hood, fearing that this guy couldn't help but get violent. The boy with the tattered hood looked at Zhang Tuohai, then at Lilith, and suddenly sighed, kneeling on one knee in front of Zhang Tuohai.
See you, Father.
As the tattered hooded boy spoke, he turned his head away with a look of reluctance.
You're really kneeling down?
Zhang Tuohai was also surprised by the young man's actions. He didn't expect that the young man actually recognized the relationship. If it wasn't true, then it was because he had a big agenda. His expression became serious. He waved his hand and said,
Okay, get up. By the way, I haven't asked yet. What is your name?
Zhang Tuohai said as he handed over a red envelope.
This is the money to change your mouth. I am page 5. I originally had no name, but after reincarnation, I had to have a name. Otherwise it would be difficult to address me. So I gave myself a name. Wu Fengxian.
The boy in the tattered hood said.
Cough, cough, cough.
Zhang Tuohai almost spit out his strong tea.
What's your name? Wu Fengxian.
Wu Fengxian looked surprised.
This name is not good. Change it immediately.
Zhang Tuohai's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. It's hard to think of a good name. But Fengxian, this name is too inappropriate for a father. Especially a foster father.
Is that called Wu Bu?
Wu Feng asked tentatively.
You can't make it. Right?
Zhang Tuohai had a dark face. At this moment, Lilith seemed to remember something and suddenly opened her mouth and said,
You are Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is responsible for recording runes and codes. Sister, you finally remembered me.
Wu Fengxian asked excitedly.
You remember?
Zhang Tuohai didn't care about bickering with Wu Fengxian. He took Lilith's hand and asked,
Well, come to think of it.
Lilith rubbed her temples and said,
Before I was reincarnated, it was indeed the cover of the
Book of All Laws.
Later, because of a war, the
Book of All Laws
was fought over by several parties. In the end, the
Book of All Laws
was torn in half. In order to avoid pursuit, I asked everyone to run away separately, and then reincarnated into the small world, waiting for the opportunity to reunite. By the way, didn't you take Xiao Lu and Xiao Qi with you at that time? Where are they now?
Lilith asked.
At that time, we were being chased too closely. I was afraid that we would not be able to escape if we walked together. So I asked everyone to disperse and run for their lives. They must have entered various worlds and reincarnated. Xiaolu and Xiaojiu seem to have gone to the world near me. And the rest, I should have gone further away. It was too chaotic at the time.
Wu Fengxian lowered his head and said,
Is everything he said true?
Zhang Tuohai asked from the side.
Well, that's right. Although, I don't remember everything. But what is certain is that my body is indeed the
Book of All Laws.
And Lilith is the body I reincarnated in for the first time. Because I was seriously injured at the time. And then coupled with his physical weakness, a large number of memories have been sealed. Now, These memories are slowly being released by themselves. It will take time to fully recover. Lilith said while rubbing her forehead.
Then what exactly is this?
Book of All Laws. Zhang Tuohai asked from the side.
It is the core of the Heavenly Library. It records all the books in the Heavenly Library and carries out deductions and evolutions. In theory, it is the most complete knowledge in the entire Sea of Chaos. It is precisely because of this that it is controlled by all forces. Keep an eye on it,
Lilith said.
What was in the library that day? Where was the Sea of Chaos?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously.
The Library of Heaven is a library that collects countless books. However, no one has existed since I was born. I have only been recording knowledge and making deductions according to the original settings, until that day when someone until the attack. As for the Sea of Chaos, it is the collective name for this area, which is composed of countless imaginary worlds and the vast void. That's all I recall in general, and I can't remember more,
Lilith said.
No wonder.
Hearing what Lilith said, Zhang Tuohai finally understood. No wonder Lilith's research and development technology is so powerful. What kind of technology can produce results in a few days in her hands? It turns out that the main body has recorded all kinds of knowledge. And after conducting deductions, it can be said that in terms of academic achievements, it is unprecedented and unprecedented.
Then what are your future plans?
Zhang Tuohai asked with his fingers crossed under his chin.
Sister, come with me. Let's find those lost brothers and sisters together and take revenge on those guys,
Wu Fengxian said loudly.
Of course, we'll go wherever my father goes,
Lilith said, holding Zhang Tuohai's arm.
Sister!
Wu Fengxian put his hands on the table and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lilith.
I am indeed on the cover of the
Book of All Laws,
but I am also my father's daughter. Now, my father's car is far from invincible. How can I rest assured that he can continue to explore many worlds alone? Therefore, I will stay with him. I will wait until he can survive on his own before I can leave with peace of mind,
Lilith said.
Hearing
Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai always felt strange. When Lilith said this, why did she seem like an old mother who was worried about naughty wanderers?
How is this possible? How can you, the Book of All Laws, interact with a carbon-based creature? Shut up. Why are you talking to Dad like that?
Lilith said coldly.
If you keep talking, I will research an enchanted Sepwolf's belt, specially used to discipline you. Sister, I was wrong. Please spare me.
Wu Fengxian immediately grimaced upon hearing this.
If you want me to spare you, it's very simple. Come here and help me, and translate this for me,
Lilith said, pulling out a thick stack of materials from her white coat and hitting Wu Fengxian on the head. Chapter 719 Energy Matrix. After hearing Lilith's words, Wu Fengxian's face immediately turned bitter. When it was still the Book of 10,000 Dermas, the thing he hated most was deducing and analyzing runes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be listed as the penultimate fool in the Book of 10,000 Dermas, even ranked first than Wang Kai as a lining page. By the way, the penultimate idiot is Lilina as the back cover.
What? You don't want to?
Lilith's eyes narrowed slightly.
No. I am willing. I will do it now.
Wu Fengxian quickly took the thick stack of information and started to translate. His original job was to deal with all kinds of information on runes. And he had even personally deduced and built countless models and rune structures, so he could easily translate them. Under Lilith's encouragement, Wu Fengxian moved very quickly, and the pencil in his hand was almost sparking. Zhang Tuohai walked over and took a look.
Can you recognize this Chinese character for dog crawling? Who are you looking down on?
Wu Fengxian said, scratching his neck.
Then translate this sentence for me.
Zhang Tuohai pointed at a column of words that looked like waterways and said,
Isn't this, wait a minute, what is it,
Wu Fengxian took the paper in his hand farther away, looking like a subway old man's mobile phone. After a while, Mr. Wu Feng said angrily,
Did you forget that I asked you not to come over and ask earlier? You still understand? Right.
Lilith slammed the information in her hand onto Wu Fengxian's head.
All the information was rewritten. If I couldn't understand a word, I had to rewrite it 10 times.
Oh! Wu Fengxian responded aggrievedly, then took out a new piece of paper and began to copy again stroke by stroke. Lilith was like a teacher from behind, looking at what Wu Fengxian wrote with her hands behind her back.
Isn't this okay to write? Do you have to scold you before you can change it?
Wu Fengxian reluctantly translated the thick stack of runes. Taking the translated materials, Lilith flipped through 2 pages and nodded with satisfaction. With this, The work of deciphering her runes can be greatly accelerated. And there will be a breakthrough soon.
Sister, the translation is finished. Can we take a rest?
Wu Fengxian asked cautiously from the side.
You just did so much, and you want to rest?
Lilith rolled her eyes at Wu Fengxian.
There is a lot of work to be done here. So you have nothing to do. Right. Come on. I have a lot of information here. Help me translate it slowly,
Lilith said, holding Wu Fengxian's ears and preparing to take him to the car.
By the way, don't go to the laboratory to get it yet.
Zhang Tuohai hurriedly stopped Lilith.
Lend him to me for use first, and then return it to you when you are done with it. What are you going to do? Let me tell you. My body is male.
Wu Fengxian jumped back suddenly and looked at Zhang Tuohai with a wary expression.
Don't worry. I don't mean anything else.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said,
I just want to ask you something. What are you asking about?
Wu Fengxian asked still vigilantly.
Why do you appear here? What is your identity? Are the weapons, rune statues, and murals outside under your command?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Well,
Wu Fengxian's expression softened slightly after hearing Zhang Tuohai's question.
My reincarnated identity is the last monarch of the lost civilization of Atlantis. The area we are in is the last of Atlantis. In the core area, everything here is naturally under my control. The reason why the rune puppets on the 3rd and 4th floors did not attack was because I gave the order after feeling the aura of Sister 2. Otherwise, they would have fought to the end even if they knew they were dead.
Wu Fengxian said.
Then you don't need these things anymore? If they are useless, then give them to me. I will never choose any of the various weapons, puppets, etc.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile.
This is easy to talk about. Whatever you like here, you can take it.
Wu Feng heard the words first and said with a wave of his hand. Anyway, these things are all attached to the identity after reincarnation. The so-called betrayal of Tian's heart does not hurt at all. Moreover, he was about to leave with his eldest sister, and he couldn't take these things with him, so he didn't worry about it even more. With a wave of his hand, he transferred all the control rights to Zhang Tuohai, letting him pick them up as he pleased. After receiving the permission, Zhang Tuohai immediately released his army of self-propelled machines and began a large search in the pyramid like a mouse falling into a rice vat. All kinds of items, useful or not, need to be loaded into the car. Among them, the most numerous items are various items with runes. Almost everything from rings and wine glasses to coffins and carriages have runes on them, ranging from 1 or 2 to dozens or hundreds. It gave Zhang Tuohai a great harvest. Of course, what pleased Zhang Tuohai the most were the emitters outside that could emit purple rays. The official name of these gadgets is Rune Plasma Launchers. Is an improved version of the Atlantean rune-based plasma launcher. This is a special edition for the capital region. After improvements, this thing has extremely high lethality, with penetration and armor-breaking capabilities second only to lasers. But its dependence on the environment is far lower than lasers. Even in thick fog, the shooting distance is still around 20,000 meters. Even in the water, it can still maintain a shooting range of about 15,000 meters. These are things that lasers cannot do. The most important thing is that after the ownership of this thing is handed over to Zhang Tuohai, he can completely install it as a universal accessory for level 6 cars. Zhang Tuohai directly installed 5 units in one go, replacing the ADAS multi-purpose missiles and the 1130 close-in anti-cannon, directly filling the gap in the General Motors accessories needed for the upgrade. Now he only has 3 level 6 special accessories and an upgrade blueprint before he can be upgraded. After the installation was completed, Zhang Tuohai was in a good mood and walked around the island with his hands behind his back, looking for anything else to pack and take away. At this moment, he suddenly looked up and saw the spire at the top of the pyramid that was still emitting golden light.
What is this?
Out of curiosity, Zhang Tuohai flew up and landed near the top of the tower. Discover the energy matrix. Energy matrix. The core of pyramid energy can absorb free energy, sunlight, wind and other energy in the air, and convert it into other energy to supply the operation of the pyramid. It also has a large amount of computing power, and can be used as a temporary control system. Can be used as a level 7 special accessory for cars.
This thing is pretty good.
Zhang Tuohai looked at this thing and nodded. With various energy conversion technologies, the value of this thing goes without saying. What he valued most was the computing power. After absorbing 2 supercomputers and countless server units, Xiao AI's computing power has become very high. In the original world, it was considered one of the best. However, in the face of more and more rune analysis tasks, It seems to be stretched again. The addition of this thing can alleviate part of the computing power shortage problem. Chapter 720 Spirit Realm Space 2. 0.
Move this thing away from me.
Zhang Tuohai summoned a group of self-propelled machines to fly up. And with one operation, they directly dismantled the huge energy matrix.
How is it? Can it be used?
Zhang Tuohai asked classmate Xiao Yai.
It's very convenient. The computing power has increased a lot. With the addition of this part of the computing power, the cracking speed will be faster,
Xiao Yai said happily.
By the way, Commander, the spiritual space technology has been achieved. A huge breakthrough can build a second world that makes people feel real. Really? Let me see.
Hearing classmate Xiao Yai's words, Zhang Tuohai became excited. He had been waiting for this day to come.
Commander, please look.
Along with classmate Xiao Yai's words, a picture scroll slowly unfolded in front of Zhang Tuohai. The snow-capped mountains in the distance, the nearby streams, the soft grass, and the breeze blowing by are all a picture of a paradise. Zhang Tuohai bent down and put his hand into the stream. He felt a cool feeling, as if water was really flowing through his fingertips. Next to it is a peach tree, full of peaches. Zhang Tuohai picked one and took a bite. The juice seemed to be flowing, as if he had really taken a bite of a peach.
Commander, the bottom layer of the spiritual realm system uses dream gems and small pieces of source stones. Therefore, the touch can be real and fake. However, this world can only simulate the senses and cannot replenish body energy. Therefore, even if you eat here, if you eat too much, you still won't feel full. And you still need to eat in the real world.
Classmate Xiao Yai explained.
Really? This is really great.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up.
Commander, isn't this a shortcoming?
Classmate Xiao Yai asked from the side.
Of course not.
Zhang Tuohai shook his head and said,
if it is true as you said, then players in the spiritual world can enjoy all kinds of delicious food without restrictions. And there is no need to worry about whether they will gain weight. And they don't have to worry about whether they can't eat. They can enjoy all the food they like. How tempting a gimmick will this be? With this setting, are you still afraid that those players won't come? By the way, is this the only scene? Can I build things by myself? Can I build living things?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No, I have preset many scenes.
As classmate Xiao Yai spoke, the scene in front of her changed instantly. The grass under her feet turned into a beach, and the snow-capped mountains in front turned into a clear ocean. Waves of waves came in. There were parasols and beach loungers beside them. And even in the small there was also a mango smoothie thoughtfully placed on the table. The scene changed again, this time into a fairy tale style, with Zhang Tuohai standing in a house made of candy. The table is made of gingerbread. The chairs are made of chocolate. The plates are made of snow cookies. And even the door is made of biscuits. Zhang Tuohai broke off a stool leg and took a bite. Needless to say, it tasted really good. Next, classmate Xiao Yai demonstrated various scenes such as Cave Heaven Paradise, Ice and Snow World, Fantasy Amusement Park, etc., all of which seemed to be real. At least Zhang Tuohai did not find any bugs.
As for things, there is no open construction list for the time being. However, the mall has been opened, and players can purchase all our existing food types in the mall.
Classmate Xiao Yai explained.
There are still too few scenes. Let's enrich the elements. Don't just make them all cute. Cthulhu Castle, the Horror Hospital, the Abyss of Styx, etc. are also included. After all, there are still many people who like this style of hunting. All are arranged,
Zhang Tuohai said.
In addition, the cooking mode is also added to them, and various ingredients and kitchen utensils are exchanged for them, allowing them to use their ingenuity to create the food they like. Many people like this bite.
Zhang Tuohai remembered the routines of previous game companies and continued.
By the way, it's best to add check-ins, daily tasks, etc., and give some special rewards. Let's set them as special materials and precious materials for the time being, so that they can develop the habit of logging in every day. Also, the function of creating creatures is also added, so that they can create their favorite pets here, or even their perfect partner, and tie them here with emotions and desires, making them reluctant to leave. By the way, there is also a creative workshop mode, which allows players to freely create the world and set everything in the world at will. Players can invite other players to visit and visit. If other players think it is good, they can like it. A review will be conducted every 7 days, and the player with the most likes will receive a real-life reward. A simplified version of the electromagnetic armor.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, He feels that one person's wisdom is limited after all, and it is difficult for one person to create a world that satisfies all players. Instead of doing this, it is better to give them the creative authority and let them do it themselves. By letting the players do their work for free, the players gained happiness, and he gained control. He further controlled and kidnapped other players who installed the spiritual space. It can be said to be a win-win situation. As for the simplified version of the electromagnetic armor, Zhang Tuohai only needs to pay a little material fee for this kind of thing, and Lilith can completely achieve mass production. Moreover, even if this thing is sold all over the street, Zhang Tuohai is not worried that his safety will be affected, because, in each set of electromagnetic armor, he has installed a backdoor control program, just like the spiritual realm system and clones sold. It can be used in any way. However, if those players want to use them to deal with Zhang Tuohai, those weapons will eventually be pointed at themselves. Presumably, at that time, the faces of those players will look very good.
I understand.
Xiao Ai took a notebook and wrote it down, looking at classmate Xiao Ai who was standing next to her and taking notes carefully. Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but pinch her round little face. A real feeling of touch rushed through my fingers and reached my mind.
It feels so real.
Zhang Tuohai sighed. He really believed that sentence now. If the metaverse technology had made a breakthrough before setting foot in the Sea of Stars, it would be an absolute disaster for mankind. Just imagine, if in the real world, the metaverse can really achieve this effect, then who else will study it seriously? More than 90% of people will be intoxicated in this beautiful illusion. The Paperman wife on the mobile phone screen can easily empty one's wallet, let alone the metaverse where the experience is more real and exciting. No one can resist this temptation, not even Zhang Tuohai himself.
Complete my requirements above, and then start packaging and loading through the back door. Let those players have a good taste of our spiritual space.
Zhang Tuohai looked into the distance and said calmly. Chapter 721 Intercepting the Message. What Zhang Tuohai said is actually not difficult to achieve. It only requires selective opening of some permissions. As for the sign-in system and so on, Xiao Ai has many games in his library, so you can just take out any one and modify it. Xiao Ai even used her powerful computing power to directly transplant many popular games such as GTA, Girls Scroll 5, Stardew Valley, and Minecraft into the spiritual space, allowing players to re-experience these games with an immersive feeling. Zhang Tuohai even has a bigger idea, which is to combine those more classic videos or animations, such as Madu, Shinkong,
Yuan Malkong, The Girl Asterisk 3,
Flower Kiss, and so on. By transplanting it in, players can freely replace a certain character in it and personally interpret the feeling of the real-life version. However, the amount of this project is relatively large, and the materials are incomplete and need to be completed slowly. Xiao Ai acted very quickly and immediately released the first version. As for the subsequent parts, it can be released slowly as DLC. Subsequently, many players who installed Spirit Realm Space received such a reminder. Dear players, the system you installed has been updated to version 0. Many players are confused because it is the first time they encounter software that comes with after-sales maintenance. Because the car had a spiritual system to assist driving, they didn't have to worry about a car accident. So these people clicked to enter the spiritual space. Then, they were dazzled by the various rich settings in the spiritual space.
Hack! It feels like the real thing. I just ate a piece of chocolate cake, and it tastes exactly like the outside. Ha! I finally got to play the holographic game. Girl Scroll. Here I come! You can actually create humans here? That's great. Should I create Ren's wife first? Or should I create Walnut Hall Master? There was no money for cloning last time. But this time, I finally caught up with the free version. Can you really create a human being? Is it true or false? I guarantee it's real. It feels exactly like a real person. Moreover, you can also set the character and various appearances. It's so cool. Just remember to wash your pants when you go out. Don't ask me how I know.
These players are excitedly exploring everything in the spiritual space. The combination of survival and endless fighting had already exhausted their spirits. They suddenly found a world where they could relax. Many people immediately became obsessed with it and stayed in it without wanting to come out. Moreover, everything outside is assisted by the spiritual realm assistance system. They only need to set the preset target in the car, and then they can leave it alone. If operations are needed, the system will naturally prompt them. This gives them even more reason to ignore it at all. Moreover, because these players had a good experience, they took various photos and posted them in their respective groups. Then, more players will know about the spiritual space. It can help players assist in driving vehicles, save a lot of manpower and material resources, and relax body and mind. Who wouldn't want this kind of system? This is especially true for players driving ships and vehicles. The spiritual system not only helps them control the ship and saves a lot of manpower, but also allows the crew to release a lot of energy, so that they have no intention of overthrowing their own rule. Naturally, it has received strong support from the captain players. These players immediately posted the news through various channels, hoping to buy a set. Seeing this business opportunity, Zhang Tuohai immediately asked those spiritual realm systems to start replicating themselves, and asked those players to act as second-tier dealers to help sell the spiritual realm systems. Zhang Tuohai doesn't care how much profit they can make. He only needs to let the spiritual realm system be rolled out. It is best to let the players on the opposite side get a copy. In this way, he can easily obtain their information, master their data, and control them, vehicles, and then let them kill each other, or even help themselves complete tasks, earn profits, and reap the benefits. Taking advantage of this east wind, the coverage of Zhang Tuohai's spiritual realm system has increased significantly. According to Xiao AI's backend check, there are more than 1,000 new users. On one side, the coverage rate of the spiritual realm system has reached 90%, while the coverage rate of the other party's spiritual realm system has also reached more than 70%. This almost means that Zhang Tuohai can control most of the news on the battlefield and has become the information master on the battlefield.
Would you like to take the opportunity to cause trouble?
Zhang Tuohai looked at the ever-increasing backstage, and his mind became alive again. The materials on the pyramid side are almost exhausted. Even the owner Wu Fengxian was taken away by Lilith to work as a coolie. There is no point in staying here anymore. It is better to take the opportunity to kill a few more players on the opposite side to accumulate some points. Affordable. He also has an important goal, to upgrade the dependent badge to level 100. This requires a lot of points. Just when Zhang Tuohai was wondering whether to cause trouble, a piece of information intercepted by Xiao AI caught Zhang Tuohai's attention. According to the intercepted information, the players under the Crimson Goddess are planning a big plan, using bait and bribe traders to introduce a large number of players into the encirclement, and then use naval guns to cover the area, killing hostile players in large numbers to gain points. If their plan succeeds, they will be able to kill at least 1,000 or 2,000 players, which is quite an appetite. Zhang Tuohai looked at the survival ratio of both sides. There are 3,923 players left on your side, and 3,300 players on the other side. Although our side has the advantage in terms of numbers. This is based on the premise that Zhang Tuohai attacked the port area yesterday and killed 1,300 or 400 people by himself. It can be seen that if Zhang Tuohai did not participate in the war, our side would face a huge disadvantage. If they succeed this time, I am afraid they will turn the tide from defense to offense, and even seal the victory in advance. Unfortunately, they didn't know that their well-laid plans were all intercepted by Zhang Tuohai.
Ha ha. Since you want to arrange the pockets, then you can arrange them. It just saves me having to go find you one by one. Let's see who is the mantis and who is the oriole.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment, suppressed the information, and drove his car first towards the ambush site. As for our own players, it would be better not to notify them for the time being. If the source cannot explain clearly, he will be questioned, and even because of the inner ghost, all the arrangements will be turned into empty talk, and even arouse the suspicion of the other party, causing the spiritual realm system to be doubted, which Zhang Tuohai cannot tolerate. Therefore, Zhang Tuohai decided to handle this matter entirely by himself and never leave it to him. Chapter 722 Water Bridge Ambush. In a narrow and remote harbor, a large number of ships are moored. These ships come in all shapes and sizes. There are both yachts and sailing ships, as well as large warships, both sailing battleships and giant super dreadnought battleships of 10,000 tons. Among the many ships, the most eye-catching one is a huge sea fortress. This sea fortress is more than 300 meters long, more than 200 meters wide, and dozens of stories high. From a distance, it looks like a hill. This fortress is entirely made of steel, and there are various gun emplacements and machine guns everywhere on the ship. The main body of the ship is a 10-story fortress. Countless artillery and machine guns were installed in the fortress, and a large 600mm caliber mortar was installed at the top. Looking at the black muzzle protruding from the gun emplacement, it looked like a huge steel hedgehog. Seeing this huge steel fortress, some players couldn't help but exclaim,
"Isn't this Lord Shangwan's Throne of the Sea? Why is he here too? Hey, you didn't know, right? This operation was jointly organized by Lord Shangwan and the Great White Fleet. Of course Lord Shangwan will come over. Damn it. It's actually a joint operation. What kind of operation can make these two giants join forces? Of course it's a big operation. It is said that this time we are going to wipe out all the opponent's main forces. Maybe we can directly seal the battle today. So powerful. If I remember correctly, today is only the second day. The battle is locked today. This is too fast. In the past, it took at least 4 or 5 days of fierce fighting to get any clues. So, if you follow the boss, you will have meat to eat. Don't hesitate when you take action later. Deal the maximum damage. Otherwise, after this time, it will be difficult to accumulate points. Don't worry. I know what to do. I have purchased the Spiritual Realm System. With the assistance of the Spiritual Realm System, I can deal the maximum damage instantly. You actually have a Spiritual Realm System? Can you get one for me? I've asked several people, but there's no way. Okay, but the Spiritual Realm System is a bit expensive. At this price, I'll give you 2 boxes of high-quality rum, plus 3 authentic Iberian black pig hams. Make a deal. Transactions were going on, and pieces of information were being exchanged. However, they didn't know that all the information exchanged between them had been monitored by Zhang Tuohai. More and more ships were gathering in the fjord. Near noon, 500 ships had gathered, and as many as 2,500 players had gathered. The number of affiliated aborigines was counted in the tens of thousands. The whole fjord was filled with rebellion. Angtion. It's already noon. Why hasn't the operation started yet? Some players are already waiting impatiently. At this moment, someone suddenly pulled them into a channel. I am Shangwan Mo Bai, the commander of this operation. Your mission is to ambush. No one is allowed to fire before my order is issued. However, once the order is issued, everyone must attack all weapons in the shortest possible time. The shells are all fired. Do you hear me? Clear. New. Many players responded one after another. Okay. Everyone come with me into the ambush position. At Shangwan Mobai's order, a huge boulder beside the fjord suddenly closed slowly, sealing the fjord. Hundreds of hidden water injection ports began to fill with water, and the water level began to slowly rise. Damn it! There is such an operation. How did Mr. Shangwan discover such a secret agency? The boss is indeed a boss. He can still find a place like this. I've been here for a long time, and I haven't found any mechanism. Many players are praising Shangwan Mabai on the channel, hoping to get into Shangwan Mabai's eyes and leave an impression. What if there is a chance in the future? Maybe you can sneak into the opponent's team, and then you can dominate one side. Zhang Tuohai also learned about the other party's dynamics simultaneously through the Spiritual Realm System. He pulled over his godson Wu Fengxian, who was immersed in translation. Are you familiar with this place? I'm not sure. I usually stay in the core area. This place is too far away from the core area. I don't know much. Wu Fengxian spread his hands and said helplessly. You can't even figure out your own territory. So you're nothing. Go and help Lilith. By the way, the handwriting should be nice, and don't look like a dog crawling. Zhang Tuohai drove Wu Feng away in disgust, while he continued to circle around the area, and sent out the remaining RQ-180 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to conduct aerial reconnaissance, build a 3-dimensional digital model of the area, and analyze the situation. After more than 3 hours, the water injection finally stopped. The originally long and narrow fjord was transformed into a huge enclosed harbor, with the hundreds of meters high cliffs. These ships can easily reach farther places. From a high position, they can use huge artillery fire to level the entire area. Flat ground. It is difficult for other players below to hit them with ordinary artillery. Even finding it is difficult. These guys are really well calculated, but how are they going to get those players into their ambush circle? Zhang Tuohai was curious. Taking advantage of this terrain greatly improved their range, but it limited their ability to move. In a sense, everyone who enters here is equivalent to becoming a fixed fort. If you want to leave, you can't do it within a few hours. If you want to exert its power, you can only let those players take the initiative to enter their ambush circle. What approach will these people take? Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. The sky was getting darker, and just when the sun was about to set, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Zhang Tuohai looked around and saw 3 white dreadnoughts heading toward this area with billowing smoke. Behind them, on the roads on both sides of the channel, the convoy followed closely like a rolling torrent. From time to time, there were bursts of artillery sounds. The smoke on the 3 dreadnoughts in front became even thicker,
and the billowing black smoke almost enveloped the ships, making it difficult to see what was going on the ships.
Classmate Xiao AI, check if there is a spiritual realm system over there and monitor what's going on. Clear.
Soon, the monitoring signal was transmitted. Noisy channel sound rang in the command room.
Ha! I hit it again. This guy is really strong. We've been fighting for more than 3 hours. Why doesn't this ship sink? Be content. This is a dreadnought. It is said that when dreadnoughts fought in the past, they usually had to shoot at each other for a long time to determine the winner. We were lucky. We attacked them with missiles and rockets in the first round, which made them suffer. He was seriously injured. Otherwise, we would have to pursue him until tomorrow to see the outcome. Is it worth chasing for so long? Why isn't it worth it? You haven't seen the power of that rune weapon. Whoever gets it can walk sideways in the area. Even if he can't get the rune weapon, it's good to get some points. Do the math. This time, how many points did you gain from the ambush? My brother's lesson is that everyone should cheer up, use grenades, and try to kill a few more people.
Boom, boom, boom. The shelling of the convoy became more intensive. Chapter 723, The Oriole Succeeds. At the same time, in the command room of the dreadnought running ahead, Captain Schultz had a gloomy look on his face. This time, he joined forces with Shangwan Mobai, preparing to wipe out the players from the hostile camp in one fell swoop. His mission is to lead his great white fleet and some minions to lure the snake out of its hole. The original plan was very good, but unexpectedly, the preparations and strength of the players on the opposite side far exceeded his imagination. Under a round of firepower, all those minions were wiped out, and the 5 armored ships he brought were sunk on the spot. 6 dreadnoughts suffered heavy damage. During the follow-up pursuit, 4 more ironclads were sunk. 8 dreadnoughts suffered heavy damage and were sunk one after another. Everyone on the remaining ships was injured and suffered heavy losses. However, the effect was also excellent. The convoys involved in the ambush all chased him and bit him like mad dogs, eager to swallow his skin and flesh together. Of course, what those teams are most concerned about is the rune scepter in their hands. Schultz looked back at the severely damaged dreadnoughts behind him, his heart bleeding. This was all his hard work, and as a result, he almost got the entire fleet involved by accident. However, fortunately, he himself was safe and sound, and the rune scepter was in his hand. As long as he was given a little time, he could rally a team again.
Captain Schultz, the planned ambush area is ahead. We have suffered such heavy losses. Will Sir Shangwan regard us as targets and kill us together?
One player asked cautiously.
Don't worry. In order to attract those players to pursue me, I didn't activate all the defense systems. Otherwise, these guys still want to hurt me. That Shangwan guy just keeps his promise. But if he wants to default on his debt, don't blame me. I'm so heartless.
Schultz tightened his grip on the scepter in his hand.
But what if he swallows up all the benefits and doesn't share them with us?
The player was still worried.
Swallowed? Wouldn't that be better?
A gloomy smile flashed across Schultz's face.
Sooner or later, those things he swallowed will fall into my hands. Those things were just stored in sooner or later. I will make him spit it out with interest.
At the same time, Shangwan Mobai on the Fjord Fort also discovered the rolling convoy.
Send the firing parameters and order everyone to prepare to fire. By the way, move that Schultz guy into the shooting coverage area.
Shangwan Mobai stood at the bow of the boat and said calmly.
But will Mr. Schultz pursue the matter afterwards?
One player asked worriedly.
Who is he pursuing?
Shangwan Mobai sneered.
During the chaos, some player entered the wrong parameters in a panic and deflected the cannonball. Isn't this a normal thing? There is nothing to make a fuss about. Besides, if you were more accurate, Schultz wouldn't question me face to face. Right. Ming, I understand.
The player immediately conveyed the order. These conversations were all monitored by Zhang Tuohai.
Oh, are you ready to take action? Then it's time for me to take the stage. Shall I? Be prepared and teach them a good lesson.
Zhang Tuohai said with a sneer.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Ai made preparations according to the prior arrangements. Time passed by minute by minute. The sun gradually dropped to the horizon, spreading its last rays of light. At this moment, Shangwan Mobai issued an order.
Fire!
Following the order, more than 300 warships' cannons fired in unison. The sound of huge artillery resounded through the sky, making people feel like they were on the battlefield of Iwo Jima. An overwhelming amount of shells hit the preset area.
Mr. Schultz, where we are has been marked as a shooting area, and 1/3 of the artillery shells were fired at us.
A player reported to Schultz in a panic.
Humph. I knew that damn guy Shangwan would definitely make a fuss,
Schultz said, placing his hand on a palm-sized statue.
Protective barrier. Activate.
Following Schultz's voice, a light red light curtain enveloped his flagship. All the cannonballs that hit his battleship, regardless of caliber, were bounced away after hitting the light curtain. However, the remaining 2 accompanying dreadnoughts did not have such good luck. One ship was directly smashed into pieces by tons of artillery shells, and no bones were left. The other ship was directly hit by a heavy mortar shell with a caliber of 600 millimeters through the cab. It lost its ability to command and move, and became a lamb to be slaughtered.
Shangwan, sooner or later I will make you pay the price.
Seeing that his only 2 remaining ships were sunk in this way, Schultz's eyes were filled with anger, and he tightened his grip on the rune scepter in his hand. Schultz's side was in bad shape, and the player team's side was even worse. Their side was originally a key target, and the ones attacking them were all kinds of large caliber artillery, starting from 100 millimeters and upwards. If the protection ability is poor, a single shell can directly wipe out a vehicle, even if it is as strong as a T-90's main battle tank. Facing the 406 millimeters main gun, it is still fatal with one shot. Boom! Boom! The covered highway area turned into a sea of flames. The entire area was turned upside down. A large number of cars were blown to pieces. Large areas of roads were destroyed, and various streams of light rose up in patches. The flames and streams of light were intertwined, making the scene look abnormal. Weird. Looking at the large amount of points, Shangwan Maobai looked up to the sky and laughed.
This time, my favorite badge has been upgraded by 2 levels, and it's time to unlock the permissions again. I don't know what permissions can be unlocked this time. Early admission? Conditional withdrawal? Battlefield support?
Just as he was thinking about the beautiful life in the future, bursts of sharp sounds pierced the sky, followed by bursts of explosions.
What happened?
Shangwan Maobai asked loudly.
Captain Shangwan, a large group of missiles flew over, but their accuracy was not very good. Fortunately, they missed us and hit the cliff next to them,
said a lookout.
Hit the cliff? Where is it?
Shangwan Maobai thought of a bad possibility, and without caring about maintaining his grace, he immediately rushed over and asked.
Right over there.
The lookout hand pointed forward cautiously and said. Shangwan Maobai looked over and saw a burst of smoke drifting under the edge of the cliff. Apparently the missile hit the bottom of the cliff, and they couldn't see it from this angle.
Why did a large number of missiles hit this place? Was it a real mistake or was it premeditated?
Shangwan Maobai was always cautious in doing things and quickly activated a defensive stance. A light pink light curtain enveloped his sea-thrown fortress.
It should be safe now. Right.
Shangwan Maobai secretly thought that this was an advanced rune defense stance that could withstand direct fire from the Gustav train cannon. He believed that with this thing, everyone could kill him. However, at this moment, another large number of missiles hit the bottom of the cliff.
What are they doing?
Shangwan Maobai was puzzled. At this moment, the lookout's horrified shouts rang in his ears.
They blew up the cliff, and we are going to be rushed out.
Shangwan Maobai turned around and saw that the cliff hit by the missile was covered with cracks. Under the impact of the flowing water, pieces of it disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, it collapsed into a huge cliff hundreds of meters wide. A large amount of water flowed out along the gap, and their ship was also carried by the turbulent water and rushed towards the gap. Chapter 724 Artificial Waterfall.
Ah!
Frightened shouts sounded from the top of the cliff. These players anticipated various scenarios, but they did not expect that someone would let them go. Physical release? None of their ships had anchored, and they were not allowed to anchor in such a place. The sudden gap caused their ship to be carried by the current and rushed towards the gap. The small frigate closest to the gap didn't even have time to react, and was directly carried away by the turbulent water into the afternoon. Boom! The small frigate rolled and crashed down a cliff more than 300 meters high and fell into the water. It was a bit unlucky. The superstructure side fell into the water first. At this height, the water surface was almost the same as cement, and the command room was directly smashed to pieces. However, at such a high altitude, it no longer mattered which side entered the water first. The huge impact directly broke the keel of the frigate, and the entire battleship was broken into several sections. A few lucky players escaped several impacts and just emerged from the cabin. Before they had time to rejoice in their survival, they saw another large warship roaring down from the sky. Hack! The player didn't even have time to raise his middle finger before he was beaten into pieces by the roaring battleship. The battleship that was smashed down even broke into pieces before it was smashed into pieces by the roaring battleship. Bang, bang, bang. One battleship after another crashed down. And soon, the original cliff turned into a steel hill. The flickering light caused the hill to rapidly decrease in height, while the successive falling warships continued to increase the height of the steel hill. Under the cliff, the falling battleship was competing with the dissipating stream of death to see who was faster. Those players on the cliff are not having it easy either. In order to fight against the turbulent water, they started their engines quickly and sailed in the opposite direction quickly, trying to escape the speed of the water. However, they miscalculated how quickly the turbine would start. Starting a boat is not like a car engine. Just ignite it and step on the accelerator. It takes time to start the turbine. And some coal-burning dreadnoughts even need to be warmed up several hours in advance. But what they lack now is time. A large number of ships were washed away when they did not reach the predetermined speed. Just when these players thought in horror that they were about to be doomed, a muffled sound pulled them out of their panic. They were surprised to find that their ship actually hit the rock wall of the cliff. It turned out that the water flow was released too fast, and many boats were cleared before they could be washed out. The bottoms of these ships hit the rock wall and stopped. Call! A sense of clarity arose from everyone's hearts. However, they soon discovered a problem. That is, why was the water level still falling? A player jumped onto the cliff and looked down. He was shocked to find that it was not only the upper area that had a gap, but also a large hole in the lower area. And turbulent water continued to rush outward. When the water level drops, just go down. It's better than falling down and dying. Many players thought happily. However, they quickly put away this childish idea. The water below drained away. The water level dropped. And so did the height of their vessel. However, the height of the rock wall did not decrease. Looking at the rock wall that was at least 50 meters high, they had a question in their minds. How would they get out? Does any of you know how to get out? One player asked. Ask Sir Shangwan. He found this place and activated the mechanism. As long as he opens the mechanism, we can get out? What about Lord Shangwan? It fell along the flowing water and directly smashed the steel hill. It was broken into pieces. It was always mixed. Another player said. It doesn't matter if he is dead. The question is, what should we do? Isn't there a hole here? How about we get out from here? Suddenly a player pointed to the leaking hole next to him and said. The other players looked at the hole. The hole was quite big, but it couldn't accommodate a ship at all. If they wanted to leave, they had no choice but to abandon ship and run for their lives. However, the ship is their most important vehicle, and their belongings are all stored on the ship. Without the ship, how can they survive in this confrontational world? In order to prepare for this ambush, they have gathered most of the main force. Now that they are reimbursed here at once, how will they deal with those players from the hostile camp who are red-eyed? In the past, they relied on their strong ships and cannons to bully the players in the car camp. If this is caught by players from the hostile camp, there is no telling how they will be treated. For a time, the remaining players were divided into two groups. One group advocates staying here, waiting for the opportunity, and waiting for help. The other group advocated jumping off the boat immediately and walking along the river bank, where they might encounter ships from the same camp. At worst, it would be good for a group of people to try to grab a few cars and sneak into the enemy camp. While they were arguing, they suddenly heard a whistling sound above their heads. They looked up and saw dozens of missiles with sharp warheads fired vertically. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded. They no longer need to choose, because Zhang Tuohai has already made their choice. They will all be buried in this fjord. In order to deal with them all at once, Zhang Tuohai even changed all of them to cloudburst warheads. The air in the entire fjord was burned away, because it was a semi-enclosed space. The temperature in the fjord rose rapidly, like a steamer. Zhang Tuohai looked at the scene in the fjord and felt that the scene seemed familiar. He recalled carefully and realized that this was Zhuge Liang's burning of the Tingjiao army. It's just that Zhuge Liang used kerosene, and he used cloud explosive bombs. Seeing the boats in the fjord turning into light and disappearing, Zhang Tuohai was about to send a self-propelled machine in to collect the remaining bronze treasure chests. At this moment, he suddenly saw a moving figure. He turned around and looked over, and saw a figure crawling out of the tower of the Throne of the Sea, which was stuck upside down on the ground. This man was extremely embarrassed. His face was blackened by smoke, and his clothes were full of large and small holes. He looked no better than a beggar. However, the most eye-catching thing is that this guy is actually carrying a huge black coffin on his back. The coffin was completely dark, with reliefs of ghosts carved around it, making it look very spooky. At this time, the sun had set and the sky was dark. The man was crawling forward carefully on the ground with the coffin on his back. If it weren't for the night appearance system, Zhang Tuohai really wouldn't have been able to discover him.
Where is this guy going? Why is he carrying a coffin? Is it a rune weapon?
Zhang Tuohai flew over with questions in mind. Chapter 725 Underworld Coffin. Shangguan Maobai carefully carried the black coffin and climbed out of the sea throne. The injury on his leg made him grin in pain. But he did not dare to speak out loudly, and could only crawl forward carefully on the ground. Although he could not make a sound, in his heart, he had scolded the 18th generation of the ancestors of the person who launched the missile. If he could know who sent the missile that blew up the Fjord Cliffs and ruined the fleet that he had worked so hard to assemble, including most of the main forces in the region, he would definitely come and kill the enemy in pieces. Thousands of sections. It's just that his own family knows his own affairs. He no longer has that strength. Once the sea throne was destroyed, he lost 70% to 80% of his strength. Going to settle accounts with others at this time was no less than a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. When he thought of the destruction of the sea throne, he felt a fire in his heart. It was a super sea fortress that he spent countless resources and carefully built. Originally, he planned to use this regional battle to kill everyone and make some money back. However, unexpectedly, Sea Throne was killed directly without playing any role. Moreover, he was killed in such an extremely frustrating way. This is intolerable. Shangguan Maobai made up his mind that after returning this time, he must regroup and take revenge. However, the premise of all this is to leave here safely. Shangguan Maobai climbed cautiously towards the river. As long as he reaches the river, he will be safe. However, a pair of feet suddenly appeared in front of him. The feet were wearing bright silver metal shoes and were suspended in midair.
There are enemies!
This was Shangguan Maobai's first thought. Under the special rules of regional battles, except for aborigines, players will not leave corpses behind. They will only turn into glaze and disappear. On the one hand, all the aboriginal men on his side were killed. Those who were still standing on the battlefield must be because the enemy had not escaped.
Dare you deliver it to your door? Then I'll take it as interest first.
Shangguan Maobai's eyes flashed with fierceness. He put his hands on the ground and jumped up suddenly. If the enemy uses missiles, artillery and other beyond visual range combat, he will definitely turn around and run away without looking back. However, if it comes to close combat, then he is not afraid. The coffin behind him is a special rune weapon, specially designed to suppress close attacks. It is not afraid of either single combat or group fights.
Go to hell!
Shangguan Maobai jumped up, rolled up his hands, and blocked the huge coffin in front of him. He pressed one hand on the bottom of the coffin and muttered,
"Get the underworld! Open!"
Following the words in his mouth, the coffin lid on the dark hall collapsed, and hundreds of pale and slender hands stretched out from the dark coffin. These hands have different shapes. Some have different numbers of fingers. Some have scales. And some even have a big mouth full of fangs in their palms. Many of them don't look like normal human palms, although the shapes were different. These palms seemed to have their eyes opened, and they all grabbed Zhang Tuohai, who was flying in midair.
What the hell? So evil?
Seeing this scene in front of him, Zhang Tuohai was startled. If it weren't for the fact that he usually looked at the notebook more often for various curiosity, which made his nerves extremely thick, he might have been worthless at this moment. Zhang Tuohai also reacted very quickly. When he saw those hands grabbing at him, the electronic armor immediately retreated rapidly toward the sky. In his opinion, considering how large the attack range of these hands is, hiding in midair more than 10 meters away is not a threat. While retreating, Zhang Tuohai was not idle either. He stretched out his hands towards the coffin and shot 2 blue currents towards the coffin. Stab. Sting. A blue high-voltage current flashed through, and several of the hit arms instantly turned into coke and withered away.
Efficient!
Seeing that the attack was effective, Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed and was about to continue attacking to expand the results. Suddenly, he saw several faces sticking out of the dark coffin. The expressions on those faces were all ferocious and twisted, seemingly filled with endless resentment and violence. And bursts of shrill cries could be heard. The cry was not high in decibels, but it reached the depths of his soul. It made Zhang Tuohai feel dazed for a while, almost unsteady, and he almost fell from the air. Fortunately, the autonomous driving temporarily took over the control and avoided this air crash. However, at this moment, the arms stretched out from the coffin suddenly grabbed Zhang Tuohai again. These arms continued to stretch, stretching 7 or 8 meters in an instant. And they were still stretching, as if they still had a lot of strength left.
What the hell is this?
Zhang Tuohai saw that the situation was not good and prepared to continue retreating. However, the shrill scream sounded again. Although Zhang Tuohai had already made some mental preparations, it still greatly affected Zhang Tuohai's control over the armor. Moreover, Zhang Tuohai also felt as if he was trapped in a viscous liquid. Not only was his flight speed greatly affected, but the armor also became extremely difficult to control. The electromagnetic armor seemed to have drunk too much. Flying in midair, the CAAC was so twisted that if it hadn't been for the powerful assisted driving function, it would have caused a plane crash long ago. Zhang Tuohai is in big trouble here. The arm in the coffin is extending faster and faster, and he is about to catch up. Just when those arms were about to grab Zhang Tuohai, suddenly, a melodious and ethereal song floated from a distance. This song was like a clear spring in an empty valley, instantly waking up Zhang Tuohai. He immediately regained control of the electromagnetic armor and retreated quickly. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Mabai controlled the arm in the coffin and wanted to continue chasing him. But at this moment, a huge bubble suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. This huge blister directly wrapped his coffin. The diameter of the water ball was about 3 meters, and the extended arms were all cut off. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Those severed arms fell to the ground with a crackle, and then carbonized rapidly, emitting white smoke. And in a few seconds, they were completely reduced to ashes. At this time, he also completely lost control of the coffin. Shangwan Mabai was stunned by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect that he would encounter this kind of attack, which directly disconnected him from the coffin. This coffin is runic equipment. When he used it before, it could even be operated from a distance. As long as the control distance was within 20 meters, he could control it at will. However, now there is only a layer of blisters between him and the coffin. But he can no longer contact him. He knocked on the huge blisters in front of him with both hands, trying to burst the blisters and take back his coffin. However, although the blister does not look very strong and is soft when poked, it is extremely strong. Just like brown candy, it can't be pulled apart no matter how hard it is pulled. Chapter 726, Great Sage. Take away your magical powers.
Ah!
Shangwan Mabai's mentality was a little broken. He felt like he shouldn't go out today, as if the whole world was against him. I finally spent all my savings and built a super battleship. I planned to show off my skills in this regional battle and make a lot of money at the same time. However, as soon as I showed my face, I was directly killed. Even after he was killed, it was still in this extremely frustrating way. The top-grade rune weapon he finally bought through various channels, and with great difficulty was snatched away before he could warm it in his hands. Is this justified? Just when Shangwan Mabai was going crazy, he felt a cold feeling under his feet. He looked down and saw that his feet had been frozen by the cold ice. Moreover, the thick ice was rapidly spreading upwards, and was about to freeze him into an ice sculpture.
You must not die here!
Seeing this situation, Shangwan Mabai was so frightened that he almost flew away. He no longer cared about the gains and losses of those external things, and took out a badge in his arms. This badge is completely crimson, and its appearance is similar to Zhang Tuohai's family badge. In the center is a crimson crescent moon. Seeing Shangwan Mabai take out the badge, Zhang Tuohai knew that he was going to cause trouble, and immediately fired a high-voltage current at it. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Mabai raised his hand and blocked the badge in front of him. After the electric current hit the badge, it suddenly dissipated.
I will remember you. When I come back next time, it will be your death.
Shangwan Mabai stared at Zhang Tuohai viciously, and then pressed the red crescent moon in the center of the badge. A crimson light shrouded it, just like the way Zhang Tuohai had been teleported every time. Except for the different colors, the other appearances were exactly the same.
Is this kid going to run away?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked when he saw this. Although he didn't know what method Shangwan Mabai used to escape, he knew that he would suffer harm if he didn't kill the snake. Today I have offended him severely. If I don't get rid of him, letting the tiger return to the mountain will eventually become a disaster. He immediately launched all his firepower to attack Shangwan Mabai, and the self-propelled machines following him also raised their electromagnetic guns and fired at Shangwan Mabai. Bang bang bang. A series of alloy warheads hit the crimson light curtain. However, even though the light curtain was like a gauze, after the alloy warheads hit it, it was as if it hit the antimatter armor and was bounced away without leaving any traces.
Stop dreaming! This is the protection of the goddess. The weapons in your hands cannot break through the defense. When I come back next time, you will die,
Shangwan Mabai said, and made a gesture of cutting his throat. The crimson light curtain reached its peak, and then 2 red streams of light flashed by. The color on the light curtain quickly dimmed again, as if the power was out. The color of the light curtain quickly faded to almost transparent, and finally looked like glass. It shattered suddenly and dissipated into the void, leaving only Shangwan Mabai in place. Shangwan Mabai stared blankly at Zhang Tuohai, who was still floating in front of him. Their eyes met, and he didn't react for a moment.
Are you back again?
Seeing that the light curtain dissipated again, Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed, and quickly struck it with 2 high-voltage lightning strikes. Shangwan Mabai didn't even say a word before he was burned into a charred corpse by high-voltage current. With a pop, Shangwan Mabai's body fell to the ground, and then turned into glaze and disappeared, leaving behind a bronze treasure box. A line of game prompts pops up. Kill an enemy god-affiliated player, and you will be rewarded with 10 points.
The price of a dependent is 10 times that of an ordinary player. It's quite valuable.
Zhang Tuohai glanced at the prompt, then turned to look behind him. Sure enough, not far behind, standing was Aya, and further away were Away pushing the bathtub, and the mermaid Jin sitting in the bathtub.
Did you take action just now?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Jins.
No, I just arrived. I did it all.
Jins quickly waved his hand and said. Zhang Tuohai looked at Aya in surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl usually didn't talk much, but her singing voice was quite nice, with an ethereal feeling. No, that's not the point. The point is that she actually learned Jin's skills. He sent Aya there just to give it a try. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded and really learned Jin's signature skills. Since Aya can learn it, it proves that these abilities can be learned from each other to a certain extent, which will be of great help to the development of abilities and genetic medicines.
Boss, I've learned it too,
Away said next to him.
Don't want.
Aya and Jin's expression suddenly became frightened.
Why are you looking like this?
Zhang Tuohai was a little curious.
Let's not let Away show it.
Aya stopped talking. After all, he is a brother, so he still needs to save face.
It's okay. There are no outsiders here. Show the results.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said nonchalantly.
Besides, if there are any problems, don't be afraid. Show them, so that everyone can find the solution. When can one person figure it out? Head. Look, the boss asked me to show it, so don't stop me.
Away also looked eager to try.
It's still not good.
Aya was still a little worried.
What's going to happen? It's okay. Sing boldly. I'll make the decision for you. The most you can do is make it a bit ugly. I've been in KTD for several years. I haven't heard any ugly songs. Sing it boldly,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Then I'll start,
Away said, and cleared his throat. Aya and Jins looked at each other, and silently put a water balloon on themselves. Seeing Aya and Jins looking like they were facing a formidable enemy, Zhang Tuohai also felt that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. Away had already spoken.
A dash.
As soon as Away sang, Zhang Tuohai felt as if someone had hit his head with a heavy hammer. He was dizzy, with stars in his eyes. His ears were buzzing. His limbs were weak. And he even had problems with his nerve coordination. The whole person started to break dance in midair. If it were not for the assisted driving system, he would have fallen out of midair on the spot.
Gone!
Zhang Tuohai cursed secretly. And then he understood why Aya and Jins were trying to stop him. Others cost money to sing, but Away's singing cost money. It has to be said that Away's voice is comparable to an infrasonic weapon. No, Zhang Tuohai was not so embarrassed when faced with infrasonic weapons.
Great sage, take away your magical powers,
Zhang Tuohai shouted from the side. However, Away didn't realize it, and continued to be immersed in his own singing.
Ah yo!
Waves of sound swept around. The dust on the ground was blown up, and waves rolled up on the river. Chapter 727 Roshan. Boom! Boom! Several ships floating on the river in the distance exploded, and the raging flames illuminated the dark river surface.
A dash!
Away continued to sing loudly with his eyes closed, as if he was intoxicated by his own singing. Boom! The 2 remaining dreadnoughts on the river exploded. The entire ship was blown into pieces, and many fragments even flew to Zhang Tuohai, making the alloy armor on his body bang. Boom! Just when Away was about to sing again, Zhang Tuohai struggled to control the electromagnetic armor and flew behind Away, and slashed Away's neck with a knife. Away fell down like a broken sack.
Take him to the medical cabin and send a self-propelled machine to follow him at any time. If he dares to sing again, he will be knocked unconscious.
Zhang Tuohai said, while holding onto the wall. He still felt his head buzzing. This guy is such a good person. Why does he have to open his mouth?
By the way, let's tell Lilith that soundproof earplugs and other things should be put on the research agenda and put at the top of the list.
Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Yai.
It's already in the research and development process.
Xiao Yai said.
That's good. Arrange the self-propelled machines to clean the battlefield and pick up all the bronze treasure chests.
Zhang Tuohai ordered. Many self-propelled machines spread out and began to look for various scattered bronze treasure chests. Looking at more and more bronze treasure chests piled up around him, Zhang Tuohai's heart was filled with joy. Sure enough, the most comfortable time is when harvesting. He touched a bronze treasure box and was about to open it when suddenly, the sound of an electromagnetic gun sounded in the distance.
Huh?
Zhang Tuohai suddenly turned his head. After the previous round of attacks, almost all the players from the hostile camp in this area were killed, and the rest were basically players from this camp. Moreover, the players of his own camp stayed on the road. When Zhang Tuohai dispatched the self-propelled machines, he deliberately asked them to avoid the players of his own camp. So, what made those self-propelled machines open fire now?
Contact the self-propelled machinery to see which area has the problem.
Zhang Tuohai did not dare to neglect, and quickly said to classmate Xiao Yai.
It has been checked. A player who was resisting was found at the 1532 river in the northwest. He has a strange scepter in his hand, which can revive the body of the dead and fight for him.
Classmate Xiao Yai said.
Huh? Corpse reanimation? Rune weapons? I'll go take a look.
Hearing that someone was using rune weapons to resist, Zhang Tuohai couldn't sit still and planned to go and have a look. Ta-ta-ta. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots sounded from time to time.
Damn it! Why are there so many robots and the firepower is so fierce?
Schultz was lying on the ground holding the white scepter and cursing secretly. Surrounding him are dead corpses. A small number of these corpses are players, and most of them are indigenous people recruited from various worlds. These guys all died due to various problems. But now they all stood upright around him, holding various weapons and obeying his orders. Manipulation of corpses. This is Schultz's trump card. Originally, he felt that even if his car was destroyed, with the undead army that could continuously replenish the resuscitation, the final victory in this battle would definitely belong to him. The ammunition that everyone can carry is limited, but the army of undead in his hands is almost endless. No matter what the enemy looks like, he can use the sea of undead tactic to kill the opponent. How can we lose? However, the reality was somewhat different from what he imagined. Before his undead army could take shape, it was interrupted by a group of self-propelled machines that suddenly appeared. They plundered corpses and ruins, taking all useful things with them, and constantly attacked his undead army. Unfortunately, his legions had just been pulled up when they were interrupted by electromagnetic cannons. A large number of corpses were shattered as soon as they stood up. Although he can resuscitate the body, the integrity of the body still needs to be maintained. Otherwise, just a pair of legs will be of no use in resuscitation.
Shit! It seems you are forcing me to use a special move.
Schultz looked at the situation on the field. At this time, the self-propelled machinery in the field had already taken advantage. His undead army was squeezed into a corner and could not advance or retreat. In the distance, there seemed to be a large number of self-propelled machines coming, as if they were preparing to surround themselves here. If he doesn't take action, he will really be doomed.
The dead are eternal,
Schultz shouted, and the red runes on the scepter in his hand lit up one by one, and the ruby on the top of the scepter glowed crimson red. At the same time, little red lights appeared on Schultz's body, and the skin and flesh on his body began to rot. Blood vessels and granulations pierced the skin and continued to extend outward, and the undead standing around Schultz all moved closer to Schultz. As soon as the undead came to Schultz's side, they were wrapped in the blood vessels and granulations that sprouted from Schultz's body. Then their bodies began to rot, giving birth to blood vessels and granulations, which stabbed the outer undead. Not only the undead that could still move, but also the shattered flesh and blood seemed to have come to life, squirming and crawling towards Schultz. In the blink of an eye, Schultz turned into a huge fat man made up of countless corpses. This fat man is 6 meters tall and has a waist circumference of at least 20 meters. From a distance, he looks like a huge meatball. The fat man's skin is purple red, but it is not a whole body, but is made up of pieces of skin with thick stitches on it. The skin was covered with purple red plaques and sarcomas. The sarcomas were constantly festering, emitting purple mist and mucus. The mucus dripped down the skin, dripping onto the ground with a rustling sound. Ouch! The purple giant, like a mountain of meat, roared loudly, grabbed the corpses on the ground and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing them in big mouthfuls. As it ate, the mucus on its body flowed faster, and the ground rose. There were bursts of thick white smoke, full of burnt smell.
Kill this guy!
Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai quickly called on many self-propelled machines to start. Bang, bang, bang. A series of electromagnetic artillery shells hit the purple giant, punching holes as big as the mouth of a bowl in its body. However, a lot of pink granulation sprouted quickly on the edges of those holes, and the wounds healed quickly. The most terrifying thing is that a large number of blood vessels will stretch out from those wounds and pull the corpse over, blocking the wound, directly turning the corpse into a part of the body. Not only did one round of shooting fail to kill this guy, but it actually grew in size. Chapter 728. Go and invite Patriarch away.
Is this thing so capable of recovery?
Seeing that the purple giant had grown in size again, Zhang Tuohai frowned. He was good at all kinds of attack tactics. His habit was to use points to break the surface and force to break the situation. The most annoying thing was that the health bar was too long and he couldn't be killed. Of brown sugar. A row of electromagnetic guns went down. Not to mention ordinary monsters. Even transformers knelt down. But the purple giant in front of him seemed to be fine and still walked slowly towards Zhang Tuohai. Moreover, every time it takes a step forward, its body grows at a speed visible to the naked eye. After advancing for more than 10 meters, his body gained a lot of weight. His height increased from 6 meters to 7 meters. His fat belly fell to the ground. All kinds of corrosive mucus flowed all over the floor behind him. What was left was an eroded, potholed road.
Aya! Freeze it!
Zhang Tuohai turned to Aya and said,
Let me try!
Aya stretched out her hands and pointed at the purple giant. Lines of ice appeared on the purple giant's body. However, a large amount of mucus flowed out of the purple giant's body. The ice melted immediately after encountering the mucus and could not condense at all.
I'm here to help you!
Upon seeing this, Jinx immediately jumped over with his big tail wagging. She came to Aya's side and stretched out her hands towards the purple giant. Large pieces of ice appeared on the purple giant. However, it was of no use at all. The ice could not condense at all.
Is this the cold resistance?
Seeing the two of them trying their best but unable to get the ice to condense on the purple giant, Zhang Tuohai guessed that the ice would have no effect.
Can it be sealed with water bubbles?
Zhang Tuohai asked from the side.
No. It's too powerful. My blisters can't seal it at all,
Jin said loudly.
Since ice doesn't work, let's try fire.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and led dozens of self-propelled machines rush forward carrying flamethrowers and plasma grenades. According to his many years of experience in playing games, 80% of monsters with full ice resistance are afraid of fire. Moreover, he also increased the electric damage just to be on the safe side. So it would be okay now. Right? Hoo-hoo. More than a dozen fire dragons surrounded the purple giant, and dozens of plasma grenades exploded around the purple giant. The blue plasma almost enveloped the purple giant, and the blue lightning stung people unable to open their eyes. However, after the lightning and flames dissipated, the purple giant's body remained unchanged, and he continued to walk towards Zhang Tuohai's direction with long strides.
What the hell is this? Immune to all 4 elements of ice. Fire. Electricity. Physics?
Zhang Tuohai became a little uneasy. After experiencing so many worlds, this was the first time he had seen such a difficult monster. It doesn't matter if the skin is thick and the blood is high, but you have all the immunity points. How can you fight this?
Why don't you just use the black umbrella to kill him? It would be a pity for the scepter.
Looking at the purple giant who remained unmoved after being ravaged and continued to walk towards him, Zhang Tuohai was even more greedy for the scepter. If you kill the opponent with the black umbrella, the scepter will probably disappear with it, which would be a shame. However, it seems that except for the black umbrella, no conventional weapons can hurt the opponent. Just when Zhang Tuohai was about to use the black umbrella, a prompt system suddenly popped up in front of him. Sonic attack can cause excess damage to it.
Sound wave. Classmate Shiai. Use infrasonic weapons to attack,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear.
A huge speaker popped out. And then, an invisible infrasound wave spread in the direction of the purple giant.
Roar!
The purple giant let out a scream, as if he had been greatly hurt. He covered his head with both hands and let out a huge roar. Even the mucus on my body is reduced.
It's really effective. Increase your efforts.
Zhang Tuohai was delighted.
Increasing power.
Xiao Ai immediately increased the output.
Roar.
The purple giant screamed louder, and the sutures on the huge pieces of skin began to disintegrate, and some of the skin even fell off, revealing the purple rotten flesh and the constant blood vessels inside.
Push harder.
Zhang Tuohai clenched his hands into fists.
Commander, this is already the maximum value,
Xiao Ai said helplessly.
Is it the maximum value?
Hearing what classmate Xiao Ai said, Zhang Tuohai was a little frustrated. If there were other weapons, he could use various resources to make them like crazy. But this sonic weapon couldn't do it. The only sonic weapon was dismantled from Moriarty's car. There was no blueprint, so there was no way to make a second one.
Can we just remain in a stalemate here?
Zhang Tuohai frowned and looked at the huge purple giant. Although the purple giant was in great pain and its skin was cracked, it was just some skin trauma, and it was injured but not fatal. If it continued like this, it would not be able to kill the opponent at all.
How about I give it a try?
Jin said from the side.
Then give it a try.
Zhang Tuohai remembered that Jin's singing also had certain hypnotic and seductive abilities, and it might also have a certain effect. Jin began to sing softly, and the melodious voice was like a clear spring in the valley, making people feel peaceful. Zhang Tuohai felt that his irritable mood was relieved a lot. However, the purple giant seemed to have recovered a little. His roar was lower, and his skin was faintly recovering.
Blank!
Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately covered Jin's mouth. This girl singing is for group healing, and it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. If she keeps singing, the purple giant's injuries will probably be fully recovered.
Is there really no way to kill this guy except the black umbrella? I really want that scepter.
Zhang Tuohai stared at the huge purple giant in trance. Suddenly, he had an idea. Isn't this the opportunity for Ao Wei to come in handy? His broken voice is absolutely destructive, and it will definitely be effective against this purple giant.
Hurry and invite Ancestor away.
Zhang Tuohai turned back to classmate Xiao Ai and said. 10 seconds later, 2 self-propelled machines lifted out the dazed Ao Wei.
Quick! Sing!
Zhang Tuohai thrust a microphone into Ao Wei's hand.
No! No! No!
Ao Wei waved his hands quickly.
What's wrong?
Zhang Tuohai was curious. He was singing happily just now. Why is he not singing now?
This power has too many side effects. My neck hurts when I sing, and it is accompanied by persistent fainting. I'm scared,
Ao Wei said with lingering fear.
Don't worry. This time is just to find out the cause of your illness. Just sing. I will record your physical parameters now. Didn't you notice that I brought out the medical cabin?
Zhang Tuohai waved to the self-propelled machine. And soon, 2 self-propelled machines carried the medical cabin out and poked it in front of Ao Wei. Chapter 729. Do you deserve the key?
Did I really sang? You will detect my physical data in time. Right.
When Ao Wei heard what Zhang Tuohai said, he couldn't control his heart. In fact, he has always had a dream, which is to travel around the world with a guitar on his back. It's just that I was very poor before and couldn't even afford a guitar, so I could only squat in the bridge and sing occasionally. However, even so, they are often chased and bitten by stray dogs. Now, with a microphone in hand, his soul that wants to sing can no longer be suppressed.
Don't worry. I'm always checking.
Zhang Tuohai gave Ao Wei a thumbs up, stuffed 2 balls of cotton into his ears, and asked Jins to put a protective water balloon on himself. Hey. Ao Wei moved his body a few times and did a few warm-up moves, then took the microphone and started roaring directly.
Yeah.
Puff. The skin on the surface of the purple giant's body disintegrated instantly, and large pieces of skin and flesh rotted and fell. When they fell on the ground, they turned into acid and emitted white smoke. The huge purple giant was losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his height increased from 7 meters to 6 meters, and it was still declining rapidly. Crash, clatter, huge chunks of meat fell from the purple giant, and soon they piled up into hills at the giant's feet. The hills where the chunks of meat were piled up melted quickly like snow that had been exposed to the sun. It turned into bursts of white smoke and dissipated, until finally, the pieces of meat were scattered, and a white scepter fell to the ground.
Finally killed.
Zhang Tuohai let out a long breath, then patted Ao Wei on the shoulder and said,
That's it. No need to sing anymore.
However, Ao Wei was still immersed in his singing and couldn't help himself. He didn't react to the outside world at all. He was still singing loudly, even louder.
Away! Away! Wake up! Wake up!
Zhang Tuohai poked away, hoping to wake him up. However, No matter how hard he poked, Alway had no reaction, and was still lost in his own singing. Boom! At this moment, a sap hit Alway on the back of the head. With a bang, Alway fell to the ground, and Aya holding a wooden stick was revealed behind him.
He is just like this. He falls into his own world when he sings. There is no other way to stop him. He can only stop him physically in this way,
Aya said helplessly.
This.
After hearing Aya's words and looking at Alway who fainted on the ground, Zhang Tuohai didn't know what to say. To be honest, although Alway's broken skill is not very effective, if it can be used in some places, the effect is quite good, but it is a bit labor-intensive. Fortunately, Alway is immortal. If something goes wrong, he can be directly killed and restored with one click. It is easier than going to the medical cabin for diagnosis. So Lilith often uses him for some experiments.
Everyone was killed. Right. Tell the self-propelled machine to quickly clean the battlefield. Collect everything, and get out of here quickly,
Zhang Tuohai greeted. Zhang Tuohai didn't want to stay here any longer. He always felt that this was not a good place. If he continued to stay here, he might cause some troubles. So he took the opportunity to clean up the battlefield and find a place to digest the resources. Moreover, during the battle just now, he still had a few questions that he had not thought clearly about and needed to analyze carefully. The self-propelled machine spread out and began to collect the scattered bronze treasure chests. At this moment, the sound of gunfire rang out not far away, and classmate Xiao Yai also said in time,
Commander, someone is attacking the self-propelled machine in the west. Huh? There are still enemies? Why are there so many? Didn't we kill them all just now?
Zhang Tuohai asked with a frown.
Those who attack the self-propelled machines are players from our camp,
Xiao Yai said with some embarrassment.
A player from this camp?
Hearing what classmate Xiao Yai said, Zhang Tuohai hesitated for a moment. Under normal circumstances, he would have directly ordered an unrestricted counterattack. No matter what the reason, if you dare to attack him, you will die. However, now it is a battle between camps, and everyone is working under the command of Goddess Liuli. For the sake of Goddess Liuli, we should ask clearly before talking.
Let the self-propelled machine find favorable terrain to retreat and ensure its own safety. I will go and check the situation,
Zhang Tuohai said and flew into the air. A large number of flying gasoline-powered saws also extinguished their lights and followed them stealthily. Aya took a look, controlled the bubbles to float into the air, and flew over with Zhang Tuohai. Jins couldn't fly, so she could only squat in the bathtub, stretching her neck and waiting for news. Zhang Tuohai quickly flew to the scene of the battle. On the battlefield, the most eye-catching thing are the 70 or 80 players. These players hold various individual weapons in their hands and are constantly attacking the self-propelled machinery. Click, 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 click. Sound of gunfire mixed with the explosion of rockets. On the other side of the battlefield, the self-propelled machine strictly obeyed Zhang Tuohai's orders, holding the bronze treasure box and hiding in a hidden corner waiting for orders. Some of them even had their robotic arms and tracks damaged by rockets. And they still stayed in place, unable to hide.
Stop it! Whoever is doing it! Don't blame me for being ruthless.
Seeing that his self-propelled machine was injured, Zhang Tuohai's face darkened. The current in his hand flashed, and the high-voltage electricity and electromagnetic gun were quickly charged, ready to attack at any time. The players couldn't help but be stunned when they saw Zhang Tuohai's sudden arrival. None of them expected that at this time someone wearing this epic-making armor would actually descend on the battlefield from the air.
Who are you? Why do you stop when you say you should?
One of the leading players said dissatisfiedly. However, they still reduced the frequency of attacks. After all, when they were all wearing body armor, an electromagnetic armor that could fly in midair was still powerful enough to make them fearful.
The ones you attacked just now are my subordinates. For the sake of the same camp, I will not cause any trouble to you. I will withdraw from the battlefield immediately and leave here,
Zhang Tuohai said with suppressed anger.
Same camp? Are you also under the crown of the goddess Liuli?
When the leading player wearing a beret heard this, his eyes lit up.
Yes. What do you want to do?
Zhang Tuohai asked in a bad tone.
Since we are from the same camp, it's easy to handle. That giant, the explosion and all that just happened were all caused by you. Right. We made our cars faster. You need to compensate us for the losses. In addition, those broken machines under your command grab our bronze treasure chests and ask them to return all the bronze treasure chests to us. And forget about it,
Beret said with a smile.
Why?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but sneered when he heard this. He raised his head and glanced into the distance. There were dozens of cars parked not far away, emitting smoke. It looked like the damage caused by Ah Wei's throat just now. However, do you want him to compensate for the loss just because of this? If he hadn't taken action, these people would have been killed by Shangguan Mabai and his ambush fleet, and they would have lost their lives. It's good that he didn't ask them for life-saving expenses, but he actually wanted him to compensate? What are you dreaming about? What's more, those bronze treasure chests were all obtained by him through murder, and it was natural for him to pick them all up. These people actually wanted to ask him to give some of them to them? Do you provide keys? How many? Chapter 730 Manipulating the Core of Imaginary Numbers.
Why? Just because we are also players under the command of Goddess Lioli.
Beret looked completely unafraid.
Goddess Lioli has given instructions a long time ago. Zones are against the world. Attacks between the same camp are prohibited. Violators will be severely punished. Besides, I am a dependent of the goddess. I can talk to the goddess immediately. What do you think? Do you want to try? I'm afraid you haven't seen the goddess's holy face yet. Have you?
The beret said, took out a family badge, and showed it to Zhang Tuohai. Seeing that Zhang Tuohai didn't speak, the beret thought that Zhang Tuohai had been frightened. So he became even more proud and his expression became more and more arrogant.
Are you afraid? Let me tell you. Goddess Lioli hates players who provoke infighting the most. She will be exempted from player qualifications and exiled to a remote world. Or die directly. If you don't want to be punished by the goddess, just follow the rules honestly. Do what I say. Compensate for our losses. And leave those bronze treasure chests to us. Otherwise...
Before the beret finished speaking, a high-voltage current shot out of Zhang Tuohai's hand and hit his body. His body was instantly charred, with black smoke and a burning smell coming out. With a bang, the beret's body fell to the ground, and then turned into a glimmer of light and disappeared, leaving only a bronze treasure box on the ground.
How dare you!
The players behind the beret did not expect that Zhang Tuohai would dare to take action directly, which greatly exceeded their expectations. Isn't he afraid of divine punishment from the goddess? In the world of confrontation, attacking players of the same camp is a serious crime. However, if their thoughts were known to Zhang Tuohai, they would probably die laughing. The reason why Zhang Tuohai was stunned just now was because he was prompted to learn about the system. For the demigods in regional battles, the most important thing is winning or losing. The prohibition on killing players in this area only allows the players to cooperate sincerely and jointly defend against the enemy. Of course, all this is based on winning. As long as you can win, it doesn't matter what the means are. Even if you kill all the players in the area, it doesn't matter. If they lose, what's the use of players in the area loving each other like a family? What's more, Zhang Tuohai has killed more than 3,000 enemy players in just 2 days since he entered this world. This is the #1 contributor to the Lioli goddess. As long as Zhang Tuohai can help her win the match victory, what does it matter if a few players die? It is precisely because of the decryption of the prompt system that Zhang Tuohai is so confident. Since, as long as we win the final victory, there is no problem. Then why are we hesitating? Without the constraints of rules, Zhang Tuohai let go, ordered the self-propelled machinery to start fighting back. At the same time, the flying gasoline saws that had been hiding high in the sky also swooped down and threw plasma grenades into the crowd. Boom! Boom! Balls of plasma exploded among the players. Rows of electromagnetic artillery shells swept across the battlefield. In the past, those self-propelled machines were forbearing, but now they have let go of their hands and feet. And those players are naturally no match. After 2 rounds of attacks, there was no one left standing, and they all turned into glaze and disappeared. Zhang Tuohai finally discovered an advantage of the world of battle. That is, players cannot fake their own death to escape. If you die, you will die. No body can be left behind, and it will turn into glaze and disappear. If a body is left behind, there must be something wrong. No. After the battle, Zhang Tuohai saw 3 mutilated corpses staying in place on the bullet-riddled battlefield, indicating that something was wrong.
You still dare to play this trick?
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. In other worlds, this skill would have been somewhat useful, and a careless opponent would have been fooled by them. But in the battle world with special mechanics, their corpses are as conspicuous as searchlights in the night.
Throw all these corpses into the potion-making machine. I don't believe that they can be revived after destroying the corpses.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and said. 2 self-propelled machines were immediately used to drag the body away. The remaining self-propelled machines also immediately cleaned the battlefield and collected bronze treasure chests. In order to avoid accidents, Zhang Tuohai personally supervised near the battlefield. Fortunately, there were no accidents in the next period of time. Everything went smoothly, and all the scattered bronze treasure chests were collected. Thahu! Zhang Tuohai summoned all the self-propelled machines, immediately ran away with the bucket, and left the area. Classmate Xiao Ai was busy moving the battlefield. Awei was lying in the medical cabin waiting to wake up. Aya and Jins continued to go back to the hot springs to discuss their experience in using supernatural powers. After the battle just now, the two gained new insights. Zhang Tuohai squatted in the warehouse and started to open the treasure box.
Bless the goddess of dice!
Zhang Tuohai washed his hands seriously before starting to open the box. The fleet players' boxes were filled with junk as always, with various types of rum accounting for the vast majority. If it was Vladimir who opened the box, he would definitely jump up with excitement and count out 3 times to the goddess of dice. But Zhang Tuohai didn't like drinking this kind of hard liquor, so he could only exchange it for points. Players from the same camp don't have any good things in their boxes. They only have rocket launchers, anti-tank grenades and the like, and they can't even be exchanged for points. Seeing Zhang Tuohai made his head hurt. If it weren't for the 2 pieces of rune equipment that fell into his hands, this operation would have been a complete loss of blood. Zhang Tuohai also gave these 2 pieces of rune equipment to Lilith for inspection first, after identification and collection, and after confirming that they had no other uses, he could take them back and continue to use them.
In addition to gaining 4,125 points, it was a complete loss.
Zhang Tuohai thought with some dissatisfaction. He lowered his head and looked at his family badge. At this time, his points had risen to 7,236 points. The points at this time can already be used to purchase the 6th level auto parts in the Points Mall. However, Zhang Tuohai had no intention of buying it at this time, because that accessory is a lifestyle accessory, and it will not improve his combat effectiveness. So he might as well keep it and take a look. After sorting out the harvest, Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a question. That is, when he and Schultz were fighting, this guy was obviously preparing to escape. As a result, the crimson stream of light actually dissipated at the last moment. What on earth was going on? Hearing Zhang Tuohai's question, Lilith, who was doing the experiment, smiled.
What else could it be? Because I used the imaginary core to perform a temporary space blockade, blocking the link between him and the goddess, which interrupted his transmission,
Lilith said.
Can you control the imaginary number core?
Zhang Tuohai became excited after hearing Lilith's explanation.
Well, with Xiao Wu's participation, the cracking progress has been much faster. I can already master a few basic control commands. I originally planned to tell you after completing the first phase of the experiment. Since you asked, then I'll just tell you in advance,
Lilith said with a smile. Chapter 731 Code Imaginary Number Core World Consciousness.
Really? Let me see what functions they have.
Hearing this, Zhang Tuohai approached Lilith and asked.
Because the basic code frameworks of each world are different, we have only solved a few representative ones. This order is a regional space blockade. This blockade is all-round. All kinds of transmissions can be cut off, and even demigods can be temporarily trapped. This command is to query the location. As long as you know the other party's name, you can query the other party's location. This command is for death resurrection. As long as the natives of this world are not killed by special items, such as quantum crystals, they can use this command to revive. This is a memory input. It can only be used for the natives of this world. It can control and rewrite the other party's memory. However, you must be careful and logical. Otherwise, it may cause schizophrenia or even madness in the person being imported.
Lilith introduced them one by one. The more Zhang Tuohai listened, the more excited he became, and he rubbed his hands in excitement. With these orders, he is a god in this world, controlling life and death, modifying memory, searching the sky and escaping the earth. What is the difference between this and gods?
However, it is best to use these commands sparingly, especially when there are demigods watching this world.
Lilith poured cold water on Zhang Tuohai.
Why?
Zhang Tuohai was puzzled.
Every time you use the imaginary number core, it will cause fluctuations in the imaginary number world. If you use it too frequently,
it will make those demigods notice where the imaginary number core is. You know the meaning of the imaginary number core to them, if they learn that you have it if there is an imaginary number core,
Lilith said, and closed her mouth. Zhang Tuohai nodded. If those demigods find out that the thing they rely on for their livelihood is controlled by a player, redemption may be the best result. If you encounter a bad-tempered or ruthless demigod, the player may be killed directly. Therefore, even though he obtained the imaginary number core, he was like a child holding gold in a busy city. He could only use it quietly and not too frequently. By the way, I just used it once. Block the teleportation and kill the player. There won't be any problems. Right? Zhang Tuohai asked worriedly. Although he has outstanding strength now, when faced with demigods, he is probably just a bigger ant. It doesn't matter. Demigods are accustomed to living in their own kingdom of gods. The turbulent currents in the Sea of Chaos often interfere with their vision and even cut off their transmission. Therefore, there is no problem in using it once in a while. Lilith said in relief. That's good. Zhang Tuohai nodded and decided to be more careful when using the imaginary number core in the future. By the way, I have always had a question. Since these imaginary number cores are so important to those demigods, why don't they enter the world to find them by themselves? They are powerful. If they want to find them, wouldn't it be better than players blindfolded to hit them? Great luck is much more convenient. Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. You think they don't want to? Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai. There is a crystal wall outside every imaginary world. You can think of it as an iron cage surrounding the world. We players are like small fish and shrimps. We can enter and exit at will through the gaps. However, those demigods are just like adults. The small gap cannot let them pass through, so they can only forcefully open the iron cage. However, every imaginary number world has world consciousness. They are basically no weaker than demigods. If demigods forcefully break the iron cage, they will encounter the counterattack of world consciousness. Even if they can win, they will probably suffer a lot. Injured, he was eventually taken advantage of by other demigods. So, they can only use players' luck to collect. Although it took a little longer. What they lack most is time and patience. Lilith explained. So that's it. After hearing Lilith's explanation, Zhang Tuohai felt yearning in his heart. Although he is living a smooth life now, he is just a chess piece and tool in the hands of others. He can only fight for the interests of others, and even risk his own life. But if he can become a demigod, then he can sit on the Diaoyu Island like those demigods and drive other players to help him seek benefits. Wouldn't it be wonderful? By the way, is there any way to contact the consciousness of this world? Zhang Tuohai suddenly thought of a question. That is, if he could contact the world consciousness, wouldn't he be able to join forces with the world consciousness, set a trap, and find an opportunity to ambush a demigod? If successful, he could eat it in one handful. His mouth was full of oil. I advise you to stop thinking about it. Lilith shook her head and said, those demigods are very powerful. You are still weak and cannot compete with them, even with the help of world consciousness. Even if you are lucky enough to succeed, other demigods will take advantage of it. Therefore, it is best to grow until you can take over the position of a demigod, so that it is safe. As for world consciousness, it's quite simple. As long as you have the imaginary core, you can connect to it. To put it bluntly, world consciousness is a watchdog of the world, and the imaginary core is the rope. Whoever holds the rope can control the dog's movements, or even replace the dog. Lilith said quietly. Can it be replaced? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. What's impossible? The world consciousness is originally just a mass of energy. However, without its own subjective consciousness, a lot of energy cannot be exerted. This leads to the victory of demigods. If you want, you can make anyone become world consciousness. But after becoming world consciousness, further possibilities are cut off, unless the world advances. Otherwise, it can only be the world consciousness of the imaginary number world. Lilith said. What? What do you think? Since it can be replaced, how about letting Jinx be the consciousness of the world? Zhang Tuohai asked. He has a good impression of this little mermaid. She is kind and gentle, and she is a person who can be friends with. If she can become the world consciousness of this world, she can better protect the world from the prying eyes of those demigods. Of course, she can also be more friendly. Complete the tasks assigned by him well. It's time to give it a try. You can discuss it with her. If you agree, it's best. If you don't agree, I will modify her spirit to make her agree. I can even modify her temperament attributes so that you can sleep with her and make her willing. Agree, Lilith said calmly. Puff. After hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai spurted out a mouthful of milk. Chapter 732 Selecting World Consciousness. Why do you have so many messy thoughts at such a young age? Who taught you this? Zhang Tuohai asked, rubbing Lilith's head. It's him. Lilith pointed to Wu Fengxian, who was translating runes at the side. Wu Feng raised his head first, with an innocent expression on his face, completely unaware of what was happening.
Don't teach your sister a bad lesson.
Zhang Tuohai picked up Wu Fengxian and spanked her firmly. Wu Fengxian's face turned red.
What are you doing? No. It's me. I did it all. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again.
Just as he was halfway through speaking, he saw Lilith's warning eyes, and was immediately frightened. If he fell into the hands of Zhang Tuohai, he would probably get a spanking at most, and there would be no loss other than losing face. However, if he makes his eldest sister unhappy, he will be in trouble, and he will never even think about Anqing's life in the future. He had experienced that kind of life once when he was still a book page. He never wanted to experience it again. So he took all the blame.
You won't do it again. Do you hear me?
Zhang Tuohai taught him a lesson and rubbed his hands. Although Wu Fengxian looks like a little boy with a handsome face, he is actually the reincarnation of a broken page of
the Book of 10,000 Dermas,
and his physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people. When Zhang Tuohai hit his hand, it was like hitting an iron block, and the shock caused his own hand to hurt.
By the way, has my genetic modification drug been developed?
Zhang Tuohai asked. He remembered that this was the first job Lilith took over. She started researching it before she was reincarnated. Other experiments had produced results, but there was still no news about this experiment.
There are too many test materials, and comparative tests are needed. The data is too huge. Wait a minute. I think you also want a perfect potion, not a semi-finished product that has been rushed out.
Right? Lilith said.
Okay. I'll wait.
Zhang Tuohai nodded. He understood that this medicine was different from the equipment. If the equipment is no longer suitable, it can be replaced at any time. If the medicine is eaten, it will be difficult to spit it out. It's better to be patient and wait until Lilith researches the perfect potion. For now, electromagnetic armor is enough to deal with enemies. As long as he doesn't spank Wu Fengxian anymore, it's basically fine.
Okay. You continue working. I'll ask Jinz.
Zhang Tuohai stood up and went to the Advanced Ecological Park to find Jinz. At this time, Jinz and Aya were chatting happily in the hot spring, exchanging experiences on supernatural powers.
Become world consciousness? Me?
After listening to Zhang Tuohai's words, Jinz was stunned and subconsciously bit the index finger of her right hand.
That's right. After you become the consciousness of the world, you don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Because in the whole world, no one is your opponent. In fact, they all have to listen to you. You can do whatever you want in the whole world. When you travel, you can go wherever you want without being restricted by geography. There are also all kinds of delicious food available in this world. You can eat whatever you want without worrying about gaining weight.
Is there such a good thing?
Jinz was like a child who saw a lollipop, with excitement shining in his eyes.
You're not lying to me, are you? Mom said you can't trust any man on land, especially if they want to sleep with you.
Jinz bit her finger and said,
How could I have such an idea? I am a human. You are a fish. The species are different.
Zhang Tuohai spread his hands helplessly. He is not a grass python hero or an undead knight. Before becoming a human, he does not want to get involved in other species for the time being. Especially since Jinz was a mermaid with a big tail on her lower body. Even if he had some ideas, there was nothing he could do.
Then, seeing as you have treated my injuries, I will trust you for the time being.
Jinz bit her finger and lowered her head to think seriously for a while, then nodded in response.
Lilith. Jinz agreed.
Zhang Tuohai said through the intercom.
I understand. I'll be right over.
After a while, Lilith came over holding an imaginary number core. Behind her followed a large number of self-propelled machines, pushing various machines. Seeing a large number of various machines, Jinz instinctively felt scared and hid behind Aya, with only half of his head exposed, looking cautious.
Don't worry. These are monitoring devices, and we won't get close,
Lilith said comfortingly beside her, while the self-propelled machines began to be busy setting up a large amount of equipment.
Are you ready?
Zhang Tuohai turned to look at Jinz.
If you don't want to, you can give up now. No, I will give it a try even for the sake of delicious food.
Jinz clenched her little fist. Being able to freely taste the delicious food in this world has been her long-cherished wish since she was a child. She remembered that when she was a child, her mother brought back a piece of chocolate from outside. It was the most delicious thing in the world that she had ever eaten. She stored it well in her favorite shell bag and prepared to share it with her sister. However, when her sister came back, The chocolate had already melted, leaving only a little trace. The little mark was licked again and again by her and her sister, treating it like a treasure. From then on, she vowed to find all the delicacies in the world and share them with her sister. However, the mermaid was limited by herself, so this long-cherished wish could only be thought of. Now, suddenly such an opportunity appeared in front of her, which she didn't want to give up.
Okay, then we're ready to start.
Lilith picked up the imaginary number core and began to enter the code. Aya held Jin's hand and comforted Jin's nervousness.
Relax. It'll be fine.
Snap. Lilith typed out the last line of code. A stream of colorful light emerged from the ground and penetrated into Jin's body. Jin felt like he was soaking in a warm hot spring. Indescribably comfortable. The body is full of energy, but there is no bulging feeling like being filled. Those energies continue to seep into her body, transforming her body and repairing her injuries. I don't know how long it took, but the colorful light disappeared. Jin slowly opened his eyes.
How do you feel?
Aya held her arm and asked with concern.
Can't say enough good,
Jin said as she swayed and disappeared from the spot. A moment later, she reappeared in her original position with a box of chocolates in her hand.
This is my favorite. Please eat it,
Jin said, passing the chocolate into Aya's hand.
How about it?
Zhang Tuohai walked to Lilith and asked.
Well, half of the data is consistent with the expected values,
Lilith said while flipping through her tablet.
Are there any inconsistencies in the data?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously. At this moment, he felt a pair of soft hands hugging his neck.
Thank you for fulfilling my childhood wish. Today is my birthday. This is the best birthday gift I have ever received. I want to give you my most precious gift.
After finishing speaking, a water curtain isolated everything around him.
Well, all the data is normal now,
Lilith recorded on the tablet. Chapter 733 Submarine.
Why do you do this?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Don't you want to?
Lilith asked with a smile. Zhang Tuohai was speechless.
However,
I always feel that this is taking advantage of others' danger, which is a bit unethical.
He thought for a while and said with a pinch of his neck.
Actually, I didn't modify her thoughts. I just amplified her inner thoughts a little bit. If she didn't have this kind of thoughts, she wouldn't be so smooth and smooth.
Lilith pushed up her black-rimmed glasses and said,
Don't worry. Everything is voluntary. Moreover, the social ethics and code of conduct of mermaids are inconsistent with humans. Don't apply human ethics to mermaids. This would be stupid,
Lilith said, standing on the stool, patted Zhang Tuohai on the shoulder.
The strong should have more resources. Come on, Dad.
After saying that, Lilith jumped off the stool lightly and walked towards her laboratory. The self-propelled machines were all packing up on their own. As for Jin's, after the lingering, he returned home with a large box of chocolates.
What's going on?
Zhang Tuohai rubbed his head, wanting to soak in the hot springs for a while and relax. At this moment, classmate Xiao Ai suddenly appeared in front of him.
Commander, RQ-180 discovered a local fleet gathering place.
Huh?
Are there enemies?
Zhang Tuohai was very excited when he heard the news. He finally had a place to relieve his depression.
Where is it? Take me to see it. Please move to the command room.
The virtual appearance of classmate Xiao Ai led Zhang Tuohai to the command room. At the edge of the huge 3D map in the command room, a huge crescent-shaped harbor appeared. The harbor is very large, but there are only 100 or so ships, and they are all frigates, light destroyers, gunboats, small sailing ships, and other ship shapes. Moreover, various wooden sailing boats account for the vast majority. For Zhang Tuohai, who is used to seeing large dreadnoughts and battleships, this place seemed like a kindergarten.
Kill them,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear. Wait a minute. Use them to try the rune plasma cannon we got from Fengxian.
Zhang Tuohai stopped classmate Xiao Ai. Using zircon missiles to hit these ships is really overkill. I'm afraid the manufacturing cost of the missiles won't even be recovered, so it might as well be used to test the power of new weapons.
Okay, then I'll drive over.
Classmate Xiao Ai drove towards the harbor. Soon, classmate Xiao Ai drove the car to the vicinity of the harbor and stopped on a small hill. Zhang Tuohai was on the hill overlooking the harbor below. Hundreds of ships of all kinds were parked on the pier of the harbor. Thousands of people gathered on nearby beaches. At this time, the beach was extremely lively. Some people were sunbathing. Some were having barbecue. Some were swimming. And many people gathered together for an open-air party, looking like they were in a state of intoxication.
These people really know how to enjoy themselves. I don't know. I thought they were on vacation. I just don't know what their goddess will think when she sees them like this.
John Tuahai thought as he held up the telescope. In fact, he didn't know that these players were at the bottom of the region, and they themselves knew their position very well. All the work of fighting for life and death for profit has been left to big organizations and strong people. As for these little shrimps, they are just here to make up the numbers. And naturally they want to enjoy themselves in time. No one even watches the regional channel at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known about the destruction of the main fleet in the region until now.
After taking out these ships here, there won't be any big targets to gather around.
Right? Zhang Tuohai estimated the number of people on the beach and secretly speculated. However, there may be a lot of natives here. How many real players there are will be determined by the obituary after playing.
Commander, how do we fight? Should we attack from here?
Xiao Ai asked.
Just rush in and open Wushuang.
Zhang Tuohai felt an unknown anger rising in his heart when he looked at the crowd of people having fun below. I entered this world and spent the whole 2 days fighting life and death. I barely slept a wink. Why are you here drunk and dreaming? I will teach you a lesson for your crimson demigod. Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator.
Boom! The car exploded with powerful power and rushed down the hillside towards the crowd on the beach. The sound of the speakers on the beach was turned up to the maximum. Various DJ tracks were deafening, and the laser lights emitted a dazzling light, so that Zhang Tuohai rushed from the hillside to the foot of the mountain. And no one noticed anything strange.
Since you are seeking death, I won't be polite.
Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The heavy weapons platform charged into the cheering crowd like a giant velociraptor. Everyone who was hit along the way was crushed into pulp. 2 long blood trails were left under the wheels. Only then did the crowd on the beach realize that they had an uninvited guest.
Ah!
Many women screamed. The men ran away in all directions. Some found shelters to hide, while others ran desperately to their ships, wanting to leave. There were also a few players with guns who immediately raised their guns and pointed them at Zhang Tuohai. The car pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. A series of sparks appeared. However, this kind of light weapon cannot break through the defense at all, and can only fire a series of sparks. At this moment, 4 launcher-like things suddenly popped up from the roof of the car. Just when these people were wondering, these transmitters emitted a purple light. These purple rays of light are like lasers and are indestructible. Whether it is a cement bunker or a holiday cabin, they are all pierced with one blow. Moreover, the range of this thing is extremely far, and it actually covers the entire beach. Everything was broken into 2 pieces wherever the purple light swept. Even the ships in the harbor in the distance were all broken into 2 pieces as soon as they were swept. Moreover, this thing has extremely high temperatures, and many flammable items have ignited into raging fires. Cabins, wooden boats, and even corpses were used as fuel, and the entire bustling beach quickly turned into a Shura field. A large number of players fell on the beach in batches. Zhang Tuohai controls the car to spin around on the beach, reaping the players on the beach. Because the purple light was too overbearing, he only walked around on the beach and couldn't see any standing players. There were scattered particles everywhere on the beach, and bronze treasure boxes fell to the ground one by one.
Commander, there are several survivors running towards the ship.
Classmate Xiao Ai reminded.
Don't worry. You can't run away.
Zhang Tuohai took a look at the direction of these people's travels, and prepared to play a game with them. He drove directly across the sea, preparing to intercept them in front of them and give them a surprise. At this moment, he suddenly heard the alarm from classmate Xiao Ai.
Commander, there is a submarine approaching rapidly underwater.
Chapter 734 Multi-Purpose Submarine Vehicle.
There are actually submarines here?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a ship on duty on such a sloppy beach. And it was also a submarine. Although he was very puzzled, Zhang Tuohai still made evasive actions. Press the accelerator to the bottom, and a whole row of plasma jets pops out from behind the car, bursting with blazing flames. The speed of the car suddenly increased several times, and like a sharp arrow, it rushed through the original area. A submarine passed behind the car and washed up on the beach. Zhang Tuohai looked back and found that it turned out to be a very old-looking submarine. This submarine does not have the smoothness of modern submarines at all. Instead, it has a lot of various devices and valves on the outside. Moreover, the hull of the boat is made of bronze, without even waterproof paint, and a thick layer of patina hangs on the surface. In front of the submarine is not a thick torpedo tube, but a huge impact angle.
What kind of submarine is this? Is it too ancient? Even a generation of submarines don't have such a submarine. Right. Is it a special submarine in the Steam world? Zhang Tuohai thought for a moment, and then shook the thought out of his mind. No matter what era, the other side is a submarine. Since the two sides are enemies, it is enough to kill the other side. As for where it comes from, does it matter? Kill him, Zhang Tuohai said. Understood. Shall I immediately control the rune plasma launcher and aimed it at the submarine behind? At this time, various devices on the submarine were rotating rapidly, and the hull of the submarine was slowly opening. Several thick mechanical arms stretched out from the inside, and bursts of steam were rising from these thick mechanical arms. However, it had just unfolded when a purple plasma beam swept from the side and directly cut the huge submarine in half. Bang! Crash! The submarine suffered such a critical hit and could no longer hold on. The upper half slipped down. The boiler inside exploded instantly. Various debris and white mist filled the air, blocking most of the sight. Turn on infrared detection. Seeing the white steam filling the air and blocking his vision, Zhang Tuohai instinctively felt that something was wrong. Perhaps he had been attacked too many times and had a stress reaction. Classmate Xiao Ai immediately turned on the detection system. Sure enough, he saw a guy with a humanoid silhouette crawling out of the submarine and rushing towards Zhang Tuohai's direction. He's really here for a sneak attack. Kill him for me, Zhang Tuohai said. Two runic plasma launchers were aimed at the black figure. Swish! Two purple rays penetrated the black shadow. However, the black shadow only shook a few times and continued to rush towards Zhang Tuohai. So strong? Zhang Tuohai didn't expect that the opponent was so powerful. He took two runic plasma rays and was still unscathed. Change the laser. As Zhang Tuohai spoke, he took out the black umbrella and prepared to use the black umbrella to kill him if the laser couldn't kill him. However, at this moment, a delicate voice came out of the white steam. Zhang Tuohai, you heartless guy. You actually hit me. Zhang Tuohai froze on the spot. The person opposite could actually call him by name. Could it be that he was an acquaintance? Commander, it's Miss Jin's voice. Classmate Xiao Ai said from the side. Gents, stop fighting now and prepare the medical bay. Zhang Tuohai quickly came out of the car wearing electromagnetic armor and holding a black umbrella. At this time, the white steam gradually dissipated, revealing the figure inside, which was indeed Jin swinging the tail of a big fish. There was a hole in Jin's fish tail and abdomen. At this time, there was a colorful light floating on it, which was being repaired. Jin had his hands on his hips and stared at Zhang Tuohai angrily. What do you mean? Why are you here? Zhang Tuohai was a little embarrassed. After all, he had been injured within a few hours of their lingering relationship. It was a bit unjustifiable. I told me that you like to collect all kinds of vehicles. Ships and airplanes. Although there are no cars or airplanes, there are many sunken ships in my place. I spent a long time in the water and finally found a drivable one. I was going to give you a surprise, but as a result, you broke it without saying a word and even injured me. Jin said with an aggrieved look. Then why don't you drive over slowly? I just wanted to give you a surprise, but as a result, this thing can't stop, Jin said, wagging his big tail. I understand. I understand the kindness, and I will let them put it away. Zhang Tuohai quickly ordered the self-propelled machinery to dismantle the broken submarine, while cleaning the battlefield and chasing down the remaining players. You just shot me twice. How do you compensate me? Jin asked angrily. You tell me. As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you, Zhang Tuohai said, patting his chest. Hearing this, Jin bit her lip gently. This is what you said. Of course. A curtain of water rose. 2 hours later, Zhang Tuohai came out holding his waist. Jin, on the other hand, had a shiny face and a happy smile on his face, as if he was a victorious general. At this time, 001 held up a drawing and handed it to Zhang Tuohai's hand. That broken submarine can actually be dismantled and the blueprints can be produced? Zhang Tuohai was shocked. He slowly unfolded the drawings. Multi-purpose underwater vehicle transformation drawings. A multi-purpose vehicle that can be used on both land and water. It is used for complex terrain exploration. When on land, it transforms into a 6-legged machine. Weapons, collision angle. This drawing was nothing, and its transformation value was not high. However, Zhang Tuohai was keenly aware of one piece of information. That is, he remembered that Jin's found this ship from a lot of sunken ships. Just because this ship isn't great doesn't mean other ships aren't. Would you like to go take a look? Zhang Tuohai glanced at the personnel information on the regional channel. At this time, the comparison of personnel in the two districts
was 1735:98. Our own number is 1735. After 2 days and 3 rounds of devastating attacks, the remaining number of people in the hostile area has dropped to double digits. It is no longer possible, and there is no telling when it will be completely destroyed. At that time, they will leave this world. Once you leave this world, you never know when you will come back. Instead of going all out to find enemy players, then return, and then continue to adventure in the next world, it is better to take the opportunity to get more useful things. For example, go to that shipwreck pile to explore the reality. What if I come across something useful? That would make a lot of money.
By the way, do you still know the location of the sunken ship?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No. I've been playing there since I was a child,
Jin said.
Take me to see it. Well, seeing as how hard you work. Okay.
Jin jumped directly into the water, and her huge tail whipped up waves, splashing Zhang Tuohai in the face.
Hurry up. Follow me.
Jin turned over and dived directly. Chapter 735. Shipwreck's Secret Treasure. Zhang Tuohai followed Jin all the way to the depths of the ocean. Originally, Zhang Tuohai's car couldn't dive so deep. However, after Jin helped the car cover a huge blister, there were no problems anymore. After driving forward for half an hour, a large dark shadow appeared in front of us. Zhang Tuohai quickly turned on the headlights to the maximum. A large steel building appeared in front of him. Zhang Tuohai scanned the area carefully, and was shocked to find that this place was actually a graveyard of ships. A large number of ships were stacked here, layer upon layer, one after another, as far as the eye could see.
So many ships?
Looking at the endless shipwreck cemetery, Zhang Tuohai's eyes shone with excitement. Although most of these ships are in tatters, and the drawings may not be able to be dismantled, and even if they are dismantled, they may not be able to produce any useful drawings. However, just with so many basic ships here, the materials that can be dismantled are enough to be worth it. The fair is back. At least part of the material losses caused by the recent crazy missile firings can be recouped.
How about it? Are you satisfied with my gift? This is my childhood paradise, and it is my most precious gift. I'm very satisfied. Thank you.
Zhang Tuohai hugged Jin, kissed him, and began to direct the self-propelled machine to work. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Zhang Tuohai. 11 o'clock direction. 200 meters ahead. 9 o'clock direction. 500 meters ahead. 20 meters down. 8 o'clock direction. A long route prompt appeared in front of him.
What is this? Is there something in this that warrants such a long prompt from the system?
Zhang Tuohai's face was full of curiosity. He began to swim forward following the prompts of the prompt system.
Where are you going?
Jin followed curiously.
Shoo!
Zhang Tuohai pretended to have discovered something and swam forward cautiously. Jin didn't know why, and followed closely, wagging his big tail, after turning left and right, going around and around in the ruins of the sunken ship for a long time. Zhang Tuohai finally followed the prompts and entered a cabin. It was pitch dark inside the cabin. No light at all.
It's so dark in here. Why don't we go out?
Jin was very afraid of this pure darkness and looked ahead with some fear. Although she has become the will of this world and possesses supreme power, in theory, there is nothing in this world that can harm her. However, it seems that it will take a lot of time to adapt to this identity psychologically.
It's okay. It's just a little darker.
Zhang Tuohai turned on the lighting system on his body, and instantly, white light flashed, illuminating the cabin as if it were daytime. Everyone used the light to see clearly the structure inside. This is a captain's cabin with a large wooden table, charts, logbooks, set squares, sextants and other items. However, over the years, many things have rotted. The metal utensils are also covered with rust stains, and there are many scallops attached to the wooden table. Under the wooden table, there is a gold treasure chest. Although it has been soaked in seawater for a long time, it still retains its luster.
This is it.
Zhang Tuohai's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he immediately pulled it out.
What is this? I have been playing here for several years, and I have never seen this thing before. Is it a treasure left by humans?
Jin circled around the gold box like a curious baby.
Let's talk after we walk up.
Zhang Tuohai followed Jin back to the car with the box. When they got back to the car, Jin couldn't wait any longer and squatted next to the gold box, waiting for Zhang Tuohai to open it. The lock was already corroded, so Zhang Tuohai didn't bother to open the lock. He used a crowbar to crack it violently, and pressed hard to open the box. What appeared inside was not the gold and silver treasures and jewelry that Jin fantasized about. nor the blueprint manual that Zhang Tuohai expected, but a stone slab with runes carved on it, giving a feeling of ancient vicissitudes.
What's this?
Zhang Tuohai's hand touched the stone slab.
Wait, this is it!
Zhang Tuohai's eyes widened. A prompt from the system popped up in front of me. Discovery of quantum crystals.
This is actually a quantum crystal!
Zhang Tuohai was so excited that his breathing became rapid. Although he had seen many kinds of treasures and opened countless treasure chests of various levels, none of them excited him so much. This is quantum crystallization. A treasure that transcends ranks. A treasure that even demigods covet. Although it cannot directly improve his strength. As long as he gets it, he will be extremely happy.
I remember Alice once said that the world likes to put quantum crystals in a certain place. After every restart, the excess will be stored there, waiting for the day when enough has been accumulated to promote the world to a quantum world. Could it be that? Is that where the world stores quantum crystals?
Zhang Tuohai secretly guessed. However, there is no way to verify this guess now. We will have to check it out next time. Apart from the quantum crystal itself, what Zhang Tuohai cares about most is the runes on it.
What kind of information do the runes that can be recorded using materials like quantum crystals represent?
Zhang Tuohai could no longer imagine it.
Quickly, send it to Lilith and try to crack it as soon as possible.
Zhang Tuohai handed it to 001.
What is this? Is it important?
Jins asked curiously from the side.
Of course. This is a very important treasure. 10,000 times more valuable than a level 6 blueprint.
Zhang Tuohai said solemnly. He looked at Jin's slightly tilted head and quickly changed his words.
It's 10,000 times more valuable than chocolate.
Jins understood instantly.
In the future, if you see similar things, you must remember to collect them. I will give you a reward when I come back next time. Are you leaving? Are you like those heartless men in the story?
Jins asked a little depressed.
I have no choice. I am now a chess piece driven by demigods. I have no control over which world I go to. However, I am looking for opportunities. When I find the opportunity, I will be able to cut off the shackles and regain my freedom. When the time comes, I will come back.
Zhang Tuohai said.
I hope you can keep your promise,
Jin said, wagging his big tail. Suddenly, at this moment, a line of game system prompts popped up in front of Zhang Tuohai. All players under Scarlet Moon Crown are killed. This battle will end in half an hour. Teleportation will begin at that time, and rewards will be distributed after returning.
The game is over? That idiot has killed the remaining players. I wonder if he will be arranged to enter a new world after going back. Isn't it good to just be a salty fish in this world for a few days? I don't usually watch it. It's time for you to work hard.
And it's time to be active. You are a bunch of pig teammates. If I had known, I would have killed you all.
Zhang Tuohai thought angrily. Chapter 736 MVP. Golden Supply Box.
What's wrong? What happened?
Jin saw Zhang Tuohai's expression not looking good. So she hugged his arm and asked.
Someone ended the game early, so I had to go back early.
Zhang Tuohai said angrily.
Okay. How long does it take?
Jin gently patted Zhang Tuohai on the back and said.
Half an hour.
Zhang Tuohai said.
That's enough.
Jin's face was charming.
What's enough? Wait. I really don't have a drop left.
Zhang Tuohai looked a little pale. A huge curtain of water swept it in. At the same time, Lilith in the laboratory was looking down at a bottle of test tube solution. She raised her head suddenly and glanced in the direction of the ecological park. Then he lowered his head and murmured.
Well, the kidney system still needs to be strengthened.
Half an hour later, Jin stood outside the car, waving. A white light enveloped Zhang Tuohai's car on the seabed. 2 seconds later, the white light dissipated and the car disappeared without a trace.
The connection is still there, but it's too far away and so delicate that it can be ignored.
Jin closed her eyes and felt it. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes.
I will work hard and try to get you back one day.
Zhang Tuohai found himself in the bubble world again. A line of game prompts popped up. Congratulations to player Zhang Tuohai for winning the MVP of this match and receiving a gold supply box. Congratulations on winning the game. You will be rewarded with an orange supply box.
A golden supply box? This is my first time seeing it. I don't know what will appear in it.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the 2 supply boxes in front of him with curiosity on his face. He first pried open the orange supply box. A blueprint and a lot of materials rolled out from inside. Zhang Tuohai grabbed the drawing and unfolded it slowly. Gliding wing, a special 6-level auto accessory that allows the car to glide for a long distance within a certain distance. If the output power is stable, the aircraft can fly for a long distance. It's actually a wing. John Tuahai didn't expect that this thing would be the reward this time. Although he already has a propeller, the flying speed of a gyroplane is vastly different from that of a fixed-wing aircraft, even a hang glider. Moreover, limited by innate conditions, the ceiling of the rotorcraft is fixed. Fixed-wing aircraft do not have this restriction, even outside the atmosphere. With this thing, John Tuahai can fly long distances boldly without worrying about being beaten down by the opponent's anti-aircraft guns due to insufficient speed or too low altitude. Install. John Tuahai happily chose to install it. 2 retractable wings appear on either side of the car. I'm pretty lucky today. John Tuahai rubbed his hands. The orange supply boxes have already released good things, but the golden supply boxes are still not allowed to take off. John Tuahai touched the top of the golden supply box with his hands, and a line of prompts popped up. The golden supply box is a treasure box created by Lioli Nianxia to reward outstanding warriors. You can perform range prayers and select the reward range. Can I still choose the reward range? John Tuahai looked excited when he heard this. In the past, what you could get out of a supply box depended entirely on luck. This golden supply box actually allows you to choose a range, which is a big improvement. John Tuahai took the supply box and looked through it. On the top of the supply box, there is a small turntable. It says food, materials, weapons, armor, auto parts, upgrade blueprints, slaves, servants. John Tuahai was dazzled by the long list of categories. John Tuahai looked at it for a while, thought about it, and finally chose an auto accessory. This thing is the most useful to him. Hey, let's go! John Tuahai opened the golden supply box with both hands. Active Phased Array Radar, a special 6-level auto accessory. An active phased array radar specially developed for automobiles, which allows players to obtain information more conveniently and conduct electronic warfare. Note, it is recommended to use it in conjunction with the electronic warfare system. Beautiful! John Tuahai's eyes were filled with light. With the active phased array radar, its electronic warfare performance will be improved by another step. Moreover, in addition to the existing active phased array radar, he also owns a Tower of Babel active phased array radar system, obtained from the space-based Type 3 electronic combat system left by Alice. Let Lilith find an opportunity to integrate the two systems, learn from each other's strengths, and take the efficiency to a new level. Moreover, after installing the active phased array radar, his car only needs a level 6 special accessory and an upgrade blueprint to be upgraded. Not bad. John Tuahai was delighted. After sorting out these harvests, John Tuahai opened the remaining bronze treasure chests, which were all useless items, and sold them for points. In the end, John Tuahai's points increased to 7,825 points. Go to the Points Mall and have a look. John Tuahai opened the Points Mall. Congratulations to the player for ranking first in the standings of this battle and getting a free coupon in the Points Mall. I almost forgot. There is this benefit. There is an extra column in John Tuahai's Points Mall, and there is an extra paper coupon with a big word, free, written on it. Congratulations to the player for ranking first in the scoreboard and unlocking special products. A small store appeared in front of John Tuahai. The small store is not big, with only 3 items in it. One is the 41 Malawing Quatches vertical launcher, a level 7 universal device. Price, 20,000 points. One is a small nuclear reactor, a level 8 general equipment. Price, 30,000 points. The last one is the comprehensive near defense system, a level 6 special equipment. Price, 10,000 points. After looking at the items in the hidden store, John Tuahai couldn't help but take a breath of air. Sure enough, it was a hidden store. He originally thought he had earned enough points, but in this hidden store, he was still a little stretched. If it weren't for the free coupon, he might have been disappointed. After glancing at several devices, John Tuahai finally chose the comprehensive near defense system. Although, he doesn't want any of the 3 pieces of equipment. Needless to say, he has already obtained the first 2. The last one is his younger brother in front of his spiritual system. However, in order to meet the upgrade conditions, there is no other way. John Tuahai redeemed the free coupon for the comprehensive near defense system. This time, he was only 1 upgrade drawing away from upgrading. After redeeming it, he scanned the Points Mall again. The ordinary store only sold level 1 to 5 equipment, which was of no use to him. He already had everything in the hidden store, so there was nothing he needed to buy.
What are the remaining points used for? Level up. It seems level is very important. Zhang Tuohai took out the family badge and started to upgrade. There was a small plus sign after the level, and Zhang Tuohai tapped it lightly with his finger. Do you want to use 100 points to upgrade the family badge? Weather. Chapter 737 Level Up. New car. Congratulations on raising the family badge to LV2. Please keep up the good work. A line of game prompts popped up. Because you have increased the level of your attachment badge and your initial talent is all glory to the goddess. Lioli Demigod's favorability towards you is +1. The probability of activating the goddess's protection is increased by 1%. This is the prompt given by the prompt system.
It's really useful.
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but widen his eyes. As an old player of various development games, he understands the role of favorability very well. The higher the favorability, the more various welfare pictures and postures can be unlocked. And even hidden attributes can be unlocked. So, what should I get? You won't lose anything in exchange for favorability. Moreover, the probability of activating the goddess's protection has also been increased. Although it was only 1%, which didn't seem like much. Zhang Tuohai remembered that the badge had a full 100 levels. If each level increases by 1%, wouldn't it be 100% triggered at level 100? 100% 1 second invincibility can save lives at critical moments. Zhang Tuohai looked at the upgrade points. At this time, the points required for upgrade were 0/200. Upgrade? Promote. Congratulations on raising the family badge to LV3. Please keep up the good work. Lu Li's favorability +1. The probability of activating the goddess's protection increases by 1%.
My inference is indeed correct. It really improves a little with each level.
Seeing that Zhang Tuohai still had points left, he immediately clicked one after another to increase his points level. Congratulations on raising the family badge to LV10 and gaining the privilege. Exit. Quit. When you feel that you cannot complete the task, you can choose to quit midway. Note, each time you exit, you need to complete 3 tasks before you can use it again.
You can actually quit. This is an amazing privilege.
Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this authority. If you can't fight, you can run away, and you can have a chance to make a comeback. This authority is more valuable than any reward. After all, if used well, these are resurrection coins that can help you make a comeback, allowing you to live longer and even have a chance for revenge. Who doesn't like that? Zhang Tuohai estimated that the player he met before who retreated in front of him probably used a privilege similar to this. It's just that I'm afraid the opponent didn't expect that someone could interrupt this skill even if he beat him to death. At this time, another line of prompts popped up. Congratulations. Because you have raised the level of the family badge to level 10. You will be rewarded with a gold treasure chest. A gold treasure chest appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai.
Is there any benefit after being upgraded to level 10?
Looking at the golden treasure chest in front of him, Zhang Tuohai almost burst into laughter. In the last world, he only opened garbage. But this time he actually found 2 gold treasure chests at once, which was really exciting.
What are you praying for?
Zhang Tuohai hesitated for a moment and set his prayer target on the upgrade drawing. Now, he was only 1 upgrade blueprint away from upgrading his car, and he was ready to give it a try.
Goddess of Dice bless you. Open!
Zhang Tuohai pressed his hands hard. Hey! The gold treasure chest suddenly opened, and a car upgrade blueprint fell out from inside. Zhang Tuohai tremblingly picked up the upgrade blueprint and opened it slowly. The huge 7 characters on it caught his eye.
Marvelous!
Zhang Tuohai kissed the upgrade blueprint excitedly. Among the various supply boxes, the most difficult thing to get is this kind of upgrade blueprint, most of which require completing various dangerous tasks to redeem. Originally, he thought that this blueprint would have to include 1 or 2 worlds, but he didn't expect that it would fall into his hands so easily. Today was simply his lucky day.
Upgrade!
Zhang Tuohai excitedly took out the blueprint and chose to upgrade. Under testing, upgrade conditions. Level 6 car general accessories October 10th. Level 6 car special accessories 6/6. Level 7 car upgrade drawings 1/1. Upgrade conditions are met. Upgrading is in progress. Players are invited to freely construct the body shape.
Can I build my own shape? Can I DIY it? Any shape will work. What shape do you want?
Zhang Tuohai held his chin and thought. A powerful and domineering mobile fortress? Or a huge space carrier? Or is it pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger and continue to maintain the appearance of a Hummer to confuse others? Zhang Tuohai couldn't make up his mind for a while.
Upgrade it again?
At this time, Lilith appeared behind Zhang Tuohai.
You came just in time. Do you have any ideas?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I was just going to tell you that if the shape of the car body can be modified, this is actually the best way,
Lilith said, using her tablet to bring up a design drawing. The car in the design looks like a flying saucer. It's flat, round, made of metal, and coated with black paint, which should be some kind of coating that absorbs radar waves. There are some incomprehensible golden runes on it. It looks like science fiction mixed with fantasy, giving people an indescribable weird feeling. But it also feels like it should be like this.
What's the point of this shape? And where are the wheels? How can I move forward on the road without wheels?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Of course, it's magnetic levitation.
Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai.
Didn't I tell you? I've been studying magnetic levitation devices recently. The electromagnetic armor and self-propelled machines on your body are all experimental versions. Now that the data collection is enough, it can be officially put into production. After installation, it can completely resist gravity and reach the level of levitation. In addition, because it is off the ground and no longer restricted by terrain and road conditions, the flight speed of the new vehicle has been increased to around 800 miles. Of course, this is only the basic flight speed of the first generation. I believe that the speed of the next generation will be higher. Bigger improvement. Another reason why it is built in this shape is that your current attack methods are mainly electronic warfare, vertical launch missiles, and runic plasma launchers. The first two have no requirements on appearance, while the rune plasma launcher needs a better appearance to maximize its power. After my calculations, this shape is the most suitable to maximize the effectiveness of the rune plasma launcher. Also, this shape is one of the few layouts that is more suitable for both air and water forms. Of course, this is all based on existing materials. If better materials are found, the shape and layout can be optimized. By the way, if you insist on moving forward on the road, I installed mechanical legs for the vehicle.
Lilith swiped the picture, and an animated picture of a flying saucer with 8 mechanical legs appearing on the road, giving people an indescribable ghostly feeling. Zhang Tuohai looked at the animated picture with the expression of an old man on the subway cell phone. To be honest, except for the last animated picture, he quite liked the design. Maglev. Others are running on the road, but he can fly freely regardless of the terrain, and the speed is at least twice as fast as others, which is quite impressive when he thinks about it. Chapter 738 Emergency Rescue Mission.
Then do as you say.
Zhang Tuohai thought about it, and felt that the design given by Lilith was quite good, although the shape is a bit novel. It is practical. Moreover, even if there are problems, they can be corrected midway. With Lilith here, dealing with these problems is not a trivial matter. At Lilith's suggestion, Zhang Tuohai modified the car's shape into the shape of a flying saucer. Different from traditional flying saucers, Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer has a more rounded edge, and a circle of Lilith's newly improved runic plasma launchers is installed on the outer edge. These new rune plasma launchers are more efficient and integrated with the vehicle body. You only need to open the muzzle to fire without worrying about exposure. In addition, a varying number of fixed and movable rune plasma launchers are installed on the upper and lower edges of the flying saucer. These runic plasma launchers are enough to ensure that the flying saucer has no blind spots in all directions. Due to launch requirements, the 41 Malawing Quatch's vertical hair system can only be installed near the top. The laser transmitter is installed on a mobile launcher and can appear wherever needed when necessary. Zhang Tuohai opened 2 entrance and exit doors, one at the bottom and one on the side, just in case of emergency. After some adjustments, the shape and structure of Zhang Tuohai's new car was completed. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the vehicle to level 7. The upgrade conditions have been sent. Please check. Zhang Tuohai took a look and saw that the conditions for upgrading the 8th level car were listed. It requires 12 level 7 car general parts, 8 level 7 car specific parts, and 1 level 8 car upgrade drawing. Although the number of accessories required has increased, it is still within Zhang Tuohai's expectations. But Zhang Tuohai never expected that there would be an additional condition. That is, the family badge must reach at least level 30. Seeing the request, he looked at his family badge. Family badge? Level, LV10. Level privileges, open the points mall and exit. Upgrade points, 0/1100. Available points, 2,136. The lucky ones favored by the goddess will never be bewitched by the evil god.
It seems that there is still a long way to go to upgrade.
After taking a look at the upgrade progress bar, Zhang Tuohai knew that he would have to endure many worlds if he wanted to reach level 30.
Why limit the player's improvement speed? The higher the player's level, the easier it is for her to find the imaginary core and win the battle match. What is she trying to do? Control the number of high-level players? Or is she trying to filter the status of high-level players? Or maybe she can't completely control the players and can only slowly filter them in this way? Zhang Tuohai looked at the conditions issued and fell into deep thought. If he had not obtained the familiar badge, I am afraid that the 7th level car would be the pinnacle, and a threshold would forever block him from the 8th level car. No matter how many advanced blueprints he had, it would be useless. These gods are really careful. They even control the ascending passage of their subordinates. Zhang Tuohai felt a little unhappy in his heart. Anyone whose future was so restricted would be dissatisfied. Looking at this upgrade condition, his mind jumped out of the chessboard, became his own chess player, and controlled his own destiny. After sorting out his thoughts, Zhang Tuohai checked the situation inside the car. The layout of the car is not much different from the original one. After entering the door is a sterilization room, and after passing the sterilization room is a transfer hall. Metal doors around the hall lead to different areas, such as the command room, the advanced ecological park, and the laboratory, maintenance workshop, biochemical laboratory, medical room. The layout is flatter and more convenient. Zhang Tuohai discovered that among the upgrade conditions, the progress of level 7 car general accessories had reached April 12th. He took a closer look and found out that the 41 Malawing Quatch's vertical hair system, elemental furnace, energy matrix, and Lilith's newly made the magnetic levitation system is all level 7 universal accessories, and they are all included in the upgrade conditions. It's not bad. It's not cleared. It says a lot of things. Just when Zhang Tuohai was checking the details of his new car, in the Chaos Sea and Liuli's palace, a maid was reporting the situation to the demigod Liuli. Your Majesty, the players who are going to attack the Orc world are in danger and need immediate reinforcements. Otherwise, destruction is imminent. What's going on? Hasn't the progress been good before? Liuli asked with a frown. The progress has indeed been good before. They have contacted high-level human beings and found some information about the core of imaginary numbers. They are making steady progress. However, on their way to find the core of the imaginary number, they were suddenly ambushed by orcs and suffered heavy losses. Now they are huddled in a stronghold, surrounded by a large army of orcs following them. If they do not carry out rescue, I am afraid that the entire army will be destroyed, the maid said cautiously. A bunch of trash. Liuli crushed the goblet in his hand angrily. They were actually ambushed by a group of brainless orcs. Were all their brains eaten by zombies? Your Majesty. The maid lowered her head deeply and did not dare to speak. Your Majesty, please make an early decision whether to send reinforcements to continue the exploration or to evacuate immediately. Lin, dressed as a maid, comforted her. Continue exploring, Liuli said through gritted teeth. Every imaginary number core is very important to her. If it is not a last resort, it must not be lost. Which team can be dispatched quickly? Liuli asked, rubbing her eyebrows. The team numbered 092 is fine. Lin thought for a moment and said, 092? The team that just played against Crimson? Liuli asked. That's right. Although they only have more than 1,700 personnel left and have not yet filled the gap. They have just won a big victory and received another reward. Their strength has improved rapidly. They can't deal with powerful ship formations. If we can return with a great victory, it won't be a problem to use it for rescue. Lin said from the side. Well, then send them for emergency rescue. Each person will be given an emergency rescue kit and let them set off immediately. They must seize the imaginary core. At the very least, they must wipe out the orcs that are in the way and prepare for the next exploration. Create conditions. Understood. I'll make arrangements right away. Lin nodded and went down to make arrangements. Zhang Tuohai was sitting at the dining table eating when a game prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. Emergency notice. We will go to Middle-earth in half an hour for an emergency rescue mission. Mission goal. Rescue players who are besieged by orcs. Subsequent missions are unlocked after the besieged player escapes the siege. Task reward. For each player rescued, 1 point will be awarded. After returning, rewards will be given based on points. Due to the emergency dispatch, an emergency relief material package is specially distributed. Please check it. Chapter 739 was sent directly to the pot. I wish all readers a happy new year and lots of red envelopes. Emergency rescue mission? Zhang Tuohai was stunned. He originally thought that he could stay here for a few more days because the mission ended early. Unexpectedly, we encountered an emergency rescue mission. What's wrong? Has there been a change?
Lilith noticed the change in Zhang Tuohai's expression.
Well, I received an emergency rescue mission. The target is a world called Middle-earth. It also mentioned an enemy called orcs. I don't know what kind of world it is. What impression do you have of this world?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
There are too many worlds in the Sea of Chaos, and different races have different names for the same world. It is difficult to know which world the other person is describing by just using a name. You have to see it in detail to know.
Lilith shook his head.
That's it. Forget it. Wait until we get to the local area to see the situation.
Zhang Tuohai said, and opened the emergency rescue kit. The rescue kit contains a 30mm cannon plus 50,000 rounds of artillery shells, 20 rockets, 10 RPGs, 20 anti-tank grenades, 10 boxes of cans, a first aid kit, and a small box of gold coins.
Why are there still gold coins?
Zhang Tuohai picked up the small box and took out a gold coin to look at it. There was a king-like head printed on it, surrounded by words he didn't recognize. The workmanship can only be said to be average, not as exquisite as the original world commemorative coins. The box is not big, but it can contain thousands of gold coins.
Why are you paying for it this time? Didn't you just buy it for 0 yuan when you were short of something before? Why do you need money this time? Does it mean that this mission still requires the cooperation of the local indigenous people?
Zhang Tuohai weighed the gold coins in his hand and thought about it.
I'll go take a look and see if the performance of those devices can be improved.
Lilith put down the dishes and walked towards the laboratory.
I'm going to train.
Aya also stood up. She glanced at All Wei, who was still sitting there cooking, and pulled him up.
Let's go to training with me. Am I not training?
All Wei said aggrievedly.
What have you been training for? Eat more, store more energy, and be reborn faster after death.
Aya. The group of people were busy nervously, preparing for the next mission. Soon, half an hour passed. A white light enveloped Zhang Tuohai and everyone. When the white light dissipated, Zhang Tuohai looked out the window and was shocked. Outside the window, a bonfire was burning. On the bonfire was a huge iron tong, which was constantly rolling. There was an unknown huge piece of meat hanging on it, and the huge roasted fat was dripping. A group of monster-like guys were dancing around a campfire. Those monsters were about 2 meters tall, with gray-black skin, knotted muscles, ferocious faces, and sharp fangs. With their faces like this, pouring a bowl of sulfuric acid on them would be considered a plastic surgery. These monsters are only surrounded by a piece of rags or unknown tattered animal skins, wearing tattered helmets on their heads, and holding various weapons in their hands, most of which are worn-out machetes and spears. Simple and primitive people almost.
Are these orcs? Where did they teleport this time? Did they teleport directly to the orcs' lair?
Zhang Tuohai looked around angrily. There were densely packed orcs standing around him. By rough counting, they numbered at least 1,000. These orcs were all staring at him, their eyes full of hatred.
Why this look?
Zhang Tuohai was very puzzled.
Commander, look.
Classmate Xiao Ai pushed a scene picture in front of Zhang Tuohai. In a simple camp, many orcs were dancing around 2 fires. On one fire was a barbecue, and on the other was an iron pot simmering broth. Then, a flying saucer suddenly appeared in the iron pot, bursting the iron pot, and the broth flowed all over the floor.
What the hell?
Seeing this, Zhang Tuohai no longer knew what to say.
What the hell is this? Delivered to your door? And directly teleported into the pot?
The orcs were stunned for a moment when they saw the sudden appearance of the round metal flying saucer. Then, they howled and slashed at the flying saucer with the weapons in their hands.
Gone! Take off quickly and avoid these madmen!
Zhang Tuohai shouted loudly. Buzz! Dense plasma flames erupted from the bottom of the flying saucer, and it quickly ejected and took off, instantly leaping to an altitude of 200 meters and suspended in midair. Seeing that he was far away from these orcs, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief. He is now more than 200 meters away from the ground. Now, these orcs armed with cold weapons can't touch him. Right? However, what he didn't expect was that many orcs saw Zhang Tuohai flying high in the sky and threw their weapons at Zhang Tuohai. Many orcs picked up their long bows, and the arrows with their fangs were as dense as locusts, and they shot at him densely.
Can you, with your cold weapons, break down my defense?
Seeing the dense arrows and cold weapons being thrown, Zhang Tuohai's face was full of disdain. Although the shape of the car body has changed, the chrome-plated alloy armor and plasma shield are still there. The combination of the two can withstand direct fire from a 300mm caliber rifle gun. How could a being who can stand and fight battleships be afraid of a few cold weapons? However, when several old iron knives and axes hit the plasma shield suddenly trembled violently. The energy supply was extremely unstable, and seemed to be broken soon.
What's going on?
Zhang Tuohai was shocked. When did cold weapons become so powerful?
Commander, the weapons of these orcs are all engraved with runes. However, the runes are all black and covered with ashes and blood. So they were not discovered immediately. We'd better evacuate to a higher altitude. Otherwise, there is a risk of being shot down at any time.
Classmate Xiao Ai said.
All rune weapons.
When Zhang Tuohai heard this, he became Spartan. He never expected that the weapons in the hands of these orcs dressed like beggars were all rune weapons. No wonder the last wave of players needed to be rescued. Who can withstand this? Moreover, these guys are too stupid. They obviously have powerful rune weapons, but they pretend to be shabby. This is simply fishing.
Keep raising it, and I'll see how high their weapons can be thrown.
Zhang Tuohai controlled the flying saucer to climb rapidly, directly raising the height to 1,000 meters. This time, the orcs stopped throwing their weapons. They all waved their weapons and howled at Zhang Tuohai.
Come up if you can.
Zhang Tuohai raised his middle finger at the orc below. At this moment, he suddenly saw an orc appearing on a wooden platform not far away. This orc wore a huge antler bone on his head and held a human skull staff in his hand. The bone staff was engraved with dense black runes, as if there were countless insects crawling on it.
Roar!
The orc holding the bone staff roared loudly. And then a white fireball appeared on the top of the bone staff. The orc pointed in the direction of the flying saucer with his bone staff, and the white fireball quickly flew in the direction of Zhang Tuohai.
Son!
Seeing the rapidly flying fireball, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to neglect and activated the automatic defense system. A purple plasma beam shot out quickly, not only shattering the incoming white fireball, but also directly shooting through the chest of the orc holding the bone staff. The half-orc shook for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief, and then he fell to the ground. Chapter 740 Black Sky.
Keep fighting and kill these guys!
As soon as Zhang Tuohai saw that the rune plasma launcher was effective, he asked Xiao Ai to test the weapon system with these orcs.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Ai went all out and activated the fire system at the bottom. Purple beams of light shot out from the bottom of the flying saucer and shot toward the orcs on the ground. These purple lights are indestructible and can even penetrate the armor of battleships. Not to mention these orcs, who have almost zero defense. As long as those half-orcs are touched by these purple lights, the touched parts will be cut off directly, making them unable to resist at all. Even the rune weapons they were proud of would break as soon as they touched the purple light. Like scrap metal. The orcs panicked. They didn't expect that they would be beaten down one day. They fled in panic, some holding huge shields and trying to resist, and some got into simple huts and tried to hide. However, they had nowhere to hide in front of the infrared imaging. They were all found one by the spiritual realm system, and then killed one by the rune plasma rays. Screams and blood flowed throughout the camp. After a few minutes, the plasma beam stopped attacking. At this time, there was no living orc left in the camp, and corpses and broken weapons were everywhere. Zhang Tuohai controlled the flying saucer to slowly land on the ground. Open the hatch, and release the self-propelled machine.
Collect several corpses and rune weapons for inspection. Check for clues in the camp, and send personnel to nearby areas to check the situation.
Many self-propelled machines spread out to perform tasks. Zhang Tuohai opened the regional channel and prepared to see the situation. He found that the number of people in the regional channel at this time had increased to 2022, and they should be mixed into one channel with local players who needed to be rescued. At this time, obituaries floated across the channel from time to time, and the number of people in the regional channel continued to decrease. It took half an hour for the obituary to fade away. At this time, the number of people in the channel had dropped to 1,521. In just half an hour, more than 500 players died. The players who had regained consciousness started to curse.
What the hell? You just threw me into a pile of monsters. If it weren't for the spiritual realm system and directly chose the best route to escape, I would have been eaten. Aren't those orcs' weapons too powerful? They actually split open my armor with a single axe. That's the new bulletproof armor I just installed. How could they split it with just one axe? Just be satisfied. At least you are still alive. The player sitting next to me was directly pierced through the head by a throwing spear. You know, I am driving a BMP-2 infantry fighting vehicle. My 125mm main gun was cut off with a knife. Who am I going to ask for explanation? The engine of my car was chopped off, and I'm running away on a motorcycle. Can any of you take me in?
Looking at the speeches of many players, Zhang Tuohai understood one thing. That is, he was not the unluckiest. It seemed that everyone was in a bad situation. They all fell into the orc crowd at the beginning, and then were dealt a blow in the face. Those who saw the opportunity quickly were lucky, and the car was strong enough could still escape, and the rest were killed. At this time, a player spoke.
You are just here to rescue us? This level is too low, isn't it? There are only so many people. What can we do? Why don't we bring in more people?
This is obviously one of the rescue players.
Bah, you think I'm willing to come? I've just lived through another world, and I haven't had a good rest yet. So I'm here to wipe your ass. Damn, I won't do this mission. You can just wait and die. That's right. I worked so hard to save you, but I'm still making sarcastic remarks. I'm trying my best not to give you any rewards, but I'm going to watch you die. If you can, don't ask me for help.
Several hot-tempered players immediately started scolding each other in the regional channel. At this moment, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. Thick dark clouds blocked the sky, and the entire sky was as black as the bottom of a pot. The originally bright day suddenly became as dark as night, and you couldn't see your fingers. You could only rely on lights for illumination. Otherwise you would have to sink into the endless night.
What's going on? Why did it suddenly get dark? It's dark here. How about your place? Is there anyone who can help me explain what's going on? Does anyone have extra car lights? Can you sell me some? My car lights were damaged when I broke through.
The regional channels no longer yelled at each other, but were all discussing the sudden darkness. Everyone instinctively felt that this was definitely not a good thing, and they all became alert. At the same time, in Liuli's palace, Lin said anxiously to Liuli,
Your Majesty, we have been deceived. The world consciousness of Middle-earth has awakened. It has been deceiving us before, pretending not to be awakened, and deliberately leaving some players were used as bait to lure us to send out rescue. After the rescue arrived, it suddenly took action and changed the landing location, causing heavy losses to the rescue team. It also used the canopy to cover the world and prevent us from peeking. I am afraid that the follow-up rescue team will be in trouble. I hope that your Majesty can send manpower again. No.
Liuli shook her head.
The world consciousness of Middle-earth has awakened. There is no point in sending more manpower. It will only waste our strength in vain. What about your Majesty doing it yourself?
Lin's eyes flashed with hope.
My Majesty has just gained 2 worlds, and his strength has been greatly improved. I think he should be able to deal with a world that has just awakened its consciousness. No, I know my strength well.
Liuli shook his head and said,
The opponent has been able to use the canopy, which shows that its ability is no less than mine. Moreover, it is fighting at home. I want to go on an expedition. Forced action may not guarantee victory. On the contrary, it is very likely that both sides will lose. At this time, powerful enemies are waiting around. If I am injured, I will be surrounded, and I cannot act rashly. Then, those players sit out.
Anxiety flashed deep in Lin's eyes.
We can only wait and see what happens. The threads that bind us have not been severed yet, so there may still be a chance.
Liuli thought for a moment and said,
Okay, let's put this matter aside. You go and examine a few more capable players and let them become favored ones. The next battle is not far away, so make preparations early.
Liuli said.
Understood.
Lin bowed and stepped back. After leaving the glazed palace, Lin took a deep look in the direction of Middle-earth and whispered softly,
I hope you won't disappoint me.
After saying that, he walked towards the end of the corridor, where there were light doors, which were passages to other worlds he had mastered. The torches on both sides of the corridor stretched Lin's shadow so long that it looked like a number 1. Chapter 741. Inquire for information. In the world of Middle-earth, Zhang Tuohai fell into deep thought while watching the noise on the regional channel. He instinctively felt that there must be something wrong with this world. Those half-orcs with rune weapons, strange teleportation locations, and the sudden appearance of huge dark clouds that plunged the entire world into darkness. All of this is weird. But he is now in the middle of the situation and has limited information, so he cannot get a full picture.
What can we do about it?
Zhang Tuohai sat in a chair and pondered. At this time, a large number of self-propelled machines have returned, bringing back many corpses and rune weapons. Based on Lilith's anatomy studies, it was found that the bone ages of these orcs were very young, almost all within half a year. In other words, they were all born within half a year. After hearing the news, Zhang Tuohai's first reaction was,
I don't study well, so don't lie to me. Are these guys rats? Even rats can't reproduce so fast. Right.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the 2-meter-tall orcs and said,
Of course, it's impossible according to the laws of natural reproduction. But what if it's not natural reproduction?
Lilith threw a dissected corpse into the gene potion making machine. Buzz buzz. After a while of buzzing, a bottle of potion rolled out.
What do you mean?
Zhang Tuohai seemed to have thought of something when he saw the bottle of potion.
They're all made.
Lilith put the potion in her pocket.
There are also those rune weapons. I have seen them. These are shoddy weapons that were rushed into production in large quantities. The runes were engraved on them in a hurry, which can be seen from the traces and workmanship. There are also many failed products, too, mixed into normal weapons. So,
Zhang Tuohai blinked.
There is a black hand behind all this. And there is also a huge team. Because these weapons have traces of handmaking. If they were machine processed in large quantities, they would never look like this,
Lilith said.
Do you think catching the man behind all this is the key to breaking the situation?
Zhang Tuohai crossed his fingers and placed them under his chin.
There are no other clues anyway. Right. That's right. Let's give it a try.
Zhang Tuohai nodded, and then contacted Song Xiaokong first, asking her to sneak into the player group and promote the Spirit Realm system. The focus was on those players who arrived early. They must have some information, which may have some influence on Zhang Tuohai. Takumi is of great use. Song Xiaokong readily agreed. In this dark world, the spiritual realm system with infrared imaging, automatic driving and automatic near-defense systems is very popular and is quickly spreading among the player community. After obtaining the spiritual realm system, many players are gearing up and preparing to take advantage of the dark night to explore the surroundings. With the infrared imaging system, the darkness of the night has become their advantage. Some other players gave up the struggle, thinking that there was no point in resisting, and planned to have a good time in the spiritual space before they died. Although their choices were different, Zhang Tuohai quickly obtained some information through the few words they exchanged. That is, in addition to the orcs, there are some human countries in this world. These human countries were originally the mainstream of the world. However, the orcs suddenly appeared and attacked the world, destroying many human countries and leaving the remaining of humans gathered together. Those orcs are powerful and fearless of death. The most important thing is that there are so many of them that they can't be killed no matter how hard they are. Just like locusts, the human leaders felt that they should first find the source of the orcs, cut off this source, and then slowly clean up and regain their homeland. Therefore, humans sent several elite teams, under the protection of players, to explore the origin of the orcs. However, not long after setting off, these teams were discovered, and heavy troops surrounded these teams. Most of the team was caught off guard and was overwhelmed by the orcs like a wave. Only a few are lucky enough to hide in a strong fortress, relying on the strong defense and the powerful firepower in the hands of the players to defend. However, in front of the massive orcs, they were just hanging on. The day they ran out of ammunition would be their demise.
It seems that we still have to find the source of those orcs,
Zhang Tuohai said while looking at the compiled analysis report.
Next time, try to leave a few alive and see if you can get some information through torture,
Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Yai.
Okay.
Classmate Xiao Yai nodded.
Has the self-propelled machine that went to explore the surroundings come back?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
I have come back. There are no orcs around. Not even a single beast. However, 200 meters away, I found a road dug by humans, with some orcs' footprints remaining on it,
classmate Xiao Yai said.
Really? Let's go and have a look.
After Zhang Tuohai heard this, he immediately became energetic and drove towards the direction marked by the self-propelled machine. Soon, Zhang Tuohai came to the side of the road. There were many footprints on the road. Maybe it was because of the rain. Some of the footprints were particularly clear. It could be vaguely seen that these orcs should be heading south.
They must be heading towards human settlements. Let's follow their direction and take a look.
Despite the news of the spiritual realm system monitoring, Zhang Tuohai still felt that he should meet the aboriginal people of this world. Maybe there would be some new gains. Classmate Xiao Yai drove the car along the road heading south. I have to say that magnetic levitation is comfortable. The roads in Middle-earth are all dirt roads, due to their long-term disrepair and a heavy rain not long ago. This road has become a veritable cement road, with big potholes one after another. Driving on this kind of road will make your gallbladder go crazy. Have to be knocked out. However, Zhang Tuohai has a magnetic levitation system and does not need to touch the ground at all. No matter how bad the road conditions are, it will not affect him. The flying saucer sped forward without any hindrance, reaching a speed of about 300 miles per hour. After walking forward for about an hour, I suddenly heard a cry of death from ahead.
If there is a situation, let's go over and take a look.
Zhang Tuohai put on the electromagnetic armor and got ready. Classmate Xiao Ai also turned off the lighting equipment and drove forward secretly. After driving about 700 to 800 meters, we turned around the forest, and the front suddenly became clear. There was an open field ahead. In the center of the open field, more than a dozen carriages formed a circle, forming a circular formation. Dozens of soldiers armed with spears and swords guarded the circular formation. Outside the circular formation, there are thousands of orcs, and these orcs are attacking the circular formation. Chapter 742 Jilly.
A native of this world?
Zhang Tuohai did not immediately go to help, but carefully observed the fighting situation outside. Needless to say, those orcs, like the orcs Zhang Tuohai met before, were dressed like beggars, holding old weapons in their hands, and continued to attack the circular formation with their bravery. In the circular formation, the humans were all wearing plate armor and holding spears or swords in their hands. The spears and swords glowed with red runes. Relying on armor and rune weapons, these human soldiers can barely hold on for the time being, but they are already at the end of their strength. If there are no reinforcements, it is estimated that in 10 minutes, they will be completely wiped out.
Classmate Xiao Ai, prepare to attack and kill these orcs. Be careful not to hurt friendly forces.
Zhang Tuohai reminded. The power of this rune plasma ray is not small. If it hurts friendly troops, it will not look good.
Don't worry, Commander.
Xiao Ai controlled the rune plasma launcher and started the sausage slicing tactic in the back row. Plasma beam shot out, piercing through the strings of orcs. But they did not get close to the circular formation at all, and only attacked around them. This can greatly kill the orcs without worrying about hurting the humans in the circle. Purple beams of light shot out in all directions, shocking the orcs and attracting the attention of those in the circle.
Reinforcements are coming!
The hearts of these humans are filled with hope again. Originally, they were at the end of their rope and prepared to die in battle. However, the hope that suddenly appeared now gave them strength again. Although they don't know who Zhang Tuohai is, now, anyone who can help kill the orcs is their friend.
Roar!
Thousands of orcs fell down, making those remaining orcs realize that something was wrong. Some of them separated and continued to besiege the humans in the circular formation, while the rest rushed towards Zhang Tuohai and threw the weapons in their hands fiercely. Zhang Tuohai, who had experienced it once, would not be fooled again this time. He controlled the flying saucer to avoid a round of garbage projections, and then went around to the side and continuously fired runic plasma rays at the orcs. Orcs were penetrated in bunches, and in a short time, all the orcs that besieged him were wiped out. At this time, the humans trapped in the circular formation successfully gained the upper hand, rushed out of the circular formation, and killed all the besieging orcs. After confirming that all the orcs were cleared, Zhang Tuohai walked out of the car. Seeing Zhang Tuohai, a knight in full plate armor walked out of the crowd, took off the helmet on his head, and bowed deeply to Zhang Tuohai.
Thank you for your help.
Seeing the face of the person in front of him, Zhang Tuohai couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that the knight in front of him was actually a woman. The woman has long blonde hair, a pair of blue eyes, a fair face, soft facial features, and a long sword on her waist. She looks somewhat similar to Arturia with her cold eyes.
You're welcome. We are all humans, and it is our duty to help each other kill these damn orcs.
Zhang Tuohai waved his hand and activated the hypnosis system to lower the other party's psychological defense.
Excuse me, are you also a visitor among the stars?
The blonde woman asked.
Visitors among the stars? Is it the name those players gave themselves? It's a bit appropriate.
Zhang Tuohai pondered for a moment before nodding.
Yes, but we are indeed here to help you kill those orcs. However, we are the second support team because the front line seems to have suffered huge losses. Communication, we have also been disturbed. We have lost contact, and we don't have much information. Can you tell me about the situation?
The LED lights on the electromagnetic armor flashed, and a rustling sound came from the loudspeaker. From outsiders, they are just some indicator lights that don't know the specific chill, and the sound is just the sound of electricity. However, when the two are combined, people can't help but relax, lower their guard, and become even more. It is easier and more willing to believe what others say.
As expected, let's get to know each other. I am Jilly, the captain of the 29th team of the exploration team.
The blonde woman reached out her hand and took off the gauntlet.
Zhang Tuohai. Eradicate the evil Kamen Rider.
Zhang Tuohai said with a smile. The thick steel armor feels really safe to hold. This was Kelly's first reaction. Under normal circumstances, she would never think so. She would feel that Zhang Tuohai did not give her equal respect. And she would be secretly angry. However, under the influence of hypnosis, she began to unconsciously excuse and find reasons for the other party. Zhang Tuohai didn't know what was going on in Jia Li's heart, so he began to ask about Jia Li's origins. According to Jia Li's story, Zhang Tuohai knew that Jia Li was actually the eldest princess of an existing human kingdom. She had excelled in swordsmanship since she was a child. In order to find the origin of the orcs, she joined the exploration team and formed the first army with her soldiers as the backbone. 29 exploration team, which also includes 6 players who call themselves aliens. A few days after they set out, they encountered an attack. Several players were killed first by the orcs because their vehicles were too eye-catching. The remaining people broke out of the encirclement with the help of other people's desperate resistance, just walking and stopping all the way. There were fewer and fewer people in the team. Until just now, they were surrounded by orcs who came out of nowhere. They thought they would be wiped out this time. Unexpectedly, they unexpectedly survived and were rescued by Zhang Tuohai.
Then how do you plan to go? Continue or return to the city?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Of course. If I keep going, I must find the source of the orcs and cut them off with my own hands. Otherwise, the human kingdom will be in danger,
Jia Li said with firm eyes.
Is that so?
Zhang Tuohai was about to say something when he suddenly heard a long chirping sound in the distance.
It's Dragon Eagle. A large army of orcs is coming.
As soon as Jia Li heard the cry, his face suddenly turned ugly.
Dragon Eagle? What is it? Is it scary?
Zhang Tuohai asked curiously.
It is a huge bird with a wingspan of 3 meters. It is very ferocious. Its claws can even pierce human plate armor. They are the scouts of the orc army. Seeing the Dragon Eagle means the orc army. Not far away. A small number of us are no match for the orc army. So it's best to find a place to hide immediately.
Jia Li took Zhang Tuohai's arm and said,
Don't worry. They're just orcs. I was just thinking about meeting them.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the direction where the chirping came from, with a smile on his lips. Chapter 743 Dragon Eagle Group and Lightning.
Chirp!
A long cry resounded through the sky. And then a huge bird appeared in the sky. Perhaps it is not appropriate to call it a bird. This guy has a pair of wings, a tall body, and sharp claws on his limbs that are like steel structures. The most peculiar thing is that this guy actually opens a head like a lizard, and from time to time spit out the core.
No, it's the silver-feathered Dragon Eagle.
Jia Li looked at the Dragon Eagle, and her face turned pale. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's unmoved look, she couldn't help but become a little anxious.
This silver-feathered Dragon Eagle is 10 times more powerful than the ordinary Dragon Eagle.
More than once, the car of a visitor from the stars was scratched by it with one blow, and the person was caught in the sky and thrown down into a pulp. But we still hid.
Before Jia Li finished speaking, the Dragon Eagle spotted Zhang Tuohai and others on the ground. It immediately became excited, chirped, and swooped down quickly, revealing 4 steel structures at the same time. It looked like he was planning to catch Zhang Tuohai and throw him down.
Coming? Goodbye.
When Zhang Tuohai saw the Dragon Eagle rushing down, he raised one hand fiercely, and a high-voltage current shot out from his hand and rushed towards the Dragon Eagle. Stab! A bright blue electric light exploded in midair, and the Dragon Eagle was instantly turned into a burnt ball by the high-voltage electricity. It fell to the ground and rolled into the mire, exuding a burnt smell.
That's it?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Long Ying's body with a smile on his face. If he was only at this level, then the next step would be much easier. Seeing the Dragon Eagle that he feared like a tiger turned into a corpse in the blink of an eye, Jia Li was so surprised that he couldn't speak, and then became ecstatic. Since Zhang Tuohai is so powerful, if he is with the team, the chance of finding the origin of the orcs will be much greater. Perhaps the fate of mankind will fall into his hands.
We must catch him, no matter what.
Jia Li looked at Zhang Tuohai's side face with a firm look in his eyes. At this time, Zhang Tuohai stood there with a calm look, enjoying the admiration of everyone.
According to the mathematical model, if you keep this action for another 5 seconds, other people's admiration for the commander will rise to the top.
Xiao Ai quietly reported the data to Zhang Tuohai through the headset.
Commander, a large number of flying units have appeared on the radar, and are approaching here quickly. They are similar in size to the previous dragon eagles. They are suspected to be groups of dragon eagles. The initial estimate is that the number is between 1,300 and 1,500. Between. Are you here to increase your reputation points for me again?
Zhang Tuohai was overjoyed when he heard this.
This battle must be clean and tidy. Let Fake and Gasoline do the sawing. Clear.
A cover on the flying saucer was opened, and a handful of flying gasoline saws flew into the sky. These flying gasoline saws were constantly hovering in the air.
Is this? Jieli's face was full of confusion.
Guests are coming. Prepare a gift for them.
Zhang Tuohai had a mysterious smile on his face.
Guest?
Before Jieli could react, a large group of dragon eagles approached from a distance, and their screams echoed through the sky.
Is this a large group of dragon eagles? Listen to the sound. Are they hundreds or thousands? Why so many?
Jieli couldn't help but take half a step back, and some of the guards behind her even sat down on the ground. One dragon eagle is enough for them to deal with it with all their strength. With so many dragon eagles, they can't defeat them even if they are exhausted. The best result is that they will be smashed to pieces by the dragon eagle. And the worst thing is to be completely eaten by the dragon eagle and die. No whole body. A large group of dragon eagles saw the target on the ground and began to circle in the air, preparing to attack. However, at this moment, the flying gasoline saws hovering in the sky suddenly spliced together to form the appearance of a huge flying sword. The huge flying sword, which was more than 10 meters long, was surrounded by electric light, and electric light shot out in all directions, as if the thunder god descended from the earth. The dragon eagles also discovered this weird giant sword at this time. They felt the terrifying power emanating from the giant sword, and couldn't help but feel fear, and their formation couldn't help but become a little scattered. However, at this time, the giant sword seized the opportunity and rushed towards the dragon eagle group. The huge long sword passed directly through the group of dragon eagles, and the electric light around it shot out in all directions, electrocuting the nearby dragon eagles into charred corpses. For a moment, the corpses of dragon eagles fell like raindrops one after another. At this time, this group of dragon eagles were finally frightened by the flying gasoline saw and fled around. However, the surrounding area has long been blocked by the quietly hidden flying gasoline saw. Seeing the group of dragon eagles trying to escape, these gasoline saws swarmed up and electrocuted each dragon eagle into coke. Large pieces of dragon eagle corpses fell like raindrops. Click! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the black clouds. A strong wind blew, and the sudden strong wind roared past, causing pain to people's faces. Crash! Raindrops also began to fall, and a large number of raindrops fell like pouring down, and the whole world seemed to be drenched. The faking gasoline saw flying in the air was also affected. High voltage current can easily float along the raindrops to the companions, causing damage.
Use a chainsaw to cut apart these dragon eagles. Don't let any of them escape.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the situation in the sky and said coldly. After receiving the order, Fake Gasoline Saw gave up the high voltage electricity and directly turned the chainsaw blade at high speed to engage in bloody hand-to-hand combat with Dragon Eagle. A large number of Dragon Eagles were cut in half by roaring chainsaws, and their bodies fell down mixed with blood. It looked like they were dead even more miserably. At this moment, lightning flashed across the sky, and the thunder became louder and louder. Click! A bolt of thunder passed through the dark clouds, and a bolt of lightning accurately hit a flying gasoline saw, splitting the gasoline saw into pieces. The gasoline saw lost control and fell down. At this moment, another bolt of lightning hit another gasoline saw, also splitting it into pieces. The lightning that followed was like firecrackers during the new year, exploding incessantly. Not a flash of lightning flashed, which meant that a gasoline saw was destroyed. The strange thing is that all those hit were flying gasoline saws, and none of the remaining Dragon Eagles were hit. Seeing this strange situation, Zhang Tuohai frowned. This situation was obviously wrong. Someone must be up to something.
Summon the gasoline saw back.
Zhang Tuohai quickly gave the order. After receiving the order, the gasoline saws immediately broke away from the battle group, descended rapidly, and evacuated the battlefield. Seeing the gasoline saw retreating, the Dragon Eagle and Lightning seemed to have caught the fighter planes, and followed the gasoline saw down to kill them. Dozens of lightning bolts arrived first, and hit the gathered guards of Jieli. The guards were all wearing full body plate armor, which was soaked by the heavy rain. A bolt of lightning struck them, directly connecting them all, and turned a dozen people into charcoal. Chapter 744 Meteorite Cleansing the Ground.
No! Run away!
Seeing those lightnings trailing down, Zhang Tuohai hurriedly pulled Jieli and rushed into the car. The remaining faking gasoline saws also rushed out of the car.
Sure.
The dragon eagles let out a long cry, showed their claws, and grabbed the outer shell of the flying saucer.
How dare you bully me to the door?
Looking at the dragon eagle swooping down outside, Zhang Tuohai's face was full of coldness. He pushed open the door violently and released a large amount of high-voltage current towards Lunjing. In the rain all over the sky, high-voltage current spread rapidly, directly connecting dozens of dragon eagles in series. At this time, these dragon eagles also felt the feelings of those guards. In an instant, they were electrocuted into charcoal. Click! The death of the dozen or so remaining dragon eagles seemed to anger the sky, and a huge bolt of lightning pierced the sky and rushed straight towards Zhang Tuohai. However, the lightning was intercepted by a plasma stand a few meters away from Zhang Tuohai. The strong electric light flashed a few times and then dissipated in the plasma stand.
Rubbish!
Zhang Tuohai raised his middle finger to the sky. Maybe the other party doesn't have the custom of giving the middle finger, but the scene and actions at this time can still make people clearly feel the provocative intention. Click! Zhang Tuohai's moves seemed to really stimulate the sky, and lightning struck Zhang Tuohai one after another. However, these lightning bolts were all intercepted by the plasma stance, and none of them were missed. As if thinking that lightning could not harm Zhang Tuohai, the lightning in the clouds gradually stopped, and hailstones the size of volleyballs fell from the sky, hitting Zhang Tuohai in the direction. Bang! 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 The big hailstones of the volleyball ball are astonishing. Falling from a high altitude, their power is no less than that of artillery shells. Many surrounding trees were affected and were directly broken. Upon seeing this, Zhang Tuohai directly increased the power of the plasma station to the maximum. Far and constant energy was output from the small reactor and injected into the plasma station. Huge hailstones kept hitting the plasma stand. Although the sound was amazing, none of them could break through the defense.
Are you unable to afford it? Or are you angry?
Seeing the driving outside, Zhang Tuohai was sure that there must be a pair of black hands controlling it. Otherwise, how could the weather be constantly adjusting to test his defense capabilities? Many of the changes were clearly directed at him. However, this also deepened Zhang Tuohai's determination to find out the mastermind behind the scenes. This time, it's not to complete the task, but to breathe a sigh of relief. Listening to the crackling hail above his head, Zhang Tuohai sneered. He opened the car door and shouted loudly with a loudspeaker.
That's it! That's it! No new tricks! What's the point of dealing with hail, if you have the ability to wash it with meteorites? Earth!
Jieli looked dumbfounded on the sidelines. Is this person crazy? After being attacked like this, he is still not satisfied and is still provoking. Such a man is simply too manly. Jieli's face felt flushed and slightly hot for a moment, as if there was a deer jumping in his heart, and his legs were twisted together involuntarily. It seemed that he was angered by Zhang Tuohai's provocation. The hailstones the size of volleyballs gradually stopped, and red light shone in the dark clouds, as if they were on fire.
Commander, there is a high-energy object approaching rapidly. It is suspected to be a meteorite.
Classmate Xiao Ai reported. After hearing Classmate Xiao Ai's report, Zhang Tuohai almost spit out blood.
I'm just talking about it. Why do you take it seriously? Damn it. Are you really coming to wash the floor with meteorites?
However, sitting still and waiting for death is not his style.
Mapping the direction of the meteorite's fall and accelerating away in the opposite direction,
Zhang Tuohai said.
Clear.
Classmate Xiao Ai activated the maximum speed and accelerated in the opposite direction. The meteorites in the sky seemed to be aware of Zhang Tuohai's movement and began to slowly adjust their angles. However, due to the huge inertia problem, it is very difficult to adjust the angle of the meteorite. What's more, Zhang Tuohai chose the tricky opposite direction, which makes it even more impossible to adjust. The only way is to increase the angle of entry as much as possible. The angle is just to make the explosion range closer to Zhang Tuohai.
Commander, a large number of orcs have been discovered ahead. Preliminary estimates are that the number is about 100,000.
Classmate Xiao Ai said.
Ignore them and pass by at high speed. The meteorites will turn them into humans.
Zhang Tuohai has concluded through previous experience that these natural disasters do not distinguish between friends and foes and can only be locally adjusted and controlled. In this case, then use their own meteorites to destroy their own troops and make them feel distressed. Zhang Tuohai controlled the flying saucer and flew quickly over the head of the orc. Many of the orcs who were marching didn't understand what was happening at all. They only felt a chill on their heads and felt something flying past. However, When they turned back, they had disappeared. Some orcs were prepared and threw their weapons. However, they misjudged Zhang Tuohai's speed, and the weapons in their hands only hit the remaining shadow. For a time, the originally neat marching team became chaotic. Upon seeing this, the leaders hurriedly left the field and controlled discipline. However, at this time, a meteorite hit the team. Boom! A mushroom cloud shot straight into the sky, and violent shock waves continued to spread around. In the violent shock wave, Zhang Tuohai felt like a small boat in the wind and waves. As the waves continued to rise and fall, it seemed that he was in danger of capsizing at any time. However, fortunately, Xiao Ai is highly skilled and can grasp every change in airflow and calculate the optimal plan. Under the control of classmate Xiao Ai, Zhang Tuohai's flying saucer survived the shock wave unscathed.
It's finally over.
Seeing the flying saucer stabilize, Zhang Tuohai let out a sigh of relief.
If you didn't dance like that, you would have less trouble.
Lilith quietly appeared behind Zhang Tuohai and said quietly,
Why did you come out?
Zhang Tuohai turned back and looked at Lilith curiously.
The flying saucer is shaking like water. No tests can be done. Of course, I have to come out and see what's going on,
Lilith said with a look of resentment.
Did you know that one of my experiments is about to be completed? And the result is that it is all ruined and has to be redone. Ha. Is there such a thing? I told you not to use flying saucers as hypersonic missiles. But they always don't listen. What's going on? Is there something wrong? Let's go find out who did it. Don't worry. I'm going to help you vent your anger right away and make sure it's resolved satisfactorily. See you later. Ha.
Zhang Tuohai laughed and turned around to run away. Chapter 745, Rockfall and Waterspout.
Where are you going? My good father?
Lilith grabbed Zhang Tuohai's trouser leg.
Okay. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have provoked. But I wasn't blindly provocative. At least, we have an important piece of information. Right.
Zhang Tuohai said helplessly.
What news? The mastermind behind the scenes can throw meteorites against us.
Lilith.
Well, it actually proves that there is indeed someone behind the scenes. Moreover, that guy can monitor us and at least hear what I say to him.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said,
And the most important thing is, although the ability of the mastermind behind the scenes has become very powerful, including heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and meteorites, if you think about it carefully, it is limited to a certain range. According to my observation, you must at least follow certain basic physical rules and not attack wantonly. Otherwise, that guy doesn't need to go to so much trouble at all. He can just transform into a super powerful boss and kill us directly. It doesn't need to be so complicated at all.
Zhang Tuohai explained.
What you said makes sense, but you still sabotage my experiment to help me enter the data.
Lilith pulled Zhang Tuohai's clothes and walked towards the laboratory. After hearing Lilith's words, Zhang Tuohai knew that he might not be able to escape this level. However, he really didn't want to help Lilith conduct experiments. His actual level is actually limited compared to Lilina. Reading the test data table is like reading a Bible. Doing the experiment is almost like killing him.
SOS.
Zhang Tuohai entered the emergency signal on his bracelet. The stereoscopic projection of classmate Xiao Ai appeared in front of Zhang Tuohai.
Commander, the road ahead is complicated and there are multiple intersections. Please choose the direction of travel. Well done. As expected, classmate Xiao Ai understands me best.
Zhang Tuohai was secretly happy. Then he cleared his voice and said to Lilith seriously,
Actually, I really want to do experiments with you, but it's really unfortunate. I still have things to do. Look, how about this? We will do it next time. Next time for sure.
After saying that, Zhang Tuohai slipped into the command room like a gust of wind.
Just pet him.
Lilith put her hands in her pockets and rolled her eyes at classmate Xiao Ai.
Resolving the commander's problems is my primary responsibility.
Classmate Xiao Ai said sweetly.
Be careful. I feel that things are not that simple. There will probably be a lot of trouble next. I have to work overtime again today.
Lilith yawned and walked towards the laboratory. When passing by Jiali, who was slumped on the ground with a confused look on his face, he suddenly stopped.
Come with me. Your equipment is too bad. Wearing this kind of equipment will only become a burden. Come. I will help you change into a better one.
In the command room, Zhang Tuohai frowned as he looked at the map in front of him. The road conditions ahead are very bad. Judging from the digital map obtained by the radar, there are steep mountains and deep canyons everywhere. The roads are winding and the road conditions are very complicated. This kind of road conditions, even in the normal world, is the kind of road where you need to be extremely careful, as a car accident can happen if you're not careful. What's more, in a world where there are people who can control the power of nature, you know but that there will be a disaster ahead. Although, after the meteorite passed, no more attacks came. The hail disappeared. The thunder and lightning disappeared. And the rain became much lighter. But Zhang Tuohai was sure that the opponent must be accumulating strength and planning the next round of attacks. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Tuohai would definitely choose to fly directly from the top of the mountain. However, the mountains here are extremely tall, and almost none are lower than 7,000 meters. Moreover, looking at the dark clouds that are getting lower and lower, Zhang Tuohai, you can be sure that as long as you dare to cross the top of the mountain, you will definitely be struck by lightning. Moreover, that would drastically shorten the warning time he could get. If the Black Hand did something under the dark clouds, he might not have time to react.
Can we go around from both sides?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
No, I asked Miss Jilly. The area in front is the famous 100,000 mountains, which spans the entire continent. It cannot be bypassed from the land. We can only choose a few open trade routes to advance. The remaining areas are undeveloped and wild areas, which are very dangerous.
Classmate Xiao Ai said respectfully.
Well, there's nothing more to say. Let's pass it directly through the middle trade road. Let's walk along the road to see the situation, and see what tricks the mastermind behind it will do. I have a hunch that it will definitely not give up.
Zhang Tuohai thought for a while and said, Good. Classmate Xiao Ai controlled the flying saucer and entered the Shirwan Mountain along the dilapidated trade road. After entering Shirwan Mountain, everything was uneventful. It was just like before. It was calm along the way, and even the heavy rain was much lighter. Classmate Xiao Ai drove the flying saucer and moved cautiously along the business road. Zhang Tuohai looked at the black mountains and deep bottomless canyons outside the window, wondering what kind of disaster he would arrange here if he had the power to control nature. I kept walking like this for more than an hour, and nothing happened. Just when Zhang Tuohai was feeling sleepy, suddenly, a huge boulder fell from the cliff towards the flying saucer. The boulder was 4 to 5 meters in diameter, like a small house, and its momentum was astonishing.
Coming!
Zhang Tuohai suddenly woke up. Classmate Xiao Ai also accelerated violently and rushed through the predetermined section of road. The boulder hit the edge of the flying saucer and fell into the bottomless mountain stream. Boom! This boulder seemed to have opened the curtain. As the boulder fell, countless boulders rolled down the mountain. The area where rocks fell was not only the area where Zhang Tuohai was located, but also within dozens of kilometers before and after. Countless stones fell from the cliff, and there was even a large-scale collapse where Zhang Tuohai himself was. The entire cliff and road collapsed and rolled down into the mountain stream.
Take off! Get off the road! Stay away from the cliff! And be careful of falling rocks!
Zhang Tuohai hurriedly issued the order. The flying saucer left its original area and flew directly to the center of the two cliffs, carefully avoiding the rocks falling from the top of the cliffs. At this moment, the originally light rain suddenly became heavier. The dense raindrops formed like water mist, greatly obstructing the view ahead. Moreover, from time to time, huge hailstones fell together with the rain. However, these were all blocked by Zhang Tuohai's plasma shield. Although everything was safe and sound, Zhang Tuohai did not dare to be careless at all, because he knew that the opponent had been preparing for so long, and would not only have such a small trick. There must be a bigger killer move hidden behind it.
Where is it?
Zhang Tuohai thought. At this moment, a waterspout suddenly rose from the canyon and struck Zhang Tuohai. Chapter 746. I gathered 2 drawings. The waterspout was dozens of meters in diameter. It rose from the bottom of the mountain stream and rushed straight towards Zhang Tuohai.
Accelerate!
When Zhang Tuohai saw the waterspout coming from the bottom, he subconsciously stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, avoiding the attack range of the waterspout. As soon as the flying saucer rushed over, the waterspout swept over his original location, soared straight into the sky, and jumped to a height of 5 or 6 kilometers. From a distance, it looked like a pillar of heaven that went straight to the sky and the earth. A very strong sense of oppression. Moreover, the attraction of the waterspout was extremely huge, drawing everything around it into the body, including even tens of tons of boulders being swept up into the sky. The flying saucer felt a great attraction, as if someone was grabbing it and dragging it into a waterspout.
More horsepower!
Zhang Tuohai stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The plasma thrusters were pulled to maximum. The flying saucer rushed directly out of the pulling area and rushed over forcefully. However, although the flying saucer escaped the huge suction force of the waterspout, it crashed into the huge cliff due to its strong inertia.
Day!
Zhang Tuohai grabbed the handle and prepared for impact. But Xiao Ai relied on his strong flying skills to forcefully reverse the flight angle and fly over the cliff.
Call!
Zhang Tuohai was about to take a deep breath when suddenly 17 or 8 waterspouts rose up in front of him. Each waterspout was several thousand meters high. Like a giant pillar, they rushed towards Zhang Tuohai from all angles.
I knew it!
Seeing the waterspouts sweeping in from all directions, Zhang Tuohai's expression became grim.
Classmate Xiai, do you have any questions?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
There is no problem based on current model calculations.
Classmate Xiao Ai suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. The flying saucer increased its speed to the extreme and rushed towards a waterspout. The waterspout also rushed over with great momentum, apparently trying to completely suck the flying saucer into it. However, just when it was about to hit the waterspout, the flying saucer suddenly turned sideways and flew past the waterspout. It used inertia and acceleration to directly rush out of the waterspout's attraction. As soon as he got rid of the attraction of the waterspout, he encountered 2 waterspouts, one on the left and one on the right. Xiao Ai turned the flying saucer horizontally and inserted it between the 2 waterspouts at a tricky angle. With the help of the mutual strength of the 2 waterspouts, the attraction is balanced and the flying saucer will not get out of control. Seeing classmate Xiao Ai's extreme operation, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Tuohai's forehead. He recalled the fear of being dominated by classmate Xiao Ai's cool driving skills on the ice bridge. He originally thought that after converting the car into a flying saucer, he would no longer have such moments. Unexpectedly, classmate Xiao Ai taught him another lesson. Even an airplane can feel like a racing car drifting. In the medical room, Wei had just recovered from his injuries. As soon as he pushed open the lid of the medical cabin, the flying saucer suddenly turned upside down. Wei was caught off guard and was thrown directly out of the medical cabin. At this time, Aya had just finished training and came to visit Wei. When the flying saucer flipped over, she hurriedly froze her whole body in ice cubes and let the ice cubes wrap around the ground to prevent herself from losing balance. But Wei accidentally hit the sharp corner of the ice cube. Wei's head was smashed open, and even his brains could be seen. At this time, the flying saucer happened to flip back. With a pop, Wei fell back along the original route and happened to fall into the medical cabin. The lid of the medical cabin slowly lowered again, and treatment began again. Aya.
Idiot brother.
After a long while, Aya softly uttered 4 words. Xiao Ai controlled the flying saucer to quickly shuttle between dozens of waterspouts, performing various difficult acrobatic moves in the air. Compared with these special moves, the Cobra maneuver is at the kindergarten level. Zhang Tuohai was wearing an electromagnetic armor, and with the help of automatic assistance, he barely controlled himself from hitting the wall. Aya froze herself on the floor and covered herself with a thick layer of ice to ensure that she would not be injured by flying debris. Wei was lying peacefully in the medical cabin, receiving resuscitation treatment. As for Lilith, she is hiding in the cabinet while working hard to draw the independent gravity drawing of the cabin. She didn't want to try this kind of upsetting scene a third time. After 7 or 8 minutes of stunts, Xiao Ai finally controlled the flying saucer to pass through the layers of waterspouts.
Call!
After the flying saucer stabilized, Zhang Tuohai finally let out a long breath and collapsed on the ground. At this time, Lilith opened the door and strode in, putting 2 drawings into Zhang Tuohai's hands.
Make this thing right now!
Zhang Tuohai opened the drawing in a daze. Automatic gravity adjustment device in the cabin, a level 7 special accessory that can automatically adjust the gravity of each area in the cabin by area to keep the cabin relatively stable. Electromagnetic shackles, level 7 special accessories. After installation, you can freely set the items that need to be locked by partition. After the items are locked, they will be locked by the magnetic field. When abnormal force occurs, the locked items will be fixed in their original positions by the magnetic field. Will not fly around. Sure enough, demand is the primary productive force. Looking at the 2 drawings, Zhang Tuohai was filled with joy. It's not that these 2 blueprints are of much use. The key is that they are 2 level 7 special accessories. In the past, getting a high-level blueprint required hard work, overcoming difficulties and obstacles, and a little bit of luck to get one. After Lilith suffered a loss, she just threw away the 2 drawings. It's simply not too fun. So much so that Zhang Tuohai even wanted to ask classmate Xiao Ai to come back a few more times and pull out 2 more drawings. However, this idea is just a thought in my mind. If he really showed it, he would probably be hung up and beaten.
Forget it. I picked it up for free anyway.
Zhang Tuohai made 2 drawings. Seeing that the 2 drawings were effective, Lilith nodded with satisfaction and quickly returned to her laboratory, preparing to set up electromagnetic shackles on everything to prevent similar things from happening again. She never wanted to do an experiment 3 times again.
How's the situation ahead?
Zhang Tuohai got up from the ground and asked.
There are still hundreds of thousands of mountains ahead. But the terrain is gradually opening up. The distance between canyons is gradually expanding. And the hiding distance has increased a lot. The mastermind behind the scenes should not continue to choose to attack here.
Classmate Xiao Yi said.
Don't take it lightly. What if the other party uses the blind spot in your mind? Before leaving this area. No. Before killing the mastermind behind it. You must be careful and pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times.
Zhang Tuohai warned. Chapter 747 100,000 troops. The rest of the journey was unusually calm. Not to mention the waterspout. Even the heavy rain had almost stopped. Only the gloomy dark clouds still covered the sky. And there was no trace of sunshine. Bored, Zhang Tuohai began to check the regional channels to see the status of those players. Because he sold the Spirit Realm system in time. Players had a night vision system and an auxiliary fire control system, which allowed them to conduct independent attacks. The shooting accuracy and attack speed were greatly improved. The players who were supposed to suffer heavy losses in the subsequent night attack actually survived in large numbers. The casualty rate was even much lower than during the previous normal siege. Only a few unlucky ones were beaten by the orcs, who had an absolute numerical advantage. They ran out of ammunition and eventually died. The remaining players were basically unscathed. After discovering that the fire control system of the spiritual realm system is much more efficient than their own shooting. Except for a few very wary players. Most of them left their weapon systems to the spiritual realm system. While they could draw more time to communicate, touch, fish, situation, plan, and report, water, with other players.
There are too many of these orcs. They keep coming like rats. If this continues, I will almost run out of ammunition. If any of you still have any, sell some to me. Come on. Ammunition is in short supply now. Don't expect anyone to sell it. There isn't even a supplied box in this damn world. The more ammunition you use, the less it will be. Don't expect anyone to sell it. I wish I had stocked up more in the previous world. I worked as an arsenal guard in the previous world. Unfortunately, I was too timid and stole 20 boxes of rockets. You're good. At least, I still have some inventory. I almost used up all my reserves in the last world. I originally wanted to take advantage of this world to replenish some. As a result, there was another wave of consumption. Now I only have half the base left. I don't know what else to do. Can you survive until tomorrow? How about everyone practice cold weapons? I think those NPCs can kill orcs with cold weapons. There is no reason why we can't. Use cold weapons? Don't be ridiculous. You can kill several orcs with cold weapons. Anyway, if I encounter orcs again, I will drive away and fight whoever wants to fight. I won't fight anyway. That's right. You still need to practice using cold weapons. If you have this time, you might as well think about where to get some ammunition. The Spirit Realm system really works. The shooting is fast and accurate. It's much better than shooting randomly by myself. The ammunition I have now can still if you persist for 2 more days. Maybe the mission will be over in 2 days.
Seeing the complaints from players in the regional channel, Zhang Tuohai was glad that he had replaced his main closed defense weapon with a rune plasma launcher. As long as he still had energy, he could continue attacking. As for energy, with 3 major energy sources, small reactor, element furnace and energy matrix, he has no shortage of energy at all. It can be used forever. If you still want to use the 1130 close-range anti-cannon and face the tide of orcs, you may also have to face the dilemma of shortage of ammunition.
It seems that any supplies must ensure sustainable development. We cannot always think about getting supplies from the outside world. There are too many variables.
Zhang Tuohai wrote down another rule in his notebook. At this moment, classmate Xiao Yi suddenly said,
Commander, we have rushed out of the Shirwanda mountain area and found traces of orcs. Where?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Tuohai immediately rushed to the 3D map. On the 3D map, the flying saucer has rushed out of the Shirwanda Mountains area and arrived at a large hilly area. This area has fertile water and grass, dense vegetation, and groups of orcs are cutting mountains and logging. Thousands of trees were cut down and dragged away by the orcs. The orcs coming and going were as dense as ants looking for food.
Follow them and see where they're going and find their lair.
looking at the vast number of orcs on the ground. Zhang Tuohai felt that what was in front of him was not the lair of the orcs, but at least an important stronghold. Xu Yinting might be able to find important clues. The flying saucer flew forward with the orc team. After following for more than 20 kilometers, suddenly, an extremely open plain suddenly appeared in front of us. A huge number of orcs gathered on the plain, roughly counting at least 100,000 people. These orcs formed huge phalanxes and were distributed on the plains. All the orcs carried throwing axes and throwing spears, and a few also carried well-made bows and arrows. Above these orcs, thousands of dragon eagles were flying, all in formation, waiting for something. In front of everyone, a flying dragon was hovering in the sky, spitting out sparks from its mouth from time to time. A huge orc was riding on the flying dragon, holding a spear in his hand. The eyes of these orcs were staring straight at the sky. They spotted Zhang Tuohai as soon as he appeared. Moreover, there were no strange expressions on the faces of those orcs, and they seemed not to be surprised at all by Zhang Tuohai's appearance. Roar! The orc riding on the flying dragon roared. He raised the throwing spear and flying axe in his hand and threw them at Zhang Tuohai. In an instant, Zhang Tuohai felt his eyes go dark, and the dense throwing weapons almost blocked the entire space, leaving no one with nowhere to retreat. Rush diagonally upward. Zhang Tuohai frowned and said decisively, in the face of such intensive attacks, it is sheer fantasy to avoid them. The only option is to find a direction with the least number of weapons. Rush over, and stay where they are, which will only lead to more blows. The best way now is to use flexible movement to disrupt their formation and interrupt their rhythm in order to have a chance. Clear! Classmate Xiao Ai decisively rushed diagonally upward. The plasma shield struck by countless spears, and flying axes flashed with lightning. Although the plasma shield was very strong, it suffered too many high-frequency strikes from rune weapons in a short period of time. As a result, the energy supply was temporarily insufficient, and the plasma shield shattered. A large number of rune weapons directly attacked on alloy armor. In an instant, the originally extremely strong chrome-plated alloy armor was smashed into craters, like the surface of the moon. Fortunately, those throwing spears and flying axes did not break the outer armor of the flying saucer, and the flying saucer finally broke out of the dense weapons network and survived the first round of strikes. However, the worst thing is that the orcs picked up the spare weapons on the ground and began to prepare for the second round of attacks. We can't go on like this and let them attack freely. We have to be beaten down. We have to stop them, Zhang Tuohai said. We will attack with plasma rays. Classmate Xiao Ai said. No, it's too slow. I have a faster way, Zhang Tuohai shouted. Chapter 748 Upgrading the Plasma Shield. The flying saucer moved rapidly in the air, disturbing the orc army's aim. Seeing Zhang Tuohai's appearance, the half-orc riding a flying dragon didn't seem surprised at all. He took out a horn from his belt and blew it. Woo! A low trumpet blast resounded across the plain. After hearing the sound of the horn, the dragon eagles that had been hovering in the sky formed a huge formation and squeezed towards Zhang Tuohai from all directions, seeming to squeeze Zhang Tuohai into a small space. After hearing the sound of the horn, the orc army also began to advance towards this area, seemingly preparing to completely squeeze Zhang Tuohai in this area. Even the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have lowered their height, pressing down like a huge pot lid. At this time, the entire flying saucer suddenly turned into a shining sun, and the dazzling light bloomed instantly. Originally, the entire area was dark, and objects could only be seen clearly with weak light. The sudden appearance of strong light made everyone close their eyes. It would be fine in normal times, but this would be a disaster for the orcs and dragon eagles on the move. Orcs are not good at discipline to begin with, and it is already rare for them to be able to maintain their formation. During the march, they suddenly lost their vision, leaving the orcs in chaos. Some felt that they should continue to move forward, while others stopped and waited. As a result, the orcs bumped into each other and fell over. The following troops didn't know the situation, so they loaded up on the troops in front and were tripped and fell to the ground. The orcs who were pressed below wanted to climb up. The orcs lying on top wanted to climb down, and the orcs in the middle couldn't move. All of a sudden, the whole team was in chaos. Several impatient orcs started shouting, and as a result, their opening of mouths caused more orcs to start shouting too. Then, noisy shouts rang out throughout the camp, and the loud sound drowned out the commanding officer. The shouts made the captain's commands futile. The commotion instantly spread from the central area, and the entire orc army was in chaos. Although some peripheral teams maintained their formation, They could no longer organize the first wave of attacks. This is especially true for the dragon eagles in the sky. They suddenly lost their vision while flying. And then, they lost their judgment and kept hitting each other. Large pieces of dragon eagles fell down like raindrops. The falling dragon eagle further aggravated the commotion among the orcs. The orc riding on the wyvern was the first to regain his sight. Seeing this situation, it was very anxious and hurriedly blew the horn in its hand. However, the noise was so loud that the orcs did not hear it immediately, and instead became even more confused. Upon seeing this, the orc immediately raised his horn again, preparing to blow it again. At this moment, a purple beam of light passed in front of him, and its hand and the horn were directly pierced. The horn was destroyed, and the half-orc angrily threw the broken horn aside, raised the spear in his hand, and drove the sitting flying dragon towards Zhang Tuohai. However, before it flew 2 meters, a thick purple light penetrated its body. Activate the comprehensive defense system and kill all these guys, Zhang Tuohai said coldly. He originally didn't want to expose all his strength so quickly. It would be bad if the mastermind behind the scenes saw it and became defensive. However, this situation does not allow him to hide now. So he might as well show it directly, and see what other methods the mastermind can use in the face of absolute strength. Runes of runic plasma rays shot out from all angles of the flying saucer. Thick purple light pillars penetrated the sky and the earth. The killing distance of each runic plasma ray is 20,000 meters. Everything within this range is cut into pieces by the dense rays. The dragon eagles in the sky fell down like raindrops. During the fall, the dense plasma rays once again cut their bodies into smaller pieces, so that when they fell to the ground, they turned into a rain of blood. The orcs on the ground were overwhelmed by the pushing and shoving of their companions. And then, they were hit by plasma rays falling from the sky. There was no way to avoid them, and they fell in pieces. In order to maximize the effect, Zhang Tuohai even landed the flying saucer on the ground and controlled the plasma beam to slice horizontally at the orc army. Those orc armies were like wheat, being cut down in pieces, cut into pieces, and finally turned into mud. Zhang Tuohai scanned the entire area for nearly half an hour before killing all the 100,000 orcs and tens of thousands of dragon eagles. At this time, the entire plain turned into a flesh and blood mill, with broken limbs and arms everywhere, and the smell of blood rushed into the sky.
Commander, there are no living targets in the target area,
classmate Xiao Yi said.
100,000 orcs actually gathered here, and they came prepared. They formulated a battle plan against me. This must be the handiwork of the mastermind behind the scenes. Let's keep moving forward. I want to take a look. What kind of gifts did the man behind the scenes prepare for us?
Zhang Tuohai said loudly. Then, he turned to classmate Xiao Yi and said,
Go and invite my precious daughter Lilith. No need to ask. I'm here. Is it a problem with the plasma shield?
Lilith walked into the command room.
I've checked. It's because the energy supply pipeline is too narrow, which caused a temporary collapse caused by the overload of attacks. Just use this drawing to improve it. I also optimized the pipeline and shield structure to improve the efficiency. It's about doubled. Can you block the attack of 100,000 rune weapons?
Zhang Tuohai asked excitedly.
Well, it can last longer,
Lilith said awkwardly.
What's the use?
Zhang Tuohai was a little discouraged.
Do you want it? If not, just give it to me.
Lilith held out her hand angrily. Zhang Tuohai immediately learned the drawings. Plasma Shield Upgraded Version. Level 7 Universal Accessory. Defense Effect. Direct fire from 600mm rifle gun.
The effect is quite good.
After upgrading the plasma shield, Zhang Tuohai continued to lick his face and said to Lilith,
The chrome-plated alloy armor was almost penetrated just now. If you have any new armor, please give me a set. If you want new armor, bring new metal. Without new materials, you can only pile up the thickness, which will reduce the flight speed and is not cost-effective,
Lilith said.
Is there no other way?
Zhang Tuohai smacked his lips in embarrassment. He hadn't seen new metal for a long time. This request was a bit difficult for him.
Then wait for Xiao Wu's runes to be cracked. And once the defensive runes are cracked and engraved on the armor, the defense level will be improved to a higher level. The defense effect may be better than the new alloy. Then please make me a 7-wolf, and I will go and whip him,
Zhang Tuohai pleaded. Chapter 749 Lava Lake.
Stay still.
Lilith slapped Zhang Tuohai angrily.
Do you think anyone is as lazy as you? I have already pushed him, and I am working hard. By the way, I just made a set of armor for Jilly. If you have time, you can do some adaptive training with her,
Lilith said. waving outside, and a self-propelled machine led by Jelly wearing new equipment came in. Originally, Jelly wore an ordinary plate armor, plus a rune sword. After putting on the face-covering helmet, it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman from the outside. However, in Lilith's hands, Callie's appearance was completely subverted. The plate armor originally fixed with screws and buckles was replaced with a petticoat covering the alloy plate armor, and the breastplate was directly replaced with a bulletproof insert. The lower limbs have also been replaced with group armor, which is more convenient for walking activities. At the same time, the pieces of alloy patches on the louvers also greatly enhance the protective performance. There is even a string of alloy blades added to the end of the skirt. It is conceivable that the hem of the skirt blowing in the wind is no longer a beautiful picture, but a deadly weapon. Looking at Callie with her blonde hair in a ponytail and wearing silver and aqua blue armor, Zhang Tuohai once thought that Arturia had stepped out of the comics. It would be better if the dull hair could be restored.
The weapon hasn't been changed.
Zhang Tuohai looked at the weapon in Jelly's hand. It seemed that it was still the rune sword she wore when she came here. There seemed to be no change.
The long sword is very sharp and has good effects. Why should it be changed?
Lilith was puzzled.
I think it should be changed to curry sticks, so that it tastes right,
Zhang Tuohai said, while holding his chin.
Crazy.
Lilith rolled her eyes at Zhang Tuohai.
Okay, I brought you the man and leave it to you. Don't disturb my experiment if you have nothing to do.
Lilith strode out of the command room. Callie was left standing here alone in a loss.
Callie. Right. Come and sit. We are going to search for the Orc's lair. It will probably take some time. You still need to wait for a while. During this time, you can take a rest and replenish your magic.
Zhang Tuohai pulled a stool to Jelly and motioned for her to rest as she pleased. Jelly sat on the chair a little stiffly, and her eyes were completely attracted by the huge 3D map. You know, here, due to the surveying and mapping technology, maps, especially detailed and realistic maps, are strategic level things. Ordinary people can't see it at all. Even the maps used by generals to fight are only range maps of a certain area. The various terrain features on them are a combination of simple drawings and text. They can only be described roughly. If you want to be detailed, performance is pure wishful thinking. It was the Arthur Kingdom that sent a large number of caravans, explorers, and bards to travel around. It took 200 years to draw a simplified map of the continent, and there was still a large area of blank space. It is simply unheard of for a 3D map to be as detailed as a real scene, or even a map that can reflect changes in real time. In her eyes, there is almost no difference between this and the god level.
As expected of visitors from among the stars.
Are they the legendary messengers of God? Otherwise, how could there be such a god-level map?
Jelly thought secretly in his heart. The respect for Zhang Tuohai in her heart increased even more. The flying saucer moved forward along the footprints of the Orc army. Zhang Tuohai estimated that along these footprints, he would definitely be able to find the camp where they set out, and then follow the clues and maybe catch their source.
Are you going to the lava lake?
Jelly looked at the map for a while and suddenly asked,
Do you know what's going on in this area?
Zhang Tuohai looked at Jelly in surprise. He just couldn't bear to see him being struck to death by lightning by the mastermind behind the scenes. So he took him into the car. Unexpectedly, he actually knew about the situation in this area. It was really beyond him. Unexpected.
Before the catastrophe, I once led the guards to explore this area. If you go straight along this road, you will encounter a huge lake composed of lava. It is hot all year round, and no grass grows.
Callie thought for a moment and said,
So are there people and animals in this area? If there is a lair of orcs in this area, where do you think it will be?
Zhang Tuohai asked.
Because the environment here is relatively harsh. There are no settled people. However, it is not completely certain. There may be some wanted criminals in the kingdom who will run here in order to escape pursuit. In addition, there are still a lot of animals. After all, it is relatively close to Sherwanda Mountain, so some vulnerable animals will be driven to this area.
Jelly thought for a moment and said,
As for where those guys will build their nests, I don't know. We still know too little about those guys.
At this moment, classmate Xiao Yai suddenly said,
Commander, I think we have found their lair. Where?
Zhang Tuohai asked hurriedly.
Right here.
Xiao Yai quickly zoomed in on the 3D map. At the end of the map, there was a huge lava lake with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. It was full of hot magma. Like hell. Around the lava lake, trenches were dug to lead the magma out. Countless orcs built forges one after another on the ditches. Giant trees were put into the furnaces. and pieces of iron ingots were turned into rough weapons and armor. Next to the lava lake, there was a large pit with a diameter of nearly a kilometer. The pit was filled with an unknown green liquid. Groups of orcs threw corpses into the pool, one after another. The orc just climbed out of the pool. They were still covered in mucus. So the orcs next to them put on armor, stuffed a random weapon into their hands, and drove them to work. A large number of orc armies were built in batches. It turns out they were created in this way. No wonder they appeared without warning. And they couldn't be killed no matter what. Looking at the scene below, Jiali couldn't help but clenched his fists. She stood up suddenly. I want to go back. Why? Zhang Tuohai was confused. I want to take this news back. Gather the kingdom's armies. And destroy them. Callie said loudly. Why do you need to gather an army to eliminate them? Moreover, when you go back, gather the army, and then pull it over. How much time do you think it will be wasted? And how many twists and turns will there be in the process? Will you be sniped by the other orcs? Even if you succeed? After arriving here? Have you ever thought about how much combat power is left? Zhang Tuohai asked. But this is our only hope. Jiali shook his head. If we don't destroy this source, all human kingdoms will be dragged to death. So, even if there is only 10% hope, I will try. It's not necessary. If it's just this area, I'll be enough. Zhang Tuohai stood up. Chapter 750 Nuclear Explosion Balrog. Are you alone? Jiali didn't believe it. How is this possible? There are at least 100,000 orcs here. Even if they let you kill them, they can't do it even if they tire you to death. The following is the moment to witness the miracle. Zhang Tuohai turned to classmate Xiao Ai and said, Prepare for fire strikes and missiles. Clear. Xiao Ai immediately loaded all the 41 Malawang Quach's vertical launch systems with Zircon hypersonic missiles. And all of them were equipped with high explosive warheads. Emission. Whoosh whoosh. One by one, the Zircon hypersonic missiles broke through the launch tube and rushed towards the distant target. With the speed of the Zircon hypersonic missile, this distance is covered in the blink of an eye. Jiali even felt that the missile had just been launched and reached the orc camp. Boom, boom, boom. Zircon hypersonic missiles exploded throughout the camp, smashing all the facilities in the camp to pieces. As for the orcs busy in the camp, they were directly torn into pieces by the shock wave that spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the entire camp suffered a devastating blow. This, so powerful. Jiali looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. She never expected that Zhang Tuohai just issued an order, and most of the orc camp, like a city, was destroyed. All kinds of orcs died in droves. Even if she hits the entire Arthur Kingdom's army, she will have to suffer huge losses if she wants to achieve such a result. But the man in front of him only moved his mouth and did it. Could it be that he is God? Can he really save all mankind? Jiali looked at Zhang Tuohai with a hint of something else. We must hold on to this man. He may be the hope of this world. He is the hope of mankind. Zhang Tuohai knew nothing about Jiali's thoughts. He carefully checked the situation of the orc camp and analyzed how many rounds of strikes were needed to wipe the camp off the map. At this moment, the magma in the magma lake began to boil, and a large amount of sulfur-smelling gas emerged from the magma. The originally calm magma lake began to surge continuously, and a large amount of magma overflowed. It seemed that something was happening in the magma lake. Something changed. There's a situation. Zhang Tuohai immediately discovered this change and stared at the changes in the magma lake without even carrying out the second strike. Wow! Magma suddenly surged up, and a huge monster rushed out of the magma. This monster is 70 or 80 meters tall. Its body is covered with dark red scales. Its hands are black claws, and its head has a pair of spirally curved horns. Raging flames are burning on its body. It looks like it's a mythical monster. Roar dash! The monster shouted fiercely toward the sky, and its dull roar shook the ground. The remaining orcs staggered around, unable to stand steadily on the ground. Fire! Fire, demon! Jiali screamed from the side. Do you know this thing? Zhang Tuohai turned around and asked. I have seen illustrations of this thing in forbidden books. It is said that this is a world-destroying monster in ancient times. Humanity was almost wiped out by it. Later, it was sealed by a saint in a lava lake, so that humans can survive. Originally I thought it was just a myth, but I didn't expect it to be true. The Balrog actually exists. Jiali's body couldn't help but tremble, but the fear was engraved in his DNA. The Balrog? It's interesting. Let's give it a try. I want to see if it's the missiles or the mythical creature that's more powerful. Zhang Tuohai said to classmate Xiao Ai. Give it 10 zircons. Clear. Immediately,
10 Zircon missiles shot out and flew in the direction of Balrog. Before the Balrog finished roaring, 10 Zircon missiles hit the Balrog from all angles. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. Large amounts of magma and flesh splashed out, and large areas of the Balrog's body were missing visible to the naked eye. Seeing the Balrog with large parts of his body mutilated, and even one arm completely broken off, Zhang Tuohai showed a hint of disdain in his eyes.
What? This is the mythical Balrog? It's nothing more than that.
However, at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. The magma in the magma lake began to flow upstream along Balrog's body, constantly filling the destroyed body.
It can actually use magma to repair its body. It is indeed a mythical creature. It really does have two brushes.
Looking at the Balrog that was rapidly recovering, Zhang Tuohai frowned. It seems that if you want to kill this Balrog, you must kill the Balrog and the huge magma lake beneath it. Otherwise, this Balrog will continue to revive. Zhang Tuohai's existing missile inventory may be exhausted, and it may not be possible to drain the lava lake.
It seems that we still need to use this thing.
Zhang Tuohai turned to classmate Xiao Ai and said,
Open the warehouse and activate a Topal-M intercontinental strategic missile.
Zhang Tuohai obtained 2 Topal-M intercontinental strategic missiles from the secret stronghold of United Pharmaceutical in the biochemical world, and kept them carefully as trump cards. With a reminder of his strength, Zhang Tuohai originally thought that he would never be able to use them one day, but he did not expect that today it's time to use it.
Clear.
A huge missile was dragged out of the warehouse and erected on the launcher.
Let's go!
Zhang Tuohai pressed the launch button. Call. Bionium, one of the 3 great truths in the world, slowly rose into the sky with huge tail flames. The Balrog in the lava lake seemed to be aware of the danger and began to move desperately towards the shore, trying to leave the area. However, the blow of truth has fallen on its head. A Bionium was loaded with 10 nuclear warheads, with a yield of 550,000 tons. And they all hit this area at once. One can imagine the result. Back then, the little boy only had the equivalent of 20,000 tons, and he directly destroyed a city. The damage effect of Bionium is dozens of times that of the little boy, and the impact is even more terrifying. The mushroom cloud rushed directly into the dark clouds, hitting the face of the mastermind with destruction and heat. On the ground, the lava lake disappeared directly. Not only the lava lake, but also the large pit where orcs were produced, countless small workshops for making weapons, and hundreds of thousands of busy orcs all disappeared. Not even a trace of its existence was left. Only hot soil and radioactive dust remained on the ground.
Go over and take a look at the situation.
Zhang Tuohai controlled the flying saucer and rushed towards the explosion site. Anyway, his car and electromagnetic armor have radiation protection functions, and the nuclear radiation dust from the explosion is nothing to him.